Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 11. Gao Yang tapped the armrest of his ice chair lightly, and Olivier flapped its dragon wings, following behind the giant eagle as it flew slowly toward the steel wall. A distance of only 10 miles was nothing to either party, yet it still took a full 5 minutes to cover. Only after the final authorization was confirmed did Thornbear lead Gao Yang across the steel wall, officially entering the territory of the Sine Empire. Chapter 722. The city-burning general and the initial cooperation reached for K4, 2-in-1. The moment Gao Yang rode Olivier across the steel wall, a subtle change appeared on his face. The air was filled with the cold, hard scent of iron rust, the greasy smell of heavy machinery gear lubricant, and a hint of the fanatical scent of loyal faith. Gao Yang's gaze swept casually over the various steel-constructed buildings and equipment below, lingering for a few moments on the numerous Sine soldiers moving among them. Subsequently, Gao Yang saw that all the soldiers within this steel wall were equipped with mechanical respirators. Their respirators were painted fire red, though the filter cartridges inside were mostly pinkish or brownish red, with only a few reaching the purplish red hue. Furthermore, all of their military uniforms featured an interlocking, blood-dripping gear emblem. Without the slightest surprise, these were all soldiers of the Black Iron Joe chapter of the Steel Throat War Legion. The eyes of these soldiers revealed determination and fanaticism, as if their every action was a steady march toward a supremely noble goal. Gao Yang was very familiar with that kind of gaze, which made him feel even more curious about the current emperor of the Sine Empire. Although he had not yet had deep contact with the Sine Empire, from what he had seen so far, Gao Yang could roughly discern that the Sine Empire's rule incorporated a series of policies including military dictatorship, personality cults, mechanical mysticism, and the supremacy of steel. And the means of the Sine Emperor, who had single-handedly pushed the Sine Empire to the height of dominating the continent, were evident. The giant steel eagle did not land within this steel wall but continued to fly toward the continent behind it. After flying for about an hour, a metal fortress cast entirely from steel appeared at the edge of Gao Yang's vision. It was a mobile war fortress. The metal fortress was over 1,000 meters in both length and width. At the base of the fortress, countless metal tires rotated in synchronization, pushing this behemoth, which stood over 100 meters tall, slowly forward across the land. Before the giant steel eagle reached this metal fortress, a ray of light shot out from the top of the 100-meter war spire at the very center of the fortress, connecting with the heart of the giant steel eagle. The ray appeared for only a few seconds before vanishing without a trace. Only then did a landing pad near the center of the metal fortress slowly open to both sides, revealing the metal ground below. The giant steel eagle landed first on this metal field, and Olivier followed closely behind, landing on the same platform. An ice ladder extended from Odelivier's back to the metal platform, and Gao Yang stepped down from the ladder, carrying the ladder. Subsequently, Olivier transformed into a burst of ice blue light and merged into the back of Gao Yang's hand. Mr. Wang Tang, the commander is waiting for you in the war spire. Thornbear walked up to Gao Yang, his cold, hard voice emanating from his respirator. The commander you speak of is the supreme commander of the Black Iron Joe chapter, the city-burning general, Zod Sek. Thornbear's voice remained cold and hard, but it was filled with a fervent emotion. Clearly, Thorn held the city-burning general in high esteem. Gao Yang nodded slightly, as a first round of communication. Meeting the supreme commander of a chapter was perfectly fine. The Sine Empire was an entity capable of rivaling the Sea Beast cult and the Storm Temple. Although Gao Yang had said he wanted to see the Sine Emperor, he had no illusions that the people of the Sine Empire would honestly take him to the Sine Imperial capital to meet that emperor. Only by going through rounds of communication like this and demonstrating his own value would he eventually be able to see the Sine Emperor. Of course, there was actually a simpler method, which was to directly bypass all the armed forces of the Sine Empire on this continent. Just as he had previously crushed those weak kingdoms with low strength, he could simply ride the two-headed ice dragon to the Sine Imperial capital and meet the Emperor directly. However, this method was not suitable for the current situation. The Seen Empire was able to stand toe-to-toe with the other two major powers, so its own strength must be extremely formidable. Such crude methods would only provoke the hostility of the entire Seen Empire. If it were to trigger a siege by several legendary powerhouses, that was a scene Gao Yang did not wish to see. In the absence of a precise conflict of interest, such behavior was not wise. Gao Yang and Thorn walked along the metal ground for several minutes before arriving at the base of the 100-meter-tall tower at the very center of the war fortress. The metal giant doors, over 10 meters high, opened to both sides, revealing the empty hall within. In this hall, a steel chair crafted entirely from fire-red metal stood quietly. A robust human male sat casually on this fire-red steel chair. His right hand, which supported his cheek, shimmered with the cold luster of metal. Yet not a single trace of welding or assembly could be seen, as if this metal arm had grown from his body naturally. Thorn and Gao Yang stepped into the metal hall together, and the man on the fire-red steel chair withdrew his arm and slowly rose from the seat. Based on the previous situation, this human had slain a legendary powerhouse. Even though Zodsak held a high position within the empire, his status was not necessarily lower than that of a legendary powerhouse in the eyes of the empire. However, a legend is a legend, and one must always show respect, whether in conversation or in battle. When Gao Yang walked to the center of the grand hall, Zodsak had already left his designated seat and walked before him. He extended his right hand, which shimmered with a metallic luster, and the steel needle-like stubble on his face shifted toward his cheeks as he squeezed out a smile. Mr. Wan Tang, on behalf of the entire Black Ironjaw battle group, I thank you for the contributions you have made to the Empire. Gao Yang's expression remained calm as he also extended his right hand to clasp Zodsak's metallic arm. 2 seconds later, both equally powerful arms released simultaneously. Gao Yang noticed that the filter element inside the respirator of this general of the burning city was dark red. The dark red light flickered in and out with Zodsak's breathing, as if a vicious beast lurking within the metal was constantly observing him with its single scarlet eye. The two took their seats, and Thornbayer turned and left. His rank was not high enough to listen in on a meeting of this caliber. The massive, thick metal doors slowly closed, and rows of incandescent white lights illuminated the metal walls, lighting up the entire metal hall. At the same time, a cold and emotionless mechanical voice echoed through the hall, reaching Gao Yang's ears with absolute clarity. Heart of Steel has been activated. The security level here is legendary grade 1. Please converse with peace of mind. Zodsak looked at Gao Yang across the circular metal table. The smile on his face had vanished as he looked at Gao Yang and spoke slowly. Mr. Wan Tang, before we officially begin our conversation, could you tell me about your origins? This is very important for our subsequent exchange. It will determine whether we can continue to communicate. Faced with Zodsak's blunt words, Gao Yang pondered for a moment and nodded. Seeing this, a sharp glint appeared in Zodsak's eyes, and the flickering frequency of his filter element accelerated slightly. Gao Yang did not care about his reaction. Gao Yang looked at Zodsak across from him and said straightforwardly, I come from beyond this plane. As expected, the other party is a visitor from another world. If so, is it possible to master the method of traveling to other planes through him? Zodsak's expression did not change, but the metal heart beneath his chest had already begun to beat violently. However, after only a few beats, he forcibly suppressed it. Gao Yang raised his eyes to look at Zodsak, then continued, My purpose in coming here is simple, to hunt down several of my former companions. A trace of curiosity appeared in Zodsak's eyes. That is correct. They betrayed our original oath, and as punishment for their betrayal, I came to this world. When Gao Yang spoke, he did not have even a hint of a necessary emotional fluctuation. Likewise, his heartbeat, breathing, and even the intervals between his blinks did not change in the slightest. As for that temple priest of the Sea Beast sect, it was entirely a misunderstanding regarding the Tide Core. Zodsak nodded slightly without speaking, signaling for Gao Yang to continue. The Sea Clan member, Gulata, who arrived here with me, was a novice priest of the Sea Beast Temple. However, he defected from the Sea Beast Temple and even stole the Tide Core. While he was being hunted, he encountered me just as I had arrived in this world. I intervened to save him. And he gave the tide core to me, a human. As Gao Yang spoke, a dark red crystal appeared in his hand. Having killed a legendary powerhouse of the Sea Beast sect, the possibility of cooperating with them is basically eliminated. So I can only attempt to cooperate with your empire to find my companions who are hiding in this world. The Storm Temple is also a decent candidate for cooperation, Zodsak added. The Storm Temple would never harbor my companions, just as I would never go to the Storm Temple to deal with those lunatics, Gao Yang said fluently. As a mortal enemy of the Storm Temple, inflicting heavy damage on a hostile force was standard procedure. Moreover, his statement was not a malicious attack, but a sentiment based on facts. The believers of the Storm Temple were, most of the time, no different from lunatics. And when it came to conflicts of faith, they would transform into terrifying psychopaths. Are you that certain? Zodsak was somewhat skeptical. In his words, he also conveyed this disbelief to Gao Yang. Seeing this, Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. The next moment, a thick, bloody aura spread from his body. In that instant, it was as if a mountain of corpses piled entirely from bones and flesh appeared in Zodsak's eyes. With a viscous sea of blood at the foot of the mountain, he gazed at Gao Yang, who sat high atop the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, and in his ears, he seemed to hear the splash of the blood sea rippling. A faint, lingering scent of blood impatiently drilled into his nasal cavity. The blood aura was released and retracted in an instant. The illusion before him vanished, and a sense of gravity appeared in the gaze Zodsak directed at Gao Yang. This level of blood aura was too terrifying. Even the Son of Ashes, who had committed countless slaughters, likely did not possess such an astonishing blood aura. Zodsak looked at Gao Yang and understood why he said his companions could not possibly be harbored by the Storm Temple. To be companions with someone possessing this level of blood aura, how could their own blood aura be weak? Although the Storm Temple acted somewhat eccentrically, they were not an entirely evil existence. So, Wang Tang, what exactly do you mean by cooperation? Zodsak finally spoke. The Tide Core. In exchange for the whereabouts of my companions. Gao Yang placed the Tide Core on the metal tabletop and said calmly. Zodsak looked at the dark red crystal on the table. He had no particular desire for this holy relic of the Sea Beast sect. As long as this thing does not fall into the hands of the Sea Beast sect, that is enough. However, only by placing it in the Empire's treasury can this possibility be completely eliminated. That is not difficult, provided your companions appear within the Empire's territory. Zodsak's fingers, which possessed metallic luster, tapped gently on the round table, creating a crisp, rhythmic clinking sound. No, I mean that regardless of whether they are in the Empire or the Raging Sea, I need to know their whereabouts. Gao Yang extended an index finger, pressing it against the Tide Core on the table, and stared at Zodsak opposite him. Although it will be a bit of trouble, it is not a major issue. Zodsak pondered for a moment before nodding again. As for why Gao Yang made such a request, it was naturally because he shared the same identity as Feng Shanming, a multiverse player. As a multiverse player, having arrived in a world rich in resources and possessing formidable combat power, it was absolutely impossible for them to cower in a corner of the world. Before they found him, they would certainly not remain idle. Instead, they would actively participate in the struggle between the Empire, the Sea Beasts, and the Storm, thereby extracting sufficient benefits and advantages. Once they did so, their movements would be exposed to the Empire's vision. Naturally, they would also be exposed to the vision of Gao Yang, who had reached a cooperation agreement with one of the Empire's violent apparatuses. After obtaining the enemy's specific location, numbers, and abilities, all that remained would be to eliminate them with thunderous force. Given the strength Feng Shanming had previously displayed, it would not be difficult for Gao Yang to achieve this. After receiving Zodsak's affirmative reply, Gao Yang flicked his finger. The Tide Core in his hand slid across the entire metal round table and was firmly grasped by a metallic palm. Zodsak held the Tide Core in his hand, squeezed out a smile once more, and said, "Pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Wang Tang." Gao Yang did not stand up, but said, "Of course. Our cooperation will surely be very pleasant." Sensing the unspoken meaning in Gao Yang's words, Zodsak restrained his smile and spoke again. "Does Mr. Wang Tang have further intentions for cooperation?" That depends on whether your esteemed empire has the corresponding needs. Gao Yang revealed a smile. Zod Sak was startled, then realized that the person before him was a powerful existence who had killed a legend the moment he arrived. At the same time, a cold and majestic voice resonated in his mind through the filter in his respirator. You may utilize this person's power to reduce the living strength of the sea beasts and the storm. Zod Sak quickly replied in his heart, then looked at Gao Yang and revealed a smile. Of course there are. I wonder if Mr. Wang Teng accepts cooperation regarding warfare, compared to cooperation. I prefer to call it hiring. Gao Yang revealed a bloodthirsty smile and continued, however, before accepting this hiring, I need to finish my primary job first. Zod Sak also revealed a smile. That is only natural. I fully understand. Only after completing one's primary job can one attend to those little personal interests. Remember to set the remuneration. My appearance fee is very expensive. After saying this, Gao Yang slowly stood up. Seeing this, Zod Sak took out a communicator made of metal and pushed it toward Gao Yang. This is the Empire's standard communicator. If there is any news, we will notify you, Mr. Wang Teng. Additionally, before that, Mr. Wang Teng also needs to inform us regarding the information about your companions. That goes without saying. Gao Yang took the communicator, nodded with a smile, and said slowly, Chapter 723, Internal Meeting of the Steel Throat Legion. After spending some time, Gao Yang provided Zod Sak with the specific appearance of Feng Shanming. Mr. Wang Teng, you are now free to walk on the lands of the Empire. This is Remimid, the adjutant and guide assigned to you. After Zod Sak finished speaking, the young girl who had been standing one step behind him stepped forward at the right moment. She looked at Gao Yang, performed an imperial military salute, and introduced herself. Mr. Wang Teng, my name is Remimid Yao. You can call me Remy. I am a level 2 mechanical assembler of the Legion. Please take care of me from now on. As she spoke, her long pink hair, tied into two ponytails, bounced up and down. Combined with the bright smile on her slightly childish face, she looked very energetic, lacking the cold, rigid temperament typical of the Steel Throat Legion. Gao Yang glanced at her and nodded slightly. Calling her an adjutant and guide was likely just a cover. Her primary purpose was probably to monitor his actions. However, Gao Yang did not care about this. The existence of such a person was a good thing for both sides. I look forward to your good news. Gao Yang looked at Zod Sak, and after speaking, he turned and walked out of the metal hull. Remimid, standing beside Zod Sak, subconsciously glanced at Zod, who nodded slightly at her. Seeing this, Remimid immediately picked up her pace and chased after Gao Yang's retreating figure. Mr. Wang Teng, please wait for me. The two walked out of the war tower one after the other. Remimid followed behind Gao Yang, her pink brows slightly furrowed, her eyes unfocused, as if she were troubled by how to establish contact with the target of her mission. She did not even notice that Gao Yang had already stopped walking. Bang! Ouch! Remimid clutched her chest, her face turning red. She looked at Gao Yang and apologized repeatedly. I am sorry, Mr. Wang Teng. I was distracted. I didn't bump into you and cause any injury, did I? Gao Yang turned his head to look at her, then turned back to look at the war tower behind them. Zod Sak had already returned to his fiery red metal seat and was watching this side calmly. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and continued walking forward, though an absurd thought could not help but surface in his mind. Can this person really serve the purpose of monitoring me? After walking out of the war tower, Gao Yang looked at Remimid beside him and asked, does the Saran Empire have any unique scenic spots? Remimid's large eyes filled with a trace of confusion upon hearing Gao Yang's words. However, she quickly reacted and said, There are. For example, the eternal metal furnace built by the Emperor, whose flames have been burning for a full 50 years, bestowing the blessing of steel upon billions of soldiers. There are also the metal waterfalls, the Earth's crescent moon, and the Warfront sightseeing tour, among others. As Remimid spoke, she produced a communicator the size of half a palm from somewhere unknown. A faint fluorescent light emanated from it, and lines of text appeared above the device. Gao Yang looked at Remimid, who was reciting the list as if she were reading a menu, and asked, a Warfront sightseeing tour? Remimid nodded earnestly and explained to Gao Yang, yes, The Empire is currently at war with the Sea Beast sect. This is a very popular program, and through this project, a large number of Imperial citizens enlist in the military every year, dedicating themselves to the Empire's march toward a more glorious future. Gao Yang nodded slightly and did not ask further. A moment later, a giant steel eagle carried Gao Yang and Remembered out of the war fortress, flying toward the vast territory of the Seen Empire. After the two departed, inside the war giant tower, Zod Sak sat upright on his metal seat. In front of him was a raised metal plate equal to his own height. Figures of people appeared within this metal plate. Has that visitor from beyond the realm already left? A cold and majestic voice emanated from the figure at the very top of the metal plate. Yes, Marshal, that Wang Tang has already left. Zod Sak replied with an earnest nod. Everyone, do you have any objections to the previous conversation between Zod and that person? The metal figure referred to by Zod as the Marshal spoke again. Below his figure, there were 4 rows of slightly smaller metal figures on the plate. Each row consisted of 5 people, with 1 row missing a person, that person being Zod Sak. As for the Marshal at the very top, his full title was Marshal of the End, the Supreme Commander of the Steel Throat Legion, who also reported directly to the Emperor. The Steel Throat Legion consisted of 20 battle groups in total, and Zod Sak's Black Iron Jaw battle group was just one of them. These 20 battle groups were responsible for the entire war between the Seen Empire and the Sea Beast sect. Do not think that having one legion responsible for the entire war between the Empire and the Sea Beast sect is a trivial matter. In fact, the total number of personnel in any single battle group within the Steel Throat Legion exceeded 200,000, and the total combat force of the 20 battle groups exceeded 4 million. Do not think this number is small. From the moment a Seen Empire soldier enlists until they become a qualified soldier capable of stepping onto the battlefield, they must undergo a full 10 years of training, master over 100 types of drills, and be proficient in the use of 5 types of machinery. And this was only the regular army. In addition to the regular army, the Seen Empire also possessed an extremely vast number of trainee legions. These trainee legions were basically composed of veterans with over 5 years of training experience who had seen blood. They could transform into regular battle group soldiers whenever the need arose. Furthermore, the Seen Empire's method of warfare did not rely on manpower, but was dominated by cold and massive war machines. The lethality these soldiers could unleash while piloting war machines far exceeded the limit of what their frail bodies could achieve on their own. Of course, this did not mean that the Seen Empire lacked individuals with explosive personal strength. On the contrary, the legion known as the Children of Ash, while not particularly numerous, consisted of individuals who were exceptionally capable in combat. This was especially true due to the combination of various memory metals, active metals, and their flesh, which greatly amplified their combat prowess. As for the Eternal Punishment Vanguard, that was a unit that would not be deployed lightly. One would generally see their fearless and dauntless figures on battlefields where the Storm Temple intervened. After the Marshal of the End finished speaking, the commanders of each battle group, also known as the city-burning generals, remained silent. Within the entire Steel Throat Legion, there were only 3 legendary level powerhouses: the Marshal of the End, the commander of the top-ranked Steel Throat Origin battle group, and the supreme commander of the Annihilation Swallower battle group. Other than them, the remaining city-burning generals were only at the peak of the transcendent level. At this moment, facing an existence capable of slaying a legendary priest of the Sea Beast Temple, they had no say. This was not because they were timid or cowardly, but because it was the consistent operating style of the Steel Throat battle groups. No one would recklessly command in a field they did not understand or master. Just as the 20 battle groups of the Steel Throat had their own respective divisions of labor, there was no cross-commanding between different divisions. All of this was thanks to the collective consciousness network shared by the entire Steel Throat Legion, which was facilitated by the respirators they wore. Once a war broke out, the Supreme Commander could issue tactical instructions through the vibration frequency of the respirators, allowing orders to be transmitted efficiently, quickly, and without loss to the most basic combat units. The voice of the Marshal of the End came from the metal plate. Gonzados. You speak, Gonzados. The city-burning general of the Steel Throat Origin battle group saw his metal figure move slightly upon hearing this. A moment later, A hoarse voice, like iron plates scraping against each other, emerged. This subordinate believes that it is entirely possible to cooperate with this mysterious powerhouse. Although our steel throat battle groups are proficient in warfare, we are always at a disadvantage when fighting against the top-tier combatants of the other two factions. Even if our battle groups can surround the legendary powerhouses of the hostile factions, they are always able to force their way out of the encirclement. The reason for this is that our Steel Throat Legion is not adept at one-on-one duels. This has left a flaw in our combat record. If we cooperate with this mysterious powerhouse, whenever such a situation arises, we could directly kill those legendary figures of the hostile factions who have fallen into our encirclement. After Gonzado's finished speaking, the other metal figures nodded one after another. If this were the case, it would indeed be very beneficial. However, the cost of employing a legendary powerhouse of such strength is also terrifyingly high. Just then, a steady voice sounded from the metal plate. It was a metal figure in the same row as Gonzado's, the city-burning general of the Annihilation Swallower battle group, and also a legendary powerhouse himself, the Annihilator Doe. My suggestion is that whichever battle group wishes to request that existence to take action, they shall bear the costs themselves. Zod Sax said at this moment. He was the one who communicated directly with Gao Yang, which in itself was a significant merit. If Doe were to cause the cooperation to fall through with a single sentence, that was something he absolutely could not tolerate. Furthermore, the war had been going on for so many years, if nothing else. Aside from the various rare spoils of war that had to be turned over to the Imperial Treasury, every legion had more or less kept some for themselves. With these spoils, hiring a legendary powerhouse would not be too much of a problem. What is more, once a hostile legendary figure is killed, one will inevitably receive commendations from the Emperor. At the mere thought of the Emperor's gaze falling upon him, Zod Sax's breathing could not help but quicken, and a surge of irrepressible desire welled up in his heart. As Zod Sax's voice faded, the people on the metal plate nodded one after another. It was clear that the generals of the burning city present all agreed with Zod Sax's proposal. Seeing this, the marshal of the inn nodded slightly and then said slowly, "Then it is settled. Everyone, remember to first locate the target for cooperation. Only then can we proceed to the next step of the collaboration. As for the code name for this operation, let us call it Outland. Zod, share the target later. Yes, Marshal." Zod Sax stood up and performed an imperial military salute. As the discussion concluded, the metal plate slowly sank into the metal floor in front of Zod Sax. Chapter 724, The First Signs Emerge. A giant steel eagle soared through the sky, while below lay an endless, flat expanse of land. Across this land, densely packed, square-shaped human structures were distributed. At regular intervals, there would be a city, also square in shape. Between these cities, metal tracks were laid out instead of the common flat roads. These metal tracks, like the veins of the earth, encompassed every city within Gao Yang's line of sight. Observing the scene on the land below further confirmed his suspicions about the Scene Empire. This was a military dictatorship with highly centralized power, and also an extraordinary empire where steel technology and supernatural powers were combined. The giant steel eagle flew for half a day before finally landing in a steel city that was even larger than any he had seen along the way. Mr. Wang Tang. This is Scene Main City number 877. And it is also the only city within a 1,000-mile radius to use 3 digits as its code name. Remy Mo jumped down from the giant steel eagle and introduced the city to Gao Yang, who had also jumped down. While she was introducing it, she pressed her palm against the body of the giant steel eagle as if pressing a button. The giant steel eagle, which originally had a wingspan of over 10 meters, began to shrink rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had shrunk into a steel sphere only the size of a fist. Perhaps sensing Gao Yang's curious gaze, Remy tucked the sphere that the giant steel eagle had turned into a leather pouch at her waist and explained, "This giant eagle is a steel alchemical construct with a beast mimicry core, so it can be compressed into this form for easy transport." Gao Yang nodded, indicating he understood. After Remy put the steel sphere away, her eyes darted around, and she looked at Gao Yang, saying, "Mr. Wang Tang, I have been to Main City 877 several times. There is a particularly delicious barbecue restaurant in the city. I wonder if you would like to try it." If this Wang Teng, who appeared so cold, agreed, she could have a good feast. In any case, she had been told before leaving that all expenses would be reimbursed by the Legion. At the thought of the delicious food she was about to enjoy, Remy Mode could not help but swallow a few times. Gao Yang nodded readily. No one would refuse good food, especially food from another world. Great, Wang Teng, please follow me this way. Gao Yang's agreement seemed to inject Remy Mode with a burst of energy. Her eyes lit up as she led the way for Gao Yang. 20 minutes later, Gao Yang and Remy Mode were sitting in a restaurant with a distinctly cold and rigid scene-style decor. However, in contrast to the cold decor of the restaurant, the stove on their table was burning quite intensely. On the glowing red, grid-like stove, slices of tender, red meat with just the right amount of fat were laid out in a crisscross pattern. Gao Yang did not know what kind of meat this was, but after being licked by the flames, the slices emitted a rich, savory aroma, with even a hint of a fragrant, oceanic scent. It was quite unique. Once the meat was thoroughly cooked, Remy Mode could not wait to pick up a piece and, ignoring the heat radiating from it, stuffed it directly into her mouth. SS is hot. Even though she was panting from the heat, Remy Mode did not spit out the meat in her mouth. After swallowing the meat, Remy Mode looked at Gao Yang, her eyes shining brightly. Mr. Wang Teng, hurry and try it. It will definitely satisfy you. Gao Yang picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. The rich, savory flavor of the barbecue was tinged with a clear, sweet fragrance. It was truly excellent, not bad, Gao Yang commented without pause. 10 minutes later, Mr. Wang Teng, let me tell you, our Scene Empire is truly the #1 empire on the Angry Sea continent in thousands of years. Remy Mode's pink hair was somewhat disheveled, and her fair cheeks were flushed with a rosy tint from the alcohol. Her right hand held a half-empty bottle of life spirit, while her left hand, calloused and small, was draped familiarly over Gao Yang's shoulder, patting it repeatedly. Before the Scene Empire was established, let alone eating meat, we couldn't even get white bread. People were starving to death every day. It's nothing like the wonderful life we have now, Remy Mode rambled on, never go in 3 sentences without praising the Scene Empire, which showed that she truly identified with the empire that raised her. As she grew excited, Remy raised the bottle in her hand, shook her head, and shouted loudly, "Long live the Scene Empire! Long live the Emperor!" After Remy finished her shout, it was as if a chain reaction had been triggered. The diners in the restaurant began to raise their wine glasses or bottles, roaring with either high-pitched or passionate fervor, "Long live the Scene Empire! Long live the Emperor!" The two of them spent a full 2 hours on this meal. Although Remy was just a young girl, she had already stepped into the transcendent realm, so once she let go, her appetite was naturally enormous. As for Gao Yang, that went without saying. As long as he wished, the food he consumed could be broken down and digested in a short amount of time. When it came time to pay the bill, Remy waved her hand grandly and said, "Put it on the black iron jaw tab." Upon hearing Remy's words, the restaurant owner remained very calm as he took out an account book and began to record the details, which even included Remy's name, rank, and other information. This scene was something Gao Yang truly had not expected, and it left him somewhat surprised. He was surprised that the credit of the Scene Empire's military was so high that in such a situation, they would simply put it on a tab without the slightest worry that someone might impersonate them or refuse to pay. Walking out of the restaurant, Gao Yang looked at Remy, who still carried a hint of drunkenness, and his forehead twitched with black lines. Was he the one being monitored, or was he a nanny taking care of someone? How could a battle group as serious as the Black Iron Jaw send such a drunkard to monitor him? Gao Yang looked at Remy, feeling somewhat helpless. Then, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a shocking killing sword intent rose from his body, pointing directly at the center of Remy's brow. In just an instant, Remy shivered violently. A black iron-colored energy flashed across her body, and the smell of alcohol on her vanished without a trace. Watching Remy, who had now sobered up, Gao Yang calmly withdrew the killing sword intent he had just released and said with a calm expression, "Now that you are sober, lead the way. I want to rest out." Oh, all right, Mr. Wang Teng." The sober Remy immediately agreed. Gao Yang followed silently behind Remy as they walked down the street. Compared to his outward calm, his inner heart was already surging with massive waves. The moment he had used the law of slaughter to release his sword intent, he had clearly felt a faint resistance. That feeling was as if the sword intent formed by the law of slaughter had pierced through a layer of intangible, rule-based domain, allowing him to glimpse the truth hidden beneath the steel. This discovery led to a conjecture in Gao Yang's mind regarding the Xin Empire's constant expansion of its territory. Chapter 725 The Ambition of the Xin Empire. However, this conjecture only flashed through Gao Yang's mind for an instant before he subconsciously denied it. But his reason told him that, combined with the current situation of the Xin Empire, his guess had a certain basis. If his perception was not wrong, the moment he revealed the law of slaughter, he had sensed an extremely faint rule-based domain. The presence of this rule-based domain was extremely low, and it did not possess any active capabilities. It was like a thin sheet of gold foil spread beneath the black soil of this land. As long as one did not dig up the earth, it was basically impossible to discover its existence. Even if one accidentally dug up the earth, it could slowly recover to its original state in a short amount of time. Gao Yang had already sensed this the moment he withdrew his killing sword intent. Coupled with the fact that their current location was a main city codenamed 877, as well as the square-shaped cities he had seen along the way and the metal tracks connecting them to one another, Gao Yang closed his eyes slightly, and the images in his memory began to piece together in his mind. Soon, a huge, orderly pattern that looked like a circuit board appeared in Gao Yang's mind. Looking at the pattern in his mind, which only revealed the tip of the iceberg, Gao Yang's heart sank slightly. After studying the immortal execution sword formation for 1,000 years, although he had not received systematic knowledge about formations, his ability to draw inferences from other instances made Gao Yang realize that the pattern he saw in his mind was inevitably a corner of a formation. If the entire new high continent had this layout, then in other words, someone had used the entire continent as the foundation for a formation, using main cities and small towns as nodes, and metal tracks as energy transmission channels, turning the entire continent into a massive formation map. Based on what Gao Yang knew, although this new high continent only occupied 1/5 of the area of the new high world, its total area was not small at all. At the very least, it exceeded the sum of all land on Earth, and even far surpassed the total land area of Earth. In such a situation, to be able to build a vast, boundless formation based on an entire continent, the energy, execution, and ambition required were far beyond what ordinary people could achieve. As for who on this continent had the qualifications, the ability, and the means to accomplish this, there was only one answer. That was the overlord of the new high continent, the controller of the Xin Empire, the son to countless Xin humans, the current emperor of the Xin Empire, Xin Uzal. Furthermore, after discovering this, Gao Yang also realized that the strength of that current emperor, Xin Uzal, who was far away, had likely reached an appalling level. To be able to extend his own legendary domain over such a vast distance, even with the help of the formation's effects, was still shocking. If Gao Yang did not clearly know that this current emperor possessed legendary level strength, he would have likely thought this was a living god, because only a god within their own divine kingdom could accomplish such an impossible feat. Gao Yang suddenly stopped his forward progress, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpricks beneath his lowered eyelids. He might have already known what the true purpose of the Xin Empire, or rather, that current emperor, and when that conclusion surfaced in Gao Yang's mind, it caused his spirit to tremble incessantly. "What is wrong, Mr. Wang Tang?" Remy walked a few steps, and seeing that Gao Yang had not followed, she turned her head and asked curiously. Gao Yang blinked, looked up at her, and shook his head slightly, saying, "I thought of some things. Let us continue." Remy did not doubt him and led Gao Yang to continue walking toward their lodging. Gao Yang collected his thoughts, commanding his mind to stop wandering. After a moment, under Remy's arrangements, Gao Yang was settled into a high-standard guest house, inside the room of nearly 100 square meters. The floor was covered with soft cashmere carpeting. The furnishings appeared simple, yet they were crafted from exceptionally solid materials. Standing inside the door, two well-proportioned female attendants with pleasant smiles elevated the level of this treatment by several notches. Dismissing the two attendants, Gao Yang entered the meditation room and sat cross-legged in solitude. In the darkness, his eyes shone with a brilliant luster, using the Empire's territory as a divine kingdom, using his own domain as the foundation for divine power, using the countless living beings on this land as the source of faith, and using steel to forge all of this into a staircase to godhood. Emperor Scene, your ambition is the greatest I have ever seen among intelligent life forms. After Gao Yang understood the schemes of Emperor Scene, his calm heart could not help but surge with excitement, attempting to ignite the divine fire and ascend to the throne of gods as a mortal, achieving that eternal and indestructible existence. Already proved the immense ambition of that emperor he had yet to meet, and establishing an empire, dominating the continent, and executing his own ambition with absolute decisiveness proved the other party's methods, capabilities, and combat prowess. Without formidable combat strength, iron-fisted methods, and supreme ability, none of this could have been achieved so easily. Indeed, I knew it. This abyss trial would definitely not be that simple. Gao Yang sat cross-legged in the dark, quiet room, his calm smile tinged with a hint of anticipation. If he could witness the process of a mortal emperor moving from humanity to the throne of gods during this abyss trial, then the trip would certainly be worth it. Looking back now, Emperor Scene had already prepared most of the steps for ascension. Perhaps at some suitable moment, he would be able to ignite the divine fire, condense divinity, solidify his godhood, and finally ascend to godhood in one fell swoop. As for the key to that moment, Gao Yang also had a rough guess. The Scene Empire's constant expansion of its territory was, on one hand, to increase the area of his divine kingdom, and on the other, to reduce the vital strength of the hostile faction, the Sea Beast cult. But it was also not impossible that the Scene Empire's target was the mother of sea beasts behind the Sea Beast cult. Everything Emperor Scene was doing now was in preparation for his final ascension. However, to truly ascend to godhood, the most critical point was possessing divinity. Only by possessing divinity could one ignite the divine fire, and subsequently use the faith gathered from one's chosen divine domain to solidify godhood and become a true god. Looking at the steps to ascension, in terms of faith, the state religion of the Scene Empire was the Iron Blood Destiny sect, and the core faith of this sect was the current emperor, Scene Uzul. It could be said that in terms of the power of faith, the current emperor, Scene Uzul, already had a complete foundation. As for the chosen divine domain, given the current state of the Scene Empire, it would most likely involve fields such as steel, forging, war machinery, and metal. As a god born from a plane, these domains were broad enough to accommodate a newborn deity. Of course, whether existing gods would sense this during the actual process of ascension and intervene was unknown. Based on this foundation, the most critical and important link for the current emperor's ascension was obtaining divinity. It was known that the only two factions in the Angry Sea world that possessed gods were the Sea Beast cult and the Storm Temple. It was basically impossible for the goddess of the Storm Temple to descend into this world. If she were to truly descend, it would be a devastating catastrophe for this plane. Therefore, the path of obtaining divinity through the Storm Goddess was already cut off. The god of sea beasts behind the Sea Beast cult was most likely a god of weak divine power, and it was perfectly logical for Scene Uzul to set his sights on him. Killing an existing god, extracting the spark of divinity from the other party's divine power source, and condensing it into his own divinity was an extremely normal and intuitive path. Of course, this was not the only way to obtain divinity. However, Gao Yang was certain that the current emperor could not achieve the other path, because whether it was extracting it from the source of the multiverse through forbidden rituals or forcibly condensing divinity through legendary spells or meta-magic rituals, neither was something the current Scene Uzul could accomplish. Or rather, if Scene Uzul could do these things, he would not need to arrange so many means to carry out his ascension. After clarifying the ultimate goal of the Scene Empire, Gao Yang began to integrate his own goals into this process. First, he had to use the power of the Scene Empire to find Feng Shaming and kill him with his own hands. Otherwise, if the other party jumped out to cause trouble at a critical moment in subsequent actions, it would be fatal for Gao Yang. When it came to his own life, Gao Yang would not allow the other party to continue causing trouble. Secondly, he needed to increase the completion rate of this abyss trial as much as possible. Although there was no such thing as a completion rate for the abyss trial, The 3 previous trials Gao Yang had experienced made him realize that all his performance in the trial would be translated into a final evaluation. And his goal was to obtain the attribute point rewards stored in this world after the trial ended. This point was particularly important, after all. If he wanted to reach the legendary rank, his strength, agility, and constitution all needed to reach 25 points. Currently, his strength attribute was 23, constitution was 24, and agility was only 21, leaving him 7 points of extraordinary attributes short of reaching 25 in all. If he played his cards right, perhaps he could gather all 7 points of extraordinary attributes in this abyss trial. This was not Gao Yang's wishful thinking. One had to know that the situation in this abyss trial was far too dangerous. There were 3 major factions in this world, one of which was a mortal enemy of Gao Yang, and another was much the same. The only human-led kingdom was controlled by a ruler who wanted to kill a god to complete his own ascension ritual. It can be said that if Gao Yang had been even slightly more aggressive upon his arrival here, he would not be able to sit so leisurely in this guest house within the Xin Empire city right now. The most critical factor is that the strength of these 3 major factions is incredibly exaggerated. Not only does each faction possess multiple legendary powerhouses, but they also command massive armies. For a lone wolf like Gao Yang, this is simply too dangerous. Furthermore, Gao Yang is basically certain that this world has never undergone an abyss trial before. Even if it had, it is likely that the previous trial taker did not cause any impact on the progression of this world. This means that the attribute point rewards for this world have never been claimed. As such, once Gao Yang completes this abyss trial with a high rating, he will definitely be able to claim the accumulated attribute point rewards of this world. Chapter 726, Tracking the Trail. As for the inclination of this plane's consciousness, in the vast majority of cases, as long as it does not involve fundamental issues like the birth or destruction of the plane's consciousness will not have any bias. For a plane whose lifespan is calculated in the hundreds of millions of years, it does not matter whether the life it nurtures is righteous or evil, or even if it is crazed and tyrannical. Under the erosion of time, these lives will eventually die one after another in its embrace, ultimately turning into nutrients to return to the plane itself. And the plane itself remains, coexisting with the passage of time, eternal and indestructible. Therefore, unless it is a plane like the Hess plane, which has been sucked dry by evil gods to the point where it cannot even collapse, the plane's consciousness will not develop an obvious inclination. For instance, the inclination of the Hess plane is self-destruction. As for why Gao Yang is so clear about this, there is no other reason. It is simply because he is experienced. Therefore, to the angry sea plane itself, it makes no difference whether the Xin Empire defeats the Sea Beast sect and turns the entire angry sea into an ocean, or if the Xin Emperor fails his ascension to godhood and is drowned along with the entire continent in the angry sea by the towering waves raised by the god of sea beasts. It is like a kind and gentle mother, sitting on a sofa, quietly watching her 2 children from the same womb fight each other. Only when one side is thoroughly beaten to tears and forced to submit will it symbolically lift its eyes, look at the 2 children fighting, and say, "All right, stop making a scene." Next, he needs to inquire about the unique specialty of this plane. In his legendary breakthrough quest, the requirement for unique specialties is a minimum of 5, and he is still 1 short of meeting this requirement. As an extremely overpowered ability, the greatest source of unique specialties currently is the Abyss Trial. In his previous 3 Abyss Trials, Gao Yang obtained 1 unique specialty each time, which is also the foundation of his strength. And this Angry Sea Trial, in all likelihood, also possesses a unique specialty. According to past experience, the existence of a unique specialty is most closely related to the major powerhouses of the world. The old Bishop Sandus of the Sanglong world, the old City Lord of the Demon Wasteland, and Yeglet, the commander of the Eternal Radiance Knights of the Holy Gold world, are all formidable beings who possess unique specialties, and the common point between them is their unparalleled combat power. Then, in the Angry Sea world, the unique specialty is most likely to appear on the powerful individuals of this realm. Gao Yang even has reason to suspect that the current emperor of the Xin Empire, Xin Uzal, is a holder of a unique specialty. Of course, This is merely his speculation. The actual situation remains to be explored in subsequent developments. After all, he has not even been in this world for a full day, and to have such progress is already considered astonishingly efficient. Finally, there is naturally the search for the heavenly treasures of this world, the most important of which are the treasures that can increase attribute points. As for others, Gao Yang does not have too much of a need for them, or rather, with Gao Yang's current strength, obtaining some ordinary treasures is not a difficult matter. As for some trivial details, Gao Yang does not have the extra energy to spare for now. After clearing his thoughts, the things Gao Yang needs to do now have become much simpler. Gao Yang slowly closed his eyes and began his meditative practice. Yes, for the current Gao Yang, he only needs to practice quietly here and wait for news from the Steel Throat Battle Group regarding this external violent organization of the Scene Empire. He has great confidence in their intelligence network and acquisition capabilities. Practice time passes quickly, and 2 days slipped away in the blink of an eye. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Wang Tang, the commander has news to pass on to you. Outside the training room, Remy's voice rang out. Inside the training room, Gao Yang slowly opened his eyes, a ripple appearing in them. Having waited for a full 2 days, Feng Shaming really knows how to hide. Come in, Gao Yang said softly, looking at the tightly closed door. As his voice fell, the door to the training room was pushed open, and Remy's pink hair was the first thing to enter Gao Yang's sight. Remy walked into the training room, came before Gao Yang, and took out her communicator, placing it in front of him. Then, the communicator unfolded, revealing a thin, silver-white metal plate. With a soft beep, a face appeared on the metal plate. It was the Supreme Commander of the Black Ironjaw Battle Group, General Zod Sak, the Burner of Cities. Mr. Wang Tang, our cooperation has made progress. Zod Sak's lips moved slightly, and a mechanically synthesized voice came from the communicator. Gao Yang looked at the metal face and nodded slightly, saying, "Let's hear it." General Zod, we have discovered your companions, Zod Sak said, pausing for a moment before continuing. The first one is the person you provided information about, but in the process, we discovered that the other party is also in contact with others. The other party is very cautious, but after several rounds of probing, we found that a total of 4 of your companions have escaped here. 3 of them have reached the limits of the extraordinary, and in some aspects, they are even comparable to legendary powerhouses. And the last person even possessed legendary level strength. We lost quite a few men because of this, a detail that was not mentioned in the intelligence report. Gao Yang did not speak, merely watching the metallic face before him in silence. He would not offer an apology for this. Those people did not die at his hands, and the other party was simply performing their own duties. Zod Sak stared at Gao Yang, and after a few seconds, he continued, however, do not worry. They have already headed to the Eternal Punishment Vanguard to continue serving the Empire. Where are they now? Gao Yang asked calmly. 5 minutes ago, they arrived at the outskirts of Auxiliary City 07, which is under the jurisdiction of Imperial Main City 319. Zod Sak was very direct. When they discovered that someone was targeting them, they began to relocate. We are monitoring them, but this will not last long. Your companions are very strong. Gao Yang nodded, indicating he understood. And then he looked at Zod and asked, do you have any way to arrive there quickly? Yes, the Imperial Orbital Transport Device. It can launch you to the corresponding location in about a minute. Zod Sak nodded quickly. Authorization has been opened for Remy. She can now take you to the launch point in Main City 877. Good luck, Mr. Wang Tang. After Zod Sak finished speaking, the metallic face on the communicator quickly disappeared. Wang Tang, shall we set off now? Remy put the communicator away and looked at Gao Yang to ask. Gao Yang stood up and walked outside. Lead the way. Remy immediately rushed out of the guest house and took a steel sphere from her waist. The next moment, the sphere cracked open and rapidly transformed into a giant steel eagle. After Gao Yang and Remy stood on the back of the steel eagle, the eagle flapped its wings violently and flew toward the center of the main city. 3 minutes later, Gao Yang and Remy landed at the City Lord's mansion in the center of the main city. The City Lord's mansion had clearly already received Remy's transport request. When the two of them landed, two soldiers were already waiting there. I am Remy Maudier, a level 2 mechanical assembler of the Legion. The request has already been sent. Remy jumped off the steel eagle and said loudly, "Follow us." The two soldiers responded quickly. Soon, Gao Yang stood on a circular metal floor about 1 meter in diameter. Around this metal floor was a ring of metal casing with a cold, hard luster. He looked up and saw Remy looking down at him through the circular shaft above. Her voice, carrying a distinct echo, reached Gao Yang's ears. "Mr. Wang Tang, the Imperial Orbital Transport device will launch in 30 seconds. You must prepare for the impact before landing Ying." Hearing Remy's words and seeing the transport device he was in, a sense of foreboding rose in Gao Yang's heart. But before he could speak, Remy's head moved away, and instead, a cone-shaped metal cover was placed over the very top. A feeling of unease emerged in his heart. Qi surged from Gao Yang's body, quickly wrapping him within it. The moment the cold mechanical countdown beep ended, a loud explosion rang in Gao Yang's ears, and a violent gravitational force instantly descended upon every inch of flesh and blood on his body. If he had not sensed the danger and covered his entire body with Qi in advance, his body would inevitably have been torn with cracks during this transport. A shockwave suddenly erupted from the launch area of the City Lord's mansion, and the violent blast of air pulled the hair of Remy, who was waiting 100 meters away, straight back. By the time the air blast dissipated, the orbital launch device carrying Gao Yang had already disappeared. On the outskirts of Auxiliary City 07, under the jurisdiction of Imperial Main City 319, in a dense forest, 4 figures were hiding inside a giant tree with a diameter of over 5 meters. The expressions on their faces were all somewhat grave. "Damn it. The intensity of this abyss trial is definitely legendary level. We shouldn't have come here ASHLY. Black Beast. What the hell did you do?" An angry voice rang out in the darkness. A bald, burly man over 2 meters tall glared at Feng Shanming opposite him, dangerous light flickering in his eyes. Feng Shanming snorted coldly and immediately retorted, "What did I do? I merely marked the prey on the council disk. When the council disk issued the summons, you could have chosen not to come. In the end, Kongi, aren't you just reluctant to give up the unique specialty on the prey? You damn bastard. Go to hell." The bald, burly man known as Kongi heard this, and the red light in his eyes flared violently. A thick arm instantly clenched into a fist and smashed toward Feng Shanming. The fist had just thrust out when it was blocked by a fair palm. The power, which was enough to shatter mountains and break rocks, hit this palm without even causing a ripple. At the same time, an indifferent voice rang out in both of their minds, "If you argue again, I will kill you both." Feng Shanming looked at the owner of the fair palm. It was a cold-faced woman over 1 meter 80 tall. Beneath her iceberg-like exterior was snow-white skin, a bottomless cleavage, and a pair of round, plump, long legs. But facing this woman who could stir the deepest desires in a person's heart, Feng Shanming did not dare to have the slightest desire in his eyes. There was only wariness. There was no other reason. She was the only legendary powerhouse among the 4 who had come here. Codename, Ice Phoenix. According to rumors, she had mastered at least 2 unique specialties and acted with extreme ruthlessness. Under the death threat of Ice Phoenix, the interior of the giant tree returned to calm. Think of a way. We have already been wanted by the Scene Empire. Although we can shake them off, they are always able to lock onto us again. Ice Phoenix withdrew her palm, looked at the 3 of them, and continued, "If it stays like this, let alone hunting, under the threat of the Scene Empire, we won't even be able to live a normal life. Let's leave the Scene Empire first and enter the Angry Sea. The Scene Empire's tentacles won't be able to reach that far." Blood Leech looked around at the 3 of them and was the first to suggest, "Then what if the prey stays in the Scene Empire?" Kongi said with a frown. "Unless he has no intentions at all, he will inevitably appear in the Angry Sea." Blood Leech took over the conversation. "Based on his combat power, Black Beast is no match for him. So that point can be ruled out. We just need to wait quietly for the prey to appear. Very well. Let us decide on this for now." Blood Leech's words convinced Ice Phoenix. As the strongest combatant present, she immediately made the final decision. Just then, a sharp and terrifying roar erupted from above the forest, followed by a missile wrapped in layers of air waves that plummeted toward the forest. The moment the missile touched the ground, The earth rippled like the surface of water, sending shockwaves radiating in all directions. Wherever the shockwave passed, giant trees were snapped in two, including the ancient tree where Ice Phoenix and her 3 companions were hiding. Once the shockwave dissipated, the 4 of them looked with grim expressions at the metal pod at the center of the impact, which had caused all this destruction. Accompanied by scorching steam venting from around the metal pod, the heavy hatch suddenly popped open, and a large, well-defined hand gripped the edge of the door. Chapter 727 Crushed like an ant. The moment they saw that hand, Ice Phoenix, Terror Crocodile, and Blood Leech still held a trace of doubt in their eyes. However, Feng Shanming, who was standing with the 3 of them, had his expression change drastically as his body instantly expanded and transformed into a Tyrannosaurus form over 10 meters tall. "He is the prey," Feng Shanming's roar, deep and rumbling like thunder, exploded in the ears of Ice Phoenix and the others. As soon as these words were spoken, a sharp glint erupted in the eyes of the 3. Terror Crocodile cracked his large mouth, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. His hulking 2-meter-tall frame vanished from the spot without the slightest warning, leaving behind a dense trail of afterimages as he instantly rushed toward the metal pod. He clenched his fists tightly, his overclocked speed compressing all the surrounding air into his palms, with violent air currents jetting out from between his fingers. Terror Crocodile's face was distorted by the extreme speed. Looking at the metal pod within arm's reach, he slammed his fists, which were compressed with a massive amount of air, down onto the metal pod. At the same time, Blood Leech had transformed into a dense swarm of blood-colored leeches, merging into the earth and air, turning into streams of light as they surged toward the metal pod. Feng Shanming did not hesitate. Black energy rapidly condensed and compressed within his massive Tyrannosaurus maw. In an instant, the 1-meter diameter energy sphere emitted 3 violent tremors before being compressed down to the size of a pellet. The next moment, Feng Shanming aimed at the metal pod. The highly condensed black ray tore through layers of minor air waves, striking the metal pod before Terror Crocodile's fists could land. As for the strongest among them, Ice Phoenix, she merely stood coldly on the ground, arms crossed, letting the other 3 take action. The moment the black ray spat out by Feng Shanming hit the metal pod, a dark red hue emerged from within, and a massive formation ray instantly unfolded. Dark red patterns covered the ray, and streams of sharp, murderous dark red sword chi swarmed out from it, filling the space within a 300-meter radius in the blink of an eye. Endless killing intent manifested within this space, and the terrifying aura caused the very heavens and earth to fall silent. A streak of dark red sword chi swept across the black ray, without the slightest fluctuation. The black ray struck by the sword chi was directly annihilated, vanishing into thin air without a sound. This terrifying scene caused Terror Crocodile's pupils, who had already rushed to the front of the metal pod, to shrink to the size of pinpricks. His fists, which were about to smash into the metal pod, suddenly froze. His figure seemed to rewind, tracing back along the afterimages he had just created as he retreated rapidly. Catastrophe. Cone rain. As Terror Crocodile retreated at high speed, a cold, calm voice rang out beside his ear. He was slightly startled, and he immediately prepared for combat. But the next moment, what happened made his scalp crawl. He saw that within the afterimages of his body behind him, a large amount of dark red sword chi had appeared out of thin air, as if it had already predicted his retreat. These dark red sword chi remained within his afterimages, waiting for Terror Crocodile to throw himself into the trap. Terror Crocodile's expression changed drastically. His body, which had been retreating frantically, suddenly stopped in place, and then he pulled out more afterimages, rushing off in another direction. He hadn't even taken 2 steps before several streaks of dark red sword chi pierced the space in front of him. Poochie. As the dark red sword chi entered his body, Terror Crocodile felt his frame go numb, followed by a scorching, excruciating pain that erupted from the depths of his soul. This scorching pain, which he had never felt before, caused him to lose focus for a split second. Extremely experienced in combat, he forcibly suppressed the agony in his soul, and his body, which had paused, once again pulled out afterimages in an attempt to get away from this place. Don't! Blood Leech's voice rang out behind Terror Crocodile. A trace of confusion appeared in Terror Crocodile's eyes. He hadn't yet realized what Blood Leech was talking about. Shush! The next moment, a series of sounds of flesh and blood being pierced rang in Terror Crocodile's ears, finally making him understand the meaning of Blood Leech's words. In the eyes of Ice Phoenix and the others, the moment Terror Crocodile was pierced by a streak of dark red sword chi. The dense sword chi seemed to be attracted to him, teleporting around his body and surrounding him 365 degrees without any blind spots. No matter which direction he moved, he would instantly experience the feeling of 10,000 swords piercing his heart. And Terror Crocodile did not disappoint them. After pausing for a moment, his body suddenly moved, actively colliding with the dense dark red sword chi. Terror Crocodile moved a full 15 meters, and his blood and flesh were strewn across those 15 meters, until the moment his consciousness faded. Terror Crocodile never imagined that he would die so quickly and so worthlessly. Ice Phoenix's gaze turned icy. She looked at the metal pod, and an ice spear Zhonglong instantly formed before her, breaking through layers of her waves as it shot toward the position of the metal pod. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The moment the ice spear appeared, it attracted a large amount of dark red sword chi. The sword chi and the ice spear collided repeatedly, and before it had even flown half the distance, it had been completely shattered by the sword chi. Only then did the owner of that well-defined hand step out from the metal pod. Gao Yang looked around, his gaze lingering for a moment on Ice Phoenix, who was standing on a block of solid ice, before falling upon Feng Shanming, who had transformed into a Tyrannosaurus. As Gao Yang's gaze fell upon him, Feng Shanming felt as if countless sharp swords were piercing his entire body. He felt excruciatingly uncomfortable, yet he dared not make even the slightest movement. At the same time, he was roaring frantically in his heart, a domain, a legendary domain. King Yu has actually ascended to the legendary rank. Watching Feng Shanming, who looked as if he were facing a formidable enemy, Gao Yang's expression remained completely unchanged, a defeated opponent, and he dares to call him prey. His strength is not even equal to that of the original owner of the pool of flesh and blood on the ground. Gao Yang shook his head slightly, with a thought. Boundless killing intent condensed into dark red sword chi, forming a giant sword over 10 meters long, which thrust down furiously from above toward the crown of Feng Shanming's head. As the sword descended, Feng Shanming's expression changed drastically. He felt the surrounding space solidify like steel plates under the pressure of the sword, trapping him firmly in place, within this legendary domain. The only things he could move were his eyeballs and his mouth. Ice Phoenix, save me. Feng Shanming's eyes bulged as he struggled to turn his head toward Ice Phoenix, who still had her arms crossed over her chest, and shouted for help. Faced with Feng Shanming's plea, Ice Phoenix did not even spare him a glance. Keeping her eyes locked firmly on Gao Yang, the giant sword fell, its tip piercing through the dragon scales on Feng Shanming's head without the slightest resistance, striking his hard skull. Feeling the extreme sharpness above his head, infinite despair welled up in Feng Shanming's heart. He glared at Ice Phoenix, and a voice filled with hatred squeezed out from his throat. You, bitch! The giant sword pierced through from his crown, splitting Feng Shanming in two. The laws of slaughter contained within the giant sword directly annihilated his entire soul. Caught a virus, how sad. It started feeling wrong last night, and today it is the same. My head is dizzy and swollen, and my whole body is weak. Sitting in front of the computer, I know exactly what I should write, but I don't even have the strength to move my fingers. I will see if I feel better tomorrow. I am taking a leave of absence. I hope all my foster fathers and mothers will forgive me. Chapter 728, An Unexpected Joy. The sky full of dark red sword chi darted through this 300-meter radius space like swimming fish. The blood leech, which had transformed into countless blood-colored leeches, shrank into a corner of the sword domain under the pressure of this killing intent-soaked sword chi, doing its utmost to minimize its own presence. Ice Phoenix looked at Feng Shanming, who had been sliced into by the dark red giant sword, with murderous intent in her pink eyes. Just because of the words Feng Shanming had used to curse her earlier, she would not have let him go. Even if he had not died at the hands of the Gao Yang before them, he would definitely have died at her hands. On the surface of her body, wisps of icy blue freezing energy continuously dissipated, pushing the surrounding dark red sword chi outward and isolating a frozen space about 10 meters in diameter. Gao Yang looked at the resisting ice phoenix, his gaze devoid of any fluctuation. He shifted his attention away from her and looked at the blood leech curled up in the corner. Under the pressure of the immortal execution sword domain, the blood leech, which possessed countless blood-colored leech clones, was now compressed into a ball of insects made of densely packed leeches, stimulated by the dark red sword chi. This ball of insects kept wriggling, looking extremely disgusting. As Gao Yang's mind stirred, a streak of dark red sword chi instantly pierced through the entire insect ball. Wherever the blade passed, individual blood-colored leeches were cleanly and decisively severed. The stimulation of the sword chi caused the insect ball to wriggle even more violently. Those severed leeches were moved into the interior of the ball, where they began to recover rapidly. Do not kill me. I am willing to be your slave. Please spare my life. The voice of the blood leech came out in overlapping layers from the mouths of countless leeches, and the response to him remained the cold sword chi. Gao Yang was not worried that the opponent could break through the immortal execution sword domain and escape to safety. If he had only comprehended a sword chi domain, then with the blood leech's abilities, it should have been able to break through his domain and escape. However, he had already integrated the immortal execution formation map into his sword chi domain, transforming it into the immortal execution sword domain. If a peak transcendent existence could escape, wouldn't it be a joke that he had spent so much effort merging the immortal execution formation map with his sword chi domain? Let alone the blood leech, even Ice Phoenix, who was a legendary powerhouse, would be suppressed if she fell into his immortal execution sword domain. The fact that Ice Phoenix could now only barely manage to expand her own domain to a 10-meter range was proof of this. Gao Yang turned his head to glance at the still indifferent Ice Phoenix, then clenched one hand. Suddenly, at the southern pole of the immortal execution sword domain, that pillar of dark red light began to sway. The next moment, the dark red pillar transformed into a streak of light, flew into Gao Yang's palm, and merged with the silver-white giant sword in his hand. This dark red pillar was, in fact, a streak of sword chi, and this sword chi was named Meteor. The moment Meteor merged with Yang Yao, the space in the area where Gao Yang stood suddenly emitted a dense crackling sound, and a large number of spatial cracks appeared around him. It was as if even the space of this raging sea world could not bear the weight of this sword. Holding Yang Yao, Gao Yang's gaze fell upon the insect ball formed by the blood leech. The latter also seemed to sense the heaviness in Gao Yang's gaze, and voices issued from the insect ball. Do not kill me. I am willing to tell you all the secrets of the Pantheon. The Pantheon is the organization we belong to. Once you learn this secret, you will be able to become even stronger. The Pantheon. Faced with the secrets of the Pantheon mentioned by the blood leech, Gao Yang did not pause in the slightest, and the giant sword in his hand slashed down lightly toward the insect ball formed by the blood leech. Crackling, wherever the Yanyo giant sword passed, the space shattered like glass. Facing this sword technique that felt like a rolling star, the insect ball formed by the blood leech let out a shrill screech emitted by thousands of leeches. Countless leeches formed a bright red insect spear, and at the tip of the spear was a diamond-shaped fragment. A rich power of laws radiated from this fragment. The moment this fragment appeared, the power of laws contained within it even forced the immortal execution sword domain back by more than 10 centimeters, forming a blank area not covered by the sword domain, a godhead fragment. Gao Yang looked at the insect spear transformed by the blood leech, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Not to mention Gao Yang, even Bing Feng, who had been standing by with her arms crossed, watching the spectacle, was shocked when she saw blood leech actually pull out a fragment of a godhead. She looked at the desperate blood leech, and the chill in her pink eyes deepened. If this blood leech had taken out this godhead fragment and offered it to her earlier, she certainly would have protected him. There would have been no need for him to fight for his life. Now that he only brought it out when faced with a life or death crisis, not only could he not save his own life, but even this godhead fragment would be seized by his enemy. It was truly a case of losing the bait and the fish. Was it that blood leech was unwilling to take out the godhead fragment to trade for a chance at protection? Of course not. The so-called Pantheon had no rules about mutual assistance, and ever since blood leech joined the Pantheon, he had already experienced a full for Abyss trials, or rather, he had invaded for Abyss trials. From the initial claim that one would definitely obtain a unique specialty after invading 3 Abyss trials, it wasn't until the 4th Abyss trial, where he buried the other 3 invaders within the trial itself, that he finally obtained his first unique specialty. From the first time he followed the seniors of the Pantheon to invade an Abyss trial, he knew exactly what kind of organization the Pantheon was. Cold, ruthless, selfish, and self-serving. All these could be used to describe the Pantheon. But mercy was the one thing it lacked. Just imagine, in such an organization, would he dare to gamble by handing over his final and most precious possession in exchange for the protection of a powerhouse from the same organization? He dared not gamble. Rather than handing his chance at survival over to a powerhouse, it was better to hold it firmly in his own hands. Even if this chance could not change anything, at least it would allow him to fight desperately for his own life. Just like now, the Scarlet Insect Spear, -1 meters long and formed by Blood Leech, was tightly entwined with his trump card, the Godhead Fragment, thrusting toward the blade of the dark red greatsword that was descending with fury. Clang! The spear tip and the sword edge collided in midair, and a piercing sonic wave exploded at the point of impact. The next moment, 2 different powers of rules suddenly emerged on the greatsword and the spear tip. The moment these 2 powers of rules appeared, it was like Mars colliding with Earth, instantly beginning the most intense mutual erosion and annihilation. Gao Yang watched the blinding power of rules erupting from the insect spear, his eyes as calm as an ancient well. He merely let out a cold snort and pressed down heavily with the greatsword in his hand. Yang Yao suddenly became countless times heavier, under the desperate gazes of countless leeches. The slashing force emitted by that dark red greatsword bypassed the Godhead Fragment and crushed toward the main body of the leeches that formed the spear. Puff! Puff! A series of explosions rang out as the countless blood leeches forming the spear were crushed into a pink mist of flesh and blood. In just an instant, all the leeches that made up Blood Leech were crushed to death, including his main body. Having lost the support of the insect spear, the Godhead Fragment instantly became like a tree without roots, losing all its power, and was directly knocked away by the sword blade. The Godhead Fragment spun through the air and embedded itself into the base of a tree stump. The next instant, Gao Yang appeared at the location of the tree stump, pulled out the Godhead Fragment that was almost entirely buried in the wood, and stored it in his inventory. He was wondering at this moment if he had misunderstood Feng Shanming. The teammates the other party brought were truly unexpectedly generous, to the extent that he even felt a little regretful that he had killed them too quickly, without giving that terror crocodile and Feng Shanming a chance to struggle. Chapter 729. The Pantheon and the Invitation. When she saw Gao Yang store that Godhead Fragment into his inventory, an unprecedented murderous intent surged in Bing Feng's eyes. There was no helping it. Within the opponent's domain, it was destined that she would be unable to obtain this Godhead Fragment. If she really tried to snatch it, it would be nothing more than courting humiliation. But it didn't matter now. The annoying flies had all been dealt with by the opponent. Next, as long as she completely killed the prey before her, everything the opponent possessed would become her spoils. Thinking of this, Bing Feng let out a cold snort, and ice blue energy began to boil around her. Under her eruption, the domain around her began to expand rapidly. Gao Yang stood where he was, watching this scene quietly. Soon, the ice blue domain occupied a full 40% of the Zhuxian sword domain, encompassing almost the position where Bing Feng stood and the area behind her into her own domain. And just then, Bing Feng's brows furrowed imperceptibly, because according to her plan, she had intended to use her own domain to completely crush Gao Yang's domain. But now, not only had she failed to achieve her goal, but she had only managed to squeeze into 40% of the area before she could advance no further. And what surprised her even more was that her domain was still being encompassed by the opponent's domain. According to the intelligence from Black Beast, the last time they met this prey, the opponent was only a transcendent. Even if the opponent had advanced to legend, it was impossible for him to have developed his own legendary domain to such a degree in just over a year. One must know that she had been a legend for nearly 10 years, and she had realized her own domain in the 3rd year after her promotion, which was 7 years ago. Yet now, her domain was actually unable to gain the upper hand in a confrontation with Gao Yang's domain. This meant that in terms of domain strength, her domain was inferior to his. The conclusion of this fact caused a sense of unease to rise in Bing Feng's heart for no reason. However, things had reached this point. The arrow was on the string and had to be fired. Bing Feng composed herself and lowered her fair, lotus root-like arms. Perhaps because she suddenly lost the lifting force. Her pair of flat-chested assets actually trembled a few times before finally settling down. Bing Feng looked at Gao Yang, and a mechanical eyeball emerged on her shoulder, staring at him. Gao Yang looked at the mechanical eyeball that appeared on her shoulder and immediately guessed that it was a detection item. Sure enough, when Bing Feng received the data detected, the expression on her face instantly froze. The look she cast at Gao Yang again was filled with disbelief, making her beautiful face appear somewhat distorted. You actually haven't advanced to legend yet. Gao Yang did not speak, merely holding his sword as he looked at her. Seeing Gao Yang remain silent, Bing Feng roared with a hint of madness. You haven't ascended to the legendary rank, so how could you possibly comprehend a domain? This is impossible. To this, Gao Yang merely said lightly, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. As his words fell, the twisted madness on Bing Feng's face vanished instantly. She looked Gao Yang up and down with a mix of regret and admiration, her lotus root-like arms lifting her ample assets once more. With a hint of seduction, she looked at Gao Yang and said, there was no real hatred between us, was there? Gao Yang did not speak. Seeing this, Bing Feng continued, the fact that you were able to comprehend and master such a formidable domain while still in the transcendent stage already proves your strength. Don't you want to become even stronger? Gao Yang looked at her and said, let's hear it. Join us. You and I are players from the same version. We are essentially evil ghosts who refused to die and crawled out from the bottomless abyss of death. Join us, and the main god will grant you the ability to invade the abyss for training at will. Furthermore, it will grant you the ability to seize the unique specialties of others. As she said this, Bing Feng's eyes burned with intense longing. Only those who have possessed a unique specialty can truly understand the power it brings. And once one has possessed a unique specialty, they can never again abandon the pleasure that such power provides. Thinking of this, Bing Feng looked at Gao Yang again, her gaze scorching. You are so strong. You must have mastered more than one unique specialty, right? Don't deny it. If that weren't the case, you couldn't have slaughtered Black Beast Blood Leech and the others so easily. Although their strength was average, they were all beings who had mastered a unique specialty. It's a pity, though, their unique specialties have all gone to waste. Hearing Bing Feng's words, a flash of realization crossed Gao Yang's lowered eyes. He had always had a doubt. That was, why did he rarely encounter other players who were also indescribable horrors like him during his comprehensive network adventures? Now, this doubt seemed to have a possible explanation. He looked up at Bing Feng and asked again, how many people are in your organization? If I join, what position would I hold? Upon hearing this, Bing Feng's sexy lips curled into a smile. How many people are in the organization? Aside from the supreme main god, no one knows. So, I cannot answer that. However, you only need to know that in our pantheon, we possess the ability to go head-to-head with gods of great divine power. As for your position, based on the combat power you have currently displayed, becoming a number 1 of the transcendent rank should be no problem. A number 1 of the transcendent rank? Gao Yang looked up at Bing Feng. Are there any benefits to this position? A trace of impatience flashed in the depths of Bing Feng's eyes. But facing the strength Gao Yang had displayed, she took a few deep breaths and continued to explain calmly. When you become a number 1 of the transcendent rank, it means you can choose at will which abyss to enter for training. And, when obtaining a unique specialty, you have priority in choosing. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and asked again, next question. How does one obtain a unique specialty through this method? I cannot tell you that, but once you join us, you will naturally know. Bing Feng said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Gao Yang nodded slightly and said softly, you won't say. Very well, I understand. Since the other party refused to speak, he would just have to use his own methods to pry her mouth open. However, in the short time it took for these few sentences, Gao Yang had already gathered quite a bit of information. He truly hadn't expected that someone had actually founded an organization aimed at hunting players of their version, specifically to plunder the unique specialties that should have belonged to other players. It was easy to imagine that the higher-ups in this so-called pantheon must be terrifyingly powerful, with the stacking of multiple unique specialties. If he did not join this organization, the situation he would face in the future was already foreseeable. However, while Gao Yang accepted becoming stronger, he would never accept a method that involved harming others for no reason just to gain power. Chapter 730 Beheaded. So, how about it? Have you considered it? Join our pantheon, and you will grow stronger at an unprecedented speed. Bing Feng looked at Gao Yang with anticipation, waiting for his reply. If she could recruit such a talented comprehensive network player into the organization, she would also receive a very generous reward. That kind of reward was not something she could easily ignore, even as a legendary rank being, facing Bing Feng's gaze, which held a hint of expectation. Gao Yang's response was simple. He merely raised Zhang Yao and then slashed down at Bing Feng with a fierce sword strike. As the sword fell, countless dark red sword auras, like swimming fish within the executioner immortal sword domain, swarmed toward Bing Feng's body from all directions. You're courting death. Bing Feng's pink eyes filled with malice. Gao Yang's actions were undoubtedly toying with her. She gripped with one hand, and thick, icy blue cold air appeared in her palm, condensing into a 3-meter-long battle spear. Icy blue dragon scales spiraled up from the hilt, and in the gaps of every reverse scale, 1,000-year-old ice crystals were frozen solid. At the junction of the spear shaft and the spearhead was a carving of a lead dragon roaring with its head held high. Between its open jaws, it spat out translucent, icy blue ice blades. The edges of the blades shimmered with stardust like cold light, causing the air within a 10-meter radius to condense into tiny, sharp ice shards. The moment Bing Feng's hand grasped this dragon-scaled battle spear, a trace of deep, cold cyan seeped into her pink eyes. With the appearance of this cold cyan, a suit of icy blue battle armor suddenly manifested, covering her exquisite 1-meter-80 tall body. Bing Feng curled her fingers, and the gauntlets and an ice spear produced the sound of gold and jade clashing. She let out a low shout and suddenly spun, swinging the battle spear. The moment she swung the spear, the dragon scales on the icy blue weapon lit up with ghostly blue fluorescence one after another, and the translucent ice blades spat out by the dragon's mouth erupted with meter-long spear glows. The icy blue domain outside her body was also triggered instantly. Wherever the battle spear passed, the space was frozen into a glazed, icy mist. Boom, boom. The ice mist stirred up by the war spear transformed into a storm, colliding violently with the dark red sword energy. At the center of this storm, the spear tip and the sword edge struck each other with ferocious force. Crack, crack, crack. The moment the war spear and the greatsword collided, the space where they met emitted a series of unbearable, shattering sounds. It felt as if, in the very next instant, the space here would be completely blown apart by the battle between the two. Ice blue and dark red energies surged against each other. Gao Yang watched the ice phoenix at the center of the storm with a calm expression. Seeing the weakness she revealed as she was forced to retreat due to insufficient power in the first exchange, he exerted a sudden burst of strength through his arm. Screech! The blades ground against each other, sending sparks flying in all directions. The ice phoenix's body turned into a blur, suddenly appearing more than 10 meters away. She stomped her foot onto the ground, and the terrifying force caused the earth beneath her to instantly turn into ice shards, which then crumbled into ice powder. She charged forward once more, her war spear descending toward Gao Yang's head with unparalleled power. Since she could not surpass Gao Yang in the collision of domains, she would compete with this man in combat technique. The Ice Phoenix possessed sufficient confidence in her own combat skills. This confidence had been accumulated through countless life and death struggles. Gao Yang naturally would not refuse the invitation to battle issued by the Ice Phoenix. Facing the sturdy war spear that the Ice Phoenix was smashing down with such ferocity, Gao Yang had no intention of dodging. His entire body was enveloped in blazing, crimson gold battle aura. The extreme heat effect inherent in the blazing sun furnace allowed him to completely ignore the freezing and slowing effects attached to the Ice Phoenix's attacks. At the moment the sword and spear clashed, a piercing golden light flashed in Gao Yang's eyes. With the appearance of this golden light, the sword strike he unleashed changed instantly. Although the Ice Phoenix's attack came from above, granting her a natural advantage, she found that when facing Gao Yang's upward strike, an unstoppable, Overwhelming force surged from the shaft of the war spear. This force was so strong that she could barely muster any thought of resistance. Her war spear was bent into a large C shape under the combined force of her own strength and Gao Yang's. The ice phoenix gritted her teeth, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Compared to the ice phoenix's struggle, Gao Yang appeared much more relaxed. He did not know what the unique specialty mastered by the ice phoenix was. But as of now, the exchange with her had not made him feel any pressure. On the contrary, under the augmentation of the immortal execution sword domain, all of his attacks felt incredibly heavy, so much so that the ice phoenix, despite being a legendary powerhouse, appeared somewhat weak under his attacks, sending the ice phoenix flying with another sword strike. Battle intent surged in Gao Yang's eyes. He stared at the retreating ice phoenix, took a step forward, and his body suddenly vanished from where he stood. The next moment, Gao Yang appeared in front of the ice phoenix, his greatsword descending toward her neck with a wild, crushing sword pressure. Facing the wind pressure, the ice phoenix's eyes suddenly turned ice blue. She stared directly at Gao Yang, and in the instant their eyes met, Gao Yang suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. This moment of disorientation was very brief, but by the time he regained his senses, Yang Yao had already swung down. Squelch! The distinct sound of flesh being severed reached Gao Yang's ears, followed by a piercing, agonizing pain that shattered the disorientation before his eyes. Gao Yang looked at the ice phoenix before him. He was certain that his sword had severed her head. However, why was his vision beginning to spin? There was only one reason for this situation. It was he who had been decapitated. On a certain level, the ice phoenix had rewritten the outcome of her own decapitation and transferred that result directly onto Gao Yang. This was why Gao Yang had been decapitated without feeling a thing. The ice phoenix panted heavily, looking at the headless corpse within arm's reach, a sense of satisfaction in her eyes. Who among those who could master a unique specialty was easy to deal with? Moreover, she herself was a legendary powerhouse. The methods she possessed were beyond the comprehension of this man who had yet to step into the legendary realm. With just a single strike, she remained unscathed, while this man who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth had died before her eyes. Under the ice phoenix's gaze, Gao Yang's headless corpse stood stiffly in place, while his head rolled toward the ground below. Die! The ice phoenix spat out the two words coldly, and the war spear in her hand thrust down toward Gao Yang's head with ferocity. There was no hesitation, no pause, and certainly no trope of a villain talking too much. She acted entirely with the intention of cutting weeds and eliminating the roots. Not giving Gao Yang a moment to catch his breath, clang, a piercing, explosive sound rang out as a silver-white greatsword blocked the war spear the ice phoenix had thrust. The ice phoenix looked in disbelief at the headless corpse before her, and at the silver-white greatsword that had blocked her attack. The moment the attack was blocked, the left hand of Gao Yang's headless corpse lunged out, grabbing his head before it could fully hit the ground, and then pressed it back onto his neck, which was as smooth as a mirror. The next moment, as his battle aura converted into life essence, the sword wound on Gao Yang's neck vanished rapidly. Chapter 731, Beheading the Ice Phoenix. Under the super speed regeneration effect of the indestructible myriad calamities, this decapitation injury was no longer a fatal wound for Gao Yang. Clearly, the ice phoenix did not know this. Therefore, when she saw Gao Yang's headless corpse block her attack, she inevitably fell into a moment of astonishment. It was this very moment that gave Gao Yang the time to reattach his head. Gao Yang exerted force through his arm, and Yang Yao erupted with a violent vibration, knocking aside the ice phoenix's sure kill thrust. The next moment, the golden light in his eyes flared intensely. Facing this legendary level player who had mastered a unique specialty, he needed to end the battle quickly. A massive amount of crimson gold battle aura erupted from his body. Amidst the surging, sea-like aura, Gao Yang reached out toward the northern pole black tortoise position of the immortal execution sword formation. Rumble. As Gao Yang's will erupted infinitely, the black and white sword energy from the northern pole black tortoise position flew out with a roar. From the outside, this scene did not look particularly earth-shattering. However, within the domain, it was as if a pillar supporting the heavens had suddenly flown out, appearing like an ancient mountain manifesting in the void. plunging directly into the silver-white greatsword in Gao Yang's hand. This sight caused the Ice Phoenix's pupils to constrict sharply. Gao Yang had used a similar method before to suppress and kill the blood leech. She had originally assumed that Gao Yang could only use such a technique once, but now she knew that this was not the case. With the Annihilation Sword in hand, a majestic sword pressure and will bloomed from the body of the Eternal Radiant Sword, and a cold, deathly aura rippled through the Immortal Execution Sword domain. Sensing that cold and deathly aura, the Ice Phoenix, who was already cautious, became even more guarded. Her senses were screaming at her, urging her to flee this place. But the Ice Phoenix already knew that she could not break through Gao Yang's domain in a short amount of time. The only choice left to her was one. The Ice Phoenix let out an angry roar, and ice blue energy erupted from her body without reservation, merging into her domain. Her body rose from the ground, standing in midair, and the ice blue energy, mixed with her domain, began to rapidly change form under her will. Gao Yang's eyes turned sharp, and countless dark red sword chi bombarded the Ice Phoenix's position like a torrential rain. Although the Annihilation Sword was already in his hand, it was not an easy task to truly unleash its strike. This overwhelming dark red sword chi was a necessary prerequisite. Countless sword chi, like a rainstorm, bombarded the domain surrounding the Ice Phoenix. This bombardment carried waves of vibrational force, which made the Ice Phoenix's expression turn even uglier. Because this vibrational force made her movements somewhat difficult, but fortunately, her attack was already complete. Under the blinding ice blue light, a giant dragon over 100 meters long, constructed purely of ice, appeared before Gao Yang. The Ice Phoenix stood proudly atop the dragon's head, her battle spear pointing directly at the center of Gao Yang's brow. The next moment, the giant dragon let out a heaven-shaking roar, its massive body churning the clouds and winds, shattering the rain like dark red sword chi, and charging toward Gao Yang's position with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Facing such an attack, Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged. He simply raised the great sword above his head and slashed down toward the front. As the Annihilation Sword fell, the Immortal Execution Sword domain instantly turned into a cold, deathly gray, forming a sharp contrast with the Ice Phoenix's ice blue giant dragon. The moment the black and white sword chi representing the Annihilation Sword collided with the ice blue giant dragon, the gray-white color representing death began to spread from the point of contact toward the ice blue giant dragon. In the blink of an eye, the entire giant dragon faded from its original ice blue to a gray-white. In the dragon's urgently angry eyes, only a confused and desperate gray decay remained. A trace of dazed decay also appeared in the Ice Phoenix's originally ice blue eyes. Under Gao Yang's Annihilation Sword, her mind and will were inevitably affected. Flesh wounds appeared on Gao Yang's body. This was the consequence of taking the Ice Phoenix's attack head-on. But this level of injury was not serious for him. He calmly reached out toward the Eastern Azure Dragon position, and the next moment, the Azure Sword Chi representing the heavenly abyss falling meteor shook violently, as if it had transformed into a vigorous Azure Dragon flying into his hand. Rumble! With the heavenly abyss falling meteor sword chi in hand, the sky filled with thunder and fire suddenly emerged within the Immortal Execution Sword domain. The violent power of thunder and fire collided and devoured each other, and a destructive aura quickly emerged from within. Gao Yang held the sword straight out to his side, and the originally silver-white Eternal Radiance greatsword was now submerged in blue-purple thunder and fire plasma. As Gao Yang's thoughts shifted, the violent thunder and fire plasma erupted from the Eternal Radiance greatsword, instantly forming a thunder-fire giant sword nearly 1,000 meters long. An endless aura of destruction emerged from this giant sword. The confusion and decay in the Ice Phoenix's eyes dissipated. She looked at the thunder-fire giant sword in Gao Yang's hand, feeling that destructive aura that almost suffocated her. The next moment, without the slightest hesitation, she turned and fled. The moment she turned, endless ice blue energy poured into her battle spear, and the tip of the spear emitted a blinding ice blue light, stabbing toward the Immortal Execution Sword domain. Judging by her intentions, she meant to use the battle spear as a point to pierce and tear open the Immortal Execution Sword domain and escape. Regarding the Ice Phoenix's plan, Gao Yang had no extra thoughts. He simply stared at the Ice Phoenix's retreating back and swung the Thunderfire giant sword. "Quick, break from me!" feeling the destructive aura rapidly closing in behind her. The Ice Phoenix had completely fallen into a state of hysteria. She held the battle spear with both hands, pouring all her energy into it without reservation, and charged crazily toward the immortal execution sword domain in front of her. Under her full force, she even pushed a bolt several dozen meters long into the immortal execution sword domain. But to her despair, even so, the immortal execution sword domain showed no sign of being broken by her. She turned abruptly, her battle spear swung in a full arc, and she bombarded the incoming thunderfire giant sword. Rumble! The sky filled with thunder and fire surged, and the violent thunder and fire swallowed the Ice Phoenix whole, with an endless aura of destruction erupting. When the violent thunder and fire vanished, everything returned to calm. The Ice Phoenix stood frozen in place. Only a fragment of the battle spear, less than 50 centimeters long, remained in her grasp. As for her, a massive sword wound across her chest, cutting her directly into two pieces. The destructive ore contained in the heavenly abyss falling meteor sword had instantly annihilated her consciousness. A dark red sword chi appeared before the Ice Phoenix, piercing through the center of her brow. The Ice Phoenix's body trembled slightly. Then, starting from the center of her brow, she turned into fly ash and dissipated within the immortal execution sword domain. Gao Yang took a step down, grasped the remaining handle of the battle spear, and backhanded it into the spot where the Ice Phoenix had just been standing. Chapter 730 to Harvest and Escalation. After Gao Yang killed the Ice Phoenix, two system notifications refreshed before his eyes. Omni Network notification. You have killed an Omni Network player legendary rank. You have gained 10,0 legendary XP. Omni Network notification. You have killed an Omni Network player legendary rank. You have gained 1 point of legendary reputation. Current legendary reputation. Gao Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, only then realizing that killing a legendary rank Omni Network player could also grant legendary XP and legendary reputation. Moreover, his legendary reputation had already reached 26 points, more than halfway to the 50 points required by the quest. The remaining war spear was stuck in the spot where the Ice Phoenix had died. The next instant, the war spear turned into ice shards and vanished. In its place, a treasure chest radiating golden light appeared on the ground. Gao Yang picked it up, and an Omni Network notification appeared. Omni Network notification. You have obtained an unnamed radiant gold treasure chest. Looking at the chest in his hands, which possessed a rich texture and seemed to emit a hazy, brilliant golden light, a hint of anticipation appeared in Gao Yang's eyes. However, now was not the time to open the treasure chest. He put the chest away and shifted his thoughts. The next moment, the immortal execution sword domain silently collapsed and disappeared. This battle had not only resulted in the death of Feng Shaming and all his accomplices, it had also yielded some information about Feng Shaming and the organization behind him, the Pantheon, which was particularly important. Gao Yang did not know if Feng Shaming had continued to upload his information to the organization, or if this so-called Pantheon had a habit of retaining the information provided by its members within its organizational structure. If they did, that would not be good news for Gao Yang. After all, the 4 people who came to hunt were now completely dead, while the prey was still alive and well. For the high-level members of the Pantheon, the most likely conclusion would be that the prey's strength was simply too great, and the prey's strength would inevitably be linked to the unique specialty they possessed in this version. For the Pantheon, whose ultimate goal was to hunt for unique specialties, once they learned this news, it would mean Gao Yang would never have a day of peace until he died in the Pantheon's hunt, or he chose to join the Pantheon and become one of them, or he would completely destroy the Pantheon organization. There were only these 3 options. There would be no others, judging by Feng Shaming's performance. The Pantheon was not a poor or chaotic organization. On the contrary, the other party's organizational structure was exceptionally well developed, even possessing complete reward and tracking mechanisms. For instance, the fact that Feng Shaming could track him down to his abyss trial after just 1 meeting was a terrifying method. This meant that in his future adventures, Gao Yang would definitely encounter members of the Pantheon hunting him again. Regarding this, all Gao Yang could do was remain vigilant. Aside from the information on the Pantheon, the additional gain was the Godhead fragment dropped by the Blood Leech. Gao Yang still remembered that when he attended the auction organized by the Goblin Gnome Chamber of Commerce in Pendragon. The final grand finale item was a Godhead fragment. At that time, the rule scope of that Godhead fragment was hunting, which was already a relatively small and narrow category of rules, but even so, that Godhead fragment had sold for a sky-high price. Although Gao Yang had not paid much attention to who ultimately acquired that Godhead fragment at the time, he had personally experienced the heated atmosphere of the auction. In other words, if he were to send this Godhead fragment to Juliano, his seniority would likely skyrocket like a rocket. However, Gao Yang had other uses for this Godhead fragment later on, which involved the success or failure of this abyss trial. Without this Godhead fragment, Gao Yang's plan might have been more conservative. But now, with this Godhead fragment, it meant the chips in his hand had suddenly increased significantly. With sufficient chips, Gao Yang naturally wanted to strive for a higher ceiling. Beyond that, Gao Yang had also confirmed the current strength of his sword chi domain, which had fused with the Immortal Executioner map. It must be said that the performance of the Immortal Execution sword domain, having fused with the Immortal Executioner map, left Gao Yang very satisfied. As the world's #1 killing array, the Immortal Execution sword array's ability to kill and trap enemies was top tier. Although the Immortal Executioner map Gao Yang obtained was only legendary rank, it was fortunate that it was legendary, otherwise, Gao Yang would have had no way to utilize it. Once the Immortal Execution sword domain was opened, everything within the domain was under Gao Yang's control, especially the killing rule that Gao Yang had comprehended, which took this control to a higher level. The Ice Phoenix was a legendary rank Omni Network player and even possessed a unique specialty. But facing Gao Yang's Immortal Execution sword domain, no matter how she erupted, she ultimately failed to break through. It was foreseeable that in future battles, as long as the gap in strength was not too great, those who faced him would basically lose all hope of escape. Once the Immortal Execution sword domain was opened, it was a matter of life and death. Of course, in the vast majority of cases, it was Gao Yang who lived and the enemy who died. After clearing his thoughts, Gao Yang no longer worried. At the very least, in the Angry Sea world, he no longer needed to worry about members of the Pantheon coming to hunt him. 2 hours later, a giant steel eagle took off from the Empire's main city No. 319, its steel wings cutting through the sky as it flew toward the outskirts of the subordinate city No. Sitting on the back of the giant steel eagle was Remy Mode. After flying for half an hour, Remy finally saw the forest located on the outskirts of subordinate city No. At this moment, in this dense forest, a large, conspicuous blank space had appeared. In the center of this blank space, Gao Yang sat cross-legged on a tree stump that was only 1 meter high, quietly meditating with his eyes closed. On the edge of the blank space, a small squad of Ash's children wearing gray military coats stood guard. They stood there, merely watching Gao Yang from afar, without any unnecessary movements. The strong wind whistled as the giant steel eagle landed slowly not far from Gao Yang. Once the giant steel eagle came to a steady stop, Remy jumped down from its back with great effort. Because the area had just been ravaged by war, the ground was uneven. So, when Remy jumped down, the originally flat ground she landed on immediately caved in. Splish! Remy's pupils dilated. Her body suddenly lost balance, and she tumbled into the soft mud. Tui tui tui. A minute later, Remy stood awkwardly in front of Gao Yang, her pink hair still covered in mud. Lord Wang Teng, how did you handle your business? Gao Yang glanced at her, nodding slightly. It's already taken care of. Then, do you mean we can proceed with further cooperation now? Remy asked quickly, her spirits lifting at the news. Gao Yang didn't speak, only nodded. Chapter 733. Cooperation continues. Accepting the commission a moment later, Gao Yang and Remy sat on the broad back of the steel giant eagle, flying through the sky. Remy looked at Gao Yang beside her, recalling the commander's instructions from the communicator earlier, and began to speak. Mr. Wang Teng, the client for this mission is our brethren from the 13th Echo of Annihilation Battle Group of the Steel Throat Legion. They are currently on the southwest side of the continent, fighting those sea beasts. The target for this trip is the 13th priest of the Sea Beast cult, the legendary priest Roar of the Raging Tide, Homo Risen. Gao Yang listened quietly to Remy's narration. His brows slightly raised at the mention, but he remained silent. Seeing this, Remy quickly said, "The reward offered by the Echo of Annihilation battle group is this item." After speaking, Remy pulled out her communicator, fiddled with it a few times, and a metal panel emerged, displaying something resembling a 5-pointed star. According to the Echo of Annihilation battle group's explanation, this is a creature called Deep Sea Pluto. After consuming it, it can increase the user's agility by about half. After listening to Remy's explanation, a light gleamed in Gao Yang's eyes. An increase of half the speed, which means directly adding 1 point of agility attribute, was indeed a good reward. The key was whether this item could affect transcendent attributes. Perhaps sensing Gao Yang's question, Remy continued, "Mr. Wang Tang, you don't need to worry. This Deep Sea Pluto is effective even for legendary powerhouses." "Understood. Send me the collected target information." Gao Yang nodded slightly. If it could affect legendary powerhouses, it could basically be confirmed that it could increase transcendent agility attributes. Most importantly, this Deep Sea Pluto was a creature, or more precisely, therefore, it was not categorized as a transcendent attribute fruit and was not subject to the restrictions of transcendent attribute fruits. This was exactly what Gao Yang urgently needed. Moreover, Gao Yang had not yet consumed a transcendent agility fruit. After this abyss training ended, he could also purchase a transcendent agility fruit through Yuliano. This way, his agility attribute could increase by 2 points in a short time, reaching 23 points. Remy quickly nodded her head, swiftly bringing up the intelligence transmitted by the Echo of Annihilation battle group and presenting it to Gao Yang. Then, she began to contact her direct superior, General Zod Sark, the city burner of the Ironjaw battle group. In exchanges at the battle group level, she, a mere second-level mechanical assembler, only had the right to say received or understood. As for actual communication, it depended on beings of the city burner general's level, or at the very least, the level of a supervisor. Communication within the Steel Throat battle group was highly efficient, or rather, this was the norm for communication in the Scene Empire, under the guidance of the Iron Blood Destiny cult, and with the coexisting worship of metal and steel within the Empire. Efficient communication had become integrated into the lifestyle of every Scene citizen. Soon, Remy received new instructions from her superior. Upon receiving the instructions, Remy directly piloted the Steel Giant Eagle towards the nearest main city. She needed to take Gao Yang on the Imperial high-speed rail system to reach the front line where the Echo of Annihilation battle group was located in a short amount of time. Of course, this high-speed rail system was not the teleportation rail device Gao Yang had previously ridden. If the Imperial high-speed rail system was like traveling by fighter jet, then the teleportation rail system was a genuine missile. As long as the destination was provided, people were simply stuffed into the missile. The space between the two locations was directly shattered with a single shot, and the missile was directly delivered to the destination, and that was it. As for whether the occupants inside the missile were dead or alive upon arrival, wasn't anyone informed of the risks of riding before boarding? Also, since they applied to use the teleportation rail, they must have been confident they would survive. If they weren't confident, why apply for the teleportation rail? Couldn't they just honestly take the high-speed rail system? Remy had previously taken the high-speed rail, which allowed her to cross over 500 main cities in 2 hours, almost traversing half of the Scene Empire, to reach main city 319. Half an hour later, Remy and Gao Yang landed in Imperial main city 318, led by Remy. Gao Yang and Remy entered a silver-white metal capsule-shaped carriage. The carriage had no windows or similar features. There were only some ventilation holes at the top. Once the hatch was closed, it became a capsule-shaped iron can. "Mr. Wang Tang, we will arrive at main city 106, the closest to the Echo of Annihilation battle group, in approximately 1 hour and 37 minutes, Remy said, sitting beside Gao Yang and tightly fastening the 4 restraint straps next to her seat. Seeing this, Gao Yang hesitated for a moment, then also fastened the 4 restraint straps on himself in the same manner. The previous orbital deployment had left a truly deep impression on him regarding the Scene Empire. Although the high-speed rail system mentioned now took much longer, Gao Yang was still somewhat unsure of what it would actually be like. Once both of them were seated, Remy pressed an iron gray button on her side. As the button was pressed, 3 short thudding sounds, like a hammer striking an anvil, echoed within the carriage. The next moment, Gao Yang sensed that the capsule carriage they were in began to move. After a few rounds of movement, the carriage finally returned to silence. Remy began to take deep breaths, her hands gripping the armrests on both sides of her seat. The next moment, a violent thrust pinned Gao Yang firmly against the back of his seat. The sudden transition from extreme stillness to extreme high-speed motion caused Remy's long pink hair to cling to the metal carriage wall behind her head like an octopus. Gao Yang could feel that in just 1 minute, they had accelerated from their original stationary state to a terrifying speed. Yet, even so, he did not feel the slightest bump. This indicated that this high-speed rail device of the Scene Empire was either set in the air or deep underground, bypassing through a straight pipe that directly connected to points. Only then could such exaggerated speed and stability be achieved. When the acceleration exceeded 5 minutes, this violent thrust finally began to fade away slowly. This did not mean that their speed had decreased, but rather that their speed had accelerated to the limit, and everything inside the carriage began to stabilize. Only then did Remy heavily exhale the air she had taken into her lungs during her deep breaths. She looked at Gao Yang and said with a hint of relief at having survived a disaster, "Mr. Wan Tang, you can take a short rest for the next hour and a half. I will notify you when we reach our destination." Gao Yang glanced at her and nodded, remaining silent. Chapter 734 Deep Sea Pluto. An hour and a half passed quickly. After a brief period of cultivation, the carriage slowly came to a halt. A crisp mechanical sound rang out, and a crack appeared in the previously seamless carriage. The next moment, the door opened. A slightly humid breeze drifted through the gap and into Gao Yang's nostrils. Feeling the dampness in the breeze, Gao Yang knew that this place was not far from the Angry Sea. "Mr. Wan Tang, we have arrived at Main City 106. Remy opened her eyes and buckled her safety harness, and said quite energetically, watching her behavior. Gao Yang felt for some reason that she was radiating a sense of relief at having survived a narrow escape. Stepping out of the carriage, what met his eyes was a tall building made of metal skeletons. The general structure of this main city 106 was not much different from the other main cities, filled with the solid and cold temperament of the Scene Empire, much like steel. Remy stood beside Gao Yang, performed an imperial military salute to the guard opposite who was holding a bolter, and then stepped forward to negotiate. These matters were entirely handled by Remy. For Gao Yang, what he had to do was simple: target, location, time, and then he would go and eliminate the target. A few minutes later, Gao Yang and Remy followed behind an imperial guard, walking through a corridor made entirely of metal. The guard was very silent, and his movements were filled with the sharp, fierce aura of a soldier, without a single wasted motion. Soon, the guard led the two to a heavy metal door. After completing the handover with the two guards at the door, he turned and left quickly. On the metal door before them, a black iron thorn wreath was engraved on each side. On this thorn wreath, there were a total of 3 layers of wreath phantoms. Compared to Gao Yang's calmness, Remy appeared much more cautious when facing this door. She looked at the thorn wreath on the metal door, her posture filled with a hint of reverence and an imperceptible longing. Imperial third-class Thorn Noble. If one day I can make a contribution on the battlefield that determines the direction of a medium-scale battle, I too can become a Thorn Noble. When that time comes, Mom and Dad won't have to work so hard anymore. At the bottom of Remy's pink pupils was a touch of fervor as she gazed at the thorn wreath on the metal door. She had heard of the master behind this metal door. 3 years ago, during the war with the Sea Beast sect, this person had single-handedly blocked the frantic attack of tens of thousands of sea people, holding a level 5 small fortress for the Empire. After the war, this person survived and was eventually awarded the Imperial Third-Class Thorn Noble title by the Empire's Supreme Council. As Remy's thoughts drifted, the heavy metal door creaked and slowly opened to both sides, revealing the scene behind it. A thick carpet covered the space behind the door, and heavy curtains hanging from the ceiling completely blocked out the sunlight, leaving the room in dimness. Gao Yang stepped onto the wine-red carpet and looked toward the man sitting on a wide chair at the end of his line of sight. The man had his legs crossed, his right elbow resting on the armrest. and his chin supported by the back of his fingers, looking lazy and leisurely. Mr. Wang Tang. This is the Imperial Third-Class Thor Noble, and also the former Steel Warlord of the Ineko Battle Group. Count Tro's Li Wang. Remy followed behind Gao Yang and whispered a reminder. Hearing this, Gao Yang stopped his footsteps, stared at Count Tro's opposite him, and frowned imperceptibly. So, the purpose of wasting his time and bringing him to a former Steel Warlord was for what? As Gao Yang frowned, the temperature in the room dropped sharply, seeming to sense the change in the environment. The somewhat lazy and leisurely Count Tro shuddered violently. His face instantly blossomed like a daisy, and he stood up from his chair with a smile, walking quickly toward Gao Yang. "Ah, Lord Wang Tang, you have finally arrived. I am Tro's Li Wan. You can just call me TROS. In Main City 106. I will do my best to satisfy any of your needs. Regarding the cooperation invitation from the Ineko, because we are afraid that your appearance on the front line will alert the Sea Beast side, you need to temporarily reside in Main City 106. Once that Sea Beast priest appears, we will deploy you to the battlefield at an appropriate time." Tros did not have the slightest air of a noble, explaining the reason for Gao Yang's presence here in a clear, logical, and rapid manner. Seeing that Gao Yang did not speak, Tros continued, "However, please rest assured, this will not take long. Before you even arrived here, the battle group had already launched a war against the Sea Beast faction. That Sea Beast priest will not need much time before charging into the battlefield. Before that, why don't we take a look at the reward for this cooperation? How about it?" Hearing Tros say this, the slightly furrowed brows of Gao Yang finally relaxed. He looked at Tros before him and nodded slowly. "Please, this way." Seeing Gao Yang nod, the smile on Tros's face grew even brighter. After speaking, he took the initiative to turn around and lead the way. Soon, the group of three passed through the living room and arrived in a study. Tros invited Gao Yang to sit down. As for Remy, for a level 2 assembler to even stand here was already crossing the line. Tros sat down behind the desk, then pulled open a drawer, took out a black iron box, and placed it on the desktop in front of him. Subsequently, he took out a communicator, and after verifying his identity, the black iron box clicked and slowly opened. Once the black iron box was opened, a starfish that seemed to be composed of seawater appeared in Gao Yang's field of vision. The starfish was entirely translucent and gelatinous through its semi-transparent skin. One could even see its internal organs. And when this deep-sea Pluto star appeared in the study, the air began to become increasingly humid. This is the deep-sea Pluto star. It is extremely poisonous and relies heavily on seawater. If placed in the air, it would take less than 10 minutes to be completely killed. And once the deep-sea Pluto star is killed in this way, its toxicity will also vanish without a trace. After Tros finished his introduction, he closed the box containing the deep-sea Pluto star, pushed it toward Gao Yang, and said, "Mr. Wang Tang, it is yours now. After it dies, you can consume it directly, or you can keep it in the box and consume it whenever you wish." Gao Yang looked at the black iron box in front of him and remained silent for a moment before saying, "Aren't you afraid that I might take the item and not do the work?" Tros smiled and said, "Mr. Wang Tang, you are joking. Since we have already confirmed our cooperation, our Steel Throat battle group naturally would not want to leave you with any bad impressions. Moreover, taking the reward before doing the work has always been the style of our Ineko." Chapter 735. The Wonder Item Endless Reincarnation. Gao Yang nodded upon hearing this, then took the black iron box from the table, stood up, and walked outside. "Prepare a living quarter for me. It must be absolutely quiet and undisturbed." "No problem." Tros nodded with a smile upon hearing this. Night fell. In an independent two-story villa on the east side of the mansion where Tros resided, Gao Yang sat cross-legged in a clean and tidy bedroom. A black box and a golden box were placed in front of him. The black iron box contained the deep-sea Pluto star, a biological treasure that could increase one's extraordinary agility, while the golden box was naturally the treasure chest dropped after the legendary powerhouse Ice Phoenix died. Compared to the deep-sea Pluto star, which had little suspense, Gao Yang was more expectant of the contents within the brilliant golden treasure chest left behind by the Ice Phoenix. a legendary powerhouse who had mastered a unique specialty. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze. Instead of opening the two boxes directly, he spread out his palms. Wisps of battle chi slowly gathered in his palms, and soon, a small ball of battle chi light appeared in his hand. He clenched his large hand, and the battle chi light ball was crushed, transforming into ripples of battle chi that were almost imperceptible as they spread in all directions. At the same time, Gao Yang's perception also expanded continuously with the spread of the battle chi. Soon, the battle chi ripples covered an area of several kilometers around him. After confirming that there were no issues, Gao Yang moved his mind and disconnected from the battle chi. Subsequently, he picked up the black iron box containing the deep-sea Pluto star and opened it. As the box opened, the deep-sea Pluto star began to writhe violently. Its surface, exposed to the air, began to rapidly solidify and harden. In just a few minutes, the originally soft internal tissues had turned into a gel-like state, and wisps of water mist began to gather on its surface. Gao Yang watched the deep-sea Pluto star in the box, feeling its gradually fading vitality and the strange energy slowly condensing within its body. Once the 10 minutes were up, the life ore within the deep-sea Pluto star's body completely disappeared, replaced by a streak of azure strange energy circulating endlessly within its body. Gao Yang reached out and picked it up. The dead deep-sea Pluto star emitted a faint scent of seawater. He put a corner of it into his mouth, bit down with a crunch, and chewed. The taste of the deep-sea Pluto star was not as strange as it appeared. It was generally like chewing a piece of rubber, though a salty and sweet piece of rubber. Fortunately, Gao Yang's current strength was such that, let alone rubber, he could crush steel if he wanted to. Of course, no one would do such a thing. Soon, the entire deep-sea Pluto star was swallowed by Gao Yang. Gao Yang sat cross-legged and began to circulate his battle chi. As the battle chi surged through his body, the energy of the deep-sea Pluto star began to be absorbed by his physique. Soon, a streak of azure energy appeared in Gao Yang's perception and then merged into every part of his body. In that instant, Gao Yang felt as if he had entered a state of frozen time. Everything around him became abnormally slow in his perception. Even his heartbeat, his breathing, and his blood flow seemed to have been slowed down 10,000 times in his perception. Gao Yang knew that this was a temporary surge in neural reflexes caused by the increase in his agility attribute. This surge would return to a normal state within a very short time after the improvement ended. Agility Calm 1. When everything returned to calm, the comprehensive network prompt appeared on Gao Yang's retina at the right time. Gao Yang let out a long breath. His agility had reached 22 points. Only 3 points away from 25. Clenching his fist, Gao Yang picked up the brilliant golden treasure chest beside him. This was a brilliant golden treasure chest, and in Gao Yang's entire career in the Multiverse Network, he hadn't obtained many of them. The items opened from a treasure chest of this caliber would not be of low quality. If he could open the unique specialty that Ice Phoenix possessed, that would be the most perfect outcome. After taking a deep breath, he opened it. Click. With a soft sound, the treasure chest opened, and a rich golden light shot out from the gap. Congratulations! You have obtained the wondrous item Endless Reincarnation. The light dissipated. The brilliant golden treasure chest vanished, replaced by an hourglass that appeared in Gao Yang's palm. Endless Reincarnation. Type: Wondrous item. Hourglass. Form: Quality: Brilliant gold. Ability: Restriction: Soulbound. Perception 18. Intelligence 18. Description: Endless Reincarnation was crafted by a legendary mage, Saknia, who was cursed by time. He spent 1,000 years attempting to comprehend the ultimate end of the multiverse. But just as he was about to touch the truth, he was backlashed by the river of time, his soul shattering into countless fragments, eternally trapped in the hourglass's cycle of illusion. This item thus became a vessel for countless possibilities, and its user will confront Sake's unfinished destiny to glimpse the realm of gods with a mortal body. Effects: 1. Perception Calm 1. Intelligence Calm 1. Effective for transcendent beings. 2. 1000 Game Deduction. Enter a hyperdimensional meditation state lasting 1 minute, where consciousness will traverse all possible branches within the next 120 seconds. Afterward, the user can choose a critical event such as a trap trigger, enemy ambush, spell confrontation to gain 1 perfect response. P.S. Each use consumes 1 durability point. PS. Perfect response is considered an automatic success, or forces the enemy to fail. Point 3. Time curse. After each use of effect 2, a comprehensive willpower check will be performed. If the check fails, the user will be pulled into the hourglass's time illusion, engaging in a causal game with 6 soul fragments, and gaining 1 stack of Mark of Delusion. After accumulating 5 stacks of Mark of Delusion, the user will inevitably enter the hourglass's time illusion to perform a causal game. Failure in the causal game will result in a state of memory confusion, leading to a state of true delusion. PS. Your ability will be fully restored after 1 causal game. PS. Perceive time, observe time, revere time, touch time, understand time, integrate into time. Saknya time exile state. PS. All paths return to the void. Only causality remains. Ancient time dragon asterisk 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 asterisk. Gao Yang looked at the small and exquisite hourglass in his hand. The frame of this hourglass was forged from astral meteorite iron, and inside it, an eternally rotating core of time sand floated, its grains exhibiting a deep blue hue. As Gao Yang gently shook it, the sand grains within the hourglass in his hand slowly rippled. Looking at this hourglass, Gao Yang understood how Ice Phoenix had blocked his decapitating strike. Clearly, that strike was defended by the derived effect of this wondrous item called endless reincarnation. But now, this wondrous item had fallen into Gao Yang's hands, and the effects of this wondrous item were unexpectedly good. Although its effects were extremely powerful, its side effects were equally potent. If one were to become addicted to it, perhaps the ultimate destruction would not be far off. Chapter 736. Target appears. Gao Yang, possessing the ability of subjective thinking, had a stronger understanding of the power of time compared to others. After activating subjective thinking, he entered the instant eternity state, dedicating all his mental energy to comprehension. He had little perception of anything in the outside world. It was hard to imagine what it would be like if Gao Yang were trapped in chaotic space, spending hundreds or thousands of years. He would probably go completely mad in not much time. And the creator of this endless reincarnation hourglass, the legendary Mage, who was trapped in the cycle of illusion, was eternally confined within the river of time. Time can be understood. It can be utilized. But before one's strength reaches a certain level, one still needs to hold a sense of reverence for the concept of time. Gao Yang shook the hourglass in his hand again. Then a willpower as substantial as reality bloomed from his eyes, falling upon this hourglass. The prerequisite for using the wondrous item endless reincarnation was that either perception or intelligence had to reach 18 points before soul binding could occur. Without soul binding, this wondrous item could not be used. Fortunately, although Gao Yang's perception did not meet the standard, his intelligence had already reached 20 points. So binding this wondrous item was not a problem. As his willpower touched the hourglasses, a faint sense of ancientness emerged in Gao Yang's heart. The next moment, the hourglass in Gao Yang's hand erupted in a not too blinding deep blue light. Within this deep blue light, the hourglass suddenly became illusory, and its volume instantly expanded countless times. A visible time tremor appeared in Gao Yang's eyes. The next moment, Gao Yang found himself encompassed by the magnified hourglass. However, the magnified hourglass was translucent, as if a 3D projection surrounded him in the center. As the soul binding completed, the slowly rotating hourglass paused slightly, then seemed to collapse, rapidly shrinking back into Gao Yang's palm. Finally, endless reincarnation transformed into a thin tattoo that appeared on the back of Gao Yang's right hand. Raising his hand, Gao Yang looked at the coin-sized hourglass tattoo on the back of his right hand, a hint of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. This way, using this equipment would not be troublesome. Otherwise, it would be hard to imagine how one could use this equipment in combat. As Gao Yang's thoughts flickered, the tattoo on the back of his right hand gradually faded until it completely disappeared. As for the attribute bonus brought by this wondrous item, Gao Yang had not yet made his choice. Firstly, his attributes temporarily didn't need this bonus, and secondly, if his perception increased slowly, he could still use this bonus to raise his perception a little. After finishing all of this, Gao Yang clapped his hands casually. The next moment, a dark red domain appeared silently, completely shrouding and enveloping the 1-meter radius around him. Standing within the immortal execution sword domain, Gao Yang waited for a moment before slowly taking the jade box out of his inventory. The jade box radiated a chill. After holding it in his hand, Gao Yang waited for another moment before opening it. Once the jade box was opened, it revealed a diamond-shaped crystal lying quietly inside. This was none other than the Godhead fragment left behind after the death of that blood leech earlier. Looking at the Godhead fragment resting quietly in the jade box, an irrepressible craving surged from the bottom of Gao Yang's heart. That craving originated from the depths of his soul, sweeping through every part of his body like a tsunami in an extremely short amount of time, reaching deep into his very cells. His body was yearning for this Godhead fragment. It was the longing of a lower life form to evolve into a higher one. This craving stemmed from instinct, and no matter how strong one might be, it was difficult to suppress. However, Gao Yang's hand was as steady as cast iron, let alone reaching out to grab the Godhead fragment. Even the hand holding the jade box did not show the slightest tremor. Compared to the narrow future represented by this Godhead fragment, Gao Yang firmly believed that the path he carved out for himself, step by step, was the true road to the heavens. Perhaps he was walking slowly right now, but that did not matter. He only needed to walk the path beneath his feet well, and then his future path would become smoother and wider. If he were to fuse with this Godhead, it would mean that from now on, he could only develop within the rule domain represented by this fragment. Not only would he have to scramble for faith, but he would also have to face the suppression and competition from other gods under the same rules. Although it might seem like he would become a god by fusing with the Godhead, he would be the weakest and most humble type of god with only faint divine power. And this was not what Gao Yang wanted. After looking at the Godhead fragment in the jade box, Gao Yang's free left hand formed a sword gesture, and a strand of sharp sword chi spat out from his fingertips. Within this strand of sword chi, there was a pure aura of slaughter. It was clearly a sword chi containing the rules of slaughter. The slaughter sword chi drew closer and closer. After entering the space of the jade box where the Godhead fragment lay, the previously quiet fragment suddenly moved. It trembled slightly, and then Gao Yang sensed a scorching aura emerging from the Godhead fragment. This aura was not necessarily extremely hot or violent. It was like charcoal burned red, emitting a dark red light. It did not look scorching, but once one got close, one could feel the rolling heat waves. Sensing this heat, Gao Yang roughly understood the rule domain of this Godhead fragment. This was a Godhead fragment under the domain of fire rules. If divided specifically, it should fall within the domains of magma, lava, or furnace fire. If he were to break it down further, Gao Yang could not do it, as these were domains he had not yet touched. However, knowing the general domain of this Godhead fragment was already enough. Gao Yang closed the jade box again and put it back into his inventory. This Godhead fragment would be an extremely important bargaining chip in his hands for his future development. With this thing, his confidence in meeting that Emperor scene would be a few points higher. Dismissing the immortal execution sword domain, Gao Yang reappeared in the room. He looked at the room, which had not changed in the slightest, and had already made a decision in his heart. In the Angry Sea world, he would absolutely not use the immortal execution sword domain in front of others. Once used, all witnesses must die. He could not let the information about his greatest trump card leak out in the slightest. He spent a little more time clearing up his thoughts for the next steps, and then Gao Yang began to meditate. In the blink of an eye, the time arrived at noon the next day. Gao Yang and Remy were dining accompanied by Tross, and just then, Remy's communicator suddenly erupted with a sharp buzzing sound. Remy picked up the communicator, took a glance, and said with extreme speed, "Lord Wang Tang, Count Tross, the target has appeared." Chapter 737. The Warfare Style of the Echo of the End. Gao Yang and Tross exchanged a look, and then Gao Yang stood up and walked out. "Lord Wang Tang, wait for me." Seeing both of them walk out of the dining room, Remy hurriedly tore off a chicken leg and then trotted to catch up with them. 3 minutes later, a loud explosion erupted in the center of this main city, No. 106. On the southwest side of the Angry Sea continent, a steel city wall stood above the endless deep blue seawater. One more machine after another was spitting fire snakes and flames toward the sea surface ahead under the control of the Steel Throat Legion soldiers. And the targets they were striking were giant turtle-like creatures over 100 meters in size. They carried massive shells on their backs, and the shells were covered in barnacles and coral. These special biological features provided powerful defensive capabilities for these war behemoths, which were specially bred by the sea human race. Like layers upon layers of armor, behind these giant turtle defensive lines were all kinds of marine creatures, driven by the sea human race, charging fearlessly toward the steel defensive line of the Sea Empire. And in the deeper sea further away, a massive war fortress over 300 meters tall was engaged in a violent slaughter with 3 deep-sea behemoths over 1,000 meters in size. Weapon barrels and launch ports protruded from all over the war fortress, continuously pouring seemingly endless firepower toward the 3 deep-sea behemoths. Facing the firepower suppression of the Sea Empire, even the terrifyingly resilient life force of these deep-sea behemoths was struggling to cope. On the east side of this steel city wall, tens of thousands of soldiers from the Echo of the End battle group were piloting 5-meter-tall individual titans, holding heavy firearms that looked like cannon barrels, like a steel torrent. They launched a charge on the sea surface toward the incoming sea human battle group. Upon reaching the designated location, these individual titans stopped in their tracks and hoisted the cannon barrels onto their shoulders. After a brief moment of charging, endless air was compressed into the rear of the cannon barrels, and then, amidst a series of sonic booms, air cannons were fired from the muzzles, streaking toward the opposing sea human battle group. Every air cannon that hit the merman battle group would blast a terrifying hole several tens of meters in diameter within the group, sending flesh and severed limbs flying, and shattered bones scattering like shrapnel in all directions. One air cannon was like this. Not to mention that the number of individual titans here had already reached tens of thousands. Just one volley could clear out a terrifying, uninhabited zone 1,000 meters long from the merman battle group. But even so, the merman battle group seemed endless, continuously surging out from beneath the sea surface, charging towards the soldiers of the Echoes of the End battle group. In fact, within the merman battle group, apart from a small number of merman commanders, the vast majority were waves of various marine creatures and small sea beasts. Their sole purpose was to deplete the ammunition of the Sarn Empire. If they could injure these guys hidden in steel, it would be a huge profit. After all, the area of the raging sea alone was 4 times that of the continent, and in terms of usable volume, the ocean was a comprehensive, 3-dimensional ecological environment, far surpassing the land. What's more, the resources in the raging sea were extremely abundant, and the sea beast cult also possessed extraordinary power, capable of rapidly catalyzing marine creatures and small sea beasts. The vast living environment, almost endless resources, coupled with extraordinary power, gave the mermen an almost inexhaustible supply of low-tier soldiers. But these were ultimately just cannon fodder, fine for consuming some ammunition. But to directly confront the regular army of the Sarn Empire, the true merman battle group needed to be deployed. After the soldiers of the Echoes of the End battle group blasted open a blood-soaked passage 10,000 meters long, their ammunition reserves were more than half depleted. It was only then that the true merman battle group slowly emerged from the thoroughly crimson seawater. At the very front of the merman battle group was a terrifying mountain of flesh, 100 meters tall. On the surface of this mountain of flesh, there were dense, gaping maws. And as these maws opened and closed, sounds like the wailing of all living beings emanated from them. This was the contract sea beast of Coma risen, the 13th priest of the sea beast cult, the legendary priest roar of the raging tide, Wailing Maw. As for this sea beast priest, he was currently standing atop the Wailing Maw's head, gazing indifferently at the wave of individual titans charging across the sea surface. Then, his gaze swept past the individual titans and landed on the steel city wall further behind. On the city wall stood a medium-built middle-aged man, who was none other than the current incineration general of the Echoes of the End battle group, Kon User. His face still appeared somewhat young, yet his temples were already streaked with white, and his hair was a dry, grayish-white. But his eyes were incredibly resolute, and he simply gazed across the distance between them, meeting the sea beast priest's eyes from afar. A few seconds later, Kon spoke softly without turning his head. Execute the plan. Behind him, a soldier in a standard military uniform with a broken pendulum carved on his chest turned and left. As the order was given, the Echoes of the End Battle Group began to launch an attack on the Merman Battle Group. A total of 70,000 individual titans from the Echoes of the End Battle Group formed an open pocket, charging towards the Merman Battle Group in a semi-encirclement. And in the gaps between these individual titans, there were also some soldiers carrying 2-meter-tall giant steel cylinders and holding spray nozzles. Wherever they passed, ice blue mist sprayed from the nozzles in their hands, and the ice mist covered the sea, freezing the entire surface they traversed. Soon, the distance between the Echoes of the End Battle Group and the Merman Battle Group shortened to less than 1 kilometer. This distance had already entered the strike range of both battle groups. So the next moment, clusters of air cannons arced through the air and landed among the Merman Battle Group. At the same time, bone spears and ice spears several meters long, with bifurcated tips, descended like rain towards the Echoes of the End Battle Group, accompanied by piercing shrieks. However, compared to the trouble caused by the air cannons within the Merman Battle Group, these bone spears and ice spears, facing steel 20 centimeters thick, did not achieve much in terms of battle results. After a full 5 volleys, the 2 battle groups finally entered close quarters combat range. As the battle group commander gave the order, 70,000 individual titans on the battlefield all hung their cannon barrels on their backs and took down the heavy rectangular steel plates from the other side. As the steel plates unfolded, door-sized blades, over 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, were wielded by these individual titans with both hands, and their enemies, raising steel harpoons several meters long and riding 3-meter-tall sea beasts resembling hippos, roared as they charged towards these individual titans. Compared to the loud roars of the Merman Battle Group, the soldiers of the Echoes of the End Battle Group were undoubtedly silent, facing countless attacks. They simply silently swung their blades to kill their enemies, then silently continued to advance. As time passed, batches of Merman warriors died beneath the door-sized blades, but individual titans were also drowned in the deep sea by Merman warriors. Chapter 738. Forced health deduction and beheading the sea beast priest again. The war lasted from dawn until dusk, with various liquids such as sea beast blood, human blood, ile, and crushed ice mixing and covering an area of nearly 50 li of vast sea. Of the 70,000 individual titans from the Echoes of the End Battle Group, just over 60,000 still remained, while the number of the Merman Battle Group had decreased by more than half. And after the long battle, the roar of the raging tide also joined the war. At this moment, he was riding the wailing maw, charging left and right amidst the encirclement of nearly 10,000 individual titans. Each expansion and contraction of the ancient urn he held in his hand would unleash a materialized sound wave. Each time a sound wave was unleashed, it could blast a nearly 1,000-meter-long passage through the individual titans' encirclement. But after a short while, the blasted passage would be filled again by the individual titans. Comer did not care about this, or rather, he had deliberately taken action to attract a portion of the Echoes of the End Battle Group's firepower. Without his diversion, under the overwhelming advance of the Echoes of the End Battle Group, the Merman Battle Group would likely have lasted for an even shorter time. And this kind of thing had begun after he was promoted to a legendary rank. By now, almost 10 years had passed. There was no other way. Although the Sea People's resources and numbers were more abundant than the Sea Empire's, there was still a certain gap between the Sea People and the land-dwelling human race. This gap was reflected in all aspects. For instance, the Sea People were unable to manufacture these steel golems, even though the creatures in the raging sea were almost infinite. Fighting against these lifeless, dead objects was inherently extremely unfair. But the abundant resources also meant that the number of legendary powerhouses among the Sea People far exceeded those of the Sea Empire. Or rather, it was slightly easier for them to break through to the legendary rank compared to the land-dwelling humans of the Sea Empire. Precisely because of this, with a legendary powerhouse like Coma presiding over the area, the Sea People's warbands were able to block the Sea Empire's advance in this sea region. Now, the Sea Empire was constantly expanding toward the Raging Sea, even continuously transforming the Raging Sea into land. This was a blatant encroachment and compression of the Sea People's living space. Although the Sea People also thought every moment about completely submerging the entire land with the Raging Sea, but the feeling brought by one's home being attacked versus attacking someone else's home was completely different. The former was defense, while the latter was aggression. Just as Koma was thinking while blasting away the individual titans that were swarming him, a sudden feeling of palpitation appeared in his perception. This feeling had never appeared again since he ascended to the legendary rank. Such an abnormal situation immediately caused Koma to narrow his eyes, his gaze beginning to sweep across the surroundings. Then, he discovered to his astonishment that, at some unknown time, these individual titans had completely surrounded him in a circle, from the sky to the seabed. The figures of individual titans were everywhere. This kind of encirclement would weaken the individual titan's defensive power, but it could greatly enhance the attack area and angles. In these 10 years, Koma had encountered this kind of formation's encirclement twice, but he had broken through both times with the help of his partner's power. This time was the third, clearly. According to the experience of the previous 2 times, he could just break out directly from the frozen seawater beneath his feet, but Koma's senses were throbbing wildly. His perception was screaming frantically in his mind, trying to make him flee this place immediately, but his body did not sense even a trace of killing intent. This strong contrast made Koma feel exceptionally uncomfortable. Suddenly, he stopped thinking about the strangeness and prepared to communicate with his partner to forcibly break out from the sea area beneath him. Just then, a spatial fluctuation appeared silently not far in front of Koma. Once the fluctuation dissipated, a tall land-dwelling human male appeared out of thin air in front of Koma. Koma looked at the black-haired male who had abruptly appeared not far in front of him, and a sudden surge of anger appeared on his rugged face. Until this moment, how could he not know what had happened in this war? The target of the echo of the war band was him. With this thought, Koma did not hesitate at all. He boisterously raised the greenish-blue ancient urn in his hand in front of him. In the next moment, Asher energy condensed frantically on his body. In just 1 second, the energy had filled the entire ancient urn. In the next moment, Koma used the ancient urn as a megaphone and let out a world-shaking roar toward the black-haired man opposite him. Sound waves mixed with Asher energy, turning into rings of materialized sound waves 2 meters in diameter, covering the black-haired man as fast as ATHUNDRCLAP. After one roar, the energy on Koma's body experienced a brief moment of weakness. However, he did not pause for a second, immediately communicating with his partner to charge toward the frozen sea area beneath him. He had to escape from here. As long as he was still alive, everything would be fine. But once he died here, this defensive line would inevitably be broken by the Sea Empire. By then, who knew how much of the raging sea would be converted into land? As thoughts flashed through his mind, Koma urged the wailing maw even more anxiously. Gao Yang looked at this sea beast priest who, after only striking out with full force once, turned around to break out without looking back, and then shook his head slightly. At the moment the sound wave attack reached him, he raised his right hand and made a grasping motion. A brilliant silver greatsword appeared in his hand. After eternal radiance appeared, there was no pause as it slashed directly toward the sound wave rings in front of him. Clang! With just a crisp sound, a crystal-clear slash mark appeared in front of Gao Yang. All the sound wave rings collided with this slash mark and were all silently split in 2. Koma, who was frantically breaking out, showed a clear trace of anxiety on his rugged face after seeing this scene. The strength of the newcomer seriously exceeded his estimates. To be able to take his full strength blows so nonchalantly, this level of power would not exceed the number of fingers on one hand even within the Sea Empire. Was it the Blood Scripture Archbishop, or Scourge, or perhaps the Grand Marshal of the End from the Steel Throat Warband? Why was there not a single sign of such an existence being deployed? Had a traitor appeared within the cult again? Koma frantically bombarded those individual titans that were fearlessly blocking him and his partner. But the performance of these individual titans at this moment made Koma's heart turn cold, because he saw that at the moment the black-haired youth appeared, these individual titans had already become closely linked to each other, with the buckles on both sides of the titans locking the surrounding titans in place. In just a few breaths, these individual titans had completed their mutual connection, transforming into a metal cage constructed of individual titans, enveloping him, the wailing maw beneath him, and that black-haired youth within. At the same time, the steel plates on the shoulders and chests of countless individual titans unfolded, revealing the dark muzzles of cannons and guns within. As the respirators on their necks vibrated, in the next moment, countless ammunition belts dragged tracers, rushing toward every part of the Wailing Maw's body in a violent manner. A massive amount of ammunition struck the Wailing Maw's enormous body, causing a series of painful, sobbing roars to emerge from those densely packed giant mouths. After Gao Yang slashed and shattered the sound-wavering attack, he looked down at Koma and the Wailing Maw beneath him. Seeing the Wailer Maw let out such a shrill shriek under the dense barrage of ammunition, a look of gravity appeared in his eyes. According to common logic, given the legendary sea beast's defense, these attacks should not have been able to breach its hide. But now, these attacks had indeed broken through its defenses and inflicted damage upon its body. Although this damage, compared to the legendary sea beast's defensive capabilities, was not as fast as its recovery, it was clear that these seemingly ordinary attacks had already reached the point where many ants could bite an elephant to death. This discovery was the reason for his solemn expression. Thoughts raced through his mind as Gao Yang considered a possibility. The Scene Empire's steel alchemy creations were so advanced, and all the citizens of the Scene Empire worshipped the same sect, the state religion known as the Iron-Blooded Destiny sect. Given this foundation, it was easy to understand why the soldiers of the Scene Empire possessed certain attack characteristics, or rather, why their attacks were imbued with special properties. It was precisely because of this that their attacks could breach the legendary sea beast's defenses and cause it harm. If translated into game terminology, it would mean that the attacks of these Scene Empire soldiers possessed a force damage effect. No matter how thick the target's defense was, their attacks could force a reduction in health, even if it were only a single point, and this, perhaps, could be traced back to the current emperor of the Scene Empire. Thinking this, Gao Yang felt a bit more anticipation toward meeting that living emperor, but it was not yet time for a meeting. At the very least, he had to wait until he had displayed power that could not be ignored. While Gao Yang pondered, his body began to descend in the direction of Koma, possessing the cold thinking trait and an intelligence stat as high as 20 points. He was already capable of being distracted by his own thoughts during combat. In this short span of time, Koma no longer allowed the Wailer Maw to break through, but instead used his own energy to envelop it. Watching this scene, Gao Yang understood that this sea beast priest was about to perform a fusion with his sea beast. In other words, he was going to risk his life. However, this was exactly what Gao Yang wanted. After all, slaying a fused sea beast priest would kill both the priest and the sea beast together. If he were to only kill the sea beast priest, the sea beast would still be able to survive. If he wanted to finish it off, he would have to expend extra effort. Moreover, before coming here, Gao Yang had already reviewed all the information on this roar of the raging waves and naturally knew that he had only ascended to the legendary rank 10 years ago. In the legendary realm, this was not a long time. If he had not yet condensed his own domain, he would still fall into the category of a newly promoted legendary, and his combat power would not be particularly strong. Even with the enhancement of a legendary sea beast, this combat power would not see an explosive increase. Therefore, Gao Yang had great confidence that he could leave this legendary sea beast priest in these waters. Just like Rupert the Raging Sea Beast, the 7th ranked temple priest he had already slain. As the light completely covered the Wailer Maw, the creature's form rapidly shrank under the dense tracer fire of the ammunition belts. In just a few blinks of an eye, it had shrunk to a height of only about 10 meters. And when the dense, deep blue energy dissipated, a 10-meter-tall giant appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. The giant's face could vaguely be identified as Koma, but as one looked down, a scene of extreme discomfort emerged. On his strong body, there were countless giant mouths filled with flat teeth, and faint, wispy murmurs emanated from these mouths, forming layers of sound waves that enveloped him entirely. As for Koma's weapon, that ancient urn, it was now embedded in his chest, flesh squeezed out from the opening of the urn, and on the surface of every piece of flesh protruding from the hole, a giant mouth grew. Koma felt the seemingly inexhaustible energy within his body, and a glimmer of hope surged once more in his previously sinking heart. He suddenly looked up, his massive eyes fixed on Gao Yang, who was less than 2 meters tall, and a thick murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The next instant, his massive body suddenly vanished from where he stood, amidst a violent roar. All the giant mouths on Koma's back exhaled air outward. It was the air expelled by these mouths that provided him with acceleration, allowing Koma to possess a speed akin to teleportation. Koma teleported in front of Gao Yang, his hands clenched into fists, palms pressed together facing Gao Yang. At the same time, the giant mouths on his arms and back opened simultaneously, frantically inhaling a massive amount of air. Roar of the raging waves. The next moment, the giant mouths on the 8 fingers forming his fist all opened, and a sonic ray, compressed and condensed to the extreme, blasted toward Gao Yang. The moment the sonic ray appeared, it tore through layers of air waves, shooting toward Gao Yang like lightning. The distance between them was so close that Koma did not believe his opponent could dodge his full force strike. Even if he did dodge it, it did not matter. He still had a backup plan. Thinking this, Koma's eyes locked tightly onto Gao Yang's body, facing Koma's full force strike. Gao Yang spoke in a low voice, "Sacrifice, spatial distortion." As the words fell, a large portion of his battle chi was suddenly consumed. In that instant, his body and Koma's body suddenly swapped positions. Gao Yang stood where Koma's attack had been aimed, while Koma stood where Gao Yang had been about to receive the attack. Koma's eyes were still locked onto Gao Yang, but the next moment, a piercing, agonizing pain overwhelmed his mind. The sonic ray tore through the defenses on Koma's body without obstruction and exploded violently within him. The intense pain quickly pulled Koma back to reality. He did not know why his attack had struck his own body, but he had no time to ponder this question, for a silver-white greatsword had already descended upon his head. Koma let out a roar, and a giant mouth on the surface of the ancient urn, which was nearly half embedded in his chest, opened, emitting a harsh, shrill wail. As the sound fell into Gao Yang's ears, a notification instantly appeared before his eyes. Omni Network notification. You have heard the deep sea wail. Willpower check in progress. Willpower check passed. You are immune to the soul-stunning effect of this deep sea wail. To this day, this kind of legendary level crowd control effect no longer posed much of a threat to Gao Yang. Under Koma's astonished gaze, Gao Yang's body did not show the slightest hesitation. The silver-white greatsword descended toward the top of his head, carrying a terrifying sword pressure. A trace of confusion flickered in Koma's eyes. Even for the top 5 priests of the temple, his deep-sea well would cause them to stall for at least a split second. Why did this human before him show no reaction at all? There was no time to think. The greatsword had already fallen. Koma immediately swung his fist, colliding with the blade of the greatsword. The moment his fist struck the blade, Koma knew his judgment had been wrong, and catastrophically so. The blade sliced through his fist without the slightest resistance, cleaving through his flesh and bone, splitting his entire right arm right down the middle. At the same time, a shocking, scorching heat erupted deep within both his physical body and his soul. Koma let out a painful roar and simultaneously fell into a state of distraction. And in that very instant, all the giant mouths across his body opened at once, emitting a wail composed of thousands of voices mixed together. Amidst this wail, the heads of the nearby battle group soldiers simply shattered cleanly, while those further away were left bleeding from their 7 orifices by the force of the cry. It was only when the distance reached 500 meters that the influence of the wail finally dissipated. On Gao Yang's side, several Omni Network notifications instantly appeared before his eyes. Under the force of this wail, all 3 checks of his immortal will failed in an instant. A brilliant radiance of will bloomed from Gao Yang's body. As this radiance blossomed, the wail, which sounded like the lamentation of all living things, vanished from his ears. Gao Yang looked at Koma before him, and boundless crimson gold battle ore surged from the greatsword in his hand. Human calamity, falling star, fatal strike. In that instant, the power of Gao Yang's sword strike surged violently, wherever the blade passed. Space shattered inch by inch. The next moment, the eternal radiance greatsword slashed down from Koma's head, cutting all the way through his crotch. Chapter 739. The Legendary Priest Hunting Plan. Omni Network notification. You have killed the Sea Beast Sex Legendary Priest, Koma Risen. You have gained 1 point of legendary reputation. Omni Network notification. You have obtained the Deep Sea Well Treasure Chest. Omni Network notification. Due to your actions, your initial relationship with the Sea Beast sect has changed. Current status, mortal enemies. Omni Network notification. You have killed the Sea Beast Sex legendary priest, Coma Risen. You have gained 100,000 General XP and an additional 10,000 Legendary XP. Omni Network notification. You have killed the Sea Beast Sex legendary priest, Coma Risen. Your legendary promotion quest completion progress has increased. 5 consecutive Omni Network notifications flashed before Gao Yang's eyes. He did not take them to heart, turning instead to pick up the pitch-black treasure chest floating before him. This legendary priest of the Sea Beast sect certainly had strength, though not much, however. If he were to encounter an average legendary powerhouse, relying solely on that force control ability from earlier would be enough to maintain a certain level of escape capability, even if he couldn't kill his opponent outright. And this point was the most important. Being defeated was acceptable, but once killed, everything was over. Given this person's strength, dropping a treasure chest did not exceed Gao Yang's expectations. As Gao Yang picked up the chest, the Titan blockade formation constructed by the surrounding soldiers of the Echo of the End battle group had already disconnected. A Titan, its armor covered in scars, came before Gao Yang and performed an imperial military salute. A voice devoid of any emotion emanated from its loudspeaker. Sir, thank you for your intervention. The general is waiting for you at the rear defense command post. If you are willing, you may go and have a chat with the general. Gao Yang looked at the individual Titan before him. This unit was extremely powerful, loaded with all sorts of weapons, as if it had walked straight out of a science fiction world. If this were on Earth, it would likely cause a massive uproar. In that instant, a thought surfaced in Gao Yang's mind. The number of these individual Titans was staggering, which meant the Sarn Empire had already mastered this technology. In that case, as a partner, there should be no problem with him buying one to play around with. After all, what man could refuse the chance to pilot a mecha? It was just like the Iron Man suit Gao Yang had obtained in the Land of Inheritance. Gao Yang nodded slightly and said, I will. As his voice fell, Gao Yang waved his left hand. The next moment, a dragon's roar, suppressed for a long time, suddenly echoed over the sea area. Ice blue light burst forth, and a cold, cruel pressure emerged in the hearts of the many battle group soldiers like a dark cloud. That feeling was as if they were facing an existence of a higher life level. As the light dissipated, a two-headed giant dragon with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters, covered in ice blue dragon scales, appeared out of thin air before Gao Yang. After Olivier let out to joyful dragon roars, it extended an ice ladder beneath Gao Yang, carrying him as it flew toward the steel wall in the rear. With the death of the Sea Beast priest Coma, there was no longer any suspense in the battle for this sea area. The Echo of the End battle group had extensive experience with such situations. A moment later, Olivier landed behind the steel wall without any obstruction. Sitting on his ice chair, Gao Yang saw Remy's iconic pink hair swaying in the wind, along with her arm. Lord Wan Tang, you're finally back. Thank you for your hard work. When Olivier landed on the metal ground in front of Remy and Gao Yang stepped off the ice ladder, Remy said with great energy. Not far behind Remy stood for soldiers of the End battle group. Gao Yang looked at Remy and said, Take me to see that general of the End battle group who burned the city. Upon hearing this, Remy nodded quickly and turned to walk toward the four soldiers. Although they were called soldiers, one could tell from the respirators embedded in their necks that these four individuals held no low-ranking status. Therefore, after Remy relayed Gao Yang's request, they led the two of them toward a certain location. A moment later, Gao Yang and Remy stopped in front of a war tower. Sir, the general is inside the tower. Please follow me. A middle-aged man with an embedded fire-red respirator and orange-red filter cartridges said to Gao Yang. His tone neither servile nor overbearing. Gao Yang nodded slowly without speaking. Soon, ascending the stairs, he met Koen Yusa, the Scourge general of the In War Band, inside the war tower. He was a middle-aged man with graying temples. Although he showed signs of aging, his eyes were remarkably bright. From this, one could tell that while Koen's strength might only be at the transcendent level, his willpower was undoubtedly formidable. Having spent no more than 10 minutes in the war tower, Gao Yang walked back out. However, compared to the calmness he displayed when entering, a faint, almost imperceptible smile played on the corners of his mouth as he left. As for the reason, It was naturally due to the 7-meter-tall War Titan individual mecha now sitting in his inventory, along with a new round of cooperation. After he had slain Kema, Gao Yang knew that such collaborations would reach their peak in a short period, because as news of Kema's death traveled back to the Sea Beast cult and was then disseminated to various regional battlefields, the legendary priests of the Sea Beast Sanctuary would inevitably become vigilant. They might not leave the front lines immediately, but the moment any anomaly occurred, they would certainly flee the area at the first opportunity. The various warbands of the Steel Throat Legion were also aware of this, so they were doing everything possible to delay the spread of the news while accelerating the hunt for the Sea Beast cult's legendary priests. That was correct. This was a hunting operation targeting the legendary priests of the Sea Beast cult. In this process, Gao Yang was the only legendary hunter they could utilize. After walking out, Gao Yang looked at Remy, who was waiting outside the door. "Let's go. Head to Main City 525. Remy was startled, then nodded quickly and walked toward the direction they had come from, accompanied by the previous Steel Warlord. Soon, Gao Yang and Remy boarded the back of Olivier, following behind a giant steel eagle as they flew toward the interior. Their destination remained Main City 106, where they would use the high-speed rail device to quickly reach Main City 525. At the southernmost tip of Main City 525, the Molten Throat Warband had already launched a bloody battle against the Sea People. Gao Yang's partner for this cooperation was the Molten Throat Warband, and his target was the 10th-ranked temple priest of the Sea Beast cult, the Deep Sea Wolf Demon Trick. Over half an hour later, Gao Yang and Remy arrived at Main City 106, where they were once again received by Count Tross. After the Steel Warlord from the Echo Warband explained their purpose, the group quickly arrived at the high-speed rail facility. Gao Yang and Remy sat once more into the capsule-shaped rail transporter. A few minutes later, accompanied by a loud boom, the two began to speed toward Main City 525, Chapter 740 Dragon Pearl. An hour and a half later, Gao Yang and Remy stepped out of the capsule carriage. The scene outside was identical to the one at Main City 106. Led by guards, Gao Yang and Remy exited the underground building and officially entered Main City 525. However, compared to Count Tross in Main City 106, the person receiving Gao Yang in Main City 525 appeared much colder. This coldness was not because they had any dissatisfaction with Gao Yang, but rather an influence of the city's own atmosphere. Gao Yang naturally did not care about this. Even if these people were truly dissatisfied with him, he would not have any psychological fluctuations. After all, compared to their attitudes, Gao Yang valued the reward offered for this cooperation more. Soon, under the guidance of the guards, Gao Yang and Remy arrived at the center of the main city, the Central Archon Hall. Before stepping into the building, Gao Yang turned his head, his gaze falling on the end of the central avenue, where a tall, church-like structure stood. The towering eaves, the thick roof ridge, the rough and heavy walls, and the metal-cast three-tiered staircase emblem above the main entrance, all of these indicated that this was one of the cathedrals of the Iron Blood Destiny Church, the state religion of the Sarn Empire. After staring for a few seconds, Gao Yang withdrew his gaze, stepped over the threshold, and entered the Central Archon Hall. Soon, in a reception room, Gao Yang and Remy met a man wearing a fire-red respirator with orange-red filter cartridges inside. He wore the standard military uniform of the Sarn Empire, but the emblem on his chest was a drop of dripping fire-red lava. This was the insignia of the Molten Throat Warband, whose primary combat weapons were high-temperature steam weapons. As such, the overall quality, battlefield survival rate, and recovery ability of the Molten Throat Warband soldiers were ranked in the top 3 of the entire Steel Throat Legion. As for the reason, the accusations from the Sea People said it all. Seeing Gao Yang and Remy walk into the room, the man took the initiative to stand up and said to Gao Yang, "Hello, Mr. Wan Tang, I am Kellen, the Steel Warlord of the Molten Throat Warband." Gao Yang merely nodded, while Remy, standing beside him, performed an imperial military salute and said with extreme seriousness, "Lord Kellen, Remy Maud Yell, a level to mechanical assembler of the Black Iron Joe Warband, greets you." After the introductions, Gao Yang and Kellen sat opposite each other. A file was placed on the table in front of Gao Yang. The text on the cover made it clear to Gao Yang that this was detailed information regarding the deep-sea wolf demon. Trick. Gao Yang reached out to pick it up and began to browse through it. Soon, he had finished reading the information on his target. Kellen looked at Gao Yang and said straightforwardly, "Mr. Wang Tang, our warband has been engaged in battle with the sea people for 5 Saran hours, approximately 6 hours now. And that legendary priest of the sea beast cult has already appeared on the battlefield. The soldiers of the Molten Throat battle group are also fully prepared and are just waiting for your arrival." Speaking of this, he looked at Gao Yang and said, "Mr. Wang Tang, you just fought a life and death battle with a legendary priest. If you need it, we can secure a day of rest for you." Kellen withdrew his gaze, not daring to look at Gao Yang too much. The truth was that this plan was simply too tight, so much so that even he, an extraordinary, knew that the pressure was far too immense for the man before him. However, they did not have much time. Once news of the sea beast sect reached the various battlefields, the opportunity to decapitate these legendary priests would essentially be lost. Therefore, they had no choice but to speed up as much as possible, taking advantage of the time difference before the news spread to every front. And war, in itself, was an extremely effective way to delay the spread of information. Thus, even though Gao Yang had left the go of the in-battle group, the battle between them and the sea people continued there. Facing Kellen's inquiry, Gao Yang lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, "No need. Let us head directly to the front line." As the words fell, a hint of relief appeared on Kellen's face. "Wang Tang, thank you." Gao Yang waved his hand, saying nothing more. The active effect of his immortal will, which cuts off control effects, had already been forced out by Coma earlier. Although it was currently on cooldown, he still had 2 uses of this active effect available. Logically speaking, his best choice at this moment would be to remain within the borders of the Scene Empire and wait for the active effect of immortal will to cool down before heading to the battlefield. However, after reading the information on the deep-sea wolf demon, Trick, Gao Yang felt that with the one remaining active effect, dealing with this trick should not be a problem. The opponent's ability system was purely melee-based and did not possess many special abilities. But in contrast, this sea beast priest possessed an incredibly powerful physical body, with exaggerated strength, attack power, and speed. Yet, it was precisely because of this that his destructive power had not reached the disaster level, and he was only ranked 10th among the priests of the Sea Beast Temple. Therefore, facing such an opponent, retaining one active effect of immortal will was more than enough. If this Sea Beast priest truly hid his trump card so deeply that Gao Yang was forced to trigger the active effect of immortal will, then Gao Yang would accept it. At worst, he could simply use the sword light step to flee 100 miles away and return to fight again once he had recovered. Seeing this, Kellen took out a white metal box from somewhere and placed it in front of Gao Yang. "Mr. Wang Tang, this is the payment for our cooperation. Please take a look." Gao Yang nodded and opened it casually. Inside the pure white box lay a golden bead, roughly the size of an infant's fist, its surface covered in patterns resembling both a dragon and a snake. Gao Yang reached out and picked up the bead, his eyebrows slightly raised. The bead looked small, but it was quite heavy in his hand. Even with Gao Yang's strength, he had to exert a bit of effort to lift it. The texture upon contact made Gao Yang feel as if he were holding a sphere cast entirely from solid gold. This dragon pearl was extracted from the body of a serpentine giant dragon that was over 10,000 meters long, possessed 2 horns on its head, and had 4 claws under its belly. According to the appraisal of the Scarlet Fate Bishop, this dragon pearl can increase the user's strength by half. Moreover, it remains effective even for a legendary existence such as yourself, Scarlet Fate Bishop. After hearing Kellen's explanation, Gao Yang could not help but repeat the title. Kellen nodded and explained. The Scarlet Fate Bishop is the agent of the goddess of Scarlet Fate, a subordinate god of the god of iron-blooded destiny. They possess the power of prophecy and the insight to see the truth. The appraisal of a Fate Bishop cannot be wrong. Hearing this, Gao Yang nodded, suppressing the curiosity in his heart. Chapter 741, Strength 24. Gao Yang looked at the dragon pearl in his hand, which seemed to be cast from gold, and understood everything in his heart. This was a special treasure capable of increasing one's extraordinary strength by 1 point, And it was also one of the spoils of war the Molten Throat Battle Group had collected throughout their campaigns. But now, this Dragon Pearl had fallen into his hands. Trading a treasure that could increase one's extraordinary strength by 1 point for the life of a legendary powerhouse was a deal that both parties involved in the cooperation could consider highly satisfactory. With Gao Yang's current strength, although he had not yet advanced to the legendary rank, he already possessed the power of an ordinary legendary. Under the encirclement of a large army, killing a legendary figure whose strength was not particularly exaggerated was not a difficult task. As for the Molten Throat Battle Group, being a large battle group with over 200,000 members, they operated on the path of legion warfare. While treasures that could increase one's own attributes were precious, they were not in urgent need of them. It was precisely for this reason that a treasure of this level had fallen into Gao Yang's hands. Gao Yang closed the box again and stored it in his inventory. Seeing Gao Yang's actions, Kellen spoke with a slightly faster tone, asking, "Mr. Wan Tang, since you do not need to rest, shall I go and arrange the deployment device now?" The deployment device was naturally the teleportation device used when Gao Yang was hunting down the 4 individuals including Ice Phoenix. It had to be admitted that the speed of this deployment device was indeed fast, but its drawback was that those with low strength could not use it. If one were to force it, they would likely need to be scraped off the wall with a knife upon reaching the destination. Gao Yang nodded, remaining silent. Seeing this, Kellen did not linger and stood up to leave the room. After Kellen left, Remy also found an excuse to slip out of the room. If it were not absolutely necessary, she would never want to be in the same room as Gao Yang. Although Gao Yang did not seem like a difficult person to talk to, Remy's intuition told her that it was better to have as little contact with this man as possible. Once she was dragged into his conflicts with other factions, her small stature would not be able to withstand the political maneuvering and power struggles involved. After Remy left, Gao Yang finally took out the Dragon Pearl he had just obtained from his inventory. Looking at the golden Dragon Ball in his hand, Gao Yang paused for a moment before swallowing it in one gulp. As the Dragon Ball entered his mouth, a scorching, spicy sensation instantly exploded across his palate. Gao Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. The texture of this Dragon Ball was unexpectedly intense. However, this spicy sensation did not last long. Soon, as Gao Yang circulated his battle chi, the Dragon Ball rapidly dissolved into a thick liquid in his mouth and was swallowed into his stomach. Immediately afterward, crimson gold battle chi surged up from Gao Yang's body, beginning to refine the energy contained within the Dragon Ball. This process did not take long. In just a few minutes, the Dragon Ball had been completely refined by his battle chi, and the moment the refinement was complete, the energy contained within the Dragon Ball submerged into every part of his body. In just an instant, scorching energy, like a volcanic eruption, appeared in every corner of his body. The skin exposed on Gao Yang's body instantly turned bright red. Beneath this redness, one could even see his muscles and meridians twitching frantically. Thump 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 thump. As Gao Yang's heart began to beat wildly, the crimson gold battle chi began to gradually seep into the interior of his body. Nourished by the battle chi, Gao Yang's red skin began to slowly fade. 3 minutes later, his crimson skin had returned to normal. In contrast, there was an abundant power surging endlessly within his body. Strength Kung 1. Looking at the system notification appearing before his eyes, a smile emerged on Gao Yang's face. He reached out and made a grasping motion, and a crisp cracking sound emanated from the gaps between his clenched fingers. That was the sound of the air in his palm being squeezed and crushed by immense force. With the upgrade complete, Gao Yang did not wait any longer. He stood up and walked out of the room. Outside the room, Remy was waiting quietly. When she saw Gao Yang walk out, she immediately lowered her head slightly and said quickly, "Lord Wan Tang, the deployment device is ready. Lead the way." Gao Yang nodded slightly. Soon, Gao Yang stood in the familiar metal pod, accompanied by a loud boom of spatial displacement. The metal pod carrying Gao Yang instantly vanished. Elsewhere, at the edge of the coastline, a steel wall stood at the boundary between the sea and the land, with a large number of giant war machines operating frantically. Looking into the distance, a massive number of crimson armors were treading on a sea surface that looked like solidified magma. locked in a fierce battle with sea beasts and sea folk emerging endlessly from the water. These crimson armors were similar to individual titans, but what they held in their hands were not the door-sized steel blades, but ferocious war hammers with thick handles. One end of the hammer head glowing red like magma, and the other end burning with raging blood-colored flames. As the war hammers crashed down, amidst the suddenly rising steam, everything in their path had their bodies melted, their flesh turned into charred remains, mixed with the seawater below, and ruthlessly crushed into slag by the steel-constructed war boots. The Molten Throat battle group had been fighting the sea folk for a long time, and because of this, the sea area where they were currently engaged had completely turned into a cooled magma floor. At the very center of the battlefield, a large number of crimson-armored soldiers holding molten warhammers were constantly charging toward a massive figure surrounded in the center. The person being surrounded was over 5 meters tall and humanoid in shape, but compared to a normal human, his muzzle protruded like a wolf's. His arms were thick and powerful, and each finger had sharp claws half a meter long. He was the deep-sea wolf demon. Trick. The claws raked across the steel, and the 30-centimeter thick steel was shredded as if it were thin paper. Feeling the flesh and blood rapidly perishing under his hands, Trick bared his large mouth, stuck out his tongue to lick his full set of sharp teeth, and revealed a bloodthirsty, insane smile. Just as Trick wanted to continue the slaughter, the molten soldiers of the Molten Throat battle group surrounding him suddenly parted, revealing a passage several meters wide. A look of confusion appeared in Trick's eyes, and he assumed that the war had come to an end and the Molten Throat battle group was preparing to retreat. In past wars, whenever the Molten Throat battle group intended to stop fighting, they would reveal such a passage and take the initiative to let him out. This time, Trick did not think much of it. His thick legs exerted force with a boom, and his body turned into an afterimage, charging into the passage opened by the molten soldiers. But just as he was about to rush out of this passage, a figure suddenly appeared in the center of the passage, blocking his path. A bloodthirsty light appeared in Trick's eyes, and scarlet energy exploded between his claws, turning into blades of light. Then, he suddenly reached out with his claws, and a wolf claw-like blade that almost filled the entire passage slashed toward the figure at the end of the passage. Chapter 742, A New Sword Technique. The massive wolf claw-like blade tore through the air, emitting a harsh, ripping sound, completely enveloping Gao Yang's body. Gao Yang looked at this guy who was covered in black fish scales but looked like a werewolf, and Yang Yao appeared in his hand. Then, he swung his sword horizontally with one hand. There was no surging sword intent, nor any glow of battle chi, only a crisp sound of a sword hum suddenly rang out in the space. The next moment, countless cracks appeared in the space in front of Gao Yang, and in the center of these cracks was a golden sword mark condensed to the extreme. The massive wolf claw-like blade collided with this sword mark, and silently, it was split into by the sword mark, then annihilated in the air. Gao Yang looked at the sword mark still lingering before him, a look of contemplation in his eyes. His body paused slightly, and a flood of inspiration surged into his mind. In this instant, Gao Yang seemed to have grasped the inspiration contained in this accidental strike, but this inspiration was ethereal and untraceable, like a wisp of mist, lingering yet distant. Just as this spark of inspiration was about to dissipate completely, a crazed, bloodthirsty low growl rang in Gao Yang's ears, followed by the sound of claws breaking through the wind. A sense of fatal threat emerged in Gao Yang's heart, and along with it, the rapidly dissipating inspiration. Gao Yang did not even look at the deep-sea wolf demon, Trick, in front of him. He simply followed the feeling in his heart and swung the greatsword in his hand. As this sword strike was unleashed, Gao Yang's comprehension of the law of slaughter began to merge into it, while his brilliant willpower and condensed, scorching battle aura also flooded the blade. Under Trick's intense focus, he discovered that the human before him had once again unleashed a condensed golden sword mark. And like the previous sword mark, the golden one unleashed this time seemed to carry a blinding radiance. Merely by looking at this sword mark, he felt as if his eyes had been slashed by it from a distance. A piercing, agonizing pain shot through his eyeballs. Trick's eyes snapped shut, and a streak of blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. The excruciating pain in his eyes only made Trick more violent. He sensed Gao Yang's position with all his might, and his wolf claws continued to descend, enveloping Gao Yang's upper body. With a soft sound, Trick suddenly felt his body lighten, followed by a scorching, burning sensation that erupted from deep within his body and soul. Trick let out an irrepressible roar of fury. He sensed that the right arm he had just swung had been silently severed by the human opposite him. However, after just one roar, flesh and blood began to surge at Trick's severed limb, and a new arm suddenly sprouted from the stump. Having his eyes injured had no effect on Trick. His claws suddenly turned into afterimages, and a storm of wolf claw-like blades instantly formed, completely submerging Gao Yang's body. Every strike of the wolf claw-like blades tore the surrounding space to shreds. Gao Yang did not look at these incoming slashes in the face of such terrifying attacks. He simply closed his eyes. The next moment, he began to swing Yang Yao. He was not slashing at Trick before him, but rather slashing continuously around his own body. With every strike, a sword mark appeared in his vicinity. Before the storm of wolf claws could descend, a dense web of swords had already appeared around Gao Yang, completely enveloping him. The next instant, the wolf claw storm descended. These wolf claw-like blades, capable of easily tearing living beings apart, were sliced into countless fragments as cleanly as tofu the moment they collided with the golden sword web. From beginning to end, not a single attack managed to penetrate the sword web to land on Gao Yang. Trick sensed the scene unfolding before him in disbelief. The next moment, he turned and shot backward like a cannonball. There was no need for this battle to continue. Trick understood in his heart that the gap in strength between him and his opponent was far too vast. The opponent simply stood there, like a 10,000-foot-tall submarine volcano. No matter how he attacked, he could not shake the other party in the slightest. The moment Trick turned to flee, Gao Yang opened his eyes. He looked at Trick's retreating back, a hint of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. The next moment, Yang Yao slashed down with fury from above. The tip of the sword sliced through space, and a golden semi-arc slash pursued Trick's back. Wherever the slash passed, space was silently sliced open. A strike of this magnitude was no longer a purely physical or magical attack. This golden slash was rooted in Gao Yang's law of slaughter, with his brilliant willpower and endless battle ore serving as its bones and blood. As for this attack, it was already capable of directly damaging the space they were currently in. In other words, this golden sword mark had shattered space itself. Although it was only a preliminary comprehension, such a space-shattering strike was far beyond the limits for a legend like Trick. Trick could also tear space when unleashing his full power, but compared to Gao Yang's ability to tear space with a casual swing of his sword, the difference was vast. When ordinary attacks faced an assault that could even shatter space, the foundation of those attacks would be destroyed along with the space itself, subsequently collapsing and vanishing. Feeling the sharpness approaching from behind, Trick let out a roar of shock and rage, his speed suddenly doubling. Gao Yang took a step, his body turning into sword light as he vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Trick. Before Trick could react, a golden sword mark once again blocked his path. Sensing the space being torn apart in front of him, Trick dropped to all fours and, in a manner that completely defied physics, performed a sharp, right-angled L-turn, charging madly in another direction. Another sound of space being torn apart rang out, and a sense of despair welled up in Trick's heart, because he sensed that the sword web from before was now beginning to close in, with him at the center, like a true net. Wherever the sword web passed, space was sliced into fragments the size of Rubik's cubes. Only after the sword web had passed did the space begin to rapidly recover. Trick let out a roar, blood-red flames erupting over his body, and viscous scarlet droplets dripped from the tips of his claws. Trick's claws suddenly turned into afterimages, slashing violently at the space in front of him. Streaks of scarlet claw strikes appeared before him, turning into blood-red shockwaves that slashed through the space ahead. Demonic wolf devours the heavens. Trick's eyes bulged, filled with madness. Even though his vision had not yet recovered, he could sense the golden sword marks closing in on him. Tear everything apart to survive. The shockwaves formed by the violent wolf claw strikes continuously tore at the space in front of him, and even the sword web was lifted by his attacks. But no matter how terrifying Trick's attacks were, when his claw strikes landed on the sword web, they failed to trigger the slightest ripple and were all sliced to pieces. Gao Yang watched Trick, who was like a trapped beast, and swept Yang Yao in a semicircle before him, following his movement. The sword whip contracted with a boom. Trick's massive body suddenly trembled, and then, like a mountain of dominoes being pushed over, he was instantly sliced into sugar cube-sized pieces and scattered across the ground. Gao Yang looked at the thoroughly dead Trick, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Of course, this was not out of joy for slaying this legend, but rather delight at having comprehended a new sword technique. Chapter 743, Natural Disaster. Space Severing and Consecutive Battles. A swordsmanship capable of tearing through space. Let us call it space severing. Natural disaster. Space severing. Gao Yang sheathed his sword, looked at the now deceased Trick, and whispered to himself. The sword technique natural disaster. Space severing was not a fixed move. If Gao Yang wished, he could imbue the property of tearing through space into any of his sword techniques. However, the power to tear through space depended on the structural integrity of the space in the world he currently occupied. And the structural integrity of space was related to the size of the plane, the concentration of energy, and so on. For instance, tearing through space on Earth would be relatively simple, but if he were in the Eberron world, it would require significantly more power to achieve the same result. In fact, even then, he might not be able to tear through the space of the Eberron world at all. The most crucial point here was that natural disaster, space severing, was not Gao Yang bombarding the surrounding space with violent attacks, causing it to shatter under immense, brute force. Instead, it was far more refined. It involved condensing his will, power, and comprehension of the rules into a single point. It was like a diamond cutting glass, seemingly silent and effortless, yet capable of slicing the glass cleanly and precisely. The difference between the two was that the former was like smashing glass with a giant hammer, while the latter was like using a diamond to precisely cut the glass into pieces. Although both resulted in the destruction of the glass, the method of destruction and the power utilized were entirely different. Moreover, the degree of damage to the glass would also be influenced by the material of the glass itself. He glanced at the crimson armor scattered around. During the time it took to surround and kill Trick, at least 3,000 soldiers from the Molten Throat Warband had been killed or wounded. This was a necessary process for surrounding and killing a legendary powerhouse. Even the most formidable warband, when facing a legendary powerhouse, had to sacrifice lives to impede the opponent's progress. Given the inherent advantages of the Steel Throat Warband, losing over 3,000 soldiers was not an exaggerated figure. Of course, this was also because Trick did not know the ultimate goal of the Molten Throat Warband. If Trick had known, the number of casualties among the Molten Throat Warband soldiers would have been far greater than 3,000. Withdrawing his gaze, Gao Yang's body vanished from where he stood. By the time Gao Yang returned to the steel wall, Remy was already waiting for him. Seeing Gao Yang descend, Remy stepped forward and continued, "Lord Wang Tan, you have returned. The Boiling Blood Covenant Warband and the Silent Judgment Warband have both sent you invitations. When the Endeco Warband went to war with the Sea Folk, they also launched their own offensives." Upon hearing this, Gao Yang looked at Remy and asked, "So, the entire Steel Throat Warband has gone to war with the Sea Folk?" "Yes, my lord, because only in this way can we minimize the circulation of information among the Sea Folk and create temporary information cocoons," Remy replied with a nod. "Moreover, this kind of war happens every so often, which can also minimize the chances of the Sea Beast cult becoming suspicious." After listening to Remy's explanation, Gao Yang nodded slightly and then said, "Then let's go to the nearest warband first. By the way, has the information on the legendary powerhouses in these two warbands been sent over?" Remy nodded quickly and said, "It has all been sent, not just the information on the Sea Beast priests, but also the details regarding the rewards for our cooperation." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, not expecting these two warbands to act so quickly. Remy took out her communicator. The metal plate rose, and lines of text appeared upon it. The reward offered by the Boiling Blood Covenant Warband is a cluster of deep-sea coral. This coral grows on the seabed and appears to have grown after being tainted by the blood of that sea beast god. If it is ground into powder and consumed, it can improve an individual's physical fitness by about 50%. As for the Silent Judgment Warband, The reward they offer you is 10 magic gems. After Remy reported the rewards from the 2 warbands, Gao Yang had already made his choice. Let's go to the Boiling Blood Covenant warband. As for the Silent Judgment warband, help me pass on a message. I have no need for things like magic gems. Understood, my lord. Remy put away the communicator and responded crisply. Afterward, the 2 of them traveled toward the southwest side of the continent in the same manner. On the southwest side of the continent lay the defensive line of the Boiling Blood Covenant warband. 2 hours later, Gao Yang appeared atop the steel wall of the Boiling Blood Covenant warband, watching the bloody slaughter on the sea outside the wall. Gao Yang felt not even a ripple of emotion in his heart. He simply waited quietly for the appearance of the sea beast priest on the opposite side. After waiting for about half an hour, a soldier from the Boiling Blood Covenant warband came up behind Gao Yang. My lord, you may proceed. Gao Yang nodded slightly and leaped down from the steel wall. 10 minutes later, a silver-white greatsword nearly 1,000 meters long suddenly appeared over the distant sea. The greatsword slashed down ferociously, killing the 11th legendary sea beast priest on the spot. Having finished this, Gao Yang left the position of the Boiling Blood Covenant warband without a moment's delay. The reward offered by the Silent Judgment warband did not suit Gao Yang's wishes, but the reward offered by the Molten Core Pilgrim warband was quite good. The cooperation reward offered by the Molten Core Pilgrim warband was a piece of deep-sea crystal. The function of this deep-sea crystal was that it could be consumed to absorb the energy within it without loss, thereby increasing one's own energy cap. This piece of deep-sea crystal weighed 500 grams, which meant it could directly convert into a full 5,000 points of battle chi capacity. Although Gao Yang possessed the unique talent Sun Furnace, his speed of cultivating battle chi was already very fast. But who would complain about their cultivation speed being even faster? 5,000 points of battle chi could save Gao Yang a period of arduous cultivation. Moreover, Gao Yang would not waste this extra time. He would naturally continue to do his own things at his own pace. For example, continuing to cultivate battle chi or engaging in meditation, and so on. Treasures that could save such a significant amount of time were naturally rare and highly sought after. If Gao Yang had not happened to be there at the right time and possessed sufficient combat power, the Steel Throat warband would never have entered into such a collaboration with him. The Steel Throat warband had been fighting the Sea Beast cult for decades. Aside from the treasures they were required to turn over to the Empire, their own treasury naturally contained a variety of precious artifacts. These treasures were typically awarded to soldiers who demonstrated exceptional performance. However, some treasures would not be bestowed until one reached a certain level of strength. For the Steel Throat warband, having fought the Sea Beast cult for so many years, they had long grown weary of this endless tug of war, even though they had always held the upper hand. For the Marshal of the End within the Steel Throat warband, the best way to prove his achievements at this moment was to completely crush the Sea Beast cult. And the best way to crush the Sea Beast cult was to wipe out all of their legendary priests. Even if they could not be wiped out entirely, killing just one would weaken the Sea Beast cult's power by a fraction. Without these legendary powerhouses who served as their pillars of strength, the Sea Beast cult would be unable to contend with the Seen Empire. In this way, the great cause of the Seen Empire could be cemented under his leadership. Yes, that Marshal of the End knew exactly what the ultimate goal of their ceaseless war with the Sea Beast cult was. Everything was done to lure out that god of sea beasts, who was hiding somewhere unknown. Only by forcing it out would it be possible to achieve that ultimate dream. Chapter 744, Ambush in the Churning Sea. Gao Yang stood with his sword atop the 1,000-meter-long corpse of a sea beast. Around him lay shattered mechs and mangled remains of flesh and blood. A terrifying giant, 100 meters tall, sat slumped on the sea beast's carcass, its eyes already devoid of luster. A horrific sword wound appeared right in the center of its brow, piercing through its skull. This was none other than the 8th-ranked priest of the Sea Beast Temple, the sea giant Fetbu. Gao Yang took one last look at the sea giant before him, then turned and left with a hint of fatigue. A full day and night had passed since the Indeko warband. During this time, he had been either traveling or fighting. Even with his extraordinary physique of 24 points, he still felt a trace of exhaustion. These legendary powerhouses of the Sea Beast cult might not be exceptionally strong, but they still belonged to the legendary ranks, no matter what. They possessed the potential to kill Gao Yang outright. Fighting them without expending energy was simply impossible. When Gao Yang returned to the steel wall, Remy looked at his condition and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Lord Wan Tang, do you wish to continue?" Gao Yang sensed his own state and did not answer directly, instead asking, "Which warband is the next partner? And what is the strength of the sea beast priest they are confronting?" Upon hearing this, Remy quickly replied, "It is the light suffocating devourer warband. The sea beast priest they are facing is only rank 14th and has been a legendary powerhouse for less than 5 years." Gao Yang pondered for a moment, then asked, "How long will it take to reach the light suffocating devourer warband?" 3 scene hours, approximately 4 hours, Remy answered quickly. "Then let's go. Once this one is resolved, the collaboration ends." Gao Yang's voice was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable sense of authority. In fact, a day and a night had already passed, and the legendary priests of 4 consecutive war zones had been killed, although the battle between the Steel Throat Legion and the Sea People continued, which would affect the transmission of information. If the Sea Beast Temple had not yet received news after a full day and night, it would be an insult to their intelligence and intelligence gathering system. What Gao Yang wanted to do now was simply to take advantage of the fact that the Sea People could not extricate themselves from the current quagmire of war to expand his results further. And his 14th ranked Sea Beast Priest, who had been a legendary powerhouse for less than 5 years, was undoubtedly an excellent hunting target. However, even if he did not complete it, Gao Yang already had enough bargaining chips to meet the current emperor residing in the Xin imperial capital. Counting the initial 7th ranked Sea Beast Priest, Gao Yang had already slain a total of 5 legendary priests of the Sea Beast cult. Such an exaggerated battle record was dazzlingly powerful to any of the 3 parties: the Sea Beasts, the Empire, or the Storm Temple. His strength had been perfectly demonstrated. If the other party was not foolish, they would definitely engage in a peaceful and friendly exchange with him. After all, in the current state of affairs, their goals remained aligned. 3 scene hours later, Gao Yang and Remy emerged from the underground passage. Gao Yang glanced at the faint light appearing on the horizon, then withdrew his gaze. "Mr. Wan Tang, the target has been locked in a fierce battle for 10 scene hours. Will you depart now?" Gao Yang looked at the calm-faced soldier before him and nodded slightly. 5 minutes later, a metal pod appeared behind the steel wall of the light-suffocating devourer warband. With a hiss of hot steam, the hatch opened, and Gao Yang stepped out. Without any unnecessary conversation, Gao Yang, familiar with the routine, was accompanied by 2 soldiers to the top of the steel wall. Upon spotting his target, Gao Yang leaped directly from the wall and charged toward the silent battlefield in the distance, which was already filled with flesh and severed limbs. The 14th ranked Sea Beast Priest, Bulls, the top trainee priest of the previous generation of the Sea People. He has been a legendary powerhouse for over 4 years. He has never been seen merging with his contracted sea beast on the battlefield. It is estimated that he has not yet fully mastered the method of merging with a sea beast. As he charged forward, Gao Yang began to recall the information about his target. When he arrived in the middle of the battlefield, Bulls was frantically slaughtering the soldiers of the light suffocating devourer warband. Even though his expression was exceptionally ferocious, even though his attacks caused the space to tremble, and even though the mechs worn by those soldiers were being torn into scrap metal, not a single sound emerged from such an intense battlefield. This was the core ability of the light suffocating devourer warband, to swallow sound and light, drowning everything in silence. Bulls held an ink-black ancient urn, and a heavy, curved war blade protruded from the other side of the vessel. The battle blade, over 10 meters in length, was already stained crimson with blood. Numerous scratches marred its surface, a testament to the sheer duration of this combat. Bowers gripped the ancient urn battle blade, preparing to strike at the mechs swarming toward him from the front. As he swung, a blade 100 meters long erupted from the weapon. Had it connected, it would have undoubtedly cleared a fan-shaped area nearly 100 meters wide within the battlefield. Clang! Just as Bowers' blade descended, a 100-meter-long silver-white greatsword appeared abruptly, intercepting his attack. The piercing, explosive roar that rippled outward was instantly swallowed whole by the Void Light Devourer battle group. Bowers looked at Gao Yang before him, a strong, unconcealable killing intent surfacing in his eyes. Without a single word or exchange, Bowers stumped, causing the air beneath his feet to explode. His massive frame instantly lunged before Gao Yang, his battle blade descending toward Gao Yang's head with the force of a mountain-splitting strike. Facing this legendary sea race warrior over 5 meters tall, and looking at his still youthful face, Gao Yang swung his sword down with a calm gaze. Brilliant golden light erupted in his eyes. A golden thread crawled along the hilt and across the blade, merging into eternal radiance. Tyrant body slash. The greatsword and the battle blade collided, and a circular shockwave instantly detonated wherever it passed. The surrounding mechs were sent flying, retreating into the distance. Only after these mech soldiers had been blasted over 1,000 meters away did the violent, thunderous roar of metal clashing finally erupt, causing pillars of water 100 meters high to surge up from the surrounding sea. Bowers planted his feet on the surface of the sea, sliding backward for 100 meters before barely coming to a stop. Looking at Gao Yang standing on the water, his eyes were as scarlet as blood. The next moment, the sea surface beneath Bowers exploded, and the waters between them suddenly boiled. Within this churning sea, Bowers' figure vanished instantly. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. A sense of foreboding finally appeared in his mind. Without the slightest hesitation, he leaped, intending to fly toward the direction of the steel wall. But just as he turned, he saw a massive tsunami wave 100 meters high rising behind him, with a 3-meter-tall sea race warrior standing atop its crest. Then, to his left, a slender figure appeared silently, watching him with cold indifference. To his right, a beastly, mountain-like frame slowly surfaced from the turbulent seawater. Gao Yang felt the 3 suddenly appearing auras, and his heart sank instantly. Chapter 745, Identity Exposed. In just a single moment of engagement, the fangs of the sea beast cult were fully revealed. Gao Yang looked at the slender figure to his left, and in his heart, he understood why his innate ability had not functioned as expected this time. The opponent wore a robe with blue-white lightning patterns, wisps of lightning and gale swirled around her, and her silver hair exuded a chilling aura. A playful smile hung on her face as she watched Gao Yang, a legendary-level bishop from the Storm Temple, along with 3 legendary priests of the Sea Beast cult. This lineup is truly despair-inducing. Gao Yang had considered that he might be targeted by the Sea Beast cult and that legendary powerhouses might ambush him. But he had not expected the Sea Beast cult to cooperate with the Storm Temple to come after him together. Moreover, this Storm Bishop seemed to specialize in powers related to fate. On the side of the Sea Beast cult, whether it was Bowers, the figure standing atop that tsunami, or the man standing on the 100-meter-high wave, none appeared to be beings who wielded the power of fate. A legendary powerhouse I have never seen before. Tell me your name, the goddess is watching you. Storm Bishop Bianca looked at Gao Yang and said with a smiling expression. As her words fell, a muffled thunderclap echoed over the sea, and a wisp of blue-white lightning, no thicker than a pinky finger, struck instantly around Gao Yang. As the wisps of electric arcs exploded, a smear of scarlet smoke drifted from Gao Yang's body. Within this drifting scarlet smoke, dense, blood-like electric arcs slithered. The moment she saw this scarlet smoke, even Storm Bishop Bianca was stunned. She had only seen or heard of this phenomenon of vengeful blood lightning in the scriptures of the Holy Church. She had never actually seen a being in reality who possessed it. She had used the true name spell just now, intending only to discover Gao Yang's origins. An unknown legendary powerhouse appearing in the angry sea world and continuously slaying legendary powerhouses of the Sea Beast cult. How could the Storm Temple, one of the 3 major powers of this world, ignore such a thing? The principle that one does not allow others to snore beside one's bed was something the Storm Temple naturally understood. It was precisely for this reason that Bianca, as a Storm Bishop, had joined this encirclement and annihilation of Gao Yang. And in this encirclement, if Gao Yang's strength had not been particularly formidable, Bianca would not have intervened, at most choosing to stand by and watch. But with the appearance of this wisp of vengeful blood lightning, Bianca knew that everything else was no longer important. The appearance of that vengeful blood lightning meant that the relationship between Gao Yang and the Storm Temple was one of life and death. Once all Storm believers learned of such an existence, they would spare no effort to kill Gao Yang, because it meant drawing closer to their faith and receiving the supreme blessing of the goddess. After only a moment of distraction, Bianca looked at Gao Yang, who was trapped in the encirclement, with burning eyes. As long as she killed this man who possessed the vengeful blood lightning, the merit she gained would inevitably elevate her status within the Storm Temple, and perhaps she would have the chance to sit upon that throne of power in the Storm Temple, the Storm Pope, whose status was second only to the goddess. When Gao Yang saw the blood-colored smoke suddenly explode from his body, he realized that the situation had taken an unpredictable turn. When he first entered this world, he had understood that his most fixed enemy in this world was the Storm Temple, with whom he was locked in a life and death struggle. Ever since he arrived in this world, he had not even made the slightest inquiry about the Temple of Storms, his goal being to minimize any connection with it as much as possible, or rather, even if he wanted to establish a connection with the Temple of Storms, it would have to wait until the next stage, that is, after basically resolving the Sea Beast cult before he would take the initiative to confront the Temple of Storms. Of course, the most perfect ending would naturally be for him and the Temple of Storms to have nothing to do with each other. After completing his necessary gains, he would leave this raging sea world, and the Temple of Storms would remain here to continue spreading the goddess's faith. However, it now appeared that his expectations had been shattered. After this battle, if he could still survive, what he would face would be the relentless, life or death pursuit of both the Temple of Storms and the Sea Beast cult. The former was due to his past experiences, while the latter was because of the 5 legendary priests who had died at Gao Yang's hands. Facing a full 4 legendary powerhouses, to say one could survive with 100% certainty would be a true insult to the existence of the legendary rank. Especially since Gao Yang had not yet truly ascended to the legendary rank, he was merely at the peak of the transcendent level with legendary combat power. In this situation, perhaps only by unleashing the sword domain of immortal execution would it be possible to break through the encirclement of these 4 legendary powerhouses and escape with his life. But once the sword domain of immortal execution was exposed, the subsequent plan targeting the deity of the Sea Beast cult would basically be declared a failure. If that happened, the completion rate of this abyss trial would naturally not be very high. Even if Gao Yang could survive, if the gains did not meet the standard, it would be nothing more than a slow death. Therefore, for Gao Yang, using the sword domain of immortal execution would inevitably lead to his subsequent gains being reduced to the limit, while not using it made the possibility of breaking through the encirclement far too low. Gao Yang slowly exhaled the turbid air from his chest, the change in airflow dispersing the crimson smoke swirling around him. He tilted his head and glanced at Bianca, the bishop of the Temple of Storms, whose gaze toward him was filled with scorching murderous intent. As his thoughts raced, Gao Yang tightened his grip on the hilt of Eternal Radiance, seemingly sensing Gao Yang's determination. Eternal Radiance let out a crisp sword hum, actively resonating with his battle chi. Clang! A sword or edge half a meter long erupted from the tip of Eternal Radiance, continuously slicing through the space at the sword's point. In just an instant, Gao Yang had prepared himself for a death battle. Heretic! Bianca pointed one hand at Gao Yang, letting out a low shout filled with anger. Her voice rumbled across the sea area like muffled thunder, and wherever it passed, vast clouds gathered, with wisps of dazzling lightning rolling endlessly within the cloud layer. Bianca's slender, elegant fingers stretched to their limit, and endless lightning and gale winds gathered in her palm. Her gaze was locked tightly onto Gao Yang as she continued to shout in a low, angry voice. Though this time the target of her shout was not Gao Yang, but the other 3 legendary priests. Kill him with me, and for the next 100 years, 1/3 of the faith in the region west of the raging sea shall be left to the storm and the sea beasts to collect together. Yes, when faced with the goddess's gift, even the source of the goddess's faith could become a bargaining chip for Bianca, this bishop of storms, and she knew with absolute clarity that faced with such an enticing condition, the priests of the Sea Beast cult could never refuse. The reason she did this was that her ultimate goal was to ensure that the 4 people participating in this seed could devote themselves wholeheartedly to it, ensuring that Gao Yang was thoroughly killed here, because only in this way could she obtain the goddess's gift and favor. As for the faith lost by the goddess was eternal and immortal. A mere trifle of insignificant faith was no obstacle. After all, even if she lost this bit of faith, The goddess would still be the goddess. But if she lost this opportunity, she would likely remain nothing more than a bishop. Chapter 746 Perfect Response. As Bianca's voice fell, the breathing of the 3 sea beast priests present became slightly heavier. As the top power controlling the Raging Sea, the largest ecosystem in the Raging Sea world, the sea beast cult was extremely formidable. But in this world, there were still existences they did not want to face but had to. The Temple of Storms of the Storm Goddess, that lady, as a deity of powerful divine power, possessed strength far exceeding the deity worshipped by the sea beast cult, which was their sea beast god. The sea beast god was merely a native deity born on the seabed of the Raging Sea, and its power could only be exerted within this realm. It was only because of sufficient faith that it became a deity of weak divine power, let alone challenging a deity of powerful divine power. It could not even contend with a deity of intermediate divine power. Therefore, unless necessary, the sea beast cult and the Temple of Storms would not come into conflict. The reason was very simple. No conflict meant no attention from that lady, and without her attention, the sea beast god would remain the supreme existence in the Raging Sea world. Under this decision, the development between the sea beast cult and the Temple of Storms was relatively peaceful, except for some lower-level existences fighting over trivial matters. But such struggles were not an issue for the top-level sea beast priests or storm bishops. Or rather, this was something they were happy to see. But in essence, for the sea beast priests, expanding the scope and source of faith was also a great achievement within the sea beast temple. At this moment, revenge and merit had reached a perfect unity. On the distant steel wall, General Sean Bush of the Burning City, from the light-devouring legion, looked toward the direction where Gao Yang was, his expression becoming incredibly ugly. The 14th Sea Beast Priest, Bowers, the 12th Beast Demon Mountain, Timothy Montoya, the 6th Tsunami, Monmark, and the Storm Bishop of the Temple of Storms, Bianca, for legends gathered in the sea area guarded by my light-devouring legion. This is truly. With one glance, Sean immediately began to issue orders to all legion soldiers through his respirator to fall back. With 4 legends present, there was no reason for these transcendent-level soldiers to continue fighting. This was even true for the sea folk soldiers, if they remained in these waters. Once the 5 legendary powerhouses began their all-out war, they would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by the turbulent forces. As for Gao Yang, Sean no longer held any hope in a 4-on-1 situation, let alone for someone who was merely a partner he had never met before. Even if it were Gonzados of the Steel Throat Origin Battle Group or Do the Annihilator of the Annihilation Devourer Battle Group, Sean would have unhesitatingly ordered all soldiers to retreat within the steel walls to form a defensive line. Because once Gao Yang was killed, these 4 legendary powerhouses would certainly not pass up the opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the Scene Empire. Therefore, after issuing the order to fall back, Sean immediately initiated a battle group call through his respirator, explained what was happening here in the shortest possible time, and requested reinforcements. Gao Yang and the others naturally sensed the shift in the battlefield situation. The Sea Beast priests were in no hurry to strike, and neither was Gao Yang. Facing a siege by 4 people, being able to recover even a little bit of battle energy and stamina was of the utmost importance. During this waiting period, Bowers held his ancient Urn Warblade, and the deep blue seawater below began to gather toward his body as if it were a living creature. Soon, a deep blue suit of armor, formed entirely by compressed and solidified seawater, covered Bowers' body. Meanwhile, Timothy of the Beast Demon Mountain reached his massive, claw-like hand into the seawater and pulled out a giant, pitch-black electric eel nearly 100 meters long. Wisps of electric light danced across the surface of the eel's body. At the same time, the eel's massive maw was filled with rows of sharp teeth, emitting a crisp clack-clack sound every time it opened and closed. As for Monmark the Tsunami, who stood atop the crest of the tsunami, he made no move. Gao Yang stood in the center of the encirclement, his silver-white underworld vine armor quickly wrapping around him. Beneath the gauntlet, the hourglass on the back of his right hand began to rotate slowly. Each full rotation took exactly 1 minute. 3 minutes passed, and by then, both the sea folk and the battle group soldiers had retreated out of their immediate range. The moment the last sea folk soldier cleared the area, Bowers let out a furious roar. The sea within 100-meter radius suddenly buckled downward, and he transformed into a blur, charging behind Gao Yang. At the same time, Timothy swung his massive arm. The electric eel sea beast he held was covered in plasma, stimulated by the violent current. The beast opened its massive mouth, and a beam of light, condensed to the extreme, blasted toward Gao Yang. Wherever the beam of light passed, the air was torn apart in layers of massive shockwaves, and even the surface of the sea was pressed into a semi-cylindrical concave channel dozens of meters wide. Bianca's eyes erupted with brilliant white light a foot long, her shoulder-length hair dancing without wind, and a storm rapidly took shape in her palms. 3 attacks bombarded Gao Yang from 3 different directions. Facing these, Gao Yang's expression remained calm, as if he had foreseen the future. At the very last instant before Bauer's warblade struck, he shifted his body sideways by several meters, narrowly avoiding the blade's slash. At the same time, the storm and the beam of electric light collided violently at the spot where Gao Yang had just been standing. The dissipating storm and lightning simultaneously engulfed Bauer's. The violent lightning and storm caused Bauer's muscles to tremble uncontrollably, and he lost his ability to act for a short time. Heavenly disaster. And sword. In that instant, a golden sword shadow shot out from Gao Yang's eyes, aiming for the center of Bauer's brow while he was temporarily incapacitated. Simultaneously, he turned abruptly. The Yang Yao sword expanded more than 100-fold in an instant, colliding with the electric eel sea beast with violent sword energy. Following that, he clenched his free left hand into a fist, covered his knuckles in crimson gold battle energy, and threw a punch toward Bianca. A beam of crimson gold fist energy shot straight toward Bianca's head, causing her expression to shift slightly. First perfect response, successful. The golden sword shadow ignored the obstruction of the seawater armor and pierced directly into the center of Bauer's brow. The greatsword Yang Yao collided with the electric eel sea beast, and a tremendously violent shockwave exploded outward. The eel let out an earth-shattering wail, its tough skin shattered in large patches, and the blade continued to hack into its flesh. Timothy realized something was wrong. The power in his hands suddenly dissipated, and the electric eel sea beast was sent flying by a single strike. Bianca's body suddenly flickered more than 10 meters away, avoiding the fist energy Gao Yang had launched, her expression looking rather unsightly. The heretic before her was more troublesome than she had imagined. Chapter 747. The perfect response deduced 1,000 times. As Bianca condensed a gale in her hands and shot it toward Gao Yang, she shouted, "Tsunami! How long are you going to just stand there and watch?" Monmarch, standing atop the crest of the waves, snorted coldly upon hearing this, but he no longer feigned indifference. With a wave of his large hand, the 100-meter-high tsunami beneath his feet suddenly collapsed, turning into a sky-filling deluge that swept toward Gao Yang. At this moment, the 100-meter-high tsunami was like a collapsing mountain, carrying violent power that completely sealed off every possible angle of escape for Gao Yang. At the same time, Timothy swung the electric eel sea beast in his hand again. A long time, like a whip, cracked through the air and coiled toward Gao Yang. If he were to be coiled by the sea beast's long tongue, he would be swallowed whole by the creature, with virtually no possibility of escape. How? Facing the combined siege of the three, Gao Yang took a sharp, deep breath. The next moment, crimson gold battle energy burned fiercely on his body, and his bloodline ability size manipulation was instantly activated. At the same time, Gao Yang exerted his 8-9 profound art to the limit. With the two combined, Gao Yang's body expanded more than 10-fold in a roar. In the blink of an eye, his stature grew to be as tall as Timothy of the Beast Demon Mountain. Thump thump, thump thump. His heart beat violently within his chest, and the scorching furnace battle energy surged madly through his body, emitting a sound like crashing waves. A meter-long golden radiance erupted from Gao Yang's eyes. Wisps of electric arcs burst from the center of Gao Yang's chest, instantly spreading across his entire body. He had clearly activated time acceleration. The next moment, Gao Yang swung the Eternal Radiance greatsword, which had already expanded to 100 meters in length, sweeping it horizontally before him. Violent power surged within his body, and a fierce sword pressure whistled through the air, crashing into the sea of water that was sweeping toward him. With an earth-shattering roar, this stretch of the sea seemed to tremble under the impact of such peerless force. The rushing seawater stalled for a moment, and then the power within the greatsword erupted, instantly transforming the water into a sky full of water arrows that blasted toward Timothy. Having unleashed one strike, Gao Yang did not pause in the slightest. His arm moved like a phantom as he swung the sword again. However, this strike was not aimed at Bianca, who was attacking him, but at Bowers, who remained frozen in place, unable to move due to the disaster-intent sword. Human calamity, sea of blood. This strike was filled with murderous intent as vast as the ocean, and even the blade was covered in a thin layer of blood-red lines. If this strike were to land, given that Bowers had only reached the legendary rank a few years ago, his flesh and blood would undoubtedly be melted away, resulting in his death on the spot. At this moment, Timothy was blocked by the sky full of water arrows Gao Yang had unleashed, and Bowers was restrained by the disaster-intent sword and the previous attacks. As for Bianca, she was a bishop of the Storm Temple. Far from rescuing Bowers, she might even be hoping that Gao Yang would use his sword to execute this legendary priest of the sea beast cult. Therefore, the only person present who could and would save Bowers was that tsunami, Monmark, who was also a sea beast priest. Monmark realized this as well, a flicker of gloom crossing his eyes. Allowing Gao Yang to execute a legendary priest right under his nose was something completely intolerable to Monmark. Not to mention that the number of priests in the Sea Beast Temple had already been reduced by nearly a third due to Gao Yang's slaughter. The talent and strength of Bowers alone meant that, given time, his future achievements would not be inferior to his own. Under these circumstances, blocking Gao Yang's attack and preserving Bowers' life was a necessary choice. Monmark splayed his 5 fingers, and deep blue energy surged within his palm. The next moment, a massive hand composed entirely of seawater suddenly appeared above Bowers, slapping toward the greatsword that Gao Yang was swinging down in a rage. The greatsword collided with the giant palm, and a massive volume of seawater, seemingly endless, rushed toward the blade. As the scorching battle aura touched the seawater, a vast expanse of steam immediately engulfed this part of the sea. Gao Yang's gaze sharpened. The next moment, he took a step, and his body suddenly vanished from where he stood, reappearing 2,000 meters away. His body had expanded, and the teleportation distance of his sword light step had actually adapted accordingly to his current size. Having suddenly appeared 2,000 meters away, Gao Yang did not stop his pace. He took another step, and his body continued to flicker another 2,000 meters away. In just 2 steps, Gao Yang had surged forward a full 4,000 meters, already breaking free from the core of the battlefield. Having escaped the core of the battlefield, Gao Yang did not pause for even a second. Channeling his power and erupting with battle aura, he charged toward the direction of the steel wall like a giant striding across the sea to chase the sun. This was Gao Yang's ultimate goal. From beginning to end, he had never intended to fight to the death with these 4 legendary powerhouses here. If he truly fought to the death, that would be seeking his own demise. This was also the best escape route he had derived after performing 3 full future simulations using the curious object known as the endless reincarnation. Everything seemed simple and direct, and the attacks and defenses appeared ordinary, but in reality, they had been simulated thousands of times, finally presenting the seemingly plain exchange and the effortless escape scene before them. Only in this way, while the 4 people before him had not yet fully brought out their trump cards, and by taking advantage of their sense of contempt, could Gao Yang achieve his goal. In fact, he had already successfully broken away from the core of the battlefield. A distance of 4,000 meters might be equivalent to just a few steps for a legendary powerhouse, but these few steps still required time to cross, and this time was exactly what Gao Yang had fought to secure for himself. As long as he escaped a little further, he would be able to directly use the light step within his sword light step to teleport to a location 100 kilometers away. And by that time, this encirclement and killing attempt would be declared a complete failure. Amidst the billowing high-temperature steam, the expressions of Monmark and Bianca suddenly turned ugly. The former was because he had been played, while the latter could not tolerate the possibility of her own progress being taken away just like that. "Stop right there!" Bianca let out an angry roar. Violent energy erupted from her body, and amidst the swirling winds and flashing thunder, The area within a 5-kilometer radius suddenly transformed into a thunderstorm domain intertwined with wind and lightning. Bianca's eyes were pure white. She hovered in midair, supported by the gale, and held her right hand high above her head as bolts of violent thunder continuously struck her palm. The next moment, she looked ferocious, aiming her palm at Gao Yang, who had already reached the edge of her thunderstorm domain. Rumble! Dull thunderclaps exploded within this domain, and countless wild bolts of lightning, as if they were living creatures, shot toward Gao Yang's position from all directions, facing this world-destroying thunderstorm attack. Dark purple plasma suddenly flowed across Gao Yang's entire body. Then, bathing in the lightning plasma, he charged headlong into the converging thunderstorm. Chapter 748, Escaping Alive. Gao Yang did not know how many times he had come into contact with lightning, but never before had it brought him such a degree of excruciating pain. That pain felt as if his flesh and blood were about to turn into charcoal under the bombardment of this lightning. His bones were about to shatter, and everything about him was about to be devoured by the destructive power contained within. If it were not for the protection of the 9 capitals' wild thunder, he would absolutely not have been able to break through this thunderstorm cage at this moment. This was the full-force eruption of a veteran legendary powerhouse. The power was enough to be called world-destroying. In the blink of an eye, Gao Yang charged out from the center of the thunderstorm. At this moment, his body was covered in lacerations of flesh and blood, and within the cracks were carbonized tissue and bones filled with fractures. But having rushed out of the thunderstorm, Gao Yang was now less than 500 meters away from the edge of this thunderstorm domain. As long as he advanced a few more steps, he would be able to break out of this area before the 4 people behind him could surround and kill him, thereby escaping this encirclement. Just as Gao Yang continued to charge forward, a fierce blade of light soared into the sky from behind him, heading straight for his back. It was Bowers. From the start of the battle until now, Bowers had finally broken free from control, and at this moment, he slashed down at Gao Yang with a blade filled with rage. The 100-jon blade light spanned 1,000 meters and appeared behind Gao Yang in an instant. This blade, brimming with fury, caused Gao Yang to suddenly twist his body, holding his greatsword Yang Yao horizontally in front of him, without the slightest intention of clashing with it head-on. Clang! A violent explosion rang out, and Gao Yang's body was sent flying backward at an even greater speed toward the edge of the domain. Although doing so caused many more flesh wounds to appear on Gao Yang's body, none of this could shake his will even in the slightest. Like a meteor, Gao Yang crashed into the edge of the thunderstorm domain, without a moment's hesitation. Gao Yang slashed his sword directly at the thunderstorm domain in front of him. The moment he executed the Yang Yao slash, golden light erupted brilliantly in his eyes, and his terrifying will connected with the battle chi within his body, transforming into sharp sword chi, catastrophe, world annihilation. The tip of the sword traced a perfect and precise arc in front of Gao Yang. Although there were no fluctuations of battle chi and no sword chi leaking out, an infinite aura of destruction continuously surged on the blade of Yang Yao. Zheng. The space split cleanly into under the tip of the Yang Yao sword, and along with it, the thunderstorm domain constructed by Bianca was also severed. Gao Yang's figure flashed, and he had already rushed out through the breach in the thunderstorm domain. The sky returned to calm, and the ocean ceased its roaring. In this silence, Gao Yang lowered his eyes, looking down at the calm figure located deep on the seabed, beneath the infinite seawater. Clearly, while Gao Yang was breaking through Bianca's thunderstorm domain, Tsunami Mondemark had already completed his fusion with his contracted sea beast and had brought the surrounding sea area entirely under his control. Without any pause, crimson gold battle chi erupted crazily from Gao Yang's body, accompanied by an almost endless amount of 9 capital wild thunder. The sky filled with thunder and fire instantly engulfed the 1,000-meter radius of this world, and even Bianca's thunderstorm domain was pushed far away. Rolling thunder and fire filled the heavens and earth, constantly colliding with one another, and a scalp-tingling aura of destruction instantly permeated the area. The heavy pressure caused the surrounding silent space to solidify, emitting cracking sounds as it struggled under the unbearable burden. Gao Yang raised his sword, and following his movement, this rolling purgatory of thunder and fire instantly collapsed onto the blade of Yang Yao. Much like a collapsing star, the next instant, A giant thunderfire sword 10,000 meters long appeared between heaven and earth. The aura of destruction radiated from this great sword, causing dense black cracks to appear in the oppressed space. Gao Yang's face was bloodless, but his eyes were brilliant to the extreme. What he had manifested in his hand at this moment was not sword chi composed of battle chi and thunder fire, but the actual greatsword Yongyao, magnified to a scale of 10,000 meters. This strike fused Gao Yang's strength, physique, will, and a small amount of intelligence and agility attributes. But even so, the terrifying level of this strike was absolutely the strongest blow Gao Yang had been able to unleash thus far. Catastrophe, heavenly abyss, meteor fall. Gao Yang let out a roar, and the 10,000-meter-long thunderfire greatsword in his hand slashed down toward the front. Wherever Yongyao passed, space shattered inch by inch, revealing the pitch-black void behind it. At the bottom of the deep sea, Mondemark's pupils constricted sharply. He felt the threat of death in Gao Yang's attack. Thus, the moment he perceived it, his eyes were filled with darkness. The next moment, the endless ocean around him began to follow his will, transforming into surging, ceaseless giant waves that roared toward Gao Yang above the sea surface. Under Mondemark's will, the endless ocean transformed into a pitch-black giant wave that soared from the sea surface, heading straight for Gao Yang above the sea area. This pitch-black giant wave was like a dark wall rising from the seabed. Wherever it passed, space twisted and shattered, and shocking shockwaves spread to both sides of the wave. Wherever it went, the seawater turned into layers of billows, rolling backward to both sides, sweeping away everything at high speed and crashing into the steel city walls. Rumble. Amidst the majestic roar, the giant wave and the giant thunderfire sword collided violently. Heaven and earth went silent for a moment, and then infinite destructive power erupted and clashed. After a roar, the black clouds rolling in the sky were instantly dispersed, and along with them, Bianca, Bowers, and Timothy were also blown away. The sea surface below was the same. A chasm 10,000 meters long and 100 meters wide was carved out, revealing the soft seabed and the churned-up mud and sand. One soared to sever the sea. The violent impact swept over, and Gao Yang's body, like a cannonball, was struck by the giant wave and sent flying backward toward the sky. As for Mondemark, he was on the seabed. He did not fare any better. Gao Yang's sword had directly slashed open the place where he stood and the surrounding seawater. Violent sword chi was currently surging crazily within his body, and the destructive sword chi was wreaking havoc inside his frame. This also resulted in him being unable to deliver a finishing blow to Gao Yang. Gao Yang was hit repeatedly by the giant waves, and his already charred body began to shatter under this bombardment, starting with his limbs, which were already covered in flesh wounds and charred remains. Then, this shattering began to spread toward his torso, but by this time, Gao Yang had already been pushed more than 1,000 meters away by the giant wave. Without any hesitation, Gao Yang squeezed the remaining battle chi in his body and activated Sword Light Step. With a flash of light, he instantly disappeared from the perception of Mondemark and the other three. Behind the steel city wall, in an uninhabited area, Gao Yang, having lost his limbs, suddenly appeared from the space and began to fall freely toward the ground. The next instant, ice blue light spread beneath him, and the massive body of Olivier gently caught Gao Yang. Afterward, Olivier spread his dragon wings, flapping them frantically toward the hinterland of the continent, speeding away. This place was not far from the coastline, and the light suffocating Devourer Legion would likely not be able to withstand the attacks of four legendary powerhouses. If the other party was determined to kill him, the battle group would not have the ability to stop them. The further away he was from them, the safer he would be at this moment. Gao Yang slumped onto the ice chair, and a test tube appeared before him, which he controlled with his mind to insert directly into his mouth. As the pale golden solution from the test tube entered his stomach, the battle chi that had dried up within Gao Yang began to regenerate rapidly, along with the life essence that had been almost entirely depleted. Soon, as the battle chi and life essence replenished, Gao Yang's dilapidated body began to grow and recover rapidly. Chapter 749, Scene Imperial Capital. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and for 3 days, Adelville carried Gao Yang across the sky of the Scene Empire, never once stopping to rest. It was not until Gao Yang's body had fully recovered that it slowly reduced its flight speed. During these 3 days, apart from recovering from his own injuries, Gao Yang spent most of his time observing the vast land below. Delville's flight speed was very fast, allowing Gao Yang to clearly see the crisscrossing metal tracks and the city buildings distributed like nodes across the continent. After 3 days of flight, Gao Yang was no longer far from the very center of the Scene Empire. When Delville slowed down, just over 10 minutes later, a figure shrouded in gray mist appeared in front of it. The gloomy gray mist condensed without dissipating, and a pair of eyes, indifferent and devoid of any human emotion, emerged from within the mist. Gao Yang looked at the gray mist figure standing in midair and stopped Delville, who was about to launch an attack. Following Gao Yang's movement, an indifferent voice emanated from the gray mist figure. "Mr. Wang Tang, the Emperor wishes to see you. Do you have the time?" This gray mist figure used the phrase "the Emperor wishes to see you" rather than summoning you. The former was an invitation. If you gave him face, you would go, and if not, it was up to you. The latter, however, was mandatory. Failing to go would be an open defiance of the Emperor's order, and one would have to bear the consequences alone. Gao Yang stood up from the ice chair. Because of his position, he looked down slightly at the gray mist figure in front of him and spoke with a calm expression. "I came. As for that Scene Emperor." Gao Yang naturally wanted to meet him, or rather, since arriving in this world and understanding its general situation, he had been preparing for this meeting. This was true whether it was his initial slaying of the Sea Beast Sex Legion or his subsequent cooperation with the Steel Throat Battle Group. The gray mist figure's eyes slowly receded into the mist, and then it turned and flew forward. Gao Yang watched the other parties departing back, already having a guess in his heart. If he was not mistaken, this should be the legendary Child of the Child Legion. After just one glance, Gao Yang sat back down, and Delville followed behind the other party, flying forward. After flying for another 3 days, the Scene Imperial capital had yet to be seen. But a notification from the Omniverse Network appeared in Gao Yang's eyes. Gao Yang took a look and then dismissed it, and knowingly, he had already stayed in this world for 10 days. If he wanted to leave now, he could choose to return to Earth. However, the thought did not even cross Gao Yang's mind. Destiny City was located at the very center of this continent and was also the absolute center of the entire continent's power, economy, and military. It was also the imperial capital of the entire Scene Empire. As for its land area, it could no longer be described as vast. Just looking down from the sky, even with Gao Yang's eyesight, he could not see the boundaries of this giant city. In this giant city, there were extremely huge steel furnaces standing everywhere, as well as metal tracks laid out on the streets. The gray mist figure in front stood outside this huge imperial capital, turned to look at Gao Yang, and said in that same indifferent voice, "Mr. Wang Tang, the Emperor's residence is still some distance from the city wall. A vehicle has been prepared for you, and you may view the scenery of the imperial capital." This sentence was spoken very tactfully. In short, continuing to ride a dragon to fly through the imperial capital would be too disrespectful, so taking a car into the capital would give each other face. Gao Yang glanced at him and tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of the ice chair. Delville snorted and then slowly landed in front of this nearly 100-meter-high steel city wall. After Delville landed, the vehicles authorized to enter the Imperial Palace were already prepared. Gao Yang stepped down from the stairs, took out several kelo fruits, tossed them to feed Delville, and then stepped into the car. Only after Gao Yang was completely seated in the back seat did the motorcade begin to move slowly into Destiny City. Through the half-open window, Gao Yang casually browsed the scenery in this Destiny City. The people living here had a different temperament than those in other major cities. Their faces carried vivid expressions, and one could hardly see that steel-like coldness. The motorcade's speed was fast but very smooth. They drove like this for a long time before arriving in front of the towering Imperial Palace. After the guards stationed there carefully verified their identities and checked their information, the motorcade was allowed to continue forward. Fortunately, this inspection did not disturb Gao Yang. He just sat in the car, waiting quietly. The motorcade entered the Imperial Palace. Inside this towering palace, the proportion of steel seemed a bit too high. From the road underfoot to the outer walls of the buildings, everything shimmered with a metallic luster. One could tell the personality of the palace's owner just from its layout. Upon arriving here, Gao Yang also discovered the faint aura of a domain present in this place. This domain aura was exactly the same as the one he had felt before. It was just slightly stronger here. Noticing this, Gao Yang became even more curious about the current emperor, Uzzel, whom he was about to meet. What kind of powerful legendary expert could spread his own domain across the entire continent, even if he had utilized arrays and other powers to do so? It was not as if any legend standing in the position of that Xin emperor could extend their domain to the entire continent. The current emperor of the Xin Empire, Xin Uzur, being able to accomplish all of this is, in itself, a testament to his own formidable power. As the motorcade began to approach the sleeping quarters, Gao Yang could clearly perceive that the sentries and patrolling ash guards here were significantly more powerful. Soon, a structure that appeared to have been cast from steel appeared ahead. The building was shaped like a palace, but its outer walls bore vast traces of molten steel that had solidified after cooling. Metal tracks converged from all directions, disappearing into this grand steel hall. Looking at this palace cast from steel, Gao Yang felt a slight heaviness in his heart. The hall gave him a sense of profound and imposing majesty. Looking at those layers of steps, one could almost envision a towering figure stepping upward, one stride at a time, toward the summit. Gao Yang stepped onto the stairs, and his soles immediately produced a cold, hard clanging sound against the steel. Ascending the steps, Gao Yang soon arrived before the sleeping quarters of this legendary Xin emperor. Outside the main gate of the sleeping quarters, in addition to the 4 guards standing watch, there was a person wearing the robes of a blood-colored cleric and a fat man dressed in magnificent, gold-threaded attire. These two were the Scarlet Fate Bishop of the Scarlet Fate Church and the Smiling Chief Justice of the Holy Tribunal. Chapter 750 Xin Uzur. The fact that they could wait here was enough to demonstrate the status these two held in the heart of the Xin Emperor. The moment Gao Yang stepped onto this ground, both of them looked toward him. The gaze of the Scarlet Fate Bishop was more aggressive, which lent a sense of strength and coldness to her otherwise beautiful face. As for the Smiling Chief Justice, he maintained a beaming expression and even gave Gao Yang a slight nod. After the Son of Ash brought Gao Yang here, he did not say a word. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a wisp of gray mist and dissipated completely from the spot. At the same time, the Smiling Chief Justice reached out to loosen the tie between the folds of fat on his chin. After his breathing became a bit smoother, he turned and walked to the gate of the sleeping quarters, knocking on it. After a while, a firm voice came from behind the door. "Who is it?" "It is I, Garfield. Mr. Wang Teng has arrived." After the Smiling Chief Justice Garfield finished speaking, a few seconds passed before the gate of the sleeping quarters in front of the 3 of them swung open with a boom. Garfield stood at the entrance, gesturing for Gao Yang to enter first. Gao Yang crossed the threshold and walked into the sleeping quarters. The chamber was vast, with steel pillars standing inside, supporting the entire structure. On the inner side of the chamber, there was a screen that divided the space into 2 areas. Rounding the screen, Gao Yang finally saw the legend who had single-handedly forged the current hegemon of the continent, the current emperor of the Xin Empire, Xin Uzur. His physique was not particularly imposing. He stood about 1.80 meters tall. At this moment, he was leaning back in a massive chair. The chair was crafted from steel, with a thick, soft blanket draped over its surface. He was wearing a thin, iron gray shirt, his legs covered by a thick woolen blanket. His gaze was fixed straight ahead, and his eyes were very bright. Just by sitting there, he exuded a sense of supreme majesty and sanctity. "Are you disappointed, Wang Teng?" A hint of a smile appeared in Xin Uzur's calm eyes. He raised his hand, and steel converged behind Gao Yang to form a chair. "Sit down and let's talk." After Xin Uzur finished speaking, he waved his hand. This gesture was not meant for Gao Yang, but for Garfield and the Scarlet Fate Bishop standing beside him. Seeing this, the 2 bowed slightly and then exited the sleeping quarters. Gao Yang sat down on the chair. At this moment, only the 2 of them remained in the chamber, sitting opposite each other. After the 2 exchanged glances, Xin Uzur smiled and said, "Can you tell me what the situation is like outside of our world? It is vast, immense, and of course, very magnificent. I am truly looking forward to it." Xin Uzur sighed, his gaze falling back onto Gao Yang. I heard you came here to hunt down a rebellious companion. Have you found them now? Thanks to the help of the Steel Throat Battle Group, it has all been resolved. Gao Yang looked at Sin Uzur before him and spoke with a smile. I heard that on the defensive line of the suffocating Light Devourer battle group, you encountered an encirclement by sea beasts and the Temple of Storms. That must have been quite perilous. Sin Uzur maintained his initial posture, his voice remaining calm. Gao Yang nodded in agreement. I almost died there. It was indeed very perilous. Do you know, after that battle, the Temple of Storms sent me a diplomatic note. They wanted me to cooperate in capturing you. Sin Uzur said with a smile. I am curious about the relationship between you and the Temple of Storms. A long time ago, I killed a squad of Storm Knights. It is as simple as that. Gao Yang's voice did not fluctuate in the slightest. No wonder those lunatics would do such a thing. Sin Uzur nodded. So, what are your next steps to reap enough benefits? Gao Yang leaned back in his chair in the same posture, looking straight at Sin Uzur opposite him. This is my first time coming to this world, and in all likelihood, it will be my last doubt upon hearing this. The smile in Sin Uzur's eyes deepened. This world is not simple. It probably won't be easy to reap enough benefits, especially now that you are being targeted by both the sea beasts and the storm. That is why I chose Sin from the very beginning. Gao Yang was not worried in the slightest. He looked at Sin Uzur and continued, in a sense, our goals are aligned. Oh, Sin Uzur uttered a question, but said nothing more. Gao Yang did not speak either. A jade box quietly appeared in his palm. Sin Uzur looked at the jade box in Gao Yang's hand, a flicker of inquiry appearing in his eyes. Gao Yang did not waste time and directly opened the jade box in his hand. The moment the jade box was opened, a faint aura of laws immediately dispersed, and at the same time, a diamond-shaped crystal fragment appeared in Sin Uzur's sight. Sin Uzur watched silently as Gao Yang held the fragment of godhood. Given his vast experience, the moment he saw the crystal shard, he realized it was the very existence he had been pursuing all along. It is no exaggeration to say that with this item, his ambitions, his goals, and the promises he made to his people finally had the potential to become reality. Yet, he remained seated calmly in his chair, his eyes revealing only a trace of curiosity without any superfluous emotion. This thing seems to possess an aura similar to that sea beast. Gao Yang watched Sin Uzur's performance quietly, saying nothing. Seeing that Gao Yang did not respond, Sin Uzur also fell into silence. Suddenly, the bedchamber was plunged into a deathly stillness. After a long while, Sin Uzur finally looked up at Gao Yang and asked, "Is your goal also that sea beast?" Hearing Sin Uzur's question, the previously calm face of Gao Yang finally revealed a smile. He did not speak, but instead tossed the jade box in his hand towards Sin Uzur. A pitch-black steel palm reached out from the throne, catching the jade box Gao Yang had thrown with extreme gentleness. Sin Uzur reached out and took the jade box, a flicker of imperceptible doubt appearing in his eyes. This was a fragment of godhood. If a mortal obtained it and fused with it, they could ascend in a single step, becoming an eternal, immortal, and supreme deity. But now, this human from another world had tossed it to him so easily. This left the current emperor, who had fought throughout his life and experienced countless bloody storms, momentarily unable to react. Of course, but I only want to slaughter that sea beast. It does not conflict with your desire to devour it. Gao Yang leaned back in his chair, calmly stating Sin Uzur's ultimate objective. Sin Uzur closed the jade box in his hand and looked at Gao Yang with a smile. Through their brief conversation, he had confirmed that the human from another world before him was the same kind of person as himself. I originally thought I would have to wait several decades or even a century to achieve this goal, but now it seems my plans may need to change. Gao Yang continued with a smile. Of course, if you fail, you can use this fragment of godhod. After all, once you use it, there is no turning back. Sin Uzur nodded slightly. He was naturally aware of this. Then, before that, do we need to drive the storm completely out of the game field? If you can manage it, that would naturally be for the best. Gao Yang nodded earnestly. After all, that lady's temper is not particularly good. Clearing her from the field early is beneficial for both you and that sea beast. It is impossible for that lady's true form to descend here. If it is inconvenient for you to take action against her avatar, I can do it for you. A flash of excitement crossed Gao Yang's eyes. Facing such a powerful divine existence, he also wanted to see if he could reach the level of Yun Shengshan, even if he still had a gap compared to what Yun Shengshan had achieved back then. Seeing Uzul shook his head slightly and then said, "If it is something I must face, how could I let my ally face it alone? Since you have already raised the curtain, leave the rest to me." Chapter 751, Advancement and Meeting. Gao Yang stood up and looked at Sin Uzul before him without saying a word. 10 seconds later, he turned and walked toward the outside of the hall. "I look forward to your good news. If you encounter a difficult opponent, remember to find me." Sin Uzul watched quietly as Gao Yang walked out of the hall, a look of certainty on his face. He had been planning for this day for decades, so he naturally possessed sufficient confidence. And if he wanted to continue along the established path, he needed to speak with the high priest of the Sea Beast Temple. That person was the agent of the Sea Beast god among mortals. Gao Yang walked out of Sin Uzul's bedchamber, where the Bishop of Scarlet Fate and Garfield were waiting. Seeing Gao Yang emerge safely, a smile appeared on Garfield's chubby face as he said, "Mr. Wan Tang, your residence has been prepared. Furthermore, because of your arrival, a banquet has been arranged for you. I wonder if you have the time to attend?" Gao Yang shook his head slightly and looked at Garfield, saying, "Take me directly to my residence. Also, find me an alchemist. I have something that needs to be processed." "As you wish." Garfield bowed slightly and turned to lead the way. After a while, under Garfield's guidance, Gao Yang arrived at the residence prepared for him by the Xin Empire. It was a large estate with nearly 100 servants and maids, all serving him alone. After Gao Yang settled in, it wasn't long before Garfield, who had previously taken his leave, visited again. However, this time, a middle-aged man in iron-gray robes accompanied him. "Mr. Wan Tang, this is the Empire's #1 alchemist. In the field of alchemy alone, Master Feed can be considered to have reached the pinnacle." As Garfield finished speaking, Master Feed, who was sitting in the same row, couldn't help but straighten his back. And even a look of arrogance appeared on his face at the right moment. Gao Yang looked at Feed, nodded, and went straight to the point. "I need Master Feed to help me process an item so that its maximum efficacy can be unleashed." Upon hearing this, Feed first cautiously glanced at Garfield beside him. Seeing that he showed no reaction, he then looked at Gao Yang and said with a hint of confidence, "My lord, if it concerns alchemy, there should be no problem. I wonder what item you need me to process." Seeing this, Gao Yang waved his arm, and a cluster of blood-red coral appeared on the table in front of the three of them. "Deep-sea coral." Feed looked at the deep-sea coral on the table and let out an irrepressible gasp. As the most famous alchemist in the imperial capital, Feed had mostly only heard of such materials from the bottom of the raging sea. He had rarely seen them in person. Before he could continue his musings, he heard Gao Yang say, "Since you recognize this item, that makes things easier. I need to use this deep-sea coral. You should know how to process it, right?" Feed nodded and said excitedly, "Grind it into powder, then supplement it with several materials to fuse it." Feed spoke in one breath without stopping. But before he could finish, he saw Gao Yang raise his hand to signal him to stop. Feed felt a trace of disappointment at being interrupted by Gao Yang, but he recovered in an instant. Gao Yang nodded, "Then take it. How long will it take for me to get the finished product?" Processing deep-sea coral is not simple. It will take at least 7 days. Feed glanced at Gao Yang, gritted his teeth, and said, 5 days. Give me 5 days, and I guarantee I will hand the finished product to you, my lord. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. 5 days, then, many thanks. Seeing this, Garfield knew the conversation had ended, so he took the initiative to stand up and left with Feed. Watching the two leave, Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and took out a vial of plain solution to drink. Plain solution could increase his battle chi, and when combined with the blazing sun furnace, it made the growth rate of Gao Yang's battle chi far exceed that of ordinary people. This massive amount of battle chi was also an important factor in Gao Yang's ability to maintain his current combat style. Whether it was various sword techniques, the sacrificial series of skills, or the deployment of the immortal execution sword domain, The most basic and indispensable consumption was battle chi. As the plain solution entered his stomach, a violent force immediately spread from his abdomen, sweeping through his entire body in a very short time. Gao Yang kept his eyes tightly closed as waves of heat radiated outward. He began to absorb this violent force within his body. Half an hour later, the heat waves gradually dissipated, and the energy contained in the plain solution was completely absorbed by Gao Yang. With a thought, Gao Yang opened the comprehensive network panel and looked at his total battle chi. Battle chi, 94,500. With a total of 94,500 battle chi, he was not far from breaking through the 100,000 mark. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and then took out the reward for his cooperation with the Meltkor Pilgrim Warband, which was that piece of deep-sea crystal. This deep-sea crystal weighed only 1 jin, but if fully absorbed, it could increase his battle chi cap by a full 5,000 points. Since he had nothing to do for the moment, Gao Yang held the deep-sea crystal in his palm, and his furnace battle chi slowly covered it. As the battle chi completely enveloped the deep-sea crystal, under the scorching heat of the energy, the surface of the crystal began to melt, turning into droplets like semi-solidified wax that slid down its rugged surface. But before they could hit the ground, they were completely refined by the furnace battle chi and absorbed into his own energy pool. After absorbing the liquid from the melted deep-sea crystal, the furnace battle chi burned even more fiercely. Time passed second by second, and the deep-sea crystal in Gao Yang's hand grew smaller and smaller. Correspondingly, his total battle chi began to grow rapidly. While Gao Yang was refining the deep-sea crystal, a piece of news reached Destiny City, the capital of the Sarn Empire, and spread rapidly throughout the city. 3 legendary priests of the Sea Beast cult joined forces with a bishop of the Storm God cult to attack the defensive line of the suffocating Light Devourer warband. After 3 days of bitter fighting, nearly half of the suffocating Light Devourer members were killed or injured, and the defensive line was lost. Under such rumors, whether they were nobles or commoners in Destiny City, everyone was filled with righteous indignation, wishing they could step onto the battlefield themselves. The calls to expand the war engulfed the entire Destiny City like a monstrous wave, and even began to spread to surrounding cities. Just amidst this extreme demand for war, on the edge of an unknown coastline, the high priest of the Sea Beast cult met with an Iron Man cast from steel. Long time no see, Urzel. The high priest of the Sea Beast cult was over 5 meters tall, with muscles knotted all over his body, containing explosive power. His purple hair was braided into individual strands and tied behind his head with a bright red hemp rope. Sarn Urzel, the Iron Man, heard this, and the steel around his body surged, his stature beginning to grow until he was as tall as the high priest of the Sea Beast cult before he stopped. Indeed, it has been a long time, Richia. Tell me, what is the matter with finding me this time? Could it be that you simply want to reminisce with me? Richia stared at the Iron Man in front of her, a mocking smile appearing on the corner of her mouth. I do have some things to discuss with you this time. Facing Richia's mockery, Sarn Urzel's cold, hard face did not show a trace of fluctuation. Chapter 750 to the Cloud Will Project. What exactly was said in the conversation between Sarn Urzel and Richia, no one knew. But on the 3rd day of Gao Yang refining the deep-sea crystal, the war between the Sarn Empire and the Sea Beast cult, which had lasted for decades, unexpectedly fell into a ceasefire. And on the 2nd day of the ceasefire, the war began again. However, this time, the battle was not between the Sarn Empire and the Sea Beast cult. Instead, the Sarn Empire and the Sea Beast cult joined forces to launch an attack on the Storm Temple, which had always held a high and mighty position, 10,000 miles in the sky. Above the snowy white clouds, a massive complex of temples was situated, with endless gale winds swirling beneath the temple complex, holding it firmly aloft. How dare they? How dare they? An extremely angry roar shattered the peace and tranquility of this temple complex. In the very center of the temple complex, within the grandest temple, a group of humans wearing blue and white clerical robes were gathered. The roar just now had erupted from the mouth of an old man with a white beard and hair. This person was named Nikolaus, and he ranked 3rd among the storm bishops of the Storm Temple. Despicable humans. Filthy sea beasts. They must suffer the wrath of the goddess. Nikolaus looked at the existence located at the head of the group, attempting to discern some emotion from the other's face. However, to his disappointment, even though his own emotions were so intense, the other party maintained a high and mighty posture of pitying all living beings. Calm down, Nikolaus. No matter how much time passes, you are always so irritable. Opposite Nikolaus, a handsome man with golden curly hair and a sunny face looked at Nikolaus, his words devoid of much worry. Andre, how do you expect me to remain calm? Those lowly existences are attempting to trample upon the glory of the goddess. Nicholas's voice resonated like a dull rumble of thunder, echoing through every corner of the temple. Niklaus swept his gaze across the 12 people present, his anger not diminishing in the slightest. He looked at the silent crowd, his eyes filled with ruthlessness, and suddenly spoke. We must force those lowly existences to submit to the laws of the storm. I, Niklaus Weiss, propose the execution of the Cloud Will Project to create a circle of eternal hurricanes and carry out a destructive strike against all rebels of the Scene Empire and the Sea Beast cult. As Nicholas's voice fell, the other 10 people in the temple looked at him with strange expressions. Although they believed in the goddess of the storm and had even achieved the rank of legend because of their faith, they were, in essence, life forms of this raging sea world. The vast majority of them were humans born on that continent. After becoming believers of the goddess of the storm, their actions had been limited to dedicating themselves to expanding the goddess's faith, without interfering too much in the grievances between the continent and the raging sea. But now, once the Cloud Will Project that Niklaus spoke of was executed and the Circle of Eternal Hurricanes was created, the consequences would not be merely the destruction of the rebels of the Scene Empire and the Sea Beast cult as Niklaus claimed. Instead, it would destroy more than 90% of the life in this world. No one wanted to see that result, because it would mean they had completely abandoned their origins, their homes, and their race, becoming nothing more than thoroughbred followers of the storm. Once they did this, they would have to secure absolute control over this raging seaplane and convert every living being within it into a believer of the goddess of the storm. Niklaus felt the gazes of the others, his expression growing even more furious. He looked up at the figure in the seat of honor. Pope, I require your authorization. The other 10 storm bishops heard this and turned their gazes toward the figure at the head of the table. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the storm pope finally let her gaze fall upon Niklaus, her magnetic and gentle voice ringing out in the temple. Teacher Niklaus, this is not our original intention, do you understand? Nicholas's eyes suddenly lit up. He stood up abruptly, a foot-long bolt of lightning erupting from his eyes. He said fanatically and solemnly, this is to uphold the dignity of the goddess. The dignity of the goddess cannot be violated. The storm pope's delicate chin nodded slightly. Her gaze passed over Niklaus and looked toward the blue, clear sky outside the temple. Her voice calm yet cold to the extreme. The seed of the storm is handed to Teacher Niklaus. The Cloud Will Project is to be executed immediately. The Circle of Eternal Hurricanes must be opened within 3 days. Do you understand? The many storm bishops' bodies shook violently. Bianca, standing among them, felt her entire body turn cold. She already understood that the storm pope sitting in the seat of honor could no longer suppress the agitation in her heart. She wanted to turn the entire raging sea world into a land of faith for the goddess. Once successful, she would stand at the pinnacle of power in the entire raging sea world, and no one would be able to compare to her. And once successful, Bianca knew that her own ambitions would have no possibility of being realized. But could she refuse? Did she dare to refuse under the current circumstances? Once she voluntarily withdrew, there would be no possibility of her setting foot in the storm temple ever again. After a brief silence, Bianca reached out and grasped the ball of lightning, no larger than an infant's fist, floating in front of her, following her lead. The other storm bishops in the temple did the same. The storm bishops held their storm scepters, which symbolized their status and position, and waved them gently. Go, so that the glory of the goddess may be spread to every corner of the raging sea. The many storm bishops replied in unison and turned to leave the temple. For the emperor, across the continent, bursts of excited roars rang out. Countless warriors of the Scene Empire gripped their weapons and jumped onto steel warships. Then, amidst a grand roar, energy beams like molten lava erupted from the bottoms of the steel warships, and they flew toward the sky, Splash! In the raging sea, thick pillars of reef broke through the water and grew and spread toward the sky at an extremely fast speed. Soon, these reef pillars pierced into the clouds, standing like pillars connecting heaven and earth throughout the raging sea. And when the reef pillars appeared, wisps of deep blue seawater circled the pillars and spread toward the firmament. Within this deep blue seawater were dense, countless marine creatures and sea folk warriors. When they broke through the clouds and reached the sky, what met their eyes were rows of storm temple knights and judgment armies, clad in blue and white wind and thunder battle armor, holding storm spears, their gazes cold and fanatical. The two sides met without words or dialogue. Accompanied by the first roar, the sea beast faction, riding the sky-filling seawater, collided violently with the storm temple knights, who commanded the wind and thunder. And this scene was happening all over the sky of the raging sea world. Chapter 753. The war sweeping the raging sea. The sea below was bottomless, the sound of the tsunami roaring like muffled thunder, as if a giant were beating the drums of war with all its might. Above the sea, the overwhelming number of marine creatures charging toward the firmament on the waves made even the storm knights here feel breathless, causing them to grip their weapons tightly. Storms gathered around the knights, blowing the capes behind them that were interwoven with thunder and wind. Lightning spread beneath their feet, and the blinding light of the thunder made them look like gods descended from the heavens. Bianca held a silver-white battle blade, standing at the very front of the Storm Knight Order. On her holy and beautiful face, her pupils were slightly dilated. The reason was simple. The pressure coming toward her now was something she had not felt since she stepped into the realm of legend. But now, she had to face the monstrous waves surging angrily from the deep sea, as well as Timothy of the Beast Demon Mountain, who stood at the very crest of the giant waves, wielding an electric eel sea beast. Just a few days ago, they had been fighting side by side to surround and kill Gao Yang, even managing to break through one of the Scene Empire's steel-throat battle groups together. But now, the two sides were locked in a life and death struggle. There was no fear in the eyes of either side, for the emotion of fear could not overcome their faith in their respective deities. Fanatical faith transformed into the purest form of spiritual power, sustaining every existence that set foot upon the battlefield. For the goddess, a fanatical roar tore through the clouds. The Storm Temple Knights spurred their war horses, charging through the thunder-filled sky in straight, steel-like lines, crashing violently into the sea creatures surging up from below, for the sea god. At the same time, the sea folk within the giant waves let out their own roars, rumble. The two armies collided like two cakes accelerated to their limits, instantly merging into one as blood erupted everywhere. At the moment of impact, all thoughts turned to nothingness, and all worries were cast aside. The only goal for everyone was to completely slaughter the enemy before them right here. Only by making them pay with their lives for desecrating their faith could such a stain be washed away. Rumble. In the center of the chaotic battlefield, Bianca and Timothy were locked in a frenzied duel. The blade in Bianca's hand was wreathed in thunder. The lightning erupted by the electric eel sea beast in Timothy's hand had virtually no effect on her. However, the terrifying, immense strength of Timothy was not something Bianca could easily ignore. Bianca's expression was cold, and harsh white light spilled from her eyes. She had to repel the sea beast here, because only by doing so could she plant the seed of the storm at this node. If any one of the 12 seeds of the storm failed to be planted, the eternal hurricane circle could not be fully linked to become the world-ending catastrophe that would encompass the entire Angry Sea world. There were 12 such battlefields across the entire Angry Sea world. 7 were on the Angry Sea, and 5 were above the continent. Steel warships, fully loaded with Scene Empire soldiers, surged toward the firmament. The various weapons mounted on the ships unleashed a roaring barrage of fire at the Temple Knights above long before they even closed the distance. In response, thick bolts of lightning descended like divine punishment, slamming into the Scene Empire's warships. For the Scene Empire, war was simple. Long-range fire suppression, close-quarters combat. Possessing the power of steel, the Scene warriors' attacks would prove effective regardless of what kind of existence they encountered. And this was the gift of the current Emperor of Scene. Meanwhile, within the borders of the Scene Empire, inside the largest steel furnaces at the heart of each numbered major city, faint flickers of fire began to emerge. Counting them up, The number of these furnaces exceeded 1,000. As the war continued, the firelight within these steel furnaces began to grow, starting from mere sparks. They slowly intensified, and the furnaces themselves began to shift from their original black iron color toward an orange-red. If anyone were to notice this scene, they would find that there was nothing within these furnaces that could be called fuel. These flames seemed to have been generated out of thin air. In the sky, a young woman with flowing golden hair, wielding a knight's lance, rode upon a pure white war horse. Her eyes were like lightning, her expression cold. Every thrust of her lance carried the roar of thunder, and her entire body was bathed in golden battle aura, like a Valkyria. Her name was Seraphina, the current god-favored one of the Storm Temple. Only a single step away from the legendary rank. At this moment, she was bathed in blood, her battle aura surging more violently with every passing moment of the fight. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that as long as she continued to fight like this, she would inevitably accumulate enough momentum to break through the barrier between the transcendent and the legendary. Ascending to the legendary rank, Niklaus stood alone, blocking the sea beast priest Monmark. No matter how Monmark attacked, he stood firm like a reef. In terms of strength, there was not much difference between Niklaus and Monmark, but things were different now. In this life or death war of faith, the Storm Temple was about to welcome a new legendary powerhouse, and one who was favored by the goddess herself. Once Seraphina ascended to the legendary rank, her strength would surely far exceed that of an average newly promoted legendary. By then, in a 2-on-1 situation, there was a high probability that Monmark would be permanently left here. The entire Angry Sea world had now turned into an ocean of war. Before the fighting began, the Sea Beast cult had already lost 5 legendary powerhouses. Now, only 8 remained, including newly promoted ones like Bowers, with 7 battlefields on the Angry Sea alone. This meant that no one from the Sea Beast side would be coming to the rescue this time. Conversely, the number of legendary powerhouses in the Storm Temple was far more than just the 12 in the temple. Those were merely the bishops qualified to step into the temple. Beyond the bishops, the Storm Temple possessed other legendary powerhouses. This was the advantage of Divine Path professionals. Compared to other career systems, if one's own talent was high enough, walking the Divine Path offered a much greater chance of ascending to the legendary rank than other systems. Among the 3 major forces, the Seen Empire had the fewest legendary powerhouses. There were the 3 from the Steel Throat Battle Group, 1 from the Children of Ashes. The Eternal Punishment Vanguard had no legendary level powerhouses at all. The Scarlet Fate Bishop of the Crimson Fate Cult, and the Warden of the Holy Judgment Court. Beyond these, there was only the current Emperor of the Uzul royal family of the Seen Empire, and another prince, Mon Uziul. In other words, the Sea Beasts and the Seen Empire combined had only 16 legendary powerhouses, and Seen Uzul would basically never appear on a battlefield of this level. On the peak battlefield, the number of legendary powerhouses from the Storm Temple was nearly half again as many as the Sea Beasts and Seen combined. And this was the fundamental reason why the Storm Temple did not fear the alliance between the Sea Beasts and the Seen Empire in the slightest. The destructive power of a legendary powerhouse who is unconstrained and capable of acting without reservation is truly exaggerated. And for those of the divine class, after receiving the power bestowed by their gods, this destructive power is in no way weaker than that of any other professional system. It can be said that, based solely on these 4 additional legendary powerhouses, the Storm Temple's chances of winning in this war are no less than those of the Sea Beasts and Seen. Not to mention, there is currently another legend about to be born within the Storm Temple. Chapter 754. A cooperation proposal from the Sea Beasts. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp yet muffled sound of knuckles rapping against the door reached Gao Yang's ears, causing him to open his eyes from his meditation. This was his 7th day staying in Destiny City, and the war had already been ongoing for 4 days. During these 7 days, Gao Yang had refined and absorbed all of the deep-sea crystals, which allowed his total battle chi to officially break through the 100,000 point mark, and it was steadily advancing toward an even higher limit. After he finished refining the deep-sea crystals, Theed, the Imperial Capital's #1 alchemist, arrived at Gao Yang's residence right on schedule. The deep-sea coral had been successfully refined into 10 blood-red vials of potion that emitted a rich, fragrant aroma. According to feed, drinking 1 vial every 3 days until all of them were consumed would yield the greatest improvement. That is to say, an increase of 1 point in the extraordinary physique attribute. Mr. Wang Tang, the Emperor wishes to see you. Garfield's voice came from outside the door. Gao Yang's heart stirred, and the tightly closed doors automatically swung open to both sides. But what walked in was not Garfield's chubby body, but a steel frame crafted entirely of metal. Garfield raised a steel arm, his voice carrying a hint of a smile. Mr. Wang Tang, do not be surprised. This is my steel avatar. My true body is currently on the sky battlefield, fighting against the Storm Temple, thanks to the Emperor. If it weren't for the Emperor, we would not be able to possess such steel avatars. Gao Yang looked at the steel body that had walked up to him and nodded slightly. A very impressive technology. Garfield did not dwell on the body, instead saying, Mr. Wang Tang, the Emperor wishes to see you regarding a matter of cooperation. Is now a convenient time for you? Lead the way, Gao Yang said, standing up. Inside the Emperor's bedchamber, behind a steel screen, Gao Yang and Sin Uzul sat opposite each other once again. You have become stronger again, Sin Uzul remarked, looking Gao Yang over with a smile. After all, the one I am about to face is a god. Naturally, I must strengthen myself as much as possible. A calm voice emerged from Gao Yang's lips. What is the purpose of calling me here this time? There are too many legendary powerhouses from the Storm Temple on the battlefield, and the sea beasts previously suffered losses among their own legendary ranks, leaving our top-tier strength somewhat stretched thin. So, I wanted to ask if you have any intention of taking action to kill the legends of the Storm Temple. Sin Uzul nodded and said, that is correct. However, not those old-fashioned powerhouses who have held their positions for years, but those who have not been legends for long and are not among the 12 bishops. Gao Yang nodded indifferently, only asking, I can take action. But what is the reward? That, naturally, will be borne by the other party in this cooperation. Sin Uzul laughed, his laughter quite hearty. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that the situation had turned out this way. He looked at Sin Uzul sitting opposite him, stared for a few seconds, and then turned to leave. Remember to tell the sea beast side that I only want treasures that can increase physical attributes. You should understand. Sin Uzul watched Gao Yang leave, a faint smile still lingering on the corners of his mouth. Only after Gao Yang had completely departed did he take out that jade box. He stroked the box in his hand silently, while deep within his eyes, blood-colored flames slowly ignited. Of course, no problem. Everything's no problem. On the angry sea battlefield, the Sea People and the Storm Temple were locked in a frenzied slaughter. The number of Storm Knights in the Storm Temple was not large, but every single Storm Knight was a powerful existence of the extraordinary rank. Under the power of their shared faith, the strength that the Storm Knights could exert far exceeded their own limits. As for the Sea People, although their strength was uneven, their endless numbers were the greatest guarantee of their combat power. From the moment the battle began, sea beasts, sea people, and ocean creatures seemed to emerge from the seawater in an endless stream, launching desperate charges toward the Storm Knights. Amidst this endless encirclement of sea people, a Valkyria clad in storm battle armor rode upon a pure white warhorse. Her entire body burned with golden battle chi that seemed almost tangible, and every swing of the knight's lance in her hand claimed the lives of a large swath of sea beasts. She was Seraphina, the god-favored of the Storm Temple. Compared to several days ago, she had now completed her final leap, advancing from an extraordinary to a legendary powerhouse. With no legends to block her, Seraphina was truly like a god of war, frantically slaughtering every ocean creature she laid eyes on. And acting alongside her were 4 others from the Storm Temple. Compared to the more dangerous sea land battlefield, blocking these ocean creatures on the angry sea battlefield was relatively easier. Seraphina also knew that this was the Storm Pope's protection for them, the newly ascended legends. If they were sent to fight the sea beast priests directly, given their lack of experience, ability, and combat power, they would likely be seized upon by the sea beast priests and killed in a single wave. Although, as believers of the Storm Goddess, they would be ushered into the goddess's divine kingdom after death to be closer to her. The legendary bishops of the Storm Temple and the Angry Sea world all shared a consensus. Those who are alive are bishops. and those who are dead are merely believers. Compared to the goddess's divine kingdom, they were the group standing at the very pinnacle of the Angry Sea world. In other words, the entire storm temple of the Angry Sea world had its priorities skewed to them. The storm goddess was merely a means to obtain power and a path to climb to higher levels. Faith that is not absolute means absolutely no faith. Therefore, among the many legendary powerhouses in the storm temple of the Angry Sea, not a single one was a fanatic. There were, however, a few fanatics among the storm knights, but such fanatics at the transcendent level possess no ability to alter the course of the battle across the entire field. Seraphina swept her lance horizontally, her violent battle aura mixing with the spear's radiance to clear a fan-shaped void in front of her. A drizzle of blood scattered, streaking across the sky before finally falling as a torrential rain of blood onto the surface of the Angry Sea. Seraphina gasped softly, the sharp glint in her eyes showing no signs of fading. On the contrary, as the slaughter continued, the gaze in her eyes grew increasingly scorching. This endless killing was causing her innate talent to improve at an unparalleled speed. Suddenly, Seraphina's gaze sharpened. A human male had appeared abruptly within the fan-shaped void she had just cleared. A favored one of the Storm Temple, the newly ascended legend, Seraphina. The calm voice reached Seraphina's ears, causing a trace of confusion to surface in her eyes. She brandished the knight's lance in her hand, the violent spear radiance carrying blinding lightning to turn the area into a purgatory of thunder. While she shouted coldly, "Who are you?" facing Seraphina's question, Gao Yang merely smiled. Chapter 755. Easily crushing a newly ascended legend. Seeing this, Seraphina's eyes narrowed sharply. The warhorse beneath her lunged toward Gao Yang, and she thrust her knight's lance toward his chest. Crackle. Blinding lightning erupted from the tip of the spear, striking Gao Yang in an instant, and the air immediately filled with a scorched scent. Facing Seraphina's attack, Gao Yang calmly reached out and drew a golden vertical line in the air before him. The violent lightning struck the vertical line Gao Yang had just drawn, and to Seraphina's horror, it was sliced into by that line and subsequently annihilated into nothingness. Seraphina's eyes, glowing with blinding lightning, constricted suddenly. The next moment, lightning erupted from her entire body, and she fled toward the distance. In the mere instant of their clash, Seraphina understood that the person before her was someone she could not handle. Now, only by escaping to the side of the Storm Bishop could she have a glimmer of hope for survival. Decisive, indeed. Watching Seraphina flee toward the center of the battlefield without looking back, Gao Yang gripped his hand and drew the Eternal Radiance greatsword from the void beside him. The next moment, he thrust his sword forward. Calamity, Cone Rain. A cone-shaped sword aura flashed from the tip of the Eternal Radiance sword and vanished, appearing directly behind Seraphina the next moment to strike heavily against her storm armor. Clang! Seraphina slammed into her warhorse, a piercing pain radiating from her back. Had it not been for the protection of her armor, this strike likely would have pierced right through her. Who on earth is he? Why is he so strong? How have I never heard of him before? Seraphina swallowed the blood surging in her throat, her heart filled with inexplicable terror. It was only a single strike, yet it had nearly left her severely wounded. It was unimaginable. If she were to face him head-on, she would likely be slain on the spot in a single exchange, unable to care about anything else. Seraphina looked up toward the center of the battlefield and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Bishop Niklaus, save me." Niklaus was currently locked in a fierce battle with the sea beast priest Monmark. Hearing Seraphina's cry for help, his movements faltered for a moment. "Fighting me? Yet you dare to be distracted." Monmark keenly sensed this momentary opening. He clenched his hands, and in the next instant, countless amounts of seawater compressed and condensed around him, transforming into water spikes harder than steel, which shot toward Niklaus from all directions. An intense phantom pain appeared in his perception, as if he were about to be pierced by 10,000 arrows in the next moment. This forced Niklaus to abandon the idea of rescuing Seraphina and instead focus on dealing with the Monmark before him. If he were to blindly attempt a rescue, not to mention whether he could save Seraphina, he would likely be severely wounded by Monmark, or even killed on the spot. Seeing this, Seraphina immediately steered her warhorse to charge into the formation of the Storm Knights. Relying on the coordinated efforts of the Storm Knights, Combined with her own leadership, she should be able to stall for time against the known human powerhouse behind her. Boom crack! Just as Serafina turned to charge toward the Storm Knights, a streak of lightning slashed toward her back. A strong sense of crisis screamed in her perception. Serafina twisted her body, her lance flashing with lightning as it collided heavily with the incoming streak of lightning. The blinding lightning branched out like the limbs of a tree, spreading in all directions with the lance as the center. Wisps of lightning wrapped around Serafina. The thunder that had been harmless to her in the past now caused her to feel waves of stinging pain. Before Serafina could steady herself, another lightning sword aura appeared before her eyes. Serafina forced her battle aura to rise, swinging her lance in an attempt to block this lightning sword aura. But she did not expect that upon reaching her, the lightning sword aura would instantly explode into a dark purple thunder sphere 1 meter in diameter. Dense lightning sword auras collided and exploded within the sphere, and the concentrated destructive sword aura completely engulfed half of Serafina's body and the warhorse beneath her. Trapped within the thunder sphere, Serafina felt that her defenses were completely useless against this destructive sword aura. Piercing pain drilled from her skin deep into her body, threatening to completely grind away her flesh and bones. Serafina let out a roar, and golden battle aura exploded from her body. Relying on this desperate burst, Serafina finally seized a moment to breathe. She leaped from the back of her warhorse, her body transforming into a gale as she soared into the sky. But just as she surged up from the horse's back, Gao Yang had already appeared above her, completely sealing her path. His silver-white greatsword did not pause in the slightest as he slashed down with fury. Calamity, super heavy slash. With a single sword strike, the space wherever the blade passed shattered inch by inch. The overwhelming pressure squeezed the air around Serafina until it felt as solid as a steel plate, leaving her unable to move. Serafina's eyes blazed with fury. She had never imagined that only days after ascending to the legendary rank, she would be facing her own demise. Feeling the air around her solidify like steel, she gritted her teeth until they creaked. She thrust her lance with all her might toward Gao Yang, who was hovering above. Clang! A deafening metallic explosion erupted across the battlefield. Serafina felt her hands suddenly lighten, only to realize that the tip of her lance, along with a good portion of the shaft, had been severed by the opponent's sword, spinning away into the distance, clutching the broken shaft, which was now less than 2 meters long. Serafina's composure began to crumble. Looking at the slightly dazed Serafina, Gao Yang felt not a ripple of emotion in his heart as he brought his sword down toward her head once more. Human calamity, heart-splitting, fiery battle chi intertwined with brilliant willpower, manifesting as a streak of golden, intricate markings branded onto the blade's edge. The golden blade filled Serafina's vision, causing the world around her to suddenly plunge into pitch-black darkness. In this dark world, only a single, blinding golden sword mark descended toward her head. At the same time, within her sea of consciousness, an identical golden sword mark appeared. Serafina struggled to raise the broken shaft in her hands, holding it above her head in a desperate attempt to block the strike. A crisp, almost imperceptible sound of a blade cutting through the air exploded in Serafina's ears. The next moment, a golden slash quietly manifested within her pupils. A heartbeat later, the sword chi erupted, and the light in Serafina's eyes rapidly dimmed. This strike had directly extinguished her consciousness. Even though there were no physical wounds on her body, her soul had already been annihilated. Her arms, still gripping the broken shaft, dropped limply, and Serafina's head slowly bowed. Just as Gao Yang thought it was all over and prepared to head to the next battlefield, a sudden change occurred. Howling gales rapidly converged on the spot, and arcs of electricity began to erupt from within Serafina's body. Simultaneously, a grand, majestic, and solemn aura emerged from her remains. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. He was 100% certain that he had completely extinguished the consciousness of this newly ascended legendary just moments ago. Therefore, what was happening to her now could absolutely not be the will of the person herself. Recalling her status as a divine vessel, a hypothesis quickly surfaced in Gao Yang's mind. The next moment, as if to confirm his suspicion, Serafina's body was suddenly enveloped by wind and thunder, appearing like a giant cocoon suspended high in the air. Gao Yang could feel that within this giant cocoon of wind and thunder, A brand new life was being born at high speed, or rather, a massive consciousness was rapidly descending. Chapter 756. The abrupt descent of the storm goddess's saint avatar. Gao Yang frowned slightly and tentatively unleashed a sword beam. The sword beam landed on the giant cocoon and simply melted away into nothingness. This made Gao Yang decisively abandon the attempt. Turning his body to dash toward the distance, rumble. Dense bolts of lightning instantly shrouded the area. Gao Yang stopped abruptly in midair, narrowly avoiding a thick pillar of lightning that had appeared out of thin air before him. He looked up toward the center of the battlefield and saw the old man from the Storm Temple acting as if he had gone mad, pouring out his power without restraint to create this prison of thunder. "It is my lord descending. You will all die here, and the angry sea will be ruled by my lord." Nikolaus appeared delirious, his eyes erupting with extreme fanaticism. Seeing this, Monmarch glanced at Gao Yang and then quickly rushed toward the outside of the thunder prison, taking advantage of the fact that the entity had not yet fully descended. There was still a chance to leave. If he waited until the descent was complete, the only thing left for him would be a dead end. Inside the thunder prison, all marine life began to suffer from lightning strikes or were torn apart by the gale. Conversely, the storm knights left the thunder prison without any obstruction. After the giant cocoon formed, only a few seconds passed before a pressure, powerful beyond imagination, began to permeate from within it. At the same time, a large amount of Multiverse Network information refreshed before his eyes. Multiverse Network notification, warning. Due to your related actions, you have been marked by the Storm Goddess Arcadia, Greater Deity, Chaotic Neutral, Saint Avatar and Divine Life Form Leader Template, Saint Upper Tier Template. Multiverse Network notification, warning. The consciousness of the Storm Goddess Arcadia has descended into the Angry Sea world. Estimated arrival at your location in 0 minutes and 12 seconds. Multiverse Network scene notification, extreme environment alert. A powerful divine life form in a state of rage has appeared in the surrounding area. All life forms within this area will be regarded as enemies by this divine life form and will suffer a continuous constitution check with a 5 penalty for lightning paralysis. Related spell effects requiring constitution checks will be considered to have gained initial adverse check conditions. Multiverse Network notification. The divine domain of the Storm Goddess Arcadia is about to unfold. While within this domain, the character's overall attributes will decrease by 5% to 75% depending on individual strength and judgment level. Multiverse Network notification. Immortal will is in effect. You are immune to the effects of the related divine domain. Multiverse Network notification. Body of 100 refinements is in effect. You are immune to the effects of the related divine domain. Multiverse Network notification. Blazing Sun Furnace is in effect. You are immune to the effects of the related divine domain. Multiverse Network notification. Quasi-Artifact Eternal Radiance Special Effect 3. Majesty Divine is in effect. Eternal Radiance has gained Divine Blessing, and you have gained Immunity Resistance Kung 5 against exotic divine powers. Accompanying the dense stream of Multiverse Network notifications, wisps of electric arcs began to dance within this domain of thunder. Wherever the lightning passed, those marine life forms offered no resistance, instantly turning into dust under the onslaught. 5 seconds passed, and there were no living beings below the legendary rank left within the thunder prison. With the exception of Gao Yang. 10 seconds passed. Amidst the increasingly violent thunder, Monmarch's expression turned incredibly grim. He glanced at the giant cocoon, which was now covered in cracks, and the next moment, his life force plummeted like a cliffside collapse. In just 1 second, not a single trace of life could be detected in Monmarch's robust body. He had completely died right there. His strong physique even withered and shriveled, eventually turning into a dried-up corpse that was swept away by the dense, raging lightning, disintegrating into dust and vanishing without a trace. Did Monmarch die here? Naturally, he did not. As a legendary existence holding the 5th seat among the Sea Beast priests, Monmarch's combat power could only be considered upper middle, but his ability to preserve his own life could definitely be ranked in the top 3 of the entire raging sea world. What he had utilized at this moment was a form of life essence transference, shifting his life source to another location. To describe it simply, Monmarch's life essence functioned like a U-shaped tube, with his life force contained within it. by applying pressure changes to both ends of the tube. The height of the liquid within the two ends could be altered. At this moment, what Mondemark had done was to actively apply frantic pressure to the life essence within this specific body, forcing it to transfer toward another body located at the bottom of the deep sea. And once all the life essence had been completely transferred to the other vessel, this body lost all its protection and naturally shattered instantly. After Mondemark had completely died, only Gao Yang, Niklaus, and the avatar of the storm goddess, who was about to break free from her cocoon, remained. Gao Yang stared at the giant cocoon, watching the cracks on its surface multiply, and had already abandoned the idea of fleeing this place. Although he had not yet prepared himself to fight such an existence head-on, life rarely offered enough time for preparation. Or perhaps this encounter was the most appropriate time. Gao Yang took a deep breath, his mind beginning to simulate the potential battle that was about to unfold. At the same time, he took out a vial of plain core solution and swallowed it in one gulp. The upcoming battle would be exceptionally difficult for him. He might not even have the time to replenish his energy. So taking advantage of this final moment to make the necessary preparations was essential. After swallowing one vial of the plain solution, Gao Yang still felt it wasn't enough. So, he took out 3 more and swallowed them as well. These plain core solutions were stored in his stomach. When he needed them, he could simply control his stomach muscles to contract and crush the vials, allowing him to immediately replenish his body's energy. Of course, if he could not defeat the storm goddess's saintly avatar even after consuming 4 vials of plain core solution, then no amount of solution would likely be of any use. When Gao Yang swallowed the final vial of plain core solution, the giant cocoon before him finally reached the moment of collapse. Dense cracks appeared on the surface of the giant cocoon, expanding and contracting with the rhythm of a heartbeat. After repeating this several times, the giant cocoon shattered with a boom, revealing Serafina inside. But at this moment, Serafina's appearance had completely changed. The golden armor she had originally worn had transformed into a battle dress, wrapping around her exquisite figure, while her exposed skin radiated a holy light, coupled with the look of utter contempt appearing on her deep, sculpted, and beautiful face. She perfectly embodied every characteristic of a deity. Although it was merely the state of a saintly avatar descending, the power of Arcady was still enough to look down upon everything. I pay my respects to my lord. Nicholas's beard trembled, facing the goddess to whom he had always contributed his faith and his very self. His emotions reached a peak of agitation. Then, with fanaticism in his eyes, he knelt on the ground, piously and fervently chanting the divine name, praying that the goddess might cast her gaze upon him, even if only for a single breath. Arcady glanced at the kneeling Niklaus, her chin radiating holy light, nodding slightly. She extended a finger, delicate as a green onion, and pointed at Niklaus from afar. Well done. The indifferent and calm voice reached Nicholas's ears, causing his body to tremble even more violently. But before he could say anything, a gust of wild wind surged forth, blowing him directly into the sky. Having done this, Arcady turned her head to look at Gao Yang, who stood holding his sword. She lifted her chin slightly, and the pressure belonging to a powerful divine force descended upon Gao Yang in its entirety. Mortal, kneel. Taking a leave of absence, dear patrons, please forgive me. I am still out handling matters today and have no way to return home to write. I have no choice but to take a leave of absence. I will update tomorrow. Chapter 757. Battle with the Storm Goddess on the Raging Sea 2-in-1. Arcady's voice was cold and ruthless, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet, her voice was like thunder crashing down from the 9 heavens, capable of destroying the world, containing a terrifying pressure that suppressed everything. And this pressure fell entirely upon Gao Yang's body. In just an instant, Gao Yang's knees were forced to bend under the heavy weight. However, in the very next moment, Gao Yang straightened his body once again. He looked up, staring directly at the storm goddess Arcady, who stood opposite him radiating holy light and majesty that could not be looked upon directly. A radiance of will, appearing almost tangible, leaped from the corners of his eyes. The unique talent, immortal will, granted him a will refined to the extreme, allowing him to withstand this pressure that most mortals could not resist. seeing that Gao Yang had only bent his knees for a fleeting moment before standing back up in front of her. And not only that, but was staring directly at her without a shred of reverence. A smile curled at the corners of her lips, a smile that seemed to see an interesting toy. "Heh, a decent will." The moment Arcady's words fell, the surrounding 10,000 meters of sea were instantly filled with endless storms and thunder. Gale winds howled in Gao Yang's ears, and thunder roared above his head. The violent thunder, so close it felt within reach, forced Gao Yang's head to bow slightly. In that instant, Gao Yang felt as if he were being rejected by this world. If he were to remain here any longer, he would undoubtedly be erased by the world on the spot. Yes. Gao Yang took a deep breath. A flash of sword intent flickered through his mind, severing every distracting thought and every trace of fear within him. The saint avatar of the goddess of storms stood right before him. Her power was beyond question, but had he fought his way to this day just to stand before her, only to be barked at like a stray dog and flee with his tail between his legs? Certainly not. Clack, clack, clack. Gao Yang's gauntleted right hand gripped the hilt of eternal radiance tightly. The solid sensation of the weapon in his grasp caused him to slowly raise his head and once again look directly at Arcadia, the goddess of storms, who stood at the center of the tempest and thunder. The next moment, the air beneath his feet and the space around him shattered with a roar. He transformed into a beam of light, instantly rushing before Arcadia. The greatsword eternal radiance in his hand erupted with blinding golden radiance, and he swung it down in a furious strike toward her head. Human calamity, meteor. With this single strike, Gao Yang held nothing back. Space shattered inch by inch under the force of the blow, and the storms and thunder were annihilated into nothingness by the fractured space. The pressure of this strike was so immense that even the holy light shrouding Arcadia's body dimmed, making her deep, sculpted, and beautiful face appear more distinct. Along with that clarity came the hint of irritation in Arcadia's eyes. Facing Gao Yang's strike, Arcadia simply extended a finger as delicate as a scallion dot in air shield, -1 centimeters in diameter and composed entirely of compressed air, appeared at her fingertip. The next moment, the blade and the air shield collided with a thunderous boom. With a crisp sound, the air shield in front of Arcadia's finger shattered, transforming into a violent gale that surged back toward Gao Yang. The raging hurricane almost completely obscured Gao Yang's vision, but fortunately, his helmet provided protection, preventing him from losing sight of his opponent. Gao Yang stepped forward. The violent hurricane instantly turned into countless wind blades, scraping across his body and leaving cuts of varying depths on his nethervine armor. Crimson gold battle aura exploded outward, and the intense shockwave temporarily pushed the howling hurricane away. Taking advantage of this moment, Gao Yang stepped forward again and swung his sword down at Arcadia once more. As he unleashed the strike, a small portion of his battle aura was consumed, but in exchange, the sword became several times heavier. Lethal strike, Dominator slash. Combining his brilliant will with the warrior template, this strike was pure, unstoppable power. Clang! The sword descended with an irresistible force, the blade burning with battle aura and will that had become almost tangible. This strike caused even the inflappable face of the goddess of storms, Arcadia, to reveal a trace of surprise. In the next instant, she raised one hand to block in front of her, and a semicircular, egg-shaped air shield that enveloped her entire body rapidly materialized. The blade and the air shield collided again, and a deafening roar erupted instantly. The violent impact transformed into rings of shockwaves, surging madly in all directions. Arcadia looked with slight disbelief at the air shield before her, which was now covered in cracks and even partially cleaved through by the blade. The blade pressed down slowly, forcing Arcadia's raised hand to sink along with it. Gao Yang watched Arcadia's descending hand, a savage grin appearing on his face beneath his helmet. The next moment, the greatsword swung down completely. Swish! 100-foot-long sword aura erupted from the strike. In the end, Arcadia did not choose to tank the blow. Her figure flickered, and she appeared 100 meters away. Just as Arcadia reappeared, the silver-white, gold-inlaid blade edge, having shredded space, slashed toward her. It was another Dominator slash. For Gao Yang, executing 2 consecutive Dominator slashes was not a difficult task. Clang! The dull thud of the blades clashing rang out simultaneously with the sound of a sudden, crashing thunderbolt. Arcadia's body was sent flying by the impact, and a slash mark appeared across the waist of her battle dress. As for Gao Yang, he was paralyzed on the spot by the sudden bolt of lightning. However, in just a split second, a layer of golden light burst from Gao Yang's body. He transformed into a blur and gave chase toward Arcadia. It was the body type judgment granted by his unique specialty, tempered body, combined with the ultra-high level will judgment of immortal will, which took effect simultaneously, allowing Gao Yang to directly ignore the paralysis from the lightning. Although Gao Yang was immune to the paralysis, his health points still dropped by about 1/3. From this, one could see the terrifying nature of the goddess of storms Arcadia's attacks. Swish! Gao Yang's body tore through the air and appeared before Arcadia once again. The greatsword in his hand followed up with a downward strike, the violent pressure of the slash causing the surrounding air to almost solidify. Clang! This time, Gao Yang's greatsword did not strike their shield but collided head-on with a battle spear. A shockwave of crimson gold mixed with lightning rippled outward, facing Gao Yang's dominator's slash. Even a saint avatar of a greater deity could not block it without sustaining damage. Arcadia's body was sent hurtling backward by the force of the impact, and Gao Yang charged forward just as rapidly. Zzzt. At that moment, violent bolts of lightning constructed a three-dimensional web, filling the entire space between the two. If Gao Yang wanted to catch up to Arcadia again, he would have to pass through this lightning web. Once he did, given his current defense and physical resistance, he might be torn to pieces by the web in an instant. Sword flash step. Gao Yang took a step, his body transforming into a flash of sword light, and he instantly appeared on the other side of the lightning web. Looking at Arcadia, who was now within arm's reach, Gao Yang appeared as if he had gone mad, swinging his sword down in a furious strike once more. Brilliant golden light poured from his sea of consciousness into the greatsword in his hand as if it were inexhaustible. This strike was, once again, a dominator's slash. Gao Yang's speed was too fast and his actions too decisive, leaving Arcadia with no choice but to block with the battle spear in her hand once again. However, this time, the moment Gao Yang's greatsword collided with the war spear, that spear, formed entirely from divine power, actually shattered from the middle with a loud bang. The moment the spear broke, Arcadia reacted extremely quickly, constructing a chi shield in front of her. But in the next instant, her body was completely paralyzed by a surge of power flowing in from outside. Now was the time. The brilliance of will in Gao Yang's eyes had soared to an extreme radiant gold. Majestic sword pressure and will bloomed from the eternal radiant sword, and a cold, deathly aura had already spread through the area. Outside the two of them, storms and thunder continued to roar incessantly, as if all things in the world were howling at Gao Yang. But under this sword strike, such howling appeared somewhat pale and powerless. A grayish-white sword chi slashed past Arcadia's front. The chi shield blocking her path silently dissipated into wisps of breeze, and a sword scar truly appeared beneath Arcadia's battle skirt. Through that holy light, one could see the flesh and blood that had been sliced open. Gao Yang let out a low growl, gripping the sword with both hands and pulling it down fiercely. Blood shimmering with holy light dripped along the tip of the sword and was flung away by Gao Yang, turning into a chain of crimson beads that shot into the distance. In that moment, Arcadia's expression finally changed. She sensed the injury on her body and the lingering killing rules within the wound. The presence of these rules made it very difficult for her body to recover, especially since this plane was not her native plane. After descending here, she suffered immense suppression from the plane's will and rules. Even though her body was filled with divine power and her control over the rules of storm and thunder, she was still injured when caught off guard by the mortal before her. Looking at Arcadia's slightly changing expression, a cruel smile appeared beneath Gao Yang's helmet. A silent cracking sound echoed within his body. A vial of plain core solution had been completely crushed by him, and the pale gold liquid instantly filled his stomach. The solution from the plane's core flooded Gao Yang's entire body in an instant. The majestic essence not only caused his injuries to recover rapidly in a short time but also restored his battle chi, which had been more than half consumed, back to its maximum level. Furthermore, on this basis, the energy began to wreak havoc inside his body, escaping outward through tiny cracks in his flesh. Such abundant energy would inevitably increase the burden on his body if it remained accumulated inside. Thus, the moment after the plane core solution shattered, Gao Yang's battle chi began to circulate frantically. Majestic crimson gold battle chi mixed with the dark purple nine capitals mad thunder, intertwining wildly through the eternal radiance sword held high by Gao Yang. In just an instant, a 1,000-meter-long greatsword of thunder and fire took shape above the sea region. Rolling thunder and fire constantly collided above the sea, and a scalp-numbing aura of destruction instantly permeated the air. Gao Yang held the giant sword of thunder and fire high, and the killing rules he had comprehended were instantly filled into this strike. In a battle against a deity, aside from basic attacks, the simplest and most direct way to cause damage was the collision of rules. Just as Arcady used her rule authority over storms and thunder to harm Gao Yang, Gao Yang was also using the killing rules he possessed to harm the other saint avatar, which was composed entirely of divine power. It was worth mentioning that although the storm goddess had spent a significant amount of divine power to descend into the raging sea world, this divine power was like a spring without a source. Once used, it could not be replenished. And the death of an avatar was not something easily accepted even for a being of great divine power. Crack! Facing the great sword of thunder and fire held high above Gao Yang's head, which radiated a killing aura, Arcady's long hair moved without wind. All the thunder within 10,000 meters of this space gathered in front of her. Within a breath, a lightning ball nearly 100 meters in diameter appeared before Arcady. Gao Yang looked at the lightning ball that filled his vision, feeling the destructive aura within it. He slashed down without the slightest hesitation. Scourge, heavenly abyss fall, boom. 100-meter thick pillar of lightning erupted from the lightning ball, like a thunder dragon bearing its fangs and claws as it pounced toward Gao Yang's position. In an instant, it collided with the thunder fire greatsword Gao Yang had swung. Rumble! Even the air was decomposed and torn apart by this destructive lightning. The moment the two collided, the space between them shattered into pieces like glass. The thunder dragon and the giant sword clashed. The majestic and condensed power of the slash and the violent lightning devoured each other, while the escaping lightning and sword chi spread frantically in all directions. Amidst the blinding lightning, the nether vine armor on Gao Yang's body was constantly torn apart. Vines reached out from the armor and pierced into Gao Yang's body, continuously absorbing the escaping battle chi from him to prevent the nether vine armor from being damaged beyond repair. 3 seconds after the giant sword and the thunder dragon collided, the mutual annihilation between the sword chi and the lightning reached its peak. In the next moment, a dark red sword chi pierced through the center of the thunder dragon, shooting toward the storm goddess Arcady. After the strike, Gao Yang's body was covered in cracks in his flesh. The soul-piercing pain caused Gao Yang's brows to knit tightly together. He looked toward the storm goddess in the distance with a fierce gaze, the boiling energy rapidly healing his wounds. Without a moment to catch his breath, Gao Yang charged toward Arcady once again. By now, the accumulation of the Scourge Sword Dao had completely reached its peak. Every subsequent exchange would continuously stack the limit-breaking edge. In this process, what Gao Yang needed to do was to use the great sword in his hand to completely slay the storm goddess's avatar before the limit-breaking edge stacked to a point where his physical body could no longer endure it. Otherwise, facing the saint avatar of this deity with great divine power, the only thing left for him would likely be death. The sound of wind breaking came toward him. Gao Yang tapped his finger against his chest, and dark purple lightning instantly filled his entire body, activating his nerves to their absolute limit. At the same time, his lips lightly uttered, "Sacrifice, time stop," buzz in Gao Yang's eyes. The surrounding time slowed down rapidly. In this state, he saw a battle spear, faster than lightning, thrusting directly toward his chest. Chapter 758, Life and Death Struggle. The killing blow. In one clang, the eternal radiance greatsword shook violently. The force transmitted from the battle spear not only prevented Gao Yang from advancing but forced him back a significant distance. Immediately following, before Gao Yang could even adjust his stance, Arcady had already thrust her spear toward his chest once more. A biting wind pressure hit his face, accompanied by roaring thunder and hurricanes, all saturated with the scent of death, overwhelming Gao Yang's senses. He abruptly raised his sword to sweep horizontally, and the eternal radiance greatsword collided with the battle spear in midair. Boom crack! The space within a radius of several hundred meters shattered like broken glass the moment they collided. Gao Yang's body turned into a projectile, shooting backward, wherever he passed. The space exploded into radial cracks, leaving behind a trail stained with blood. Crack! Gao Yang's left gauntlet pierced into the space, forcibly carving a 10-meter-long groove into the void, which finally brought his retreat to a halt. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth and nostrils. Gao Yang looked up at Arcady, who stood proudly at the center of the storm. The next moment, his battle aura transformed into life essence, causing the internal fissures caused by the shock to heal completely, stopping the flow of blood. Feeling the lingering sting in his internal organs, Gao Yang exerted force through his bent legs. A power like a volcanic eruption burst forth. The space beneath his feet shattered, and he lunged toward Arcady. His body left behind a series of afterimages in the air, crossing the distance between them in an instant. Arcady did not block him, for in her view, if she wanted to completely annihilate this mortal who dared to offend her, she had to kill him outright in close quarters combat, leaving him not even the slightest possibility of escape. In a heartbeat, Gao Yang reached within 10 meters of Arcady, the optimal striking distance for both of them. Calamity, Cone Rain. A cone-shaped sword aura appeared, aiming to pierce into the center of Arcady's brow in the blink of an eye. ZZZZT. A bolt of lightning appeared abruptly, colliding with Gao Yang's cone-shaped sword aura, and both were instantly annihilated. The next moment, a dense barrage of cone-shaped sword auras completely enveloped Arcady's body. The speed of the cone rain was extremely fast, and it did not consume much of Gao Yang's energy. Moreover, with his current agility, performing an attack that covered his entire target was not difficult. Facing this all-encompassing attack, Arcady's response was simple and brutal. An air shield, resembling an eggshell, wrapped around her in all directions, letting those cone-shaped sword auras strike against it. Clang, clang, clang. Countless slashing sounds erupted against the air shield. Each time a cone-shaped sword aura landed, it blasted a circular shallow pit into the shield. Before the cone rain had completely ceased, the silver-white greatsword, glowing with a blinding golden light, cut through the air shield like a hot knife through butter, slashing down toward Arcady, who was protected within. On the edge of the blade, the tangible radiance of his will caused even Arcady's godlike, indifferent eyes to flicker with a hint of fluctuation. Calamity, world extinction. The eternal radiance greatsword, glowing with blinding golden light, carried no trace of battle or fluctuations, nor did any sword or leak out. All its power was contained within the blade. With the essence of destruction brewing inside, Arcady gripped her spear with one hand. She made no move to intercept, instead thrusting it straight toward Gao Yang's head. If Gao Yang's greatsword struck her, he would inevitably have his skull pierced by the spear in her hand. Compared to her avatar of a saint, constructed from divine power, Gao Yang's body was truly made of flesh and blood. Therefore, in Arcady's judgment, facing such a lethal attack, the mortal before her would absolutely dodge. Because if he did not dodge, what awaited him was having his head pierced by the spear and dying on the spot. Facing the spear thrusting toward his head, Gao Yang did not dodge or evade, instead slashing down with his sword with fierce determination. The blade, clung to by his brilliant will, left a silver-white slash in the air before striking Arcady's left shoulder, continuing diagonally downward and exiting from beneath her right rib cage. At the same time, Gao Yang's body expanded slightly for an instant, causing the spear that should have pierced his skull to graze past his shoulder and neck instead. Endless destructive energy erupted within the wound. Arcady frowned slightly. The damage caused by this strike exceeded her expectations. In particular, the dual burning of soul and flesh attached to this sword strike made Arcady experience pain she had not felt in many long years. Gao Yang revealed a savage grin, and the eternal radiance transformed into a storm, completely engulfing Arcady. Holy light bloomed on Arcady's body, and the wounds Gao Yang had just inflicted began to heal rapidly. Rumble. Continuous explosions roared in this space. Violent sword auras and thunder intertwined, engaging in the purest test of strength. In this instant, Gao Yang had forcibly dragged Arcady into a melee battle where there was absolutely no room for evasion. As sword auras and thunder intertwined, wounds deep enough to reveal bone rapidly accumulated on Gao Yang's body, only to be repaired by the seemingly endless, abundant energy within him. Conversely, Sword ores containing the essence of destruction and slaughter also struck Arcades' body, wearing down her power. 10 seconds passed. The armor on Gao Yang's body had been completely shredded, transforming into dark vines that returned into his body. 20 seconds passed. The second vial of plain core solution shattered in Gao Yang's stomach, transforming into massive energy that he absorbed. 30 seconds. Gao Yang's flesh and blood had been completely cycled through once. His consumption of battle aura was beginning to fail to keep up with the energy replenishment, and wounds that could not be healed in the short term began to appear on his body. 1 minute. The third vial of plain core solution shattered. Gao Yang's battered body received replenishment, and the wounds that could not be healed began to mend at an accelerated pace. 1 minute and 30 seconds. The final vial of plain core solution shattered, and the crimson gold battle ore burned fiercely upon Gao Yang's body like a raging fire. Gao Yang's vision blurred, his entire body covered in charred marks from lightning strikes and exposed white bone where the hurricane winds had flayed his flesh. In this short minute and 30 seconds, the pressure he endured had nearly crushed him to the point of collapse. An avatar of a deity with powerful divine strength, even if only at the legendary level, was not something a peak transcendent could easily contend with. If not for the fact that the vessel Arcady chose for her avatar, Serafina, was merely a newly ascended legendary, and if not for the restrictions placed upon her by the material plane she had descended into, Gao Yang would have been unable to hold on any longer during such a brutal slaughter. But now, as the violent melee unfolded, the vessel for Arcades' avatar was nearing its limit. The radiance of will in Gao Yang's eyes poured down like a flowing stream. His boundless, brilliant will combined with his strength, battle aura, and various physical attributes, eventually manifesting as streaks of sword marks surrounding them both. Brilliant golden sword chi formed a cage, enveloping Arcady within. The next moment, Gao Yang let out a roar, and the eternal radiance greatsword in his hand thrust through the air toward the center of Arcady's brow. Human calamity, heart piercer. As the sword thrust forward, the countless streaks of brilliant golden sword chi surrounding them vanished from their positions as if returning to their origin, then shot toward Arcady's body in a concentrated barrage. Puchi, puchi, puchi. A dense series of slashing sounds erupted. Blood mixed with holy light sprayed out as Arcady's body was pierced through by countless streaks of sword chi, pinning her in place. At a glance, it appeared as if Arcady had been nailed to the spot by these sword streaks, becoming a part of the background of this space. Brilliant will erupted within Arcady's body, firmly controlling her in place. Gao Yang panted heavily, staring at the pinned Arcady before him, and took a step forward to stand right in front of her. There was no superfluous chatter, nor any victory speech to deliver. Gao Yang simply swung his sword down from the nape of Arcady's neck, Jun, following a sword hum that pierced the sky. A streak of sword chi, brilliant gold tinged with dark red, was unleashed by Gao Yang. Puchi. Holy blood splattered as Arcady's head soared into the sky. No sooner had it flown up than it was shredded into powder by the violent sword chi. Not only that, but the dark red sword domain of immortal execution flashed and vanished, and endless dark red sword chi, like a swarm of locusts, completely devoured Arcady's headless torso. Only until her body was consumed by the sword chi formed from the pure laws of slaughter did Arcady's divine will finally deign to acknowledge the seemingly weak mortal before her. This descent was unexpectedly rushed. A mortal who hasn't even ascended to the legendary level has actually destroyed me. Arcady's divine will lingered here, and the endless hurricanes and thunder, having lost control, began to riot. Gao Yang could even feel that in the instant the storms and thunder raged, the suppression from the plane consciousness of the material plane weakened significantly. Fortunately, that was still to no avail, at least as far as Gao Yang could sense. The plane consciousness's suppression of divine power possessed a sufficiently high level of dominance, because it was the condensation of the highest order of a plane. Its suppression of divine power held the highest priority. In that instant, Gao Yang understood that the goddess of storms, Arcady, was not trying to forcibly shake the plane consciousness of the angry sea plane to display her true power as a powerful deity. Rather, she was trying to use this to break through the suppression of the material plane and escape from this place. That was correct. Arcady wanted to leave the angry sea plane. The vessel of her avatar had already perished. And if she did not seize the time to leave, then annihilation awaited her. An avatar was not merely a simple descent of a believer. Once the avatar was destroyed, even a god could not emerge unscathed, and it could even lead to a temporary loss of control over their related domains. Therefore, the moment he sensed Arkady attempting to break through the plane's blockade, Gao Yang had already charged into the domain constructed by the hurricanes and thunder. His brilliant will erupted once more, transforming into massive golden swords that struck fiercely toward the void, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed in Gao Yang's ears. Arkady's presence vanished from this place entirely. At the same time, a series of system notifications appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. System notification. You have killed the avatar form of the goddess of storms, Arkady. You have gained 100,000 legendary XP. System notification. Your title, Godslayer, has received a new kill count update. System notification. Upon reaching a cumulative kill count of 5, you will obtain a more powerful god-slaying attribute. Current progress. System notification. You have gained 3 points of legendary reputation, which will grow slowly as your legendary deeds spread. System notification. You have obtained the Heart Abyss treasure chest brilliant gold of the god-favored Serafina. After checking the system notifications, Gao Yang looked into his inventory, where a golden treasure chest emitting blinding lightning lay quietly. This chest was the loot left behind after the newly ascended legendary Serafina, who had served as the vessel for the goddess of storms Arkady, perished. With just a glance, Gao Yang withdrew his gaze. It was not safe here, and he could no longer withstand any more combat. The next moment, his body vanished from the spot, 100 miles away. Gao Yang's figure gradually materialized from nothingness. Looking at the continent beneath his feet, Gao Yang summoned Olivier. Sitting on the ice chair, Gao Yang took out a life clove fruit and began to chew it greedily. As the life essence was replenished, the wounds on Gao Yang's body began to recover slowly. This time, his injuries were lighter than when he had been besieged by 4 legendary powerhouses. But the toll on his mental will was even greater. After eating 3 life clove fruits in a row, the injuries on Gao Yang's body finally began to improve. Only then did Gao Yang stop eating the kello fruit, turning instead to circulate his battle chi and utilize the recovery technique to heal the wounds on his body. When Gao Yang's injuries had mostly recovered, Odelville arrived at a majestic mountain range, choosing a valley at random to land in. Gao Yang sat cross-legged on Odelville's back and began to heal. A day later, Gao Yang opened his eyes. By this time, the wounds on his body had almost completely healed. Looking at the empty cave, Gao Yang's lips curled, revealing a silent smile. Soon after, his laughter grew louder and louder, until it roared through the valley like thunder. In this battle, he could say he had given his all. Aside from not using his ultimate trump card, the Zhuxian sword domain, he had basically brought his entire comprehension of the sword Dao into full play. He had even resorted to a war of attrition to finally completely slay Arkady's Saint Avatar. But this also allowed Gao Yang to recognize his own standing. He was now qualified to go toe-to-toe with the Saint Avatars of gods. This gave him a bit more confidence for his future collaboration with Sin Uzul to deal with that god of sea beasts. His mastery of the law of slaughter, the quasi-artifact Eternal Radiance, and the power of multiple unique talents meant that Gao Yang now possessed the true power to slay gods. Moreover, after this battle, Gao Yang could feel that the divine attribute of Eternal Radiance, which was not yet activated, was not far from being awakened. Perhaps, before the final battle with the god of sea beasts, the divine attribute of this quasi-artifact would be able to be activated. Gao Yang held high expectations for the divine attribute of Eternal Radiance. With a flash of light, a treasure chest glowing with brilliant lightning appeared before Gao Yang. Looking at the chest dropped by Serafina, a hint of anticipation flashed in Gao Yang's eyes. Chapter 759 Authority and Unique Talent. As a chosen of the goddess of storms and a newly ascended legend, the value of the treasure chest that Serafina could drop would naturally not be low. Not to mention, before her death, she had served as the vessel for the Saint Avatar, used to carry the divine will of the goddess of storms. It was only after Gao Yang completely slew the Saint Avatar of the goddess of storms that this chest was dropped. One could imagine just how exaggerated the value of this chest would be. Multiverse Network prompt. Do you wish to open the Heart Abyss treasure chest radiant gold from the Chosen One, Seraphina? The Multiverse Network prompt appeared before his eyes. Gao Yang looked at the lightning radiating chest in front of him and, without much hesitation, chose to open it. As the chest opened, a streak of lightning bloomed from within. The blinding lightning condensed into a lightning dragon only as thick as a finger, which instantly attempted to flee outside the cave. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes and let out a cold snort from his nostrils. In the next instant, a golden radiance of will enveloped the cave, transforming into a large net that captured the lightning dragon within it. The golden net tightened, and the lightning dragon was grasped in Gao Yang's palm. Even while held in his hand, the lightning dragon continued to twist and struggle incessantly, as if it were a truly living creature. Gao Yang looked at the squirming lightning dragon in his hand, the radiance of his will growing stronger in his eyes. His palm slowly exerted force, continuously compressing the lightning dragon's range of movement. At the same time, a new Multiverse Network prompt popped up before his eyes. Multiverse Network prompt detected the presence of divine authority. Adaptive transformation is required. You may choose to retain this divine authority, or you may choose to excise it and convert it into something more suitable for your path of development. Divine authority, is it? Gao Yang looked at the lightning dragon in his hand, his heart already understanding the origin of this object. Presumably, its birth was inextricably linked to both Seraphina and the goddess of storms. If he were to retain this divine authority, Gao Yang estimated that this lightning dragon would most likely condense into a godhead fragment possessing the law of thunder. If a mortal were to master this godhead fragment, they would be able to become a god through it and continuously launch an assault toward the domain of authority controlled by the goddess of storms. This would continue until they were either completely destroyed by the goddess of storms or completely devoured her domain of authority to become a new generation of powerful deity. However, such a thing was of little use to Gao Yang. He had his own plans for his future and did not rely heavily on the power brought by these godhead fragments. Therefore, upon seeing the Multiverse Network prompt, Gao Yang decisively chose to excise the divine authority, following Gao Yang's choice. The lightning dragon that had been thrashing wildly in his hand suddenly stiffened. The spirituality within it vanished without a trace, replaced by a pure, blinding radiance. When the light dissipated, the lightning in Gao Yang's hand had disappeared. This lightning did not vanish into thin air. Instead, it transformed into tiny lightning snakes that followed Gao Yang's palm, merged into his skin, and finally settled entirely at the location on his chest where the original heavenly thunder mark had been. At the same time, a brand new Multiverse Network prompt appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. Multiverse Network prompt. You have obtained the unique talent Heart of Thunder. Looking at the prompt before him, Gao Yang's brows twitched involuntarily. He had not expected that under these circumstances, he would actually obtain a unique talent. Moreover, the domain involved in this unique talent was related to thunder. Gao Yang focused his attention on the newly acquired unique talent, and the next moment, detailed information appeared before his eyes. Unique talent, Heart of Thunder. 1. Your body has been baptized by thunder. Based on the grade of the thunder you control, your overall speed is increased. Current increase. 2. The rank of thunder controlled by the character is Kun 2. And thunder damage is increased by 45%. 3. Heart of Thunder transform into lightning. The character can move by traversing through lightning. Each movement distance cannot exceed 1,000 meters. Each movement requires maintaining human form for 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, one can traverse again. The unique talent Heart of Thunder had only 3 effects, and each one was exceptionally concise. However, when these pieces of information were combined, they represented an incredibly exaggerated improvement for Gao Yang. Just as Gao Yang withdrew his gaze, wisps of dark purple 9-capital wild thunder began to spread spontaneously from his chest, quickly covering his entire body. A tingling, numbing sensation traveled from every part of his body through his nerves and into Gao Yang's mind. Gao Yang watched this scene unfold, his heart calm and unruffled. He could feel that as time passed, his nerves and muscles alike were being nourished by the 9-capital wild thunder, becoming more sensitive and reacting with greater speed. This improvement was comprehensive, and the magnitude of the boost was exactly as the Heart of Thunder had described, approximately 30%. Furthermore, Gao Yang could sense that this improvement was fixed and would not fluctuate due to any external forces. In other words, regardless of what his agility attribute was, it would be increased by 30% directly on top of that base. Even with Gao Yang's current agility attribute, he could still feel that this boost was being applied in full. Perhaps when his agility attribute became even higher, the magnitude of this improvement might decrease, but as things stood, there would be no attenuation in the short term. The baptism of thunder did not take long, in less than half an hour. The process was complete. The wisps of 9 capital wild thunder retreated back into Gao Yang's body, as if they had never appeared at all. At this moment, Gao Yang lowered his head and looked toward the center of his chest. Originally, at the center of his chest was the heavenly thunder mark he had condensed. But now the mark was gone, replaced by a pool of thunder no larger than a spring eye. In Gao Yang's perception, this pool of thunder was as boundless as the vast ocean, and the heavenly thunder mark he had condensed was floating within it, swallowing and spitting out the immeasurable thunder contained in the pool. Moreover, Gao Yang discovered that the nature of this thunder pool was almost identical to his battle chi. In other words, he now possessed his sources of energy. In the future, if he wanted to use the 9 capital wild thunder, he would no longer need to use battle chi to convert it. He could simply draw the thunder directly from this pool to use it. Furthermore, the power of the 9 capital wild thunder within this pool was slowly increasing. This was the second effect of the Heart of Thunder, increasing the power of the thunder while simultaneously elevating its rank. As for the third point, in Gao Yang's view, it was a purely combat-oriented effect. To Gao Yang, moving and traversing through thunder was almost no different from the 5 elements evasion technique. The only difference was that the 5 elements evasion relied on objects of the 5 elements, while his thunder evasion relied on the thunder that filled the sky. As long as there was thunder present, he could use it to shift and traverse. More importantly, the cooldown time for this traversal was only 5 seconds. However, using thunder evasion was not without risks. Once an enemy discovered this and intentionally destroyed the thunder Gao Yang had laid out, it would mean his movement trajectory could be predicted. If that happened, the outcome awaiting him was easy to imagine. But regardless, the thunder evasion effect provided by the Heart of Thunder was quite good, especially when combined with the sword light step, which would greatly enhance his agility. Chapter 760 Thunder Evasion Overall. This newly acquired unique specialty, Heart of Thunder, compensated for Gao Yang's current shortcomings in speed to a certain extent. And an even more important point was that after obtaining the unique specialty Heart of Thunder, the requirements regarding unique specialties for Gao Yang's legendary promotion quest had been completely satisfied. 5 unique specialties were the standard for Gao Yang to promote to legendary status. Now that they were all gathered, he only needed to fulfill the other requirements to promote to legendary. Gao Yang had been looking forward to this for a long time. He also wanted to know how much his strength would improve once he promoted to legendary after meeting such difficult conditions. As for his legendary promotion quest, after such a long time, only the last 2 items remained unfinished. One was the requirement for his own physical attributes. As of now, he was still a few points short in strength and agility. The other was the gap in legendary reputation. From the moment he first obtained legendary reputation until now, the amount Gao Yang had accumulated was still some distance away from the 50 points required. However, slaying the Saint Avatar of the Goddess of Storms this time had allowed Gao Yang to gain another 3 points of legendary reputation. Currently, his legendary reputation stood at a full 35 points. This was not the end. In the Raging Sea world, Gao Yang was confident he could continue to gain legendary reputation. Whether it was slaying a legendary being or fighting that god of sea beasts, both would allow him to harvest legendary reputation. Aside from these, there were no other unfinished items in Gao Yang's legendary promotion quest. Collecting his thoughts, Gao Yang began to continue healing his wounds. This battle against the Saint Avatar of the Goddess of Storms had been quite difficult, but its difficulty had not exceeded Gao Yang's estimates. Compared to the life and death battle he had fought against the Devil Grand Duke Mephitos. Although this battle had a higher level of combat power, it did not bring as high a sense of crisis to Gao Yang as that previous fight had. After all, in this battle, Gao Yang still had quite a few trump cards he had not yet used. These trump cards were specifically prepared for that god of sea beasts once used. It would mean the plan to hunt the god of sea beasts had fallen through. If that happened, he would only be able to leave this world early, which would be equivalent to terminating his abyss training ahead of schedule. While Gao Yang was healing, the battle between the combined forces of Sarin and the sea beasts against the Temple of Storms had reached a fever pitch. Every minute and every second, countless lives were dying on the battlefield. However, compared to the endless number of sea beasts and the Sarin warriors, whose mass was dozens of times greater than their own, the living forces of the Temple of Storms were dying one by one with no replacements. Especially since that day on the battlefield, everyone had seen the descent of the Goddess of Storms, but now, the goddess's traces were gone, and the prayers offered to her were like clay oxen entering the sea, never receiving the slightest response again. All signs indicated that the goddess seemed to have abandoned them. Once this speculation took hold, the already dwindling will to resist within the Storm Temple became even more unstable. In just 3 days, the number of personnel in the Storm Temple plummeted by nearly 50%, and it was still continuing to decline. At this rate, it would not be long before the Storm Temple completely exited the stage of the Angry Sea world. When that time came, it would be a contest between the sea folk of the Angry Sea and the Seen Empire on the mainland. At least for the majority of people, that was how it appeared. Gao Yang stayed in this nameless valley for a full 5 days. Only after his injuries had completely healed did he mount Audrivier and leave the place, flying toward Destiny City, the imperial capital of the Seen Empire. 10,000 meters above, gloomy thunderclouds blanketed the firmament, with wisps of lightning weaving and crisscrossing through the dark clouds. Amidst this lightning, the trajectory of one bolt formed a straight line, rushing toward a certain direction. Swish. The lightning converged, taking on a human form. It was Gao Yang. Gao Yang stood amidst the sky-filling dark clouds, looking at this scene with great satisfaction. Today was a rare thunderstorm day, and he was not far from Destiny City. Riding Audrivier made for too large a target, so he chose to use the pervasive thunder to travel, taking the opportunity to test the effectiveness of the lightning escape granted by the Heart of Thunder. As it seemed now, the displacement effect of the Heart of Thunder was excellent. Moreover, Gao Yang discovered one more thing. As long as he was not in a state of combat, the displacement range of the Heart of Thunder far exceeded the 1,000-meter limit. Just like a moment ago, in the blink of an eye, he had crossed a distance of nearly 10 kilometers. As for the burden and consumption of using this lightning escape on his body, Gao Yang felt it for a moment. There was almost no consumption at all. After he obtained the unique specialty Heart of Thunder, his body had already been tempered by the 9 capital Wild Thunder. Through this tempering, his body's adaptability to lightning had also been greatly enhanced. Gao Yang estimated that, let alone using lightning to travel, even if he were to use a sword technique like Thunderous Eternal Night now, the surging lightning would not cause him much of a burden. The unique specialty Heart of Thunder was still continuously exerting its power. In addition, over these past few days, Gao Yang also discovered that the improvement brought about by the first effect of the Heart of Thunder was related to the quality of the lightning. This meant that if he could obtain higher quality lightning, he would be able to gain a higher increase in reaction speed. And in this multiverse, there were naturally plenty of grades of lightning. To obtain higher quality lightning, the best path was naturally to head to some Eastern lineage worlds that possessed relevant inheritances. However, now was not the time to think about these things. Gao Yang's thoughts flashed, and his entire person once again turned into a streak of blinding lightning, merging into the sky-filling thunder as he rushed toward Destiny City. In the Destiny Imperial Palace, within the sleeping quarters of the current Emperor, Xin Uzul and Gao Yang sat opposite each other. I thought you would return after some time. Xin Uzul sat on the wide metal throne, his eyelids lowered as he looked at Gao Yang sitting across from him. Gao Yang's expression was relaxed, carrying a sense of ease as he said, after digesting the insights from the battle, I naturally returned. If I didn't come back, I'm afraid this war would continue for a very, very long time. Which goddess's avatar? Xin Uzul asked. There is no longer a storm goddess in this world. Gao Yang replied in a calm voice. That is truly an unexpected joy. Xin Uzul blinked, his pupils beneath his eyelids quietly constricting. Of course, It is indeed an unexpected joy. Gao Yang revealed a smile. The Storm Temple is no longer qualified to remain in this world, so let us end this meaningless battle as soon as possible. Furthermore, how are your preparations coming along? Seeing Uzo looked at Gao Yang, his expression peaceful and indifferent. Rest assured, I have prepared for this for many years. Chapter 761, Storm Exits. Igniting the Divine Fire. On the second day after Gao Yang returned to Destiny City, a series of directives were transmitted to every corner of the continent through Destiny City's intelligence system. Subsequently, this information was spread throughout the entire Angry Sea via the Scene Empire's intelligence network. Among these messages, there was only one core theme. The Storm Goddess had abandoned this world, and from now on, all followers of the Storm Goddess had been forsaken. They had to renounce their faith, or else the only thing awaiting them would be the merciless falling blade. For the casual followers of the Storm Goddess, this news was at most an explosive piece of gossip. If it had any impact on their lives, it was probably just having one more topic to discuss after tea and dinner. But for the Storm Temple, which used this as the cornerstone of its survival, this news was no less than a bolt from the blue. Furthermore, those Storm Goddess followers who refused to believe it tried to pray to the goddess, only to find that she no longer responded to them at all. This discovery undoubtedly confirmed the authenticity of the news spreading across the Angry Sea world. The movements of the Storm Temple naturally could not be hidden from their rivals, the Scene Empire and the Sea Beast sect. Therefore, after confirming that the goddess had completely abandoned the Storm Temple, Scene and the Sea Beast sect unanimously intensified their encirclement and suppression of the Storm Temple. The entire Angry Sea world was submerged in the flames of war due to the fighting between the three major factions. At every moment, one could see chains of bullets dragging tracers as they shot toward the sky, countless marine creatures roaring as they launched attacks on the Storm Temple, and the thunder that rolled and roared incessantly in the firmament. During this process, the Storm Temple displayed an extremely tenacious will to resist, even though they had the fewest people. Relying on the defenses formed by the 10 eternal hurricane circles they had previously set up, they clung to the sky of the Angry Sea world like a stubborn plaster. What Scene and the Sea Beasts were doing was to completely destroy the 6 remaining eternal hurricane circles of the Storm Temple and kill every single member of the Storm Temple sheltered within them. And when they saw the activated eternal hurricane circle, they finally realized just how insane the Temple of Storms truly was. Once this eternal hurricane circle was fully deployed, it would spread rapidly and link together. If the Sea Beasts and Scene had not joined forces in advance to interrupt this process, and if they had truly allowed the Temple of Storms to set up the eternal hurricane circle, then the entire raging sea world would have been completely shrouded in thunder and lightning. By that time, whether they lived or died would truly depend on the mood of the Temple of Storms. Time began to accelerate amidst the war. When Gao Yang absorbed the potion refined from the last piece of deep-sea coral, a knock on the door slowly echoed from outside. Gao Yang was currently carefully experiencing the process of his physique rapidly strengthening, so he simply turned a deaf ear to the knocking. The essence of the deep-sea coral's power boiled within Gao Yang's body, scorching every inch of his flesh and nerves. In this state, Gao Yang could feel the depth of his life force constantly increasing, and his life essence growing vigorously. Thump thump, thump thump. A heartbeat like the beating of a war drum emanated from Gao Yang's broad chest. The heartbeat grew faster and faster until it merged into one, transforming into the sound of dense war drums. Gao Yang opened his eyes, carefully assessed his current state, and revealed a satisfied smile. With a thought, the drum-like heartbeat slowly subsided, and everything in the room returned to normal. The general network panel unfolded before Gao Yang's eyes. He looked at the extraordinary physique that had reached 25 points on the panel, feeling incredibly secure in his heart. His physique had reached 25 points. His strength was still 1 point short, and his agility was 3 points short. A total of 4 extraordinary attribute points was no longer a distant goal for the current Gao Yang. Gao Yang closed the general network panel and looked up toward the door. A moment later, Garfield, the smiling court official whose consciousness was housed in a steel battle body, accompanied Gao Yang toward the Emperor's bedchamber. Along the way, Garfield kept recounting the events that had occurred in the raging sea world during the 20 days Gao Yang had been in seclusion. Mr. Wan Tang, thanks to your information, we were able to drive out that group of lunatics from the Temple of Storms in such a short time. Currently, the Temple of Storms is holed up in the very last eternal hurricane circle, however, facing the strikes of our Imperial warriors, supplemented by the attacks of the Sea Beast sect. The Temple of Storms will be completely eradicated in at most one day. Once the Temple of Storms is gone, our Scene Empire will be able to completely sever the tentacles of the Temple of Storms from our land, thereby maintaining the unity of faith on the continent. Garfield spoke incessantly, his eyes, crafted from golden gemstones, shining with a dazzling light. His Majesty wants to see you this time, likely to discuss important matters with you, of course. This will also involve the distribution of the Temple of Storms treasury, so please do not mind that. Gao Yang's pace did not change in the slightest. He merely nodded slightly. Half an hour later, Gao Yang arrived once again in Scene Oozle's bedchamber. Garfield stood outside the door and did not enter with him. Gao Yang walked around the screen and locked eyes with Scene Oozle once more. The moment he saw Scene Oozle, Gao Yang was stunned. Afterward, he sat down on the chair prepared for him with his expression returning to normal. Scene Oozle watched quietly as Gao Yang took his seat. Only after Gao Yang was fully settled did he wave his hand and say with a smile, "I thought you would show a hint of surprise at my current state." Gao Yang looked up at him and shook his head slightly. At this moment, although Scene Oozle was still sitting on his metal throne, a layer of blood-colored flames, existing between the illusory and the substantial, was burning on his body. The blanket that had always covered his legs was now gone, allowing Gao Yang to clearly see that Scene Oozle's legs had transformed into pitch-black metal. From the center of his legs, metal tubes resembling cables spread out and disappeared beneath the floor of the Great Hall. Seeing Scene Oozle's state, Gao Yang realized that long ago, Scene Oozle had completely lost the ability to move, or rather, until he completed the final step, he would be fixed in this place to serve as the core of the entire ritual ray, leading and driving the massive formation that covered the entire continent. As for the blood-colored flames burning on his body, existing between the illusory and the substantial, they were the manifestation of the burning power of faith, the pure faith of countless subjects of the Scene Empire toward their emperor and the iron-blooded Destiny sect. Now completely ignited, endless power of faith was transformed into firewood and set ablaze. And what bloomed from it was this illusory yet real blood-colored flame. And this step was known as igniting the divine fire. Simply put, at this moment, Scene Oozle had stepped onto the path to godhood that he had prepared for himself for a long time. Chapter 762. Thousand Furnace Heaven Burning Ray. Scene Oozle raised his arm, and with his movement, the illusory flames on his body grew a bit more intense. At the same time, as his arm moved, the space here seemed to distort like a canvas. Gao Yang's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Scene Oozle and asked, "I am curious. What exactly does it feel like to ignite the divine fire, the feeling?" Scene Oozle lowered his eyes in deep thought for a moment before looking up at Gao Yang and saying, "This feeling is as if I am a child born of this plane, being within the plane. No matter which corner I am in, I can feel this world, and this world is also responding to me. Is that all?" Gao Yang asked with interest. Opportunities to communicate with an existence that had ignited the divine fire were rare. In fact, even looking across the entire multiverse, such opportunities were not often seen. Of course not. Scene Oozle denied it quite simply, then continued, "Even as I sit here, my ears are filled with the endless prayers of the subjects who offer their faith to me. Their hopes, their visions, their suffering, everything, absolutely everything, cannot escape my perception. I think this is one of the abilities possessed by a god." Gao Yang nodded. A god who possesses faith being able to hear the prayers of their believers is, after all, one of the most fundamental abilities. Additionally, this state puts quite a bit of pressure on me. I can feel that if it were not for the divine spark fragment you gave me, I would only be able to maintain this state for a very short time. Scene Oozle continued to add, "How short is a very short time?" Gao Yang looked at Scene Oozle, feeling somewhat curious. "Perhaps, roughly, I could only maintain it for half a day," Scene Oozle said, sounding somewhat uncertain. Gao Yang looked at Scene Oozle opposite him, at a loss for words for a moment. Perhaps seeing this speechless expression on Gao Yang's face for the first time, Sea Noozle smiled and said, haha, don't mind it. It might be because I have accumulated for quite a long time that I am able to maintain it for this long. After laughing a few times, Sea Noozle restrained his smile, looked at Gao Yang, and said with an extremely serious expression, then, Wang Tang, are you ready? Gao Yang raised his head and looked at Sea Noozle, surging battle intent burning in his eyes. He understood what Sea Noozle meant, as long as he nodded. Then what he would face next would be the only god in this plane, the god of sea beasts. So, was he ready? A flash of golden sword shadow flickered in the depths of Gao Yang's eyes. A sharp, piercing sword hum rang out in the void, and sword intent surged forth. Gao Yang held his head high and puffed out his chest, his gaze landing on the center of Sea Noozle's brow as he grinned and said, this journey has not only allowed me to witness the entire process of a legend ascending to godhood, but I have also fought against the saint avatar of a powerful deity. Now, I am to face a weak deity head-on and hunt it down. This kind of experience has already made my blood boil. After Gao Yang finished speaking, his gaze finally met Sea Noozle's. Sea Noozle, the current emperor of the Scene Empire. Where will the final battlefield be, or rather, where are we going to slay a god? Burning blood flames ignited in Sea Noozle's eyes, facing Gao Yang's question. He raised his head to look at the equally pitch-black ceiling of the great hall above. You and I will face the god of sea beasts together within the territory of my Scene Empire. We will slaughter him completely, and use his flesh, blood, faith, and everything else to forge the steps for my ascension to the divine throne. As his voice fell, monstrous blood flames erupted from Sea Noozle's body. In this instant, the divine fire upon him began to burn fiercely. At the same time, the voice of Sea Noozle rang out in the ears of all the Scene Empire soldiers who were currently in battle. For the Empire, advance. As the illusory voice faded, all the soldiers on the battlefield fell into a frenzy simultaneously. One steel behemoth after another roared, spewing deadly flames and sweeping toward every enemy within sight. Under the sudden eruption of the Scene Empire, the final eternal hurricane circle began to collapse rapidly. In less than half an hour, it shattered suddenly under this violent assault. The storm god Empress stood amidst the broken hurricane, her gaze calm as she watched this scene. She knew that the era belonging to her had completely ended at this moment. What awaited her next was nothing but an abyss of no return. Sea Noozle's gaze crossed the endless distance, as if he had seen this scene the second after the storm god Empress was submerged by the endless attacks. He spoke again in a flat tone, as his command was transmitted to the ears of the numerous Scene Empire soldiers. The soldiers who had been fighting alongside the Sea Beast faction turned their weapons instantly. Countless weapons and bullets shifted direction, firing toward the nearest marine creatures. In this instant, the battle did not cease, but the two sides of the battle had changed completely. At the same time, on the land of the Scene Empire, the furnaces in the center of every major city began to burn completely at this moment. Streams of golden red liquid, resembling molten steel, emerged from these furnaces and spread rapidly in all directions along the metal pipes connected to them. If one were to look down from high above, one would be able to see that these furnaces were like nodes, and those golden red liquids were like threads. They were constantly spreading and connecting to one another. Following this process, a pattern, complex and precise to the extreme, began to slowly manifest upon this land. And the very center of this pattern was located directly to the east of Destiny City, at the intersection of land and sea. The moment the last furnace began to burn fiercely, the aura on Sea Noozle's body began to rise infinitely. He looked down at Gao Yang slightly, yet it was as if a god were looking down upon an ant crawling in the dust. Wang Tang, do you know how long I have prepared for this 1,000-furnace heaven-burning array? 300 years. A full 300 years. I began preparing even before I dominated this continent. This 1,000-furnace heaven-burning array is the kingdom of God on earth that I have created for myself and for the empire behind me. The ambition in Sea Noozle's eyes finally burned completely at this moment, and his entire spirit and energy began to rise infinitely as well. The 1,000-furnace heaven-burning array has been activated. It will not take long. Every living being within this array, as long as they do not hold faith in me, will be completely burned to ashes and become nutrients within the kingdom of God. Even the entire raging sea cannot stop me. Gao Yang looked at the imposing Sin Uzal before him and listened to his explanation. He already understood why Sin Uzal was confident that the god of sea beasts would fight him. Chapter 763 The Burning Raging Sea. Once the 1,000-furnace heaven burning ray is activated, it signifies that the earthly kingdom of God forged by Sin Uzal has been fully realized. Every living being within this range who does not hold faith in Sin Uzal is deemed a heretic and will consequently be eradicated by the entire 1,000-furnace heaven burning ray. As for the current Sin Empire, after being shaped by him, it is composed almost entirely of believers in the Iron Blood Destiny sect. This means that the 1,000-furnace heaven burning ray will have no impact on the citizens of the Sin Empire. In fact, within this kingdom of God, their abilities will be further enhanced. However, it is a completely different story for the sea people living in the raging sea, as the sea people worship the god of sea beasts. When the 1,000-furnace heaven burning ray spreads into the raging sea, these intelligent beings residing in the depths will be caught in the crossfire of two opposing forces of faith. Different faiths imply entirely different attributes. Under these circumstances, there is only one outcome for these sea people: to perish in the clash of faiths. As the deity to whom the sea people offer their faith, it is self-evident what choice the god of sea beasts will make. For a deity, faith is the source of their power. To lose faith is to lose power. If it were an ordinary person, losing their power might lead to death, let alone for a high and mighty deity. Therefore, the god of sea beasts will inevitably come to stop Sin Uzal. Furthermore, one mountain cannot hold two tigers, let alone a young, ambitious tiger on the verge of maturity. In order to maintain their own faith and their own rule, the god of sea beasts will inevitably move to completely eliminate Sin Uzal, who is the source of the problem. Thus, when Sin Uzal activated the 1,000-furnace heaven burning ray, both he and the god of sea beasts understood that only one of them could ultimately survive. As for peaceful coexistence, one only needs to look at what both sides have been doing to know that it is absolutely impossible. The Sea Beast sect has always wanted to use the Raging Sea to completely submerge the entire continent and transform the entire Raging Sea world into an oceanic world. The actions of the Sin Empire are no less extreme. Even before the activation of the 1,000-furnace heaven burning ray, they used their technology for metal and steel to continuously convert the ocean into land, encroaching upon the Raging Sea. After the activation of the 1,000-furnace heaven burning ray, their goal is to completely slaughter all the sea people and refine the Raging Sea into land. The actions of both sides are fundamentally aimed at the total annihilation of the other. Therefore, peaceful coexistence has already become a pipe dream. After Sin Uzal activated the 1,000-furnace heaven burning ray, a red light as scorching as magma connected all of the more than 1,000 furnaces across the entire continent. At this moment, the entire continent was transformed into a steel ingot heated to the extreme, then plunged into a cooling pool. Superheated water vapor began to erupt along the coastline. The seawater near the shore began to boil with a bubbling sound, and the coastline began to recede at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, large swaths of near-shore marine life began to float to the surface, already boiled to death by this sudden, intense heat. The red light emitted by the 1,000-furnace heaven burning ray spread rapidly, covering the entire Raging Sea in less than half a sea hour. This actually did not exceed Sin Uzal's expectations, as the land area accounts for nearly a quarter of the entire Raging Sea. This sudden, extreme heat caused the entire Raging Sea to gradually heat up and boil. Starting from the surface, the changes in the Raging Sea were naturally perceived by the life forms within it. Driven by instinct, the creatures of the ocean began to dive into the deep sea to escape the increasingly scorching water. But this was not enough. As time passed, the boiling of the entire Raging Sea began to intensify, so much so that some marine creatures unable to dive deep began to die off gradually. At the bottom of the deep sea, in the Sea Beast Temple of the Sea Beast sect, several sea people wore expressions filled with anger and terror. They kept their heads lowered, using the corners of their eyes to cautiously observe the Sea Beast High Priestess, Roichio, who stood over 5 meters tall with bulging muscles in front of them. After a moment, someone finally could not bear the pressure and asked in a low voice, "High Priestess, the entire Raging Sea is beginning to boil. The Sin Empire intends to kill us all. What should we do?" Roichio stood with her back to the several sea beast priests, her scale-covered face revealing no emotion whatsoever. She simply looked up quietly at the statue of the deity they worshipped. Wisps of faith energy steaming off her body. Behind her, the several sea beast priests exchanged glances, their eyes filled with anticipation. They could naturally see that the high priestess was currently communicating with their deity. A moment later, the faith energy on Raichia's body gradually calmed down. Only then did she slowly turn around to look at the priests behind her. The Divine Master is awakening and will soon descend with divine punishment. What we must do is to trigger a tsunami immediately after the Divine Master descends with the punishment, and completely submerge the Scene Empire. As her voice fell, Raichia lifted the massive, deep blue ancient urn beside her, which reached her waist with one hand, and held it high above her head. This ancient urn was the original urn of the Sea Beast sect. All other urns were replicas of this one. This was a quasi-divine artifact, the Divine Resonance. Raichia held the ancient urn high, and vast energy surged from her arm into it. The next moment, endless sound waves spread from the ancient urn, transforming into invisible sonic waves that traveled frantically through the seawater. The invisible sound waves, aided by the power of faith, spread across the entire bottom of the raging sea in a short time. Every intelligent being who worshipped the god of sea beasts heard the call of the Divine Resonance at that moment. The instant they heard the humming of the ancient urn, all the intelligent beings rushed up from the seabed, heading toward the surface. The Divine Master was calling them. They were going to offer everything to the Divine Master. And so, under the scorching heat capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas, countless sea beasts surged out from the ocean surface, charging toward the land. Thus, under that scorching red light, countless equally scorching ammunition belts and thermal weapons began to roar with a thunderous sound. In Destiny City, inside the Emperor's bedchamber, Scene Uzel looked at Gao Yang, who was still sitting upright before him, and with a smile on his face. "The time has come, we can set off." "Where are we going?" "Naturally, to the burial ground prepared for that being." The flames within Scene Uzel's eyes almost solidified. He looked at Gao Yang and said, "You can also choose not to go, because even I do not have much certainty. If that being's strength far exceeds our own, then death may be our only destination. I have already done everything within my power for this. Even if I die, I can accept it. It is simply a matter of losing a bet. But you do not belong here. You can choose to live as fellow members of the human race. This is the final piece of advice I can give you." Chapter 764. The Sea Beast God. Gao Yang looked at Scene Uzel, whose body was burning with divine fire, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He was not certain that this existence, who had single-handedly built the massive Scene Empire and transformed the entire continent into a heaven-burning grand formation, would possess such bodhisattva-like compassion at a time like this. Compared to the other party suddenly showing mercy, Gao Yang preferred to believe that the man possessed enough trump cards and simply did not want him to share in the spoils. But that was not very realistic, because what they were about to face was a true god, nothing less. After a long moment, Gao Yang withdrew his gaze. He looked slightly downward at the metal pipes covering the floor, then said, "No need. If I die in this death match against the god, then that is my fate." Scene Uzel looked at Gao Yang, seemingly trying to discern even a hint of falsehood on his face, but unfortunately, Gao Yang's expression told him that what he said was entirely true. It was naturally true. Ever since Gao Yang first connected to the Multiverse Network, his goal had been to witness the vast and magnificent wonders of this world. At this very moment, to be able to witness a true god, and to accompany a legendary powerhouse who had ignited his own divine fire to hunt this god, such a spectacle was not something an ordinary person could ever see. Furthermore, ever since he entered this world and learned of its structure, everything he had done was to advance toward this goal. Now that the goal was right before his eyes, how could he possibly give up? Even if he were to die here, he would not have the slightest regret. Besides, he was not a reckless person. He still had a few tricks up his sleeve to save his life. If those life-saving measures proved useless, then it simply meant he could only go this far. Scene Uzel suddenly laughed, a hearty and unrestrained sound. He looked at Gao Yang, the divine fire burning fiercely on his body. Then, "Please, Mr. Wang Tang." As his voice fell, countless metal pipes followed his words and converged in front of Gao Yang to form a metal platform. Gao Yang took a glance, then stepped onto the metal platform. Seeing Uzul revealed a faint smile. The next moment, Gao Yang suddenly discovered that the space around them was shifting rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the bedchamber had vanished. Gao Yang and Seeing Uzul seemed to have leaped beyond the constraints of space and time, diving high above Destiny City. Following that, the scenery around them retreated frantically in Gao Yang's vision. Because the speed was too great, the images even stretched into black, indistinguishable threads. A minute later, the movement stopped. Surging waves constantly crashed against the coastline below. They had arrived at the intersection of land and sea. Gao Yang looked at the distant coastline, where artillery fire roared and endless sea creatures were launching a desperate charge toward the land. And with the appearance of Seeing Uzul, a giant figure over 10,000 meters tall suddenly burst out of the sea, above the water surface that was steaming with endless vapor. With his appearance, the sea surface almost boiled. The deep blue water turned pitch black, and dark clouds surged in the sky. A heavy pressure, centered on him, pressed down recklessly in all directions. His body, over 10,000 meters tall, was half submerged in the sea. The skin had the thick, dark gray texture of fish skin, with a spherical head like a giant octopus. Beneath the head were numerous tentacles hanging down like long whiskers. At the junction between the head and the tentacles, there was a ring of pitch black, like exoskeleton. Looking further down, there was a body resembling that of a human, with two strong, powerful arms also covered in tentacles. The lower half, hidden beneath the sea, was a thick, sturdy fish tail. Without a doubt, this level of pressure could only belong to the sea beast god who controlled the entire angry sea, the sea beast god born of this world. The sea beast god Baru's head slowly lowered, and the dozens of black eyes of varying sizes gathered on its face locked onto Seeing Uzul. He looked at the divine fire burning fiercely on Seeing Uzul's body. Suddenly, a tentacle nearly 10,000 meters long emerged from the sea and slammed into the water beside him like a pillar of heaven. A deafening roar accompanied the explosion of water as the entity recklessly vented the immense power of a god. Gao Yang's eyelid twitched involuntarily. The god opposite them did not look like someone easy to provoke. He looked at Seeing Uzul beside him. If the other party had no means to restrain the sea beast god, then there was basically no point in continuing this battle. Seeing Uzul also noticed Gao Yang's gaze, and his expression grew slightly more solemn. However, it was only slightly. Since he had appeared here, he must have been prepared. He extended a palm, pointing his finger toward the location of the sea beast god Baru. The next moment, endless red light instantly submerged the area where the entity was located. The scorching high temperature caused even space to distort. In this distortion, even the sea beast god Baru was forced to pause for an instant. It was that very instant when the sea beast god Baru broke free from this restraint. He discovered that he was already inside a giant space constructed entirely of metal. Gao Yang looked at the sea beast god Baru, who was now less than 10,000 meters away, and felt satisfied with Seeing Uzul's preparations. If they could confine the sea beast god Baru within this space, it would be far better than letting him remain in the deep sea, in the ocean. If there were truly any hope of killing the opponent, the enemy could escape through the deep sea at any moment. Now, however, the home field advantage was on their side. This is a miniaturized version of my divine kingdom. Once the opponent enters my divine kingdom, they will be suppressed by me, unless they kill me. They cannot break out of here. Therefore, what we must do is completely slay them here. Divine fire surged violently around Seeing Uzul, rising nearly 1,000 meters high in the blink of an eye. He stood at the very center of the divine fire, and endless liquid metal converged toward his body. Soon, a 1,000-meter-tall figure of Seeing Uzul, composed entirely of metal, appeared in this space. At the same time, the attack from the sea beast god Baru opposite him had already arrived. A tentacle 10,000 meters long whipped towards Seeing Uzul like a steel lash. Wherever it passed, space shattered inch by inch. With the reinforcement of divine power, the violent force instantly possessed the power to destroy the world. Seeing Uzul held one hand in front of him, and pitch black metal rapidly condensed into a semicircular shield, which was covered in sharp spikes. The next moment, the tentacle smashed heavily against the metal shield. Blinding black light bloomed, and Seeing Uzul's body plummeted downward with a boom. Layers of metallic patterns emerged in the air, appearing like deceleration nets beneath his feet, helping him absorb the terrifying force from the tentacle. Gao Yang watched this scene, a smile appearing on his face as he gripped the greatsword of eternal radiance tightly in his hand. Chapter 765 Activation of the Divine Attribute. Scarlet Multiverse Network messages began to refresh before Gao Yang's eyes. Multiverse Network prompt, warning, warning, warning. You have entered the divine power domain of the Sea Beast God Baru. You have been marked by the Sea Beast God Baru weak divine power, chaotic evil, true deity body, deep sea calamity. Multiverse Network prompt, warning. The Sea Beast God Baru has descended upon this location. Multiverse Network scene prompt, extreme environment alert. A deity currently in a state of rage has appeared in the surrounding area. All living beings within this region will be regarded as enemies by the deity and will be subjected to a continuous drowning check of Constitution 10, Willpower 20. Spell effects requiring Constitution checks are considered to have obtained initial adverse check conditions. Multiverse Network prompt. You have entered the range of the Sea Beast God Baru's deep sea calamity domain. While within this domain, the character's overall attributes will decrease by 10% to 95% depending on individual strength and judgment level. Multiverse Network prompt. You have entered the embryonic form of the Thousand Furnace Burning Heaven Divine Kingdom. According to relevant judgments, the effect of the Deep Sea Calamity domain has been weakened by 90%. The character is affected by the Deep Sea Calamity domain, and overall attributes will decrease by 1% to 9. Multiverse Network prompt. Immortal will is in effect. You are immune to the relevant divine domain effects. Multiverse Network prompt. Body of 100 refinements is in effect. You are immune to the relevant divine domain effects. Multiverse Network prompt. Blazing Sun Furnace is in effect. You are immune to the relevant divine domain effects. Multiverse Network prompt. Quasi-Artifact Eternal Radiance Special Effect 3. Majesty Divine is in effect. Eternal Radiance has gained divine reinforcement. And you have gained immunity resistance Kung 9 against exotic divine powers. Multiverse Network prompt. Quasi-Artifact Eternal Radiance Divine Attribute activated. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on the greatsword gripped in his hand. The next moment, text appeared before his eyes. Eternal Radiance Divine Attribute, God-slaying power. After drinking its fill of divine blood, the power that has been gestating all this time has finally activated at this moment. Non-divine lifeforms facing this weapon's attack without any protection will have their defenses broken 100% if they lack relevant immunity abilities. This equipment will not be worn down by non-divine attacks and possesses extremely high immunity effects against divine power attacks. When facing divine lifeforms, this weapon gains a 3 to 5 times killing divinity bonus. This bonus possesses the power to destroy and annihilate the origin of divinity. Looking at the divine attribute of eternal radiance, a smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. At this moment, the activation of eternal radiance's divine attribute was nothing short of a timely gift for the battle at hand. Closing the information before him, Gao Yang looked up at the Sea Beast God Baru ahead. Inhale. Gao Yang took a sudden, deep breath of the scorching air. His body, which had only been 1.8 meters tall, suddenly expanded, growing nearly 100 times larger in a mere instant. Gao Yang vanished from his spot with ferocity. The metal ground beneath his feet deformed under the immense force, rippling outward like water before rapidly turning back into cold, hard ground. In just an instant, Gao Yang bypassed Sea Noozle's body, and the tentacle lashed out by the Sea Beast God Baru, appearing directly in front of the deity. The 100-fold difference in size made Gao Yang appear like an ant standing before an adult when faced with the Sea Beast God Baru. But this difference in height did not cause Gao Yang to feel even a shred of fear. Furnace Battle Chi, hot enough to melt everything, instantly permeated Gao Yang's entire body. The brilliant radiance of his will overflowed from his eyes like a flowing stream. Facing the 10,000-meter-tall Sea Beast God Baru, Gao Yang slashed down with his sword in a rage. Natural disaster of nightfall. As the sword fell, the space above Gao Yang's head shattered with a boom. Pitch black night light descended, shining straight onto the front of the Sea Beast God Baru's body. The originally brilliant and bright greatsword of eternal radiance was now covered in a layer of dim light, as if the deepest night was falling toward an equally deep black abyss. As the greatsword slashed down, the dozen or so eyes on the head of the Sea Beast God Baru suddenly narrowed. In the attack of this mortal, it felt a threat. This sense of threat was as if the mortal before it could truly harm it. Instinctively, The sea beast god Baru raised two tentacles, crossing them in front of its body to block the incoming greatsword. Thud! A materialized spatial shockwave surged outward from the center point of Gao Yang and the sea beast god Baru. And the moment the pitch-black greatsword struck, a black sword aura erupted suddenly from the greatsword of eternal radiance, expanding to a size of 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye. The two tentacles that the god of sea beasts, Baru, had blocked in front of its body emitted a dense sound of flesh and blood tearing, while more tentacles were pulled taut behind it by the force of the impact. The greatsword, carrying an unstoppable power, directly severed two of the god of sea beasts, Baru's, tentacles. The blade then continued downward, striking the pitch-black exoskeleton at its neck. An unrivaled, immense force surged from the blade. The god of sea beasts, Baru, suddenly dropped by a full body length. Watching the greatsword descend in a vertical slash, it did not hesitate. The tentacles beneath its body moved in unison, and its 10,000-meter-tall frame appeared 3 body lengths behind its original position as if it had teleported. The Eternal Radiance greatsword slashed down from where it had been, and the very space in this area was split into by its passage. The god of sea beasts, Baru, reached out a tentacle to touch the slash mark that had just been carved across the upper front of its body, nearly spanning its entire torso. The dozen pitch-black eyes on its head narrowed abruptly. It could feel a destructive power spreading within this sword mark. Although this power was not particularly strong relative to its own, it possessed the capability to harm it. If this weapon were to inflict too many wounds, the consequences would definitely be more than it could bear. Having slashed the god of sea beasts, Baru, back with a single strike, a biting sword pressure radiated from Gao Yang's nearly 200-meter-tall body. He looked at the god of sea beasts, Baru, ahead, his eyes glowing with a dazzling golden light, appearing perfectly calm. Well done. Seeing Uzal swept past Gao Yang's side, charging once again toward the god of sea beasts, Baru, in front. Seeing Uzal had not expected that Gao Yang would actually be able to wound and even force back the god of sea beasts before them with a single sword strike. Violent winds raged. Gao Yang stepped into the void, following closely behind, while simultaneously shouting in a low voice, "Do not hold back, and this quickly." The effect of the bloodline ability size manipulation was taxing, even though Gao Yang's physique had reached 25 points. Maintaining 100-fold size was still somewhat strenuous. With the support of the 9 profound art, the 100 refined body, and other techniques, Gao Yang estimated he could maintain this state for at most 3 minutes. Once those 3 minutes passed, his physical stamina would be insufficient to sustain this form. Therefore, this battle had to be concluded in a very short amount of time. Moreover, Gao Yang looked at Sin Uzal before him and understood that the other party's state of ignited divine fire could not be maintained for long either. Chapter 766. The War Begins. Deep blue blood dripped onto the curved metal floor. The dozen eyes of varying sizes on the head of the god of sea beasts, Baru, stared fixedly at the 2 figures before it. Before it arrived here, it had assumed this would be a one-sided crushing and slaughter. But after truly coming into contact with these 2 humans, it realized that its assessment had been slightly off. The 2 humans before it were not the ants that could be crushed at will as they usually were. The human wielding the sword appeared to have a weak life force, yet his attacks were actually able to break through its divine power defenses and inflict injury upon it. Of course, that was not the most important thing. The most critical issue was the Emperor of the Scene Empire. The man had actually ignited his divine fire right under its nose, attempting to ascend to the divine throne. This discovery caused turbulent waves to surge within the heart of the god of sea beasts. Ascending to godhood, the 2 words seemed simple, but their weight was exceptionally heavy. As a former mortal, the god of sea beasts, Baru, had naturally experienced the process of climbing step by step from a weak mortal, finally succeeding in igniting the divine fire, condensing a divine spark, and becoming a god. However, the god of sea beasts, Baru, was fortunate, for it had obtained a wisp of divinity from the deep ocean of the raging sea world while it was still weak. It was precisely this wisp of divinity that had saved it a great deal of time and distance, and it was also the crucial foundation for its ascension to the divine throne. The god of sea beasts, Baru, narrowed all its eyes, locking its entire gaze onto the body of Sin Uzal. Today, In this battle, the sword-wielding human was not important. The most vital task was to completely eradicate this human who had ignited the divine fire and was attempting to ascend to the divine throne. The raging sea world only needed one god, and that was it, the god of sea beasts. With this thought, the tentacles all over the body of the god of sea beasts, Varu, knotted together. A silent roar erupted from its oral cavity, and the divine power it had accumulated until now surged instantly. In the next instant, all the tentacles of the god of sea beasts, Baru, pointed towards Sea Noozle, and thick water vapor instantly enveloped his body. Deep sea calamity, eternal drowning. Gurgle, gurgle. Sea Noozle's eyes, constructed of steel, widened abruptly. In that moment, his body felt as if it had been dragged to the bottom of the deep sea. The weight of billions of tons of seawater pressed down upon his body, and the terrifying pressure was more than even his steel divine body could withstand, causing it to begin to collapse. At the same time, Sea Noozle's mouth and nose were filled with illusory liquid. Even though he was currently in a body of steel, he felt the sensation of suffocation. This feeling was not suffocation in the ordinary physiological sense, but a conceptual suffocation, a suffocation of the rules. Simply put, Sea Noozle had been stripped of the concept of breathing, facing the crushing weight of the endless seawater and the deprivation of breath. Sea Noozle's metallic face showed no change. In an instant, his metal face began to turn red, shifting from iron black to crimson. Took only the blink of an eye. Then, this crimson hue spread from his head down across his entire body. Searing steam began to evaporate from Sea Noozle's head, and the thick vapor completely submerged his head within it. Following that, the searing steam began to evaporate from his entire body. Just as Sea Noozle was struck by the divine art of the god of sea beasts, Baru, Gao Yang had already rushed past his side, charging toward the opponent. A majestic sword pressure radiated from eternal radiance, and the brilliance of pure will shone upon the great sword. Gao Yang clenched his fist, and wisps of lightning exploded instantly within his palm, the sky full of lightning covering every corner of the space. Gao Yang took a step, his body disappearing into the lightning, and in the next instant, he appeared at the head of the god of sea beasts, Baru, facing the dozen eyes that the creature had opened in rage. He slashed down with the great sword. Dazzling golden light bloomed, and a 10,000-meter-long golden sword aura crashed down. The god of sea beasts, Baru, raised his two massive hands, which were covered in scales and tentacles, to block above his head. The next moment, the golden sword energy, carrying the main body of Yongyao, slashed down onto the hands raised by the god of sea beasts. With a dull thud, a layer of deep blue liquid erupted from the entire body of the god of sea beasts. Baru, his 10,000-meter-tall frame plummeted downward abruptly, and the sharp blade of Yongyao had already sliced nearly halfway into his arms. After the strike, Gao Yang stepped forward again, his body transforming into sword light as he reappeared above the head of the god of sea beasts. Baru, the great sword Yongyao slashed down ferociously once more. There was almost no gap between the two strikes. The god of sea beasts, Baru, was still maintaining his defensive posture with his hands held before him when the great sword Yongyao descended again, following a muffled, thunderous sound. The god of sea beasts, Baru, dropped another distance. Immediately after, Gao Yang transformed into lightning once more, continuing to slash down in a rage. Just then, the god of sea beasts, Baru, let out a low roar, and all the tentacles around his neck lunged toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang's eyes remained calm, and the great sword in his hand did not pause in the slightest. Swoosh! After a series of crisp and clean slashing sounds, a large swath of tentacles was severed by this strike. However, with the obstruction of these tentacles, the god of sea beasts, Baru, gained a moment of respite. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth wide and spat out a large mouthful of deep blue liquid. Once this deep blue liquid was expelled, it began to spread rapidly, infecting the entire space within a very short time. Gao Yang's eyes turned pitch black, and in that instant, he lost all perception of his surroundings. Just like him, Sea Noozle, not far away, was affected as well. Whoosh! The moment Gao Yang's perception was blinded, the massive body of the god of sea beasts, Baru, appeared behind him. He clenched his right fist and swung it horizontally, smashing it down toward Gao Yang. The space within a 1,000-meter radius shattered instantly upon this strike, resembling glass struck by a giant hammer, breaking into particles of varying sizes. The immense, overwhelming force crushed Gao Yang's body, sending him flying like a baseball, before Gao Yang could collide with the metal wall. The god of sea beasts, Baru, teleported to his side again, delivering another simple and adorned swinging punch. Struck from the side, Gao Yang's entire body was knocked into an L-shaped right-angle turn in midair. In just 2 punches, Gao Yang's original health, which had been at 100%, was reduced to less than 10%. If one more punch landed, Gao Yang would undoubtedly die on the spot. This was the power of a god. To mortals, it possessed destructive, devastating force. Wisps of electric light appeared on Gao Yang's body. As the fist of the god of sea beasts, Baru, descended, Gao Yang finally completed his connection with the thunder, and his entire figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Crackle. Amidst the flickering electric light, Gao Yang's body reappeared 1,000 meters away, but the threat of death still lingered around him. Behind him, the massive body of the god of sea beasts, Baru, followed like a shadow, and his 1,000-meter-sized giant fist continued to shroud Gao Yang's body within its range. Chapter 767. Playing all trump cards 2 in 1. The 10,000-meter-tall body cast a massive shadow, completely enveloping Gao Yang's figure, and the scent of death was already rushing toward him. The god of sea beasts, Baru, stared at the human before him with his dozen pitch-black eyes, his clenched right fist smashing down without mercy. A violent roar echoed through the spherical space. Behind Gao Yang, a 1,000-meter-sized metal palm emerged. It was this metal palm that collided with the right fist of the god of sea beasts, Baru, preventing Gao Yang from suffering that fatal blow. Seeing Uzal had broken free from the divine technique of the god of sea beasts, Baru, and had saved Gao Yang in the blink of an eye. Electric light bloomed on Gao Yang's body, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Seeing Uzal. Without a word of nonsense, a test tube containing the plane core solution shattered in Gao Yang's abdomen. The massive energy instantly converted into life essence, beginning to mend his severely damaged body. In just the blink of an eye, Gao Yang's body had already recovered by 70 or 80%. At the same time, Seeing Uzal had already continued his assault. The illusory divine fire on his body suddenly turned into something substantial, burning fiercely within this spherical space. As the divine fire burned, the iron-gray metal walls of this space also began to heat up. Under this high temperature, the deep blue liquid spat out by the god of sea beasts, Baru, began to evaporate and vaporize. In almost a short amount of time, it had completely vanished without a trace. Having lost this deep blue liquid, the god of sea beasts, Baru's ability, which could be called teleportation, simultaneously failed. Seeing Uzal pointed one hand toward the god of sea beasts, Baru. Following his movement, countless gun barrels of varying lengths and sizes protruded from the metal walls of the spherical space, all of them locked onto the divine body of the god of sea beasts. The next moment, a violent roar of artillery fire exploded throughout the space. Dense artillery fire completely shrouded the body of the god of sea beasts, Baru, as scorching metal shrapnel shot into his body. Once these metals entered his body, they immediately began to self-heat, eventually turning into crimson metal shards that burned the body of the god of sea beasts. The firepower was so fierce that Gao Yang did not even have a chance to get close and engage the god of sea beasts. Baru, in hand-to-hand combat, do not hold back, finish this quickly. Just then, Seeing Uzal's voice rang in Gao Yang's ears. Gao Yang nodded slightly, and the next moment, in the dark, the power of fate began to surge in this place. In this instant, Gao Yang activated his innate ability Fate's Choice. When Fate's Choice was activated, Gao Yang's consciousness seemed to leap out of his body. He stood in an infinitely high and distant place, overlooking everything happening within the metal spherical space below from a god's perspective. And as this scene appeared in Gao Yang's mind, he naturally unfolded the immortal slaying sword domain, which he had only used once since entering the Angry Sea world, back when he killed the 4 members of the God Society including Ice Phoenix. A dark red formation diagram centered on Gao Yang instantly spread and expanded outward. The moment the immortal execution sword domain unfolded, a monstrous killing intent radiated from Gao Yang's body, Countless dark red sword ores began to manifest out of thin air following the expansion of the immortal execution sword domain, weaving frantically throughout this spherical space. The immortal execution sword domain continued to spread, eventually clinging to the metal walls as if wrapping the spherical space in a second layer of coating. With the activation of Fate's choice, every decision Gao Yang made would be absolutely correct. As the immortal execution sword domain unfolded, the space began to emit a hissing sound. Gao Yang saw droplets of deep blue water vapor condensing on the tips of the dark red sword auras, only to be punctured and dissipated by them instantly. Following this, his body felt a fraction lighter. In that instant, Gao Yang understood that the sea beast god Baru had silently activated an ability. This ability was extremely subtle, yet it had been quietly infiltrating both him and Sin Uzul. If this infiltration were allowed to reach a certain level, Gao Yang estimated that even if they did not die instantly, the outcome would likely be dire. This was a hidden hand played by a god of weak divine power. One had to treat it with sufficient respect. Sin Uzul also felt the lightness in his body. He looked at the sea beast god Baru, who was being suppressed in place by endless artillery fire, his expression growing more cautious. Of course, during this process, he also glanced at Gao Yang. The killing intent of the other party's legendary domain was truly too terrifying. Even he, having ignited his divine fire, felt the illusion that if he were to fall into that domain, he would never walk out alive. Although this illusion was extremely faint, no one could ignore it. Gao Yang looked toward the battlefield, his eyes narrowing. He opened his left hand and clenched it fiercely toward the sea beast god Baru. Following his movement, the dark red killing sword auras wandering within the immortal execution sword domain instantly changed direction, shooting toward the sea beast god Baru from all sides. Thud, thud. The sound of dense sword auras piercing flesh rang out incessantly. Faced with the attacks from Gao Yang and Sin Uzul, the sea beast god Baru stood stiffly in place, motionless. As if it had lost all sensation, Gao Yang's eyes narrowed, and his body suddenly vanished from where he stood. The next instant, a 1,000-meter-long tentacle instantly pierced through the space where he had just been standing. Lightning flashed, and Gao Yang appeared beside Sin Uzul. Both of them looked toward the sea beast god Baru. They saw the creature's massive body, which exceeded 10,000 meters, beginning to decompose and crumble rapidly like fly ash beneath the outer shell. There was not a trace of flesh or blood. It was merely an empty husk. The body of the sea beast god Baru exploded violently, and the fly ash instantly filled the spaced out rumble. The moment he discovered the sea beast god Baru shedding its shell, Gao Yang had already stimulated his heart of thunder to the maximum extent. The sky was filled with lightning and crimson gold battle ore surrounding Gao Yang. He swung Yang Yao, and the thunder and fire surged, instantly coating the silver-white blade. Catastrophe, thunderclap. Without the slightest hesitation, Gao Yang thrust his sword forward. A highly condensed streak of lightning erupted, like an unstoppable sharp sword, directly piercing through the space in front of Gao Yang. The space rippled, and the sea beast god Baru, now shrunk to nearly 1/10 of its original size, appeared abruptly under Gao Yang's attack. The lightning streak instantly struck the body of the sea beast god Baru, then transformed into dense arcs of electricity that completely enveloped its body. The sea beast god Baru let out a hiss, and a trace of confusion flashed through the dozen pitch-black eyes on its head. Its stealth state should not have been broken so easily. Why was this human able to discover it so effortlessly? Sin Uzul's reaction was equally swift. As Gao Yang thrust his sword, he waved his hand again, and the metal walls twisted and deformed rapidly, turning into a pitch-black cannon muzzle aimed at the sea beast god Baru. A muffled, thunderous roar exploded. 1,000-meter long, incandescent red steel needle tore through space and instantly pierced into the body of the sea beast god Baru. As the incandescent red steel needle entered its body, the sea beast god Baru let out a scream of extreme pain. With the firing of that single incandescent red steel needle, the divine fire burning on Sin Uzul's body dimmed significantly, which showed just how much damage this strike had dealt to the sea beast god Baru. Seeing this, Gao Yang clenched one hand, and the black and white sword aura located at the northern Arctic black tortoise position flew out, merging into the Yang Yao in his hand. An aura of the annihilation of all things radiated from Yang Yao. Gao Yang gripped the blade and suddenly appeared in front of the sea beast god Baru, slashing down fiercely. As the annihilation sword strike was unleashed, the heavens and earth suddenly lost their color. In the eyes of the sea beast god Baru, the world turned into a pale gray, leaving only a distinct black and white sword mark slashing toward its head. The sea beast god Baru's combat experience was indeed extremely rich, but having been dormant for nearly 1,000 years, its reaction was still a bit slow when faced with this series of strikes. Even though it had discarded that massive, slow body and condensed its true divine form, it still failed to dodge the two men's attacks. The incandescent red steel needle pierced into its body, and the heat it emitted continuously scorched its divinity, forcing it to divert a portion of its energy to suppress the foreign object within. Under these circumstances, when facing Gao Yang's slash, its reaction naturally showed a hint of sluggishness. Tentacles were raised to block in front of it, but under that black and white sword mark, the tentacles of the sea beast god Baru were severed silently. Following that, the sword struck the head of the sea beast god Baru. The blade broke through the thick skin and cut into the bone, while the will and sword ore contained within the blade poured into its body without reservation. A devastating, scorching sensation exploded within the perception of the sea beast god Baru, and the intense burning of its soul caused its dozen eyes to instantly bloodshot. Sea beast, abyss of despair. As the body of the sea beast god Baru suddenly contracted, black liquid manifested out of thin air within the scorching air surrounding it. This liquid carried intense properties of corrosion and drowning. Anyone caught within its envelopment would be affected by the rules of corrosion and drowning contained within. A sense of suffocation instantly overwhelmed Gao Yang. The intense feeling of asphyxiation caused his vision to blacken, and the skin on his body began to rot and decay rapidly. However, facing the counterattack of the sea beast god Baru, Gao Yang did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward and reached out to summon the golden white world extinguishing sword chi located at the white tiger position of the West Pole. The golden white world extinguishing sword chi transformed into a streak of flowing light, merging into the eternal radiance greatsword. A dense glow of willpower erupted in Gao Yang's eyes. Under the enhancement of the eternal radiance god-slaying power, the potency of his slaughter rule increased exponentially. Dark red and gold intertwined and exploded violently at that spot. The black liquid generated by the sea beast abyss rapidly evaporated and dissolved, like snow under a scorching sun. This meant that a loophole had appeared in the rules, and in that instant, the golden white world extinguishing sword chi had already descended with a single strike. As the tip of the sword swept past, a spatial rift appeared behind it, and the space was instantly split in two. As for the sea beast god Baru, who was positioned there, a sword scar quietly appeared right in the center of its body. Puchi. A large amount of blood sprayed out from the sword scar. The sea beast god Baru let out a low roar, and under its control, the spurting blood transformed into blood arrows that shot toward Gao Yang. At such close range, Gao Yang no longer had any room to dodge. But Gao Yang did not make any evasive movements either. With one hand, he summoned again, and the azure sword chi representing the heavenly abyss meteor transformed into a 5-clawed azure dragon with long fangs, lunging forward with a thunderous roar. The blood arrows instantly pierced through Gao Yang's body, and a sizzling sound of corrosion emanated from the wounds. There was not the slightest ripple in Gao Yang's eyes, and the eternal radiance he swung did not tremble in the slightest. The azure dragon dove down, striking the body of the sea beast god Baru at the same time as the blade of the eternal radiance. The sky full of lightning and fire transformed into a force of destruction, rampaging within the body of the sea beast god Baru. Gao Yang let out an angry roar. Responding to him was a searing red metal steel rod that suddenly pierced through. The searing red metal steel rod pierced in from above, passing directly through the head of the sea beast god Baru and exiting from between its legs. The divinity contained within the steel rod transformed into the most ferocious blade, rampaging wildly inside the body of the sea beast god Baru. Mortal! The sea beast god Baru roared, and its two arms slammed down toward Gao Yang in front of it. The space between its hands seemed to transform into a black hole. All matter was instantly devoured the moment it touched its hands. Alarm bells rang loudly in Gao Yang's heart. In this instant, he did not hesitate in the slightest. He suddenly let go, took a step down, and transformed into sword light, intending to flee the area. But just as he transformed into sword light, he discovered that the sword light he had become was beginning to twist, and a heavy sense of suffocation appeared in his mind. At the same time, an even more intense feeling of being torn apart emerged. That feeling was as if countless hands were tearing at his body from all directions, as if they wanted to rip him into countless fragments. In fact, Gao Yang's perception was not wrong at all. Sea Nuzzle saw that the sword light Gao Yang had transformed into was captured by the vortex fluctuations within the hands of the sea beast god Baru. Subsequently, the vortex fluctuations in its hands suddenly turned blood red, and blood plasma mixed with minced flesh filled the space between its hands. Having been caught just once, an extremely powerful human legendary expert fell at the hands of the sea beast god Baru. Such a turn of events caused Sea Nuzzle to gasp out without the slightest hesitation. He directly unleashed his strongest attack. Flash! A spray of water scattered. Gao Yang leaped out from the long river and stood upon a vast, surging river that had no beginning and no end. This familiar scene made Gao Yang realize that his life-saving skill, Fate Godspeed, had been triggered. In other words, he had already died, and he was now undergoing a death regression after his demise. Gao Yang looked at the thread in the long river that represented himself, and then he saw two other much thicker threads beside his own. One of them was a searing red with a metallic luster, which should have been Sea Nuzzle's, while the other was pitch black with deep blue undertones. This thread was the thickest of the three, representing the sea beast god Baru. The three threads were entangled with each other, just like the three of them currently locked in a life and death struggle within the spherical space. Chapter 768 Slaughtering the God. When Gao Yang's gaze fell upon the thread of fate representing the sea beast god Baru, he realized why his choice just now had been wrong. On the thread of fate of the sea beast god Baru, the surrounding liquid seemed to be integrated with it, inseparable from one another. But from Gao Yang's perspective, he could see that the thread of fate of the sea beast god Baru was not a part of this river of time. Or rather, its thread of fate was an independent existence. It could exist within the river of time, but it could also exist independently from it. And this proved the uniqueness of a deity. Deities are eternal and indestructible, so divinity grants them a more unique significance of existence. This significance allows them to leap outside of the rules of fate, causality, and the like, or to be partially immune to them. Clearly, for ordinary mortals, the fate choice that was usually foolproof was unable to escape the hand of a god when facing a true deity. Even though there was not much of a problem with Gao Yang's choice, therefore, Gao Yang died cleanly and decisively, without even a trace of pain. And now, Fate Godspeed had given Gao Yang a chance to try again. Gao Yang's gaze moved backward along his own water thread. The scene in his eyes also seemed to be rewinding, beginning to retreat rapidly, until it froze at the moment when the 10,000-meter tall body of the sea beast god Baru exploded. Gao Yang's vision finally stopped. The scene before him froze, and the soul of Gao Yang, standing on the river of time, suddenly transformed into a ball of light, merging into the image he was seeing. The next instant, the body of Baru, the god of sea beasts, exploded into flying ash, engulfing the space in this area. The violently pounding heart and the lightning frantically gathering before his chest instantly awakened Gao Yang's will, and everything returned to 3 seconds ago. Without the slightest hesitation or pause, Gao Yang looked at Sea Nuzzle, his voice wrapped in battle chi as it reached the other's ears. Go all out and buy me 3 seconds. Gao Yang's roar exploded in Sea Nuzzle's ears, the intense radiance of his will enveloping his voice, causing Sea Nuzzle to detect a hint of discordance within it. A flash of doubt crossed his eyes, which were burning with divine fire. And then a realization dawned in his mind. Time had been reversed, or rather, the Wang Tang of the future had arrived in the present. This time was not long, perhaps only a few short seconds. So, what had happened in those few short seconds of the future that caused this human, who had always been so unassuming, to act so desperately now? The sky-piercing aura of slaughter and destruction made even Sea Nuzzle feel a sense of trepidation. But in just a split second, Sea Nuzzle forcibly interrupted his own thoughts, with a formidable enemy before him. This was not the time for such reflections. If he did not completely slay the god of sea beasts here today, then today would be his memorial day. And it would also be the memorial day for the entire Scene Empire. Boom boom. And so, as Sin Uzal moved his mind, the 1,000-furnace heaven burning array covering the land erupted with its maximum power. In the center of every main city, the furnaces erupted with their maximum intensity, the raging flames almost dyeing the entire firmament red. The scorching high temperature swept across everything. Yet in the next instant, like swallows returning to their nests, it all submerged into that furnace that covered the heavens and earth. Located on the boundary line between the raging sea and the land, endless flames swept over. And this furnace that covered the heavens and earth began to heat up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 2 short seconds, the entire furnace turned a golden red color, as if a raging sun were suspended above the raging sea. The scorching high temperature caused the space in that location to begin hissing, burning out black holes of varying sizes. Inside the furnace, the golden white liquid metal transformed into steel spikes 1,000 meters long, all of them blasting toward the body of Baru, the god of sea beasts. Each blast of a steel spike caused the divine fire on Sin Uzal's body to dim by a fraction. And this attack, imbued with Sin Uzal's primordial divinity, was not something Baru, the god of sea beasts, could dodge without paying a price. One after another, the golden white steel spikes pierced into the divine body of the god of sea beasts, pinning his divine body firmly in the very center of this furnace space. Baru, the god of sea beasts, let out a painful roar, divine power boiling within his body, constantly eroding the effects of Sin Uzal's attack in an attempt to break free from Sin Uzal's restraints. With the outburst of Baru, the god of sea beasts, the 13 steel spikes began to tremble. Sin Uzal poured all his divine fire into the spikes, yet he still could not stop the god of sea beasts from breaking free from his attack. "Hurry!" Sin Uzal roared frantically in his heart. On the other side, after Gao Yang finished speaking, he paid no further attention to Sin Uzal. If Sin Uzal were to hold back under these circumstances, then the death of both of them would be deserved. Therefore, Gao Yang focused all his attention on himself. The Shuxian sword domain had only just unfolded, and endless slaughter sword chi still existed within the domain. Gao Yang stood in midair, holding the silver-white greatsword high. As he frantically urged his will, the Shuxian sword domain paused for an instant. The next moment, endless sword chi erupted from the Yongyao greatsword. As this sword chi pierced through Gao Yang's body, it also pierced through heaven and earth. This sword chi was like a heavy, colorful stroke of splashed ink, drawing a boundary for this life and death struggle. Rumble! The Shuxian sword domain emitted a deafening roar. Amidst this roar, the infinite dark red slaughter sword chi began to rotate counterclockwise like a mirror image, centered on this boundary created by Gao Yang. 2 dark red sword chi vortices of equal scale appeared on both sides of Gao Yang's body, and everything within the Shuxian sword domain began to collapse and be destroyed toward the centers of the 2 sword chi vortices. Crack! Boom! The 4 sword chi pillars of different colors that supported the 4 poles of the Shuxian sword domain, which looked like pillars of heaven, now shattered one after another 2 by 2, and were cast into the sword chi vortices, accompanied by the integration of the 4 heavenly pillar sword chi. The sword chi vortices on both sides of Gao Yang's body suddenly expanded more than tenfold, the vortices constantly expanding and contracting, almost to the point of exploding. The brilliant radiance of his will poured out like a waterfall from Gao Yang's sea of will, and a golden sword of will appeared outside the blade of Yongyao. His highly condensed will forcibly stabilized the sword chi vortices that were about to explode. But under such violent impact, even though Gao Yang's physique had reached 25 points, he was still easily torn apart like a tattered sack. Under the guidance of Gao Yang's will, the 2 counter-rotating sword chi vortices collided with a boom, sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At the moment the sword chi collided, heaven and earth paused for a moment. The next instant, an aura of destruction that could slaughter and annihilate all things was born from the point of collision. Gao Yang held the sword of will high, his massive will transforming into a shell, forcibly incorporating this trace of destructive aura that could slaughter all things into the sword of will. HMPH. As this trace of aura was incorporated into the sword of will, Gao Yang could not help but let out a muffled groan, and a crack appeared at the bottom of his eyes. The brilliant radiance of his will suppressed this crack, and Gao Yang's eyes seemed to be spitting fire as he stared fixedly at Baru, the god of sea beasts, who was imprisoned in the center of the furnace by Sin Uzal. Without the slightest hesitation, He slowly swung the sword of will in his hand. As he swung it, the constantly colliding destructive aura seemed to find an outlet, and was completely swallowed by the golden greatsword in Gao Yang's hand. In a mere instant, the vortex of sword chi was swallowed whole, and a dark red scroll, 1 meter in length, appeared in the space. After the scroll appeared, it wrapped itself directly around the blade of the massive golden sword held high by Gao Yang. Boom, 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 boom. Sensing that aura of destruction capable of annihilating all things, the sea beast god Baru could no longer maintain the composure and detachment befitting a deity. A layer of illusory deep blue flames ignited upon its body. This was the divine power it had accumulated over 1,000 years. Yet at this moment, it ignited every last drop. As the divine power burned, a terrifying force erupted within its divine form, causing the speed at which it struggled against Sin Uzul to accelerate to its limit. Upon sensing the destructive sword chi unleashed by Gao Yang, Sin Uzul similarly burned everything he possessed without the slightest reservation, dragging the frantically struggling sea beast god Baru firmly in place. He could sense a power within this strike from Gao Yang that was capable of destroying him completely. There was no doubt that this power could also utterly annihilate the sea beast god Baru. The sword chi, blood-colored with glints of gold, descended. With every inch it pressed downward, the aura of destruction that annihilated all things grew heavier, and as the weight of the strike intensified, the flesh and blood fissures on Gao Yang's body became increasingly dense. For Gao Yang at this moment, this strike was simply too heavy a burden to bear. It was so heavy that both his body and his soul began to fracture with cracks. Yet even so, Gao Yang kept his lock on the sea beast god Baru and brought the high-held eternal radiance greatsword crashing down. Human calamity, immortal execution, the dark red, gold-streaked sword chi descended with a roar, and the space through which it passed collapsed and dissipated in silence. The pitch-black eyes on the head of the sea beast god Baru widened to their limit in an instant. It was too late to dodge. It had to fight with everything it had. The sea beast god Baru let out a roar, and ripples surged around it. It thrust its arms forward, and dark blue, ghostly light bloomed from its hands. It pushed its hands forward violently, and liquid, deep blue divine power gushed out, transforming into a tangible vortex that surged angrily toward the descending sword chi of Gao Yang. The next moment, the immortal execution sword crashed into the vortex pushed out by the sea beast god Baru. Rumble, continuous explosions erupted at the point of contact, and tangible shockwaves rippled outward in circles. The sea beast god Baru's eyes were filled with fury and despair, for it could clearly see that the ultimate move it had unleashed was completely unable to block the strike of the dark red, gold-streaked greatsword before it. Beneath that golden blade, even a god could not stand in its way. Roar! Gao Yang let out a roar, his arms pressing downward with force. The sword light suddenly surged by a third, and the blinding radiance instantly sliced the deep blue vortex unleashed by the sea beast god Baru right down the middle, leaving a clean, smooth cut. The next instant, the unobstructed sword light surged violently, instantly slicing into the head of the sea beast god Baru and emerging from beneath its body. With a soft sound, the divine form of the sea beast god Baru froze in place. Gao Yang maintained his posture after the powerful downward slash, and droplets of deep blue blood dripped down along the tip of the eternal radiant sword. Before him, the deep blue vortex that had been sliced into in front of the 1,000-meter-tall sea beast god Baru collapsed with a roar, turning into formless divine power shockwaves that swept out in all directions. The dozen eyes on the head of the sea beast god Baru stared straight at Gao Yang, who stood not far before it. It could sense its divinity constantly shattering, its divine nature continuously slipping away, and its divine power becoming completely uncontrollable. And its divine form had already been ravaged by the sword chi that had sliced through it. The body of the sea beast god Baru trembled slightly, and a line of blood suddenly appeared across its center, from which blood began to spurt. Deep blue arrows of blood shot out, causing its massive body to begin separating into two halves. Before they could fully separate, tentacles intertwined with one another, forcibly pulling the body back together. As the price for this, the body of the sea beast god Baru began to wither continuously, and in no time, it had shrunk to a height of less than 100 meters. It looked at Gao Yang, who still stood proudly in the high sky. The latter's body had now returned to a height of 1.80 meters. It watched the other party, covered in flesh and blood fissures, yet still standing firm. Subsequently, Sinuzal, whose divine flames were almost extinguished, also appeared in its field of vision. The divine flames on his body were dim, but his eyes were shining brilliantly. This caused the sea beast god Baru to sigh inwardly. This world had, in the end, welcomed a new god. In this battle, its defeat was not unjust. Its lips parted, and a hoarse, dry voice emerged. Human, I shall gaze upon you from the bottom of the eternal abyss until you fall. Swish. The long sword swept past, and the head of the sea beast god Baru fell. Its divine form lost all restraint and could no longer withstand the destructive sword chi within the immortal execution sword. Cracks began to spread rapidly from the bloodline across its entire body. With a pop, the divine form of the sea beast god Baru shattered suddenly, turning into flying ash and dissipating completely. In its place, only a rhombic crystal emitting a faint white light remained. Within that rhombic crystal, a rich fluctuation of divinity radiated. It was not the divine fragments obtained previously, but a complete divinity encompassing the ocean, sea beasts, and a series of other divine offices. To hold it, to fuse with it, was to ascend to the heavens in a single step and become a true god. Sinuzal looked at that rhombic crystal, and even with his level of composure, he could not help but find his breathing growing slightly rapid. At this very moment, after the great battle, both he and Gao Yang, who had fought alongside him, were almost at the point of exhaustion. But Sinuzal did not dare to step forward, for he was unsure of Gao Yang's attitude. If the other party wanted this divinity, then things would head in a completely different direction. What are you still waiting for? Isn't this what you wanted? Gao Yang's face was covered in flesh and blood fissures, making him look like a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. Sinuzal was startled, then looked at Gao Yang with a solemn expression and said earnestly, "Thank you." He did not say anything more, nor was there any need for more words. Under Gao Yang's watchful gaze, he walked step by step toward the divinity. The divinity lay below them, although Sinuzal was clearly descending. In Gao Yang's eyes, he was ascending toward the pinnacle of his life. Finally, Sinuzal stood before the divinity, looking at the divinity emitting a faint white light before him. Sinuzal's heart pounded wildly. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, he slowly reached out his palm and grasped the complete divinity. The next moment, a blinding light erupted from that spot, and the divine fire on Sinuzal's body, which had been on the verge of extinguishing, instantly blazed with intensity. Gao Yang watched Sinuzal, whose divine fire was now roaring, and felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. Following that, he took a life clove fruit from his inventory and ate it in small bites. At this moment, his entire body was covered in lacerations of flesh and blood. Even the slightest exertion could cause him to completely shatter and fall apart. Under these circumstances, he did not even dare to consume the plain course solution stored in his stomach. For him right now, he could not withstand even the slightest stimulation, or his body might shatter at any moment. It took more than 10 minutes for Gao Yang to finish eating the single life clove fruit. The gentle and peaceful life energy slowly permeated Gao Yang's body, soothing his dilapidated frame. Soon, the lacerations on Gao Yang's skin began to slowly contract and heal, eventually smoothing over completely. However, this was merely a superficial appearance. Beneath this skin, which looked no different from an ordinary person's, cracks still riddled his body. Nevertheless, with the energy replenishment from the life clove fruit, Gao Yang's body was stabilized just enough to pull him back from the state of imminent collapse. Chapter 769. The Gaze of the Gods and the War Oracle. Only then did Gao Yang have the time to check the Multiverse Network notifications that appeared after he slew the god of sea beasts. As his thoughts flickered, the hidden Multiverse Network notifications appeared before him, and a massive amount of information began to refresh like a waterfall. Multiverse Network notification. You have killed the deep sea calamity, god of sea beasts Baru, weak divine power. You have gained 500,000 legendary XP. Multiverse Network notification. Your title, Godslayer, has received a new kill count update. Multiverse Network notification. Upon reaching a cumulative kill count of 5, you will obtain a more powerful godslaying attribute. Current progress. Multiverse Network notification. You have killed the deep sea calamity, God of Sea Beasts Baru weak divine power. You have gained 5 points of legendary reputation. Multiverse Network notification. You have slain a true god as a mortal. Your act of god slaying will spread widely throughout the Pro Crystal Wall system. Multiverse Network notification. Numerous gods of the Pro Crystal Wall system have sensed the eternal silence of the god of sea beasts. The gods have cast their respective gazes, influenced by the laws of the plane. This observation cannot pierce through your true existence. Multiverse Network notification. You have gained 10 points of legendary reputation. Multiverse Network notification. You have received focused attention from the goddess of storms. Once your strength breaks through a certain threshold, the gaze of the goddess of storms will be activated. Multiverse Network notification. You have received focused attention from the god of war. The other party is exceptionally satisfied with your performance. You have obtained a war oracle. Multiverse Network notification. You have received Multiverse Network notification. You have obtained the eternal secret treasure of the god of sea beasts Baru. Dense notifications refreshed before his eyes, and it took Gao Yang some time to read through them all. When he saw the chain reaction triggered by the slaying of the god of sea beasts Baru, his heart jolted in shock, and he looked up at the metal sky wall. His perception expanded, and in a trance, the world before his eyes began to tremble violently. Then, the colors of the world began to fade, revealing a realm dominated by gray and black. This was the spirit realm of the raging sea world, which coexisted with the prime material plane. Yet no flesh and blood creature could survive there. Beyond this spirit realm lay the boundless, pitch-black astral sea. At this moment, in the far reaches of this astral sea, lights were shining. Gao Yang watched those shining lights, and his heart understood. Those were the faint glows emitted by the divine kingdoms of deities existing in different dimensions. That represented the gaze of a deity, and also the source of a deity's invincibility. Among those shining lights, there was goodwill and malice, curiosity and indifference, but without exception, they had all cast their gazes here at this moment, although their power was restricted by the laws of the prime material plane. As long as they willed it, the laws of the prime material plane could not block where their gazes reached. The moment he made contact, Gao Yang's perception felt as if it had been electrocuted, and it retracted as quickly as a receding tide. The Multiverse Network notification had made it very clear. Hindered by the laws of the prime material plane, the gods could not pierce through his true existence. But if he were to foolishly appear outside the coverage of the prime material plane's laws, then what awaited him would inevitably be the shroud of the gods' gazes. For the current Gao Yang, being shrouded by the gazes of the gods was definitely not a good thing. Do not be fooled by the fact that he had just slain a true god. This was merely a god of weak divine power, and one of those local deities who could not project their own power beyond the prime material plane. However, even with the protection of the prime material plane's laws, there were still deities who had cast their gazes upon his body, just like the powerful goddess of storms, and the god of war, a powerful deity whom Gao Yang had only heard of but never encountered, also known as the god of battle. Anything related to combat generally fell within the divine portfolio of the god of war, and such a broad divine portfolio naturally represented the strength of this existence, compared to the undisguised malice of the goddess of storms. What the god of war displayed toward Gao Yang was equally undisguised appreciation and favor. After all, if a mortal capable of slaying a god could become one's own believer, it would be a very beneficial thing for a deity. Moreover, as the god of war, he valued martial prowess above all else. Gao Yang's act of forcibly slaying a god as a mortal undoubtedly fit the divine portfolio and philosophy of the god of war perfectly. Therefore, the god of war even went so far as to expend divine power to send Gao Yang a war oracle exclusive to him. Gao Yang withdrew his perception, and the world in his eyes returned to its original colors. He forcibly pushed the matter of the god's gaze to the back of his mind, cleared his thoughts, and looked once again at the system notifications before him. There were many benefits to slaying the god of sea beasts Baru. At the very least, he had gained 15 points of legendary reputation in one fell swoop. Moreover, it was foreseeable that in the short term, Gao Yang's legendary reputation would continue to grow at a terrifying speed. After all, the slaying of a true deity could not be considered a trivial matter. Even within the entire multiverse, Legendary reputation was one aspect of the rewards, the other was a staggering 500,000 legendary XP. Legendary XP could be used for career level upgrades after reaching the legendary stage. Although it was of no use to Gao Yang right now, he would not remain at the transcendent stage forever. Once he broke through to the legendary stage, the legendary XP he had accumulated would naturally manifest its proper value. Beyond that, there was the treasure chest obtained from slaying the god of sea beasts, Baru. The chest named Eternal Secret Treasure of the god of sea beasts, Baru. As a chest condensed after the death of a deity, its intrinsic value was naturally far beyond that of an ordinary treasure chest. Even a brilliant gold-tier treasure chest would pale in comparison to it. These were the visible gains, while other rewards remained hidden in the shadows or possessed a certain degree of latency. For example, there was Sin Uzul, who was currently in the process of ascending to godhood. For instance, the attribute point rewards Gao Yang would receive from this world once he finished his current abyss trial. Or perhaps the treasures the sea beast cult had accumulated over who knows how many years. With the death of the god of sea beasts, Baru, all of these had opened their arms to Gao Yang and Sin Uzul, much like a woman in the dark alleys of Willow Street who offered no resistance to passing travelers. Now was not the time to open the chest. Gao Yang shifted his gaze away from the chest flickering with divine radiance in his inventory and looked at the object beside it. It was a metal token only the size of a palm, and carved upon it was a great sword burning with blood-red flames. This was the War Oracle of the God of War. Upon seeing this War Oracle, Gao Yang naturally understood its purpose and origin. There was no need to dwell on its origin. Its purpose was simple. By activating it directly, no matter where Gao Yang was, the God of War would manifest a projection to resolve any potential trouble for him. But as a price, Gao Yang would need to offer his faith to the God of War. This faith did not require fanaticism. Even casual belief would suffice. Of course, for the God of War, as long as Gao Yang offered his faith, then things would be easy to handle. However, for Gao Yang, having experienced a proper Chinese education, he did not intend to worship any deity. Therefore, this War Oracle, which could be called a life-saving item, had no particular use for him. Chapter 770 The Birth of a Cosmic Wonder Deity. Just as Gao Yang focused his attention on the War Oracle, a wave of immense majesty and solemnity suddenly rippled outward. Gao Yang quickly retracted his gaze and looked toward the source of the fluctuation. It was exactly where Sin Uzul was located, and at this moment, Sin Uzul was already enveloped in raging divine fire. At this very moment, for Sin Uzul, the steps to ascend to godhood had reached the most critical juncture. His outstretched right hand gripped tightly onto the divinity left behind by the god of sea beasts, Baru, while surging divine fire swirled around him, scorching away the remnants of the god of sea beasts, Baru, within the divinity. This point was crucial. For a deity, the divinity was not only the core proof of their existence but also the source of their life essence. For every perished deity, the traces of their existence would remain within their divinity. And for the lucky one who inherited the divinity, if they did not have sufficiently powerful means to clear away the remnants within it, they would inevitably be influenced by the residual traces in the divinity after ascending to the throne of godhood. This process was known as divine corruption, and this kind of corruption would take root deep within the divinity of the being who fused with the divinity, becoming almost impossible to remove. Not only could it not be removed, but one would also be influenced to a certain extent by these residual divine traits. This would also lead to the personality and alignment of the being who ascended to the throne of godhood shifting. In many cases, some deities of the chaotic evil alignment had fallen into that alignment precisely because of divine corruption. Sin Uzul naturally understood the severity of divine corruption, and he possessed sufficient means to purge the traces remaining in the divinity. The surging divine fire on his body was the best method, generally, for a being who had ignited divine fire. The duration they could maintain it after ignition was not enough to completely purge the remnants within the divinity. But this was not a major problem for Sin Uzul. As a being who had arranged the entire continent into a massive spell formation, the foundation Sin Uzul had accumulated far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people, which was also the reason he dared to set his sights on the god of sea beasts. At this moment, as Sin Uzul's hand grasped the divinity, the surging, scorching divine fire enveloped it, burning it continuously. The process of burning was very slow, but Sin Uzul was exceptionally calm. Under the scorching of the divine fire, the faintly glowing divinity had flakes of substance peeling off its surface, much like the oxide layer stripped from a white-hot metal ingot under a heavy hammer. The whole process looked quite stress-relieving. Gao Yang stood in the distance, watching Sin Uzul from afar. The process of a legendary powerhouse fusing with divinity and ascending to the throne of godhood was no less rare than the fall of a deity or the destruction of a plane. Being able to watch it from beginning to end was, for Gao Yang, an extremely remarkable life experience. Although Gao Yang had not yet considered ascending to godhood, not considering it did not mean there was no need to understand it. The stronger one became, and the more profound the information one could access, the more one realized that in many instances, knowledge was also a form of wealth and power. This process lasted for a full half-hour. Under the constant scorching of the divine fire, the godhood, which had been emitting a faint glimmer, had shrunk by a full third. Gao Yang saw that there were no longer any fragments that could be stripped away from this godhood. This meant that the traces of its previous owner within this godhood had been completely eradicated. The godhood was now pure and flawless, containing only the most pristine divine essence and the relevant laws comprehended by the god of sea beasts, Baru. When he achieved godhood, what Sin Uzul needed was not the laws comprehended by the god of sea beasts, Baru. He only needed that most pristine divine essence. Compared to the traces that could contaminate one's divinity, stripping away laws was much simpler. It did not even require deliberate effort. One simply needed to abandon those useless laws while merging with the godhood. After half an hour, Gao Yang's body had further stabilized. He was now sitting cross-legged on the back of Odelavir, watching the scene before him with great interest. Sin Uzul held the pure and flawless godhood in his hand, his eyes, wreathed in divine fire, turning toward Gao Yang. Facing the faint sense of oppression emanating from Sin Uzul's eyes, Gao Yang smiled slightly and nodded in acknowledgement, signaling him to continue. Sin Uzul nodded in return, and then withdrew his gaze. He opened his right hand, his eyes, wreathed in divine fire, fixed upon the godhood quietly suspended in midair. A surge of uncontrollable excitement rising in his heart, he slowly took several deep breaths. Although this method of relieving tension, which was extremely effective for mortals, had no practical effect on Sin Uzul at this moment, however, after several deep breaths, Sin Uzul did not hesitate and directly dispersed the divine fire that had been enveloping him. The next moment, the godhood suspended in the air began to fly uncontrollably towards Sin Uzul's heart. The distance between the two was less than a meter, yet the godhood took a full 5 minutes to finally touch Sin Uzul's chest. And when the godhood touched Sin Uzul's chest, it was as if a clay ox had entered the sea, without the slightest ripple. It merged directly into his chest. Once the godhood merged into Sin Uzul's chest, a majestic pressure radiated from him as the center, sweeping out in all directions. Within this pressure was contained a darkness like the deep sea and a madness like that of a sea beast. Upon sensing this pressure, Gao Yang realized that these were not the laws comprehended by Sin Uzul, but those comprehended by the god of sea beasts. Now, these laws were being directly abandoned by Sin Uzul. The pressure born at this moment was created by the release of these laws. And when the laws contained within the godhood were completely abandoned, this godhood became truly harmless to Sin Uzul. Once the laws within the godhood were discarded, the laws Sin Uzul himself had comprehended instantly took over this masterless godhood. As the laws comprehended by Sin Uzul merged into the godhood, the divinity contained within it began to merge into his body. With both the godhood and divinity integrated into Sin Uzul's body, the faith that had seemed like duckweed without roots or water without a source found its origin and began to converge into Sin Uzul's body. As the faith converged, Sin Uzul's body began to emit wisps of iron-gray metallic light. Within this iron-gray metallic light, threads of divine power began to be born. Rumble. The moment the first thread of divine power was born, the space here began to tremble. Sin Uzul's eyes, radiating an iron-gray metallic light, looked upward. The next moment, the metallic sphere here rapidly decomposed and melted, revealing the deep blue sea and the azure sky. At this very moment, the sky was trembling and the ocean was roaring, seemingly cheering and leaping for the new god born in this plane. Delaware retreated several miles. It would feel oppressed if it stayed too close. The divine power on Sin Uzul's body began to proliferate at an accelerated rate. The moment the last bit of energy in his body transformed into divine power, Sin Uzul vanished from the spot without a sound. With the disappearance of Sin Uzul, the violently trembling material plane also began to return to calm. Gao Yang watched this scene with a sense of lingering interest. Witnessing a complete ascension process made him feel very satisfied. If this memory were to be sold, its value would likely be no less than a fragment of godhood. As for where Sin Uzul had gone, he had naturally been taken away by the plane consciousness of the angry sea world. As a native god of this plane, one would receive the protection of the plane consciousness at the moment of birth. Chapter 771. Strange objects nourished the aberrant core. Sin Uzul had disappeared, which was also a good thing for Gao Yang. Gao Yang's current state was not suitable for battle, so he needed some time to recover from his injuries. Not to mention recovering to his peak. He at least needed to recover to 70 or 80% of his peak state. Only then could he maintain his deterrent power in the subsequent process and thus share in enough of the spoils. After all, Sin Uzul had already ascended to the throne of godhood and become a true god. Gao Yang did not know what the other party would do next. But there was one thing he was certain of. Human nature could not withstand testing and probing. Rather than being weak and allowing Sin Uzul to weigh whether his attitude toward him needed to change, it was better to restore himself to a strong state and directly cut off any inappropriate thoughts that might arise. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and looked at the battlefield below. The final moment of Sin Uzul's ascension had appeared between heaven and earth. Therefore, whether it was the warriors of the Sarn Empire or the sea folk of the sea beast cult on the battlefield below, all witnessed the moment Sarn Uzul ascended to godhood. Sarn Uzul had successfully ascended, but the god of sea beasts was nowhere to be found. What had transpired was already painfully obvious. Thus, after Sarn Uzul appeared, the sea folk on the scene did not hesitate for a moment. They did not even have time for grief before forcibly breaking away from the battlefield and charging toward the depths of the ocean. At this point, only the warriors of the Sarn Empire remained on the battlefield. Gao Yang even spotted Garfield, the smiling court chief, among them. The latter was covered in blood, yet his face still wore that same amiable smile. Upon noticing Gao Yang's gaze, Garfield even bowed slightly toward him to show his respect. Gao Yang nodded in acknowledgement, then tapped his fingers lightly against the armrest. Olivia immediately let out a high-pitched dragon roar and flapped its wings, flying toward the direction of the land. 3 days later, in a nameless mountain cave, Gao Yang slowly opened his eyes. After withdrawing from the battlefield, he had not delayed for a single moment and immediately began to heal his wounds. His constitution had already reached 25 points. And with the added support of abilities like indestructible through 10,000 calamities and super speed regeneration, combined with the fact that his injuries were primarily caused by the forced use of the sword technique human calamity, immortal execution, and lacked any lingering foreign energy, his recovery was remarkably fast. In 3 days, his injuries had basically finished healing. The remaining minor after effects would require a sufficiently long time to be slowly worn away before they could be completely eradicated. With his injuries recovered, Gao Yang finally had the time to examine the spoils of war obtained from this god-slaying. With a thought, the treasure chest emitting a faint glow, located in his inventory, automatically appeared in his hands. Looking at the glowing chest in his hands, Gao Yang could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. This was a treasure chest dropped after the eternal silence of a true god, and its full name was the Eternal Secret Treasure of the God of Sea Beasts. It involved the key to a god's eternity, so its value went without saying. Do you wish to open the Eternal Secret Treasure of the God of Sea Beasts? Borrow. The system prompt appeared before his eyes. Gao Yang did not hesitate much and chose to open it, following Gao Yang's confirmation of will. The glowing treasure chest in front of him emitted a crisp click, and a gentle yet blinding light squeezed out from the gap in the chest. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and did not force them open to look at what was inside. The light lasted only a few seconds before it began to rapidly recede. Once the light had completely faded, Gao Yang clearly saw what had been opened from the chest. It was a black mass of flesh the size of a walnut, covered in tiny, whip-like tentacles, looking somewhat ominous. You have obtained the Nourishing Aberration Core. Nourishing Aberration Core type, Wonder Quality, Radiant Gold. Durability, Restriction, Lifebound, Constitution 22, Perception 20. Description. The deep sea nurtures the beginning. The beginning grows and evolves. Evolution tends toward maturity, and maturity moves toward extinction. And willing to face extinction, embrace aberration, or resist aberration and extinction to step toward the peak. Effects: 1. Unique nourishment. Before using this item, a life bond must be performed. Once the bond is successful, it cannot be undone in any form. The bond is automatically released upon the death of the binder. 2. Endless nourishment. After binding this core, when the binder increases their class level, the increase in health is come to 100%. There is a 5% probability of physical aberration during the process. After physical aberration, the health increase for this level up will be significantly boosted. Each time it is upgraded, the probability of physical aberration increases by 5% to 9%. After one physical aberration occurs, the probability resets to 5%. 3 consecutive aberrations increase the body's potential tier by 2. P.S. Physical aberration is irreversible. After the first aberration, every subsequent level up will inevitably be accompanied by aberration. 3. Equal. Each time a physical aberration is successfully resisted, the probability of physical aberration during the next level up decreases by 1% to 5%. For every 3 successful resistances, the binder's relevant body will checks increase by 1, and the body's potential tier increases by 1.4. Peak nourishment. After successfully resisting 6 consecutive aberrations, the binder will activate the peak nourishment trait. In the peak nourishment state, each health increase is 500%. Once the binder fails to resist a physical aberration, they will undergo a massive, extreme aberration, losing all sanity, and their lifespan will be reduced by 99%. P.S. Moving toward the unspeakable, or moving toward the absolute peak. Those who crave the limit, how could they refuse such a challenge and opportunity? Thing of the abyss. Fear and cruelty, greed that craves all things unspeakable. P.S. Tell Master, from today on, I am no longer human. Senior brother of the Shadow Death Sect, 100-armed giant shadow centipede dragon, the one who lost his name. Looking at the Nourishing Aberration Core in his hand, which looked like a magnified version of a virus, Gao Yang fell into silence. Clearly, after the god of sea beasts, Baru, obtained this wonder, his choice must have been to embrace aberration. There were only 2 ways to use this wonder. One was to directly choose to embrace aberration. Simply put, this choice meant ceasing to be human, sacrificing one's original form to gain an extremely exaggerated increase in health and body potential tier. By actively embracing aberration, the binder would not lose their sanity and could obtain an incredibly high total health and body potential. This was undoubtedly one possibility for reaching the peak. The other way was to decide from the very beginning to maintain one's original form and actively resist the aberration. In this case, the health increase gained from each successful resistance might be less than that of actively embracing the aberration. However, for every 3 successful resistances, one could gain increases in body and will checks, as well as body potential. Furthermore, after successfully resisting 6 aberrations, one could activate the peak nourishment effect, where each health increase would receive a massive boost. However, in this state, once one fails to resist the aberration, the only thing awaiting the bound host is death. After all, losing one's sanity means losing oneself, and a 99% reduction in lifespan. Both of these essentially equate to death. Upon seeing this wonder, Gao Yang understood that, given the power displayed by Sea Noozle, it would be completely impossible for him to kill the god of sea beasts, Baru, on his own. The amount of time the opponent had spent fusing with this wonder was definitely not short, a fact that could be discerned from the life form the opponent displayed. Perhaps a long time ago, before Baru became the god of sea beasts, he might have just been an ordinary member of the sea folk, and when he obtained the Nourishing Aberration Core, he might have struggled. But in the end, he chose to embrace the aberration. By actively embracing the aberration, Baru gained a terrifying total amount of life force, which greatly increased his combat power and survivability. This was perhaps one of the important reasons why he was eventually able to grow into the god of sea beasts. In this battle, Gao Yang, who mastered the rules of slaughter and the immortal execution formation map, was the main damage dealer. In particular, Gao Yang did not give the god of sea beasts, Baru, much room to maneuver, or rather, after being instantly killed by a silent ultimate move from the god of sea beasts, Baru, Gao Yang chose to unleash his own ultimate move while his condition was still relatively good. Engaging in a war of attrition with a god is a very naive idea. Gao Yang never held such a thought. But unleashing an ultimate move at the very beginning also carries immense risks. Once the ultimate move failed to completely kill the god of sea beasts, Baru, it would have meant a predetermined death for both Gao Yang and Sea Noozle. Judging by Gao Yang's state after unleashing the human calamity, the mortal execution, this was beyond doubt. Therefore, while his condition was still relatively intact, Gao Yang chose to go all out with his ultimate move. Fortunately, his choice was correct. The rules of slaughter and the human calamity, immortal execution, which gathered the power of the entire immortal execution sword domain, directly suppressed the vigorous life force of the god of sea beasts, Baru, and completely destroyed the will of the god of sea beasts, Baru, with absolute destructive power. And now, this wonder, which had to a certain extent created a god, had fallen into Gao Yang's hands. Gao Yang looked at the nourishing aberration core in his hand, his vision blurring for a moment. In a trance, he appeared in the depths of the endless, lightless ocean. In front of him was a giant seashell with a diameter of over 5 meters. At the very center of the shell was the nourishing aberration core, looking like a viral pathogen. The nourishing aberration core emitted a deep purple light in the dark seabed, revealing an endless temptation. At this moment, Gao Yang faced the same situation as Baru, who had not yet become the god of sea beasts many years ago. Should he embrace the aberration, or resist it? As for giving up this wonder, that was not within the scope of Gao Yang's choices. To this day, Gao Yang was no longer the rookie he once was. The existence of wonders largely transcends the original item and equipment system. The full name of a wonder is a miracle item. Because they are items born from various miracles, they themselves possess power that can also be called miraculous, as well as being non-replicable, much like a legend. Chapter 772. The God of Iron-Blooded Destiny and Departure. The utility of every wonder is extremely powerful. Whether it is the evil wonder Withered Eye that can learn true names, the Sword Path Treasure Sword Dalwu Compass, or the recently acquired Endless Reincarnation, the 3 wonders Gao Yang currently possesses are all exerting formidable effects in their respective fields. And as for this wonder obtained from the god of sea beasts, it has the greatest growth potential for Gao Yang. One reason for this is that Gao Yang's current level is only 19. For him, there is still huge room for improvement in the future. Therefore, it is impossible for Gao Yang to give up this wonder that can increase his own life force. Moreover, for Gao Yang, who possesses the unique talent, Immortal Will, he has a great advantage in resisting aberration. At the very least, for a long time to come, Gao Yang does not have to worry about aberration occurring within himself. As for actively embracing the aberration, that is also not within the scope of Gao Yang's choices. After all, Gao Yang's aesthetic sense is still that of a pure human. Just thinking about the grotesque image of the god of sea beasts, Baru, gave Gao Yang a chill. However, for the time being, he could not use this wonder. Because life binding requires 22 points of constitution and 20 points of perception, Gao Yang meets the requirement for constitution, but he is still quite far off in terms of perception. But this is not a big problem. Gao Yang is confident that after this abyss trial ends, he will be able to make up for the missing attributes. Putting the nourishing aberration core in his hand into a box, Gao Yang stored the box in his inventory. 3 days should be enough for the Scene Empire to take control of the situation. As for how to deal with the Sea Beast cult, once Sea Noozle reappears, everything will no longer be a problem. Gao Yang climbed onto the back of Olivier, who slowly walked out of the cave and then flew toward the direction of Destiny City. 2 days later, accompanied by the smiling courtier Garfield, Gao Yang returned to the sleeping quarters prepared for him. Mr. Wang Tang, His Majesty has not yet returned. Once His Majesty returns, I will come to inform you immediately, Garfield said with a friendly smile on his face, continuing, the war has ended. During this time, if you have any needs, please be sure to tell me. I assure you that the Scene Empire will do its utmost to satisfy all your requirements. Gao Yang waved his hand, and just as he was about to say he had no needs, he suddenly thought of Olivier. The reproductive desires of this lecherous dragon had likely accumulated quite a bit. Gao Yang thought for a moment and mentioned Odelivier's needs. No problem. We will definitely satisfy your mount. Garfield smiled deep and even further. Audrewell looked at Gao Yang with great excitement, then trotted happily behind Garfield as they departed. Gao Yang continued to stay in Destiny City for another 4 days, during which no one came to disturb him. At night, Gao Yang sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, practicing in his cultivation room. Suddenly, a majestic will appeared within Gao Yang's perception. Gao Yang opened his eyes abruptly and looked slightly upward at the space in front of him. He was already very familiar with this feeling, and he understood in his heart that the plane consciousness of the angry sea world had descended. Sure enough, as Gao Yang's gaze fell upon the place where the will had appeared, a faint, almost imperceptible ripple connected with his perception. After the connection was established, the scene before Gao Yang's eyes changed instantly. In the blink of an eye, the location where Gao Yang was situated shifted from the cultivation room to the bedchamber of Sarnuzzle. Even the meditation cushion beneath him transformed into a metal chair. Before him sat Sarnuzzle, whom he had not seen for a full 7 days. To be precise, it was the now god of iron-blooded destiny, Sarnuzzle. Gao Yang looked at the Sarnuzzle opposite him, revealed a smile, and asked with a hint of curiosity, "How does it feel to become a god?" Upon hearing this, Sarnuzzle's face, which radiated a sense of majesty, twitched slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. The appearance of this smile injected a trace of vitality as a living being into his identity as a god sitting high upon the clouds. "It feels quite good," Sarnuzzle said, then looked at Gao Yang and sighed slightly. "Only after ascending to the divine throne did I realize how fortunate I was to be able to slay the god of sea beasts. This was largely thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I would certainly have died at the hands of the god of sea beasts. The entire Sarn Empire would also have been submerged by the angry sea." Gao Yang shrugged, not saying much. Slaying the god of sea beasts had been one of his goals from the start. Without Sarnuzzle's containment, he would not have had a shred of a chance of winning against a god in their prime. Seeing this, Sarnuzzle did not continue on this topic, but instead said with a smile, "As the only god in the angry sea world now, the influence of the Sarn Empire will cover the entire angry sea in a very short time. In the long time to come, the area of the angry sea will gradually shrink, while the area of land will continue to increase. Congratulations." Gao Yang responded with a smile. Sarnuzzle smiled and said, "As a token of gratitude, why not come with me to the current Sarn treasury to pick out some things? There should be items there that interest you." "Then I won't stand on ceremony," Gao Yang said. Sarnuzzle stood up, without making any movements. He simply uttered a single word, "Please." The next moment, the space shifted once again. When the spatial shift concluded, Gao Yang and he had arrived inside a grand hall. Inside the hall, rows of massive shelves connected to the ceiling were piled high with all kinds of treasures, radiating a rich, precious glow. At a single glance, one could feel the immense wealth of the current Sarn Empire. Gao Yang looked at the hundreds of rows of shelves, a look of helplessness appearing on his face. He looked at Sarnuzzle beside him and said, "Forget it. I only need treasures that can enhance my physical attributes, whether they are for the spirit or the physique. That is simple." Sarnuzzle smiled, and the next moment, treasures in the hall automatically flew off the shelves, quickly hovering before Gao Yang and lining up in an orderly fashion. There were not many items, only 35 types in total. Gao Yang spent some time looking them over carefully, then selected 17 of them and stored them into his inventory. "Why aren't you taking the rest?" Sarnuzzle asked in confusion. "You still have an empire to cultivate. Taking this much is already enough for me," Gao Yang said casually. "These resources are renewable. Although it will take some time, it has no meaning for me anymore," Sarnuzzle said, his brows twitching slightly as he looked at Gao Yang. "I know that, of course, but for me, these are not essential things." After saying this, Gao Yang looked at Sarnuzzle and said, "The matter is concluded, and I will be leaving this world soon. Have you considered staying?" Sarnuzzle joked, "Of course not." Gao Yang shook his head. "The multiverse is too vast. And there are still many sceneries and many people waiting for me. As Gao Yang spoke, a fiery light radiated from his eyes, making even Sarnuzzle feel a hint of dazzlement. Sarnuzzle looked at Gao Yang with a touch of envy, sighing softly after a long while. I don't even know if my step of ascending to godhood was the right or wrong choice. Gao Yang said firmly, it is naturally the right one. For a mortal to ascend to the divine throne is an extremely rare occurrence in the entire multiverse. Those who can complete this step are no weaklings. Moreover, I believe that for you, a weak divine power will not be the end. A smile appeared on Sarnuzzle's face as he said thank you. Perhaps one day in the future, I will break through the limitations of this plane and meet you again in the multiverse. For a local deity to break through the shackles of a plane, they must inevitably master and penetrate a certain rule, or their own divine power must reach a certain intensity, allowing them to transfer their divine kingdom from the local plane to an absolutely secret alien space in the astral realm. Whether it was the former or the latter, for Sarnuzzle, who had just ascended to the divine throne, it was not something that could be achieved in a short time. However, after becoming a god, time no longer held any meaning for Sarnuzzle, because gods are eternal and immortal, and no matter how long the time, it is but a flick of a finger to a god. It seems I must work hard, otherwise, when you head to the multiverse, you won't hear my name. And it might be difficult for you to find me, Gao Yang joked. The two looked at each other, and both laughed in unison. The next day, Gao Yang arrived at the raging sea and found Odelville in the boundless ocean, working hard upon a sea beast that was 100 meters long. Bursts of excited dragon roars mixed with the shrieks of the sea beast, causing the surrounding waters to churn incessantly. As for the sea folk and the sea beast cult, ever since the death of the god of sea beasts, they had retreated into the deep trenches of the ocean and had not appeared since. Perhaps they were too preoccupied with the current situation to care about anything else. Gao Yang waited for a while before Odelville slowly poked its head out of the turbulent sea. Upon seeing Gao Yang, it let out to fawning low moans, then flapped its somewhat weary dragon wings and flew beneath Gao Yang. It was evident that these past 5 days had been very busy and fulfilling for Odelville. Gao Yang sat down on the ice chair on Odelville's back and asked casually, do you want to continue? Hearing this, Odelville's two heads looked toward the sea below at the same time. They saw that the previously turbulent waters had now calmed down, and a total of 13 massive sea beasts, similar in size to itself, were slowly surfacing. Looking at it with deep affection, even with Odelville's sturdy dragon body, it couldn't help but shudder when faced with this scene. Odelville shook both of its heads simultaneously, indicating that there was no need to continue. Gao Yang revealed a playful smile, then opened the general network panel and chose to return to Earth. Chapter 773. The quietly increasing charisma. This abyss trial has been completed. Calculating results. In this abyss trial, under your leadership, the tripartite balance of the raging sea world was completely shattered. The storm temple has completely exited the stage, and the sea beast cult is gradually heading toward decay due to the eternal silence of the god of sea beasts. The raging sea world has been officially renamed the Sarn Plane. In this abyss trial, you killed 7 legendary professionals and the true body of a deity with weak divine power. Based on your perfect performance, you have obtained 5 free attribute points and 3 extraordinary attribute points from this abyss trial. Calculation complete. Returning to the real world. 3, 2, 1. The familiar sensation of dizziness ended. Gao Yang opened his eyes and saw the familiar training grounds. Shortly after, the round and massive body of the fatty Kun appeared in Gao Yang's field of vision. Woo! A long whale song filled with excitement rang out, and the fatty Kun's massive body crashed into Gao Yang's embrace, carrying a sky full of stardust debris. Well, saying it crashed into Gao Yang's embrace was a bit of a stretch. The fatty Kun in its normal state was now over 30 meters long. Rather than saying it crashed into Gao Yang's embrace, it would be more accurate to say it completely enveloped him. Gao Yang smiled and patted the fatty Kun's chin, then sent it back. Odelville let out a roar toward Gao Yang, then sauntered off toward the forest behind the mountain. In the final days of the raging sea world, it had certainly enjoyed itself. But after all that enjoyment, its body, which had been nearly hollowed out and drained, still needed some time to recover. On this point, Even a dragon could not be exempt. Gao Yang paid it no mind and turned to walk toward his bedroom. However, after taking only 2 steps, he stopped, then extended a finger and tapped lightly toward the bedroom balcony. A tiny electric arc burst from Gao Yang's fingertip, instantly crossing space and appearing outside the bedroom balcony. The next instant, Gao Yang's body appeared on the bedroom balcony out of thin air. Standing on the balcony, Gao Yang revealed a smile, then walked into the bedroom. Seeing his bedroom, which had remained clean and tidy despite him not returning for over half a month, Gao Yang felt very comfortable. He threw his body onto the bed casually and began to check the general network notifications. After reading for a few moments, a brilliant smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. The danger level of this abyss trial was indeed the highest, but the rewards brought by such high danger were equally generous. The abyss trial settlement alone brought him 5 free attribute points and 3 extraordinary attribute points, not to mention the gains obtained during the trial, such as unique talents and additional extraordinary attribute points. Thinking of this, Gao Yang could no longer lie still and sat up from the bed. With 5 free attribute points, he could allocate 3 to perception first. This way, his perception attribute would directly rise to 20 points, which meant touching the extraordinary realm. The remaining 2 points would all be added to charisma. Added to his original 16 points of charisma, he would be only 1 point away from the 19 points required for a legendary promotion. Wait, he seemed to have forgotten something. Gao Yang summoned the general network panel, pulled up his personal information, and looked at his current attributes. Then, he saw that his charisma, which was originally 16, had quietly increased to 18 points at some unknown time. Looking at the 2 points of charisma that had increased quietly, Gao Yang fell into silence for a moment, without needing to think. This quietly increased charisma was definitely related to his charisma-related special status, Slaughter. In the Raging Sea world, although Gao Yang had not committed many massacres, not a single person who died by his hand was a nobody. Sea beast priests, storm bishops, the saint avatar of a powerful deity, and the god of sea beasts, any one of them could have been the final boss of an ordinary person's adventure. Yet, in Gao Yang's hands, they died cleanly and decisively. It was precisely because so many powerhouses had died at Gao Yang's hands that his charisma had been invisibly enhanced. Looking at his own charisma, which had reached 18 points, Gao Yang wanted to say something, but he truly didn't know how to put it. After thinking about it, he gave up. Forget it, let it be. Free attributes, it would be a waste not to take them. Moreover, with this, both his charisma and perception attributes had reached the extraordinary realm, which not only met the attribute requirements for a legendary promotion but also allowed him to obtain corresponding extraordinary attribute rewards. Furthermore, before promoting to legendary, the aberration core he had obtained from the nourishment of the strange object could also be bound. It was just in time for his promotion to the legendary rank, allowing him to perform his first increase in total life force. Yes, Gao Yang could now consider promoting to the legendary rank. After he slew the god of sea beasts, the only remaining gap for his legendary promotion, legendary reputation, had finally been filled. At this moment, his legendary reputation had reached exactly 50 points, which was the minimum requirement for the legendary promotion quest. And now, all Gao Yang lacked was a single point in his extraordinary attributes. Of the 3 newly acquired extraordinary attribute points, allocating 1 to strength would push his strength attribute to 25 points. As for agility, since he only had 22 points, even if he invested the remaining 2 extraordinary attribute points, he would still be 1 point short. Gao Yang had a solution for this as well. In the Raging Sea world, Gao Yang had once consumed a treasure called the Deep Sea Pluto, which had increased his agility by 1 point. However, the Deep Sea Pluto did not count as an extraordinary fruit, so Gao Yang could still consume an extraordinary fruit to increase his extraordinary agility attribute by 1 point. In this way, his agility attribute would meet the requirement. As for the items to trade, the 15 types Gao Yang had selected from the Scene Empire's treasury were all treasures capable of enhancing physical attributes and physical constitution. Among them were also treasures that could boost extraordinary attributes. Moreover, only a small portion of the items produced in the Raging Sea world were extraordinary fruits. Most were various magical items native to the Raging Sea itself. These magical items were not restricted by the rules governing the attribute point increases from extraordinary fruits. In other words, after consuming an extraordinary fruit, one could still consume treasures of the same category from the Raging Sea world to further increase extraordinary attributes. It was foreseeable that the treasures he brought out from the Raging Sea world that could increase attributes would inevitably be extremely sought after, and all he needed was a single extraordinary agility fruit. He believed that Giuliano would satisfy his request in the shortest time possible. But before improving his own attributes, Gao Yang had to resolve his injuries first. This would take some time, and having just completed an abyss trial, Gao Yang had a relatively abundant amount of time. Gao Yang cast his gaze toward the Multiverse Network panel and looked at the abyss trial module. Abyss trial 1820 for days, 23 hours, 42 minutes, 29 seconds. There were still a full 5 years until the next abyss trial began. Chapter 774. Transaction 5 years. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and sighed softly. Compared to the rich rewards of the abyss trial, 5 years was truly a bit too long. But the time interval between abyss trials was not something Gao Yang could decide. He could only accept it. He could not actively accelerate the progress of the abyss trials. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the Pantheon appeared. When the time interval between abyss trials was extremely long, there were always those who could not resist choosing to invade other players' abyss trials through various means. After all, compared to the cost of invading an abyss trial, the output of rare and high-value assets like unique specialties was simply too tempting. Thinking of this, Gao Yang's thoughts inevitably drifted to the Pantheon. According to the information he had obtained from Bing Feng, this organization had existed for a very long time, and within this organization, there existed terrifying entities comparable to powerful divinities. If an opponent of this level were to set their sights on Gao Yang, it would essentially mean a catastrophic disaster for him and the earth behind him. For the specific situation, one could refer to the legendary image with a floating city that Gao Yang encountered when he destroyed the Hess plane. The opponent's casual strike had brought Gao Yang the greatest death threat he had faced in his life thus far. For now, as far as the Pantheon was concerned, Gao Yang was still in the shadows, but in reality, Gao Yang's position was not advantageous. Because once the Pantheon discovered that Bing Feng and the other three had not returned and were completely missing, they would most likely investigate the reason for their disappearance. Once they investigated, they would definitely trace it back to Gao Yang. However, Gao Yang knew nothing about the Pantheon's subsequent movements. Therefore, once the Pantheon began to target Gao Yang, it would immediately turn into a situation where the enemy was in the dark and he was in the light. Facing Pantheon members lurking in the shadows, he could only passively receive and parry their moves, with no way to take the initiative or avoid them. Shaking his head, Gao Yang cut off his restless thoughts regarding the Pantheon. Now was not the time to think about the Pantheon. The top priority was to heal his injuries, then fill in all his attributes, and then save another plane. Only then could he seek an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Once he advanced to the legendary rank, there would be a major turning point in his situation. The difficulty of his legendary promotion quest was so immense, and his completion rate had already exceeded the standards set by the quest, which would inevitably make the increase in his strength after advancing to the legendary rank even more exaggerated. Facing threats, powerful strength naturally provided a higher survival rate. With this in mind, Gao Yang opened the Multiverse Network panel and chose to enter the Multiverse trading platform. His injuries had not yet healed, but that did not prevent Gao Yang from preparing the extraordinary agility fruit. A moment later, on the top floor of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce's Multiverse Trading Center branch, in a president's office that exuded luxury in every corner, Giuliano personally poured a glass of life spirit for Gao Yang. Lord Gao Yang, it has been a while since you last visited. I am finally seeing you today. Giuliano wore his signature smile and took the initiative to raise his glass to toast Gao Yang. Gao Yang took a sip of the life spirit, feeling the scorching heat burning in his chest and abdomen, and could not help but exhale a breath of turbid air. Afterward, he looked at Giuliano opposite him and said, "Giuliano, I need an extraordinary agility fruit." Upon hearing this, the smile on Giuliano's face grew even brighter. He looked at Gao Yang, his tone rising by several degrees. "Oh, Lord Gao Yang, you have come at just the right time. Our branch has just received an extraordinary agility fruit," Yuliano spoke. And with a flash of light before him, a supernatural fruit resembling a devil fruit appeared on the table between the two. He pushed this supernatural agility fruit toward Gao Yang and took the initiative to say, "Please accept it, Lord Gao Yang." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Supernatural attribute fruits usually required a barter exchange. However, for Yuliano to hand him this supernatural agility fruit directly now seemed to go against the rules. Perhaps sensing Gao Yang's surprise, Yuliano took the initiative to explain, "Lord Gao Yang, you are different from others. The owner of this fruit does not need another supernatural attribute fruit in the short term. Therefore, you can take it and use it. Whenever you happen to obtain another supernatural attribute fruit in the future, you can simply hand it over to me then." Upon hearing this, Gao Yang naturally understood that his face fruit ability had taken effect. However, he did not reach out to take the supernatural agility fruit. Instead, he took a whole blood-red deep-sea coral from his inventory and placed it on the table. Yuliano looked at the deep-sea coral cluster, which was about 3 meters in diameter, with a look of confusion in his eyes. "Lord Gao Yang, this coral." Yuliano took out a monocle from somewhere and placed it over his right eye, observing the deep-sea coral on the table in great detail. Gao Yang did not beat around the bush and explained, "Deep-sea coral, a legendary grade-rare deep-sea organism. After being processed through alchemy, consuming it can increase one's supernatural constitution attribute." "Oh, it can actually increase a supernatural attribute." After hearing Gao Yang's explanation, the shock in Yuliano's eyes was undisguised. "Is there any problem with exchanging this cluster of deep-sea coral for this supernatural agility fruit?" Gao Yang asked, tapping his finger lightly on the table as he looked at Yuliano. "Of course there is no problem, Lord Gao Yang. In fact, the owner of the supernatural agility fruit will even have to compensate you for the price difference," Yuliano said decisively. "The other party must make up for the difference, otherwise, he will not be able to obtain this precious treasure." After saying this, he suddenly looked up at Gao Yang and asked with a hint of anticipation, "Lord Gao Yang, do you have any other treasures similar to this? If you do you have any intention of selling them? Treasures like this are not restricted by supernatural attribute fruits, and their value far exceeds that of a supernatural attribute fruit. We shall talk about that later." Gao Yang did not respond directly to Yuliano's question. He gave a casual, perfunctory reply and picked up the supernatural agility fruit from the table. "Oh, right, President Yuliano. Do you have any channels for holy water of life?" A hint of doubt appeared in Yuliano's eyes. He quickly looked Gao Yang up and down, then composed himself and said, "Holy water of life is a specialty of the Resurrection Church. What grade of holy water of life do you require?" "A grade capable of healing legendary level divine arts," Gao Yang said calmly. "Legendary grade holy water of life." Upon hearing this, Yuliano frowned slightly. Every batch of holy water of life at this level is already allocated in advance. The distribution period for the holy water of life has long since passed, so the difficulty of obtaining it is not low. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. "Is there a way?" "There is a way, but I am afraid it will require a price increase 10 to 15 times the original cost." Yuliano frowned. For a gnome who would haggle over the profit of a single copper coin, a price increase of 10 to 15 times was something he could not accept. But since it was Gao Yang who needed the holy water of life, he simply informed Gao Yang of the cost involved. As for how Gao Yang would decide, that was Gao Yang's business. Hearing this, Gao Yang pondered for a moment and asked again, "What about the Eternal Devil Chamber of Commerce? Do they have such things, that group of devils?" There was disgust and hatred in Yuliano's eyes, but he quickly recovered and said, "Lord Gao Yang, the Eternal Devil Chamber of Commerce would not have this grade of holy water of life either. However, if you go to them, they will help you acquire it. As for the cost, besides the usual equivalents like Multiverse Network disaster coins or magic crystals, you also need to be careful with your sold out. Moreover, their price increase will likely not be lower than ours, and it might even be higher." Gao Yang nodded, feeling that what Yuliano said made a lot of sense. So he looked at the latter and said, "Is that so? In that case, I will trouble President Giuliano to help me acquire some legendary holy water of life. Chapter 775, Milafina's Healing. After finishing his instructions to Giuliano regarding the acquisition of the legendary great holy water of life, Gao Yang handed his crystal value card to Giuliano and then chose to return his consciousness. There were nearly 200 Multiverse Network disaster coins left on the crystal value card, which was certainly not enough to purchase legendary great holy water of life. But neither Giuliano nor Gao Yang cared. This was merely a deposit. Giuliano had never considered Gao Yang's ability to pay when it came to actually purchasing a sufficient amount of legendary great holy water of life. Or rather, compared to the good things that might appear in Gao Yang's hands, payment in Multiverse Network disaster coins was likely the last thing Giuliano wanted to see. Moreover, for some reason, after seeing Gao Yang again this time, Giuliano found that the aura Gao Yang exuded made him feel increasingly fearful. Gao Yang's face had not changed at all. What truly made Giuliano feel fearful was the aura radiating from Gao Yang. That aura of extreme confidence and calm in viewing all things made Giuliano realize that during the previous period, Gao Yang must have experienced a storm beyond his imagination. After Gao Yang's consciousness returned, he sensed a familiar aura. He raised an eyebrow and flicked his finger, releasing a spark of lightning. The lightning darted out of the balcony, heading straight for the clo tree as if it had a mind of its own. The next instant, Gao Yang's body vanished from the bedroom along with the lightning. At the crown of the clo tree, on a branch over 2 meters in diameter, Milafina was lying very comfortably in her cat bed, her large, fluffy tail swaying gently from side to side. A spark of lightning flashed before her eyes, causing her to lift her little head in confusion. However, the next instant, her field of vision was filled by Gao Yang's tall figure. Milafina's eyes lit up suddenly, and her tail swept back and forth like windshield wipers in a rainstorm. Gao Yang, you're finally back. Milafina sat upright in her cat bed and called out to Gao Yang. Gao Yang stood beside Milafina, flashed a smile at her, nodded, and sat down next to her. Milafina was about to say something, but she suddenly paused, her pale golden cat eyes scanning Gao Yang up and down. Following that, her cat eyes filled with tears, and she looked at Gao Yang with concern, saying, "Gao Yang, why are you hurt?" Gao Yang was taken aback, then smiled and patted Milafina's little head, explaining, "How can there be an adventure without getting hurt? Besides, haven't I returned?" Milafina shook her head vigorously, then jumped onto Gao Yang's shoulder. She reached out with her soft padded cat paw to support his chin, turning his face to look at her, and said, "It's different. Your injuries this time are very serious. I can feel it." Gao Yang paused, then smiled to indicate that it was nothing major. Seeing this, Milafina stopped speaking and simply rested her little head against Gao Yang's chin. Soon, a faint golden light began to emanate from her body. The golden light flowed like water, slowly spreading from the point of contact with Gao Yang, enveloping his entire body in its glow. Within the golden light, Gao Yang felt his whole body growing warm, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Then, Gao Yang felt the intense, tearing pain in his flesh and blood that had been frequently plaguing his body slowly diminish under Milafina's healing. Moreover, it wasn't just the intensity of the pain that was decreasing, even the frequency of the flare-ups was being extended. One had to realize that the injuries inside his body were caused by the backlash of the slaughter rule and the destructive sword chi after he had forcibly unleashed the sword technique. Human calamity, immortal execution. But now, through Milafina's treatment, the degree of this backlash was weakening at a slow but steady pace. At this rate, perhaps he wouldn't even need to use the holy water of life to fully recover from his injuries. However, just 3 minutes later, the golden light suddenly faded. Milafina's front legs went limp, and she collapsed onto Gao Yang's shoulder, looking completely exhausted. A flash of heartache crossed Gao Yang's eyes. He gathered Milafina into his arms and said softly, "Milafina, you don't have to work so hard. These injuries don't affect me that much. Besides, I have already found a way to recover." "You're lying. If you had found a way, how could you still be in such a serious condition?" Milafina struggled to lift her head to look at Gao Yang, saying with some fatigue. Gao Yang felt a bit helpless and had no choice but to explain the situation regarding the holy water of life to Milafina. After listening, Melifina still stubbornly shook her head and said, "Who knows when the holy water of life can be found? I just don't want to see you in so much pain. Besides, healing your injuries just makes me a little tired. It won't have any other impact." Hearing this, a warmth welled up in Gao Yang's heart. He hugged Melifina in his arms, reached out to scratch her chin, and said softly, "Then thank you, our Queen Melifina." Melifina lifted her little head with great pride and said magnanimously, "You're welcome. It is only right for Her Majesty the Queen to protect her subjects." Gao Yang continued to scratch Melifina's chin without saying anything more. The man and the cat sat there on the tree branch, watching the sunset gradually sink below the horizon. That night, at the dining table in the living room on the first floor, Gao Yang and Melifina sat opposite each other, each with a serving of cold toad-like meal in front of them. As she ate, Melifina looked at Gao Yang and said, "Gao Yang, you said that after this adventure ends, you'll be close to advancing to legend, right?" Gao Yang nodded slightly, not hiding anything from Melifina. After being bound by Melifina's innate ability, a soul bond had been formed between Gao Yang and Melifina. To a certain extent, their fates were already closely intertwined. At the very least, regarding the advancement to legend, they were now completely linked. Once one of them met the conditions for the legend advancement, they would trigger a legend partner advancement quest to undergo the promotion together. Therefore, Gao Yang and Melifina needed to keep their information transparent. Gao Yang swallowed the food in his mouth and looked at Melifina, saying, "This adventure has filled in the parts one was lacking. Now, I am just waiting for my injuries to fully recover, and once I meet the final condition, I will be able to reach the legend partner advancement quest." Melifina nodded vigorously and continued, "Gao Yang, you must not be in a hurry. You must wait until your injuries are completely healed before fulfilling the final condition. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Gao Yang nodded, then looked at Melifina and asked, "What about you? Melifina, are you ready?" A trace of worry appeared on Melifina's face, but after only a few seconds, she nodded heavily. "I have no problem. The biggest issue now lies in the difficulty of the legend partner advancement quest between us. I'm afraid that the difficulty of that quest might be too exaggerated. Even if it is too exaggerated, we still have to go through with it, don't we?" Gao Yang looked at Melifina and said with a smile, "It's not like we're never going to advance to legend in our entire lives, right? That won't do." Melifina shook her head quickly. She was just a salted fish cat spirit, but she knew Gao Yang was not. She could accept remaining in the transcendent realm forever, but Gao Yang certainly would not. Moreover, even a salted fish has dreams. As a 5-element cat spirit among the cat spirit race, her talent was extremely strong, and achieving legend status was something recognized by all the cat spirits of Berkeley. Therefore, she also wanted to prove herself, and at the same time, prove that the judgment of her family and partners had not been wrong. Gao Yang looked at Melifina, watching her determined gaze, and said with a smile, "There is no need to worry too much, Melifina. As long as the intensity of the legendary partner promotion quest is not too exaggerated, it should not be a major problem. But you are so powerful, so the difficulty of our legendary partner promotion quest will definitely be exaggerated." Gao Yang swallowed a large mouthful of ice jade cold toad leg meat, looked at Melifina, and said, "As long as we are not facing a true god, there should not be any major issues." Melifina rolled her eyes and said bluntly, "If our legendary promotion quest requires us to deal with a god, then we had better stay at the transcendent stage forever. That is why you do not need to worry so much. Besides, with your assistance, my strength will be even greater. Perhaps I will be able to slay a god on my own." Gao Yang put down his cutlery and said quite confidently, "Slay a god?" Melifina's eyes widened suddenly, and she looked at Gao Yang in surprise, not understanding how he could come up with such a dangerous and crazy idea. Regarding this, Gao Yang did not offer much explanation. As for gods, Gao Yang's attitude was similar to that of most mages. He believed that gods were merely powerful beings who had mastered immense power, and as long as they retained the characteristics of life, they could be harmed or even killed. After dinner, Gao Yang and Melifina each went to practice. Near midnight, Gao Yang returned to his bedroom, intending to get some sleep. Previously, in the Angry Sea world, He had not had time to rest properly in such a dangerous environment. Just as Gao Yang finished washing up and lay down, he discovered that Milafina had jumped in from the balcony at some point. "Milafina, it is time to rest." Gao Yang looked at Milafina and said, "I know." As Milafina spoke, she jumped onto Gao Yang's bed, sat cross-legged on his stomach, and then said, "I must hurry and heal you some more." Gao Yang looked at Milafina's determined gaze, and the words that had reached his lips were swallowed back down. He smiled at Milafina and said, "Then, I will have to trouble our queen." Milafina lifted her little head, and then golden light began to spread from her body, quickly enveloping Gao Yang within it. Feeling the warmth emerging all over his body, Gao Yang sighed in satisfaction, and then slowly closed his eyes. As his eyes closed, the nerves that had been tightly coiled in the angry sea world finally relaxed. The next moment, a sense of exhaustion surged like a tide, quickly drowning Gao Yang's consciousness. Chapter 776 Recovery of Injuries. Juliano acted quickly. But legendary Great Holy Water of Life was not exactly common cabbage. This type of healing treasure, capable of repairing the origin of life, was in huge demand throughout the entire multiverse. For many people, even if they did not need it at the moment, it did not stop them from hoarding a little, so that they could use it immediately when in urgent need. And these were the primary targets of Juliano's acquisitions. 3 days passed in a flash, with Milafina healing Gao Yang every day. However, her healing could only treat the symptoms, not the root cause of Gao Yang's injuries. At noon that day, after Gao Yang and Milafina finished lunch and were preparing to meditate for a while, they discovered that Juliano had sent a message. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, told Milafina, and then entered the multiverse trading platform. On the top floor of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce branch building, Gao Yang and Juliano sat opposite each other. "Lord Gao Yang, after much contacting on my part, I have finally managed to find 3 standard units of legendary Great Holy Water of Life." Juliano placed 3 crystal bottles on the table and looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at the 3 crystal bottles placed before him, a relaxed smile appearing on his face. He looked at Juliano and asked, "Thank you for this, President Juliano. I wonder what the cost is this time, Lord Gao Yang." "Because the situation was sudden, I had to pay a significant premium to finally secure them." Speaking of this, the smile on Juliano's face faded slightly. "Each portion is priced at 200,000 Multiverse Network disaster coins, which is about 7 times the original price." Gao Yang nodded slightly without saying much, simply taking another cluster of deep-sea coral from his inventory and placing it on the table. "Should this be enough?" Juliano looked at the deep-sea coral on the table, a smile appearing on his face. He nodded and said quickly, "It is enough, Lord Gao Yang. The effects of the deep-sea coral have been verified, and its value is even higher than ordinary transcendent attribute fruits. Therefore, half a cluster will suffice. Would you like me to convert the remainder into Multiverse Network disaster coins and pay you?" "No problem. Thank you for the trouble, President Juliano." After Gao Yang finished speaking, he directly put the 3 crystal bottles containing the holy water of life into his inventory and then stood up. "President Juliano, I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I will not linger here any longer." "Of course. Please do as you wish, Lord Gao Yang." Juliano stood up as well, wearing a smile. Gao Yang opened his eyes and saw Milafina squatting in front of him. Seeing Gao Yang open his eyes, Milafina immediately asked with some anticipation, "How is it, Gao Yang? Did you get the holy water of life?" Gao Yang revealed a smile and nodded. Milafina let out a surprised meow and immediately said, "Then your injuries will be able to recover. It should not be a problem." A flash of light passed through Gao Yang's hand, and a crystal bottle appeared, containing a milky white liquid. "Is this the holy water of life?" Milafina leaned close to Gao Yang, looking curiously at the crystal bottle in his hand. To be precise, it is legendary Great Holy Water of Life. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he pulled out the stopper of the crystal bottle and drank the holy water of life inside in one gulp. As the holy water of life entered his stomach, a warm sensation began to spread through his body. Gao Yang frowned slightly, feeling the nourishment of the holy water of life. Under the nourishment of the holy water of life, His damaged origin of life was slowly recovering. During this recovery, the cracks that had repeatedly appeared inside his body were finally completely healed. However, the injuries inside his body had only recovered a little more than halfway when the energy of the holy water of life was completely exhausted. Seeing this, Gao Yang did not hesitate and drank another bottle of the holy water of life. As the energy of the holy water of life replenished him, the injuries within his body began to recover once more. When the second bottle of the holy water of life was consumed, the injuries in Gao Yang's body were finally completely healed. Feeling his fully restored body, Gao Yang could not help but let out a soft sigh. The next moment, as his mind stirred, crimson gold battle chi rose from his body, completely enveloping him within it. Melifina stepped back a few paces and looked at Gao Yang, who was wrapped in his battle chi. With the rising of the furnace battle chi, Gao Yang's physique was also rapidly recovering. Not long after, the furnace battle chi slowly submerged back into Gao Yang's body. Gao Yang opened his eyes, a flash of sharp light flickering within them, and his body emitted a series of popping sounds like cracking beans. Finally recovered, Gao Yang clenched his fists, feeling the endless power surging through his body, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. The sword move human calamity. Immortal execution was powerful enough, but because Gao Yang was currently limited by his transcendent realm, not only could he not fully unleash the power of this move, but forcing it would also result in a severe backlash. According to Gao Yang's estimation, he would only be able to withstand this kind of backlash once he advanced to the legendary rank. He would then not be left without even the power to protect himself due to the backlash. Gao Yang, have you completely recovered? Melifina looked at Gao Yang and asked with great concern. Gao Yang nodded, unable to help but smile, and said, "No problem, I have fully recovered." "That is good." Melifina also smiled, feeling very happy for Gao Yang. "Then, are we going to proactively start the legendary partner promotion quest next?" Gao Yang shook his head and said, "It is not time yet. I still need some time to digest my previous gains. Besides, there is still one small problem." "What small problem?" Melifina asked, somewhat puzzled. Gao Yang looked at the sky and said, "Saving a world invaded by an evil god." This was the quest requirement for compassionate redemption. Currently, Gao Yang had only redeemed 4 planes, and he was still 1 plane short of meeting the criteria for this quest. Apart from that, he could now use all the attribute points he had previously obtained. There was no need to rush this. The use of attribute points should be done gradually. Right now, finding a world invaded by an evil god was the priority. After thinking for a moment, Gao Yang took his phone out of his inventory and dialed Ruan Xiaoyu's number. The phone rang a few times before Ruan Xiaoyu answered. Ruan Xiaoyu's voice, filled with a hint of excitement, came through the phone. "Gao Yang, I haven't heard your voice in a long time. How have you been lately?" Gao Yang was silent for a few seconds before replying, "Not bad." Ruan Xiaoyu asked again, "Then, the reason you are contacting me this time is, I wanted to ask, among the Multiverse Network players in Huaxia, has anyone encountered a world invaded by an evil god?" On the other end of the line, after hearing Gao Yang's question, Ruan Xiaoyu subconsciously called up the Multiverse Network forum and looked at the pinned post that Gao Yang had made. Afterward, she sighed. Clearly, Gao Yang had not been paying attention to the post he had made himself. Otherwise, he would have seen that quite a few people had replied to him. Chapter 777 Strength 25. Of course there are. Gao Yang, have you forgotten that you once posted a thread about this on the Earth Multiverse Network forum? A post? Gao Yang was stunned, then suddenly realized he had indeed made a relevant post on the Earth Multiverse Network forum. But at the very beginning, there wasn't much valuable information in that post. And since he had to prepare for the 4th Abyss trial afterward, he had put the matter to the back of his mind. Now it seemed that the post he made must have yielded some useful information. "I've been quite busy lately and haven't been following that side of things." As soon as Gao Yang finished speaking, he heard Ruan Xiaoyu say, "I guessed as much. So, I have already sorted out the replies that are highly likely to be true. And I can also contact the people who replied. Should I bring them to you?" Gao Yang revealed a faint smile. "If that were the case, It would save him a lot of time. So, he immediately said, "Then, I will trouble you to help bring them to me. It's no trouble. It's already late today. So, I'll bring them over tomorrow." Ruan Xiaoyu's voice carried a hint of cheerfulness. After saying that, she took the initiative to hang up the phone. Gao Yang put down the phone and then called up the Multiverse Network to find the post he had made on the Earth Multiverse Network forum. He then saw that the post, which originally only had a few replies, now had over 200 comments, excluding some people who were just spamming for experience points. There were dozens of pieces of valid information. Gao Yang took a glance and then closed it. Since Ruan Xiaoyu had already done the relevant screening, he didn't need to waste time going through them one by one to check and contact them. Seeing Gao Yang hang up the phone, Melifina asked with some curiosity, "Gao Yang, has it been resolved?" Gao Yang nodded. "Just about. There will be results tomorrow." "That is truly great." Melifina's fluffy tail swayed from side to side, feeling happy for Gao Yang. But she turned and asked, "Then what are we doing now?" "Of course, we are continuing to cultivate." Gao Yang smiled. Upon hearing this, Melifina immediately jumped onto Gao Yang's shoulder, full of fighting spirit, and let out an excited meow, saying, "Then let's work hard." Half an hour later, Gao Yang looked at Melifina, who had curled into a ball and fallen into a deep sleep, and could not help but shake his head. He withdrew his gaze, stopped looking at her, and instead called up the Multiverse Network panel to pull up his personal information. Name, Gao Yang. Profession, Warrior. LV19 health points, Battle Chi: 1140/1140, Strength: Agility: Constitution: Intelligence. Charisma. Perception, free attribute points, 5. Extraordinary attribute points. Gao Yang looked at his own attributes, a sense of satisfaction welling up in his heart. After such a long time of adventuring through the comprehensive network, he was finally only one step away from achieving the rank of legend. The legendary promotion quest, the unique god of war, had kept him stuck for a long time, and now, it was finally time for him to break through that stagnation. Collecting his thoughts, Gao Yang looked at his extraordinary attribute points. As his intent flashed, 1 point of extraordinary attribute transformed into a brilliant silver light, rushing into the strength attribute column. The next moment, a scorching, violent energy, like a volcanic eruption, exploded within Gao Yang's body. Gao Yang frowned slightly, but did not show much reaction. He had already experienced this process of attribute enhancement too many times. Although painful, it could not shake his will, or rather, this level of pain was far from reaching his limit of endurance. The intense heat circulated through his body for more than 10 minutes before slowly fading, replaced by a sudden surge in strength. Strength come one who. Gao Yang opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. This feeling of strength skyrocketing was truly addictive. Feeling the boiling blood and qi within his body, Gao Yang chose not to continue increasing his agility attribute. Increasing extraordinary attributes in rapid succession would place an increased burden on his body. He still had plenty of time. There was no need to rush. It would not be too late to continue after his body had fully adapted. Gao Yang lay on the bed, rested for a while, and then chose to enter the cultivation space to continue his practice. The next day, Gao Yang woke up to the sound of soft snoring. He opened his eyes and turned to look at the pillow beside him. Seeing a golden ball of fluff curled up near his head, a fresh scent drifted into Gao Yang's nostrils. Gao Yang revealed a smile, reached out to stroke Melifina's body a few times, and then, before she could wake up, got up and walked out of the bedroom. Outside the villa, Ruan Xiaoyu was already waiting there with 7 others. Gao Yang did not know when they had arrived, but in any case, he could not keep them waiting any longer. By the time Gao Yang reached the living room, the 8 of them had already entered. Aside from Ruan Xiaoyu and the Taoist priest Wanking from Longhu Mountain, who wore Taoist robes and appeared slightly more relaxed, the other 6 were nervous, each more so than the last, especially when they saw Gao Yang walking down the stairs. This tense atmosphere spread throughout the entire living room. No need to be so nervous, just be at ease. Gao Yang's gaze swept across everyone's face, and as he sat down opposite Ruan Xiaoyu, he spoke to them. With Gao Yang having spoken, the 6 people who clearly wore nervous expressions on their faces immediately sat down in a restrained manner. Gao Yang looked at Ruan Xiaoyu and Taoist Chuanqing, nodding slightly toward them. There was no helping it. Among the 8 people who came this time, he had only met 2 of them, and he had never seen the other 6. Presumably, they must be the 5th batch of comprehensive network players. After sitting down, Gao Yang took out some elemental fruit wine and poured a glass for Ruan Xiaoyu, Taoist Chuanqing, and the others, then looked at Taoist Chuanqing and asked, "Has Taoist Chuanqing also encountered a world invaded by an evil god?" Zhang Chuanqing picked up the elemental fruit wine and took a small sip, feeling the fruity, witty aroma of the wine exploding in his mouth, along with the rich 5 elements energy within it. He was deeply shocked. Facing Gao Yang's question, he nodded and said, "This humble Taoist once ventured into a secret realm, or rather, a plane. In that plane, I sensed the kind of cold, evil aura you described. At that time, my cultivation was insufficient, so I did not venture deep. I simply completed my training objective and left that secret realm. If it weren't for fellow Taoist Gao mentioning this matter, perhaps for a long time to come, I would never have returned to that secret realm," Ruan Xiaoyu then added. Among the 7 people present, the secret realm mentioned by Taoist Chuanqing is the most likely candidate. If Gao Yang wants to verify it, he can start with the secret realm mentioned by Taoist Chuanqing. Gao Yang nodded and said, "Since we are already here, let's go through them one by one, so as not to waste the trip." "But wouldn't that take up too much of your time?" Ruan Xiaoyu asked with some concern. "That won't be an issue, or rather, I hope that what they have encountered is all true." Gao Yang revealed a smile. Chapter 778, Compassionate Redemption completed in the cold, pale sky. A star struggled to radiate its light, but even though the star's light was intense, it still brought a feeling of chill and coldness. Gao Yang and Taoist Chuanqing stood in a barren sandy area, quietly watching the scene before them. "This pale, cold scent is indeed the evil god aura I am familiar with." Gao Yang withdrew his gaze, looked at Taoist Chuanqing beside him, and said, "Taoist Chuanqing, wait here for a moment. I will be right back, right back." A trace of doubt surfaced in Taoist Chuanqing's heart. He then looked at Gao Yang and advised, "Fellow Taoist Gao, this secret realm likely contains a titan at the true immortal level. If you are so impulsive, I fear you will get half the result with twice the effort." Gao Yang did not respond, simply releasing his perception. Following that, the surrounding environment suddenly fluctuated. Taoist Chuanqing's expression turned solemn. In that instant, he felt the heavenly Tao of this secret realm descend. Moreover, the location where the heavenly Tao descended was exactly where Gao Yang stood. The look in Taoist Chuanqing's eyes as he watched Gao Yang was filled with complexity. He truly had not expected that Gao Yang had become strong enough to communicate directly with the heavenly Tao of a world. Gao Yang's communication with the plane's heavenly Tao was swift. Just a few seconds later, the heavenly Tao quickly dissipated. Gao Yang opened his eyes. After his communication with the consciousness of this plane, he understood the ins and outs of the matter. This plane had indeed been invaded by an evil god, but the extent of the invasion was not yet deep. And within this plane, the only existence at the legendary rank was precisely the proxy of that unknown evil god in this world. However, the legend achieved by this evil god's follower was not a true legend in the traditional sense, but one attained through a shortcut. This method of achieving legend status significantly reduced the lifespan of this evil god follower, with every strike consuming a portion of his remaining life. Therefore, this evil god follower served more as a symbol than a combat force. As for why the plane consciousness spoke to Gao Yang about these things, it was naturally due to the plane guardian title Gao Yang possessed, as well as his own extremely high degree of plane interference. In short, Gao Yang himself radiated the aura of a child of the plane. This identity made his communication with the plane consciousness extremely efficient. After Gao Yang opened his eyes, he turned his head to look toward the horizon. In that direction lay the location of the evil god follower's main base. Threads of lightning emerged on Gao Yang's body, and then, under the watchful gaze of Taoist Chuanqing, Gao Yang transformed into a streak of lightning, shot straight into the sky, and quickly vanished at the edge of his vision. A bolt of lightning streaked rapidly through the clouds, with Gao Yang's figure appearing and disappearing within the light. Under the enhancement of the Heart of Thunder, Gao Yang's speed had been increased to an exaggerated degree. Having transformed into lightning for less than an hour, Gao Yang had already arrived at the main base of the evil god followers. Lightning flashed, and Gao Yang's body appeared high in the sky. He looked down at the large city below. This city was the main base of the evil god followers. Everyone living in this city was a follower of that unknown evil god. Gao Yang gripped his hand, and Yang Yao was drawn from the void beside him. At the same time, crimson gold furnace battle chi and surging 9 capital wild thunder flowed down from his body. In a very short time, dark purple thunder mixed with crimson gold battle chi flames completely filled the high altitude of this place. The violent thunder collided with the scorching battle chi, producing continuous roars, and an aura capable of destroying all things quickly took shape amidst the collision of thunder and fire. Gao Yang held Yang Yao level with one hand, and the thunder and fire filling the sky surged back, starting from the hill. The violent power of thunder and fire quickly entangled and took shape, spreading toward the tip of the sword. In just an instant, a thunder-fire greatsword as massive as a mountain ridge towered in the firmament, its overwhelming sword intent and pressure pressing down unscrupulously. Under the reflection of the thunder-fire greatsword, the pale sky appeared a bit brighter. Beneath the firmament, within the city, countless evil god followers stopped what they were doing one after another, looking up at the thunder-fire greatsword that had abruptly appeared in the sky and now spanned their field of vision. The next moment, endless terror and shock surfaced in the numb brains of every evil god follower. It was the fear and horror that life naturally produces when facing death. But their terror and fear received no pity or response. After the mountain ridge-like thunder-fire greatsword was born, it did not hesitate or pause for a moment, like the sky collapsing. It slashed down furiously. Heavenly disaster, heavenly abyss falling meteor, with one sword strike. The firmament was split into by the surging sword chi. The next moment, the massive, mountain ridge-like thunder-fire greatsword instantly slashed through the entire city. On the sky and the earth, parallel slash marks appeared respectively. Violent sword chi erupted. The earth shattered rapidly, and all the city buildings within the range of the sword chi were pulverized, along with all the evil god followers in the area. The intense roaring lasted for a full minute, and by the time the roaring ended, the place had already been turned into a deep pit. Clear groundwater overflowed from the slash mark that spanned the earth, quickly submerging the deep pit that had once been the city ruins. In less than half an hour, this place had transformed from a city into a giant lake. Gao Yang sensed carefully, and after confirming there were no living things left, his body immediately turned into lightning and vanished from the spot, heading toward the next gathering place of the evil god followers. Half a day later, Gao Yang stood high in the sky, looking at the city below that he had wiped out with a single sword strike. His gaze calm and without the slightest fluctuation. Before his eyes, a message appeared. Compassionate Redemption Version Quest. The character needs to redeem 5 or more planes worlds eroded by evil gods and kill 3 evil gods incarnation. Follower Descent Form Saint Descent Name Body. Current progress. Looking at the information floating before his eyes, Gao Yang's spirit was lifted. The Compassionate Redemption quest had been completed, which meant that all his legendary promotion quests were finished. Next, he only needed to use up his attribute points to meet the conditions for legendary promotion and subsequently ascend to a legend. Of course, for Gao Yang, he still needed to undergo a legendary partner promotion quest to improve his legendary potential. Gao Yang closed the Multiverse Network panel before him and shot off in the direction he had come from. Soon, he saw Taoist Chuanqing, who was still standing in the same spot waiting quietly. Taoist Chuanqing looked at the lightning streaking rapidly from the horizon, and his heart was already clear. After Gao Yang landed, he looked at Taoist Chuanqing and said, "Taoist, we can return now. Congratulations, Layman Gao." Taoist Chuanqing's expression was indifferent as he looked at Gao Yang and spoke. "It is also thanks to the information provided by you, Taoist. Otherwise, I would not have been able to discover this plane so accurately." After the quest was completely finished, Gao Yang was in a very good mood. The two exchanged a few brief words, and then concluded this mission. Chapter 779 Extraordinary Charm Reward dedicated to Fuyu Wujiu, who will pass every exam. A spatial vortex appeared, and Gao Yang and Taoist Chuanqing stepped out from it. Without resting for long, Gao Yang took the next Multiverse Network player to the quest plane. These Multiverse Network players were all from the 5th batch of players. so their strength was not outstanding, and none had reached the extraordinary realm. Therefore, the quest planes they encountered were mostly low-tier planes, which posed no difficulty for Gao Yang at his current level. However, even so, it took Gao Yang a full 3 days to go through the quests of these 6 people. Among the 6, only 2 had quest planes that had been invaded by evil gods, the remaining 4 had not. Gao Yang was already very satisfied with this, by saving 2 more planes. The completion progress of his compassionate redemption quest was slightly higher. Once he promotes to the legendary rank, all of these will transform into his potential, further enhancing his strength. During these 3 days, Gao Yang also utilized all 3 points of his extraordinary agility attribute. Now, his strength, agility, and constitution attributes have all reached 25 points. In his bedroom, Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the bed, gazing into the void before him. After 3 days of stabilization, his physique had completely adapted to the situation following the surge in agility. This was not merely an increase in the agility attribute, it also included the 25% increase to all speed from the base effect of Fate's Godspeed, combined with the 30% speed boost from the Heart of Thunder. Gao Yang's agility had now broken through to an incredibly exaggerated level, a formidable physique, ultra-high-speed regenerative recovery, slashes empowered by violent force, equally astonishing agility, and controllable speed, unstoppable super armor attacks, the ability to teleport, and even the capacity to chain multiple teleports. Every sword strike carried both physical and soul-burning damage, along with a judgment that forcefully breaks blocks, plus nearly endless battle chi. This was the current Gao Yang. It could be said that the current Gao Yang had grown into a true hexagonal warrior. And this kind of formidable power without any shortcomings would be a nightmare for everyone who stood as his enemy. Furthermore, this power was about to reach an even higher level. Gao Yang looked at his personal information. As his thoughts stirred, the free attribute points he possessed instantly transformed into a streak of silver light, rushing into his charisma attribute. The charisma attribute, already at 18 points, began to blur slowly under the infusion of this silver light. Soon, the silver light faded, and the original 18 points of charisma had quietly changed into 20 points, meaning he had stepped into the extraordinary realm. Gao Yang's brows twitched slightly, as he did not perceive any changes brought about by the increase in charisma. Or rather, the increase in charisma was silent. It was not as violent and tangibly real as strength or agility. For charisma, its manifestation was not on the level of reality. As charisma broke through 20 points and reached the extraordinary realm, lines of multiverse network information began to refresh before Gao Yang's eyes. Detected that the character's charisma attribute has reached extraordinary, drawing extraordinary charisma rewards. Detected that the character possesses multiple unique specialties and possesses charisma-related special statuses. Conducting extraordinary charisma reward detection. Multiverse network prompt. Your charisma has reached the extraordinary 20 points realm. Based on your current comprehensive attributes and related statuses, you may choose one of the following skills as your reward for reaching the extraordinary charisma attribute. 1. Natural Lover Extraordinary Charisma. Description: your charm has surpassed the vast majority of mortal beings. In a crowd, your unique temperament and excellent appearance will always make you the focus of everyone's attention. All members of the opposite sex who see you will be attracted to you and gradually fall into your charm. Effects: your appearance tends toward perfection, and your temperament is ever-changing, according to the preferences of different individuals of the opposite sex. You can perfectly adapt to the perfect partner they imagine in their minds. Your initial favorability with the opposite sex comes 30%, and the difficulty of obtaining subsequent favorability is reduced by 50%. P.S. What? You say, I am simply a soul-snatching wizard. No, 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 I am merely an ordinary warlock. My sweetheart legendary bard, dragon-blooded warlock. 10,000 Slayer. Enemy of all men Jurgen Trophus. 2. Fanatical Leader Extraordinary Charisma. Description: your transcendent charm grants you powerful leadership abilities and personal charisma, but you disdain using it in vulgar fields like romantic transactions. You learn to lead those who trust you to forge ahead toward a common goal. Effects: your public speaking ability increases by 30%, and your leadership ability increases by 30%. When you begin a speech, your speaking ability increases by 10% every 30 minutes. When the philosophy you expound is accepted by others, your leadership and persuasion abilities increase by 50%. P.S. Friends, I feel that the world should not be like this fate defier. Sublime Truth Adolf ****. 3. Biological Affinity Extraordinary Charisma. Description. After a series of transformations, your charm has evolved into a strong affinity for non-native species. All different types of creatures will hold an initially friendly attitude toward you. Effects. Your initial affinity with alien species is fixed as friendly. Your success rate for taming, summoning, and contracting alien creatures increases by 25%. P.S. Oh beautiful lady, your scales are flawless. Your tail is as warm as jade, and every inch of your skin makes my heart surge. Beast Tamer Master, King of all beasts. Eternal Ardent Love Ronin Stone. 4. Calamity Aura Extraordinary Charisma Kung Unique Trait Kung Charisma Related Special Status Kung Title. Description. The superposition of multiple unique traits combined with the sky-piercing murderous aura of slaughtering all living things is finally presented in the realm of extraordinary charisma. You are a moving calamity. You are the terminator of all things. Your reputation is enough to stop children from crying, and your great power is enough to make the heavens and earth tremble. When you appear in the sight of all living beings, they will tremble incessantly, and only by shouting your name can they obtain a sliver of security. Effects. Base effect. The character's charisma attribute is converted into a calamity aura. Every existence that dies by your hand will strengthen this aura. The higher the life level of the deceased, the stronger the reinforcement the calamity aura receives. Creatures within the calamity aura will undergo a comprehensive check the moment they see you. The intensity is based on the character's calamity aura intensity and the creature's total life. If the check fails, they will fall into a state of trembling, unable to generate a heart of resistance. If the check succeeds, for every subsequent living being you slay, all creatures within the calamity aura will undergo another comprehensive check based on the original Kung 1. Derivative effects. God slaying and demon slaughtering. When facing existences with a higher life level than you, the effect of your calamity aura is enhanced, depending on the gap between your life level and the enemies. You can obtain up to a Kung 50% enhancement. In this state, your comprehensive combat power Kung 10%. P.S. Praise the calamity, trembler of all living things. Looking at the relevant charisma rewards floating before his eyes, Gao Yang did not hesitate for long before choosing the disaster aura as his extraordinary charisma reward. The other 3 charisma rewards were by no means weak, perhaps for those in relevant fields. The effects of those 3 rewards could far exceed that of the disaster aura. But for Gao Yang, the disaster aura was the most suitable extraordinary reward for him. You have chosen the disaster aura as your extraordinary charisma reward. Following the appearance of the comprehensive network prompt, a dense blood aura suddenly emerged from the surface of Gao Yang's body. The majestic blood aura felt like a suit of battle armor. Clinging tightly to his skin, after a few breaths, it seemed to evaporate, transforming back into blood aura and sinking into Gao Yang's body. Chapter 780 Extraordinary Perception Reward. After the blood aura entered his body, Gao Yang could feel that he had gained an ability that existed somewhere between an aura and a field. Following his will, the disaster aura could be toggled on or off at any time, and he could mark living beings within the disaster aura to exempt them from its effects. As for the function of the disaster aura, when facing the weak, it was a pure god-tier skill for bullying. While facing the strong, the derivative effects of the disaster aura could provide him with sufficiently strong combat support. Overall, this was a very good combat ability. After his charisma reached the extraordinary level, Gao Yang did not stop. He turned to add the remaining 3 free attribute points to his perception attribute, one by one. As the free attribute points transformed into silver light and merged into Gao Yang's personal panel, a cold sensation instantly flooded his soul. Gao Yang had already experienced this chill when he previously increased his perception. Now, he was simply experiencing it once again. That icy feeling circled his soul. But as the great sword of will in Gao Yang's sea of consciousness gently swayed, the chill caused by the increase in perception dissipated rapidly. Once the chill had completely vanished, Gao Yang looked at his personal information and saw that his perception attribute had increased by 1 point. Gao Yang waited for a moment until his soul could no longer feel the slightest bit of cold. Then invested another free attribute point into his charisma attribute. An increasingly surging chill covered Gao Yang's body, causing his flesh and blood to show a faint, flickering stiffness. After a moment, the chill finally disappeared. Gao Yang exhaled a breath of cold air containing ice crystals, his eyes bright. Perception come 1. The further increased perception left Gao Yang's perception attribute only one step away from the extraordinary level. Gao Yang paused for a moment, then without the slightest hesitation, he directly invested the final free attribute point into his perception attribute. Accompanied by the silver light of the free attribute point rushing into the personal information panel, a roar simultaneously erupted in Gao Yang's mind, and a stormy sea instantly swept through his entire sea of consciousness. Gao Yang opened his eyes wide and looked at the wall in front of him. He could perceive that his perspective had changed once again. A world he once had to exhaust all his efforts to perceive now appeared before him. That was the companion plane of the prime material plane, a real plane that only unfolded for a select few, now displayed with absolute clarity before Gao Yang's eyes. At the same time, an astonishing chill, accompanied by the stormy waves in his mind, permeated his entire sea of consciousness. The bone-chilling cold made Gao Yang's body tremble slightly, but at this moment, the great sword of will suspended in his sea of consciousness suddenly erupted with brilliant golden sword chi. Gao Yang's eternal indestructible meditation technique operated automatically, and wisps of scorching heat countered the chill in his mind, causing the coldness to retreat rapidly. With the operation of the eternal indestructible meditation technique, the cold brought by the increase in perception began to vanish, replaced by a clearer observation and cognition of the world before him. Although Gao Yang was still in his bedroom, in his field of vision, some faint, shadowy existences began to flicker, and in his ears, intermittent, indescribable, and seductive whispers could be heard. These whispers might have come from devils in the 9 hells, enticing creatures of the material world, or they might have been existences in the filthy chaos attempting to obtain spatial coordinates of the material plane through such means to achieve invasion and descent, or perhaps various other possibilities. When Gao Yang tried to listen carefully, he found that these whispers had already vanished from his ears. At the same time, the comprehensive network prompt refreshed before his eyes once again, detected that the character's perception attribute has reached the extraordinary level, drawing extraordinary charisma reward. Detected that the character possesses multiple unique traits, performing extraordinary perception reward detection, comprehensive network prompt. Your perception has reached the extraordinary 20 points realm. Based on your current comprehensive attributes and relevant status, you may choose one of the following skills as your reward for reaching the extraordinary level in perception. 1. World Insight Extraordinary Perception Description. Your perception has become extraordinary and holy. The world is incomparably clear in your eyes, and mundane objects cannot block your sight. Special effects, all invisibility, concealment, and magical traps cannot escape your eyes. Your gaze can penetrate the world barrier to observe the essence of the world. P.S. I have fathomed the origin of the world. World Insider. I have the boundless, legendary mind Mujlinyi. 2. War Omen Extraordinary Perception Description. Your transcendent perception grants you equally extraordinary and holy combat intuition. You can easily discern incoming attacks and evade them. Special effects every 12 hours. The first attack launched against you will be discerned by your extraordinary perception, allowing you to evade it. P.S. Ambush me. That doesn't exist. Legendary Rogue. Ghost of the Wasteland Luther Sith. 3. Self-Mastery Extraordinary Perception Kung Unique Trait Kung Talent Description. The superposition of multiple unique traits combined with your talent is finally presented in the realm of extraordinary perception. In battle, you can follow the guidance of your own will to find the best timing for combat. Special effects. Your combat intuition increases by 50%. For every 10 seconds the battle continues, your combat intuition increases by an additional 5%. Derivative effect, self-mastery. When your combat intuition increase exceeds 100%, your overall strength increases by 10%. For every 30 seconds of combat, your overall strength increases by an additional 2%. P.S. Open for me. God of the Human Realm. One who has mastered self-mastery, legendary berserker or Holcomb Randolph. Unlike the charisma attribute, there were only 3 rewards for extraordinary perception. Among these 3 options, Gao Yang did not hesitate much and chose the 3rd reward, self-mastery. Although the description of self-mastery was simple, its effect was extremely brutal, consisting purely of numerical enhancement. For Gao Yang, this was undoubtedly the most direct and optimal way to increase his combat power. Therefore, there was no need for any hesitation. As his perception advanced to the extraordinary stage, the improvement of his own attributes had come to an end for the time being. Now, all of his attributes, except for luck, had reached the extraordinary realm. Gao Yang did not know what level this placed him at among the players of the Multiverse Comprehensive Network, but he imagined it should not be too bad. Next, all he needed to do was complete the binding of the newly acquired wonder item, the Nourishing Aberration Core. After that, he would be able to prepare to start the Legendary Partner Promotion quest and embark on his path to legendary advancement. Thinking of this, Gao Yang slowly calmed his mind and then entered into meditation. Chapter 781, Puzzle Game. The comprehensive network panel unfolded before his eyes, and lines of data appeared. Name, Gao Yang. Profession, Warrior. LV19 health points, Battle Chi. 11 for 300/11 for 300 Strength: Agility: Constitution: Intelligence: Charisma: Perception: Free attribute points, 0. Extraordinary attribute points. After Gao Yang took a glance, the comprehensive network panel quickly faded from his sight. He raised his right hand and looked at the hourglass pattern on the back of his hand. This was the external manifestation of the wonder item, Endless Reincarnation, which allowed Gao Yang to increase his perception or intelligence by 1 point. After Gao Yang's perception attribute reached the extraordinary stage, he had applied this wonder item's attribute bonus to his perception. And now, 3/5 of the ghostly blue sand in this hourglass had fallen. This meant that after the 3,000 game deductions Gao Yang had performed, which had stacked 3 layers of traces of delusion, he would be pulled into the temporal environment after 2 more times to engage in a causal game with the soul of Sake. Only after experiencing 1 causal game would the durability of the hourglass be restored to its full value. Currently, he had already met all the conditions for legendary advancement. Under these circumstances, the 1,000 game deduction effect of the Endless Reincarnation wonder item was very important. Therefore, Gao Yang did not hesitate too much and directly activated 1,000 game deduction twice in succession. As the ghostly blue sand in the hourglass completely fell, the durability of Endless Reincarnation was finally exhausted, which also meant that the traces of delusion had been stacked to 5 layers. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Gao Yang kept his eyes fixed on the hourglass on the back of his hand, waiting quietly. Just as 2 minutes passed, the hourglass on the back of his hand suddenly emitted a ghostly blue fluorescent light, which reflected into Gao Yang's pupils. In Gao Yang's eyes, the hourglass began to rotate, rapidly transforming into a vortex that seemed capable of absorbing his soul. The next instant, Gao Yang's consciousness suddenly stalled. Clatter. A subtle sound of sand colliding entered Gao Yang's ears, awakening his consciousness. The next moment, Gao Yang opened his eyes abruptly, and the world revealed itself before him. Against a ghostly blue background, ribbons composed of grains of time sand drifted along predetermined trajectories throughout his field of vision. Specks of large debris were intertwined with the ribbons, constantly attracting the attention of any living being that arrived here. Gao Yang followed the trajectory of the ribbons and saw, in the center of the ribbons, an eye emitting a cerulean light. When Gao Yang's gaze met the pupil in the center of the eye, the previously unfocused pupil rotated in an instant, locking onto him. The moment he made eye contact with that giant eye, the eye before Gao Yang disappeared, replaced by a collection of countless faces. These faces included men, women, the old, and the young. But in all of them, one could vaguely discern that they were the same person. The moment he saw these faces, Gao Yang realized who the person they represented was Saknia, a legendary mage cursed by time. Endless faces layered over one another before Gao Yang's eyes until, at a certain moment, the state of these faces finally stabilized, forming a wall of 10,000 faces before him. Endless gazes were all locked onto Gao Yang's body. This was an indescribably terrifying scene. Anyone with a slightly weaker willpower might have collapsed because of it. golden light emerged in the depths of Gao Yang's eyes. Facing the cold gaze of these endless faces, he simply raised his head and looked calmly at the wall of faces before him. Under Gao Yang's gaze, this wall of 10,000 faces began to tremble imperceptibly. Soon, the magnitude of this trembling began to increase, rapidly turning into visible ripples, and finally forming a tsunami that swept across the world. If one were to pull the view back far enough to see the full picture of the entire wall of 10,000 faces, one would see that all the faces on this wall combined to form a single giant face. And this wall-like tsunami that swept across the world was merely a slight fluctuation of this giant face. At this very moment, this giant face stared at Gao Yang standing before it and let out a roar that was emitted by billions of faces simultaneously, powerful enough to shake the world. Roar! Violent air currents swept past, and the ghostly blue ribbons, carrying debris, blasted off into the far distance. However, these violent air currents did not even ruffle a single hair on Gao Yang's head. After the roar, the giant face of Sake calmed down, and all the faces on its surface turned their gazes back toward Gao Yang. The next moment, a violent and chaotic stream of consciousness surged toward Gao Yang like a tsunami. Embrace time. Merge with me. Share in eternal immortality. The stream of consciousness engulfed Gao Yang like a tidal wave, and a brilliant golden light erupted from within his body, wrapping him inside. Scene after scene of memories flashed before Gao Yang's eyes like a rewinding film. These memories spanned from birth to death, each one incredibly vivid. Yet none of them belonged to Gao Yang. Gao Yang remained within the golden light, like a bystander, silently observing these memories. As he browsed through them, he realized that all these memories originated from everyone who had been trapped here. Without a doubt, those people were all former owners of the wonder, the endless reincarnation. However, in their repeated attempts to use the endless reincarnation, they had ultimately lost to Sake Nia in the causal gambit, only to be dragged into this illusory realm of reincarnation, sinking into it for all eternity. The endless memories, like a flood, continuously battered Gao Yang's consciousness, but beneath his immortal will, which radiated a faint golden glow, Gao Yang's consciousness stood like the sturdiest reef. Standing silently in place, the flood could not shake him in the slightest. The torrent of memories seemed infinite, and Gao Yang did not know how long he had persisted within it. But in his perception, this level of memory bombardment could not shake his own will at all. Therefore, Gao Yang did not make any unnecessary movements, instead standing quietly in place, letting the torrent of memories wash over his consciousness. He did not know how much time had passed, perhaps a millennium, perhaps a mere instant, but the torrent of memories finally reached its end. When the last trace of the memory flood washed over Gao Yang's consciousness, the golden light on his body remained as brilliant as before. The giant face of Sake stared fixedly at Gao Yang, its gaze filled with infinite greed and longing. Stay and share eternity with me. Gao Yang looked up at the wall of 10,000 faces before him and shook his head with a sense of regret. So, this is what you call a causal gambit. It is truly quite weak. As soon as Gao Yang finished speaking, he felt his consciousness beginning to withdraw from this place. Seemingly sensing Gao Yang's actions, the wall of 10,000 faces before him could no longer remain calm. Amidst violent fluctuations, the giant face opened its mouth to the extreme, and a violent suction force emanated from it, as if it intended to forcibly swallow Gao Yang into its body. To this, Gao Yang merely watched everything calmly. The next moment, his consciousness returned completely. Chapter 780 to Binding the Nourishing Aberration Core, Growth of Foundation. As his consciousness returned, Gao Yang opened his eyes, with not a hint of confusion in them. The impact on his consciousness brought about by the causal gambit of the legendary time mage Sake was indeed quite exaggerated, but this level of mental assault had little effect on Gao Yang. However, in the time illusion just now, that wall of 10,000 faces had still given Gao Yang a certain degree of shock. Gao Yang could not imagine how many masters the wonder known as the endless reincarnation had gone through, or how many people had sunk into that time illusion, unable to find release for all eternity. In that state of apparent eternity, these beings trapped in the time illusion were also suffering from the torture known as the poison of time. Perhaps they had each possessed their own will and persistence while alive, but in that eternal state without time, they had already mutated and twisted into an abyss attempting to devour everything. A monster craving fresh consciousness. Perhaps a long time ago, the causal gambit within the time illusion had truly possessed some semblance of a game. But now, to Gao Yang, who had experienced it once, the causal gambit existed in name only. Now, after stacking 5 layers of the marks of delusion and being dragged into the time illusion, what one experiences should be called causal devouring rather than a gambit. Gao Yang raised his hand and looked at the hourglass on the back of his hand, which had returned to 0. His heart remained as calm as an ancient well. This level of causal gambit was nothing to him, possessing an immortal will. Gao Yang lowered his hand and took out another wonder from his inventory, the nourishing aberration core. He was now capable of performing a life bond with this wonder. And once this wonder was bound, only two paths would lie before Gao Yang. Either embrace the aberration and gain a massive growth in life force through the mutation, or completely resist the aberration, using his peak will to extract the nutrients he personally needed from this wonder until he reached the summit. After taking several deep breaths, red gold battle ore ignited on Gao Yang's palm. System prompt: do you wish to perform a life bond with the wonder nourishing aberration core? Once this binding is completed, it cannot be undone in any form until the binder dies. Gao Yang looked at the system prompt appearing before him and, without much hesitation, directly chose to confirm. Following the confirmation of his will, the red gold battle ore began to seep into the nourishing aberration core. The moment the nourishing aberration core received the infusion of Gao Yang's battle ore, it seemed to be reactivated, beginning to expand and contract in his palm like a beating heart. Gao Yang watched the nourishing aberration core in his hand quietly, his infusion of battle ore never faltering. When the infusion of battle ore exceeded 20,000 points, the nourishing aberration core in his hand seemed to be satiated and stopped expanding. But the next moment, tiny tentacles with a pitch-black base extended from all over the purple-black mass of flesh, striking Gao Yang's entire right forearm with lightning speed. In an instant, Gao Yang's entire right forearm was wrapped in dense, thick tentacles. These tentacles took root in Gao Yang's right forearm, greedily sucking his blood. The force was so great that one could even hear the tangible, gurgling sounds of swallowing. At the same time, faint, seductive whispers echoed directly in Gao Yang's sea of consciousness. As these seductive whispers appeared, Gao Yang's vision began to shift, and one after another, gargantuan entities lurking in the black abyss or humanoid demons sitting high above the 9 heavens began to appear in succession. They all cast their gazes toward Gao Yang, and their purpose was simple: to lure Gao Yang into falling and to harvest his soul. This is the danger of forming a life bond with a nourishing aberration core, which is also why possessing this wonder item requires 22 points in constitution and 20 points in perception. If one's constitution is insufficient, the nourishing aberration core will directly drain all the life essence from within the body, subsequently absorbing it entirely as nourishment. If one's perception is insufficient, one will lose themselves amidst these seductive whispers, ultimately embracing the aberration and transforming into a mindless monster. The seductive whispers lasted for a full 5 minutes, and the nourishing aberration core's extraction of Gao Yang's life force lasted for the same duration. After 5 minutes of extraction, the originally purplish-red nourishing aberration core had turned a deep, scarlet hue. Within this scarlet color, however, it revealed a life fluctuation identical to that of Gao Yang. This is one of the characteristics of the nourishing aberration core, although this wonder item is extremely dangerous. The boost it provides to the binder's life force is genuine, without a shred of falsehood. By extracting the binder's life essence and performing the corresponding adaptation and assimilation, the binder and the nourishing aberration core become one. Only by becoming one can the nourishing aberration core nourish the binder's life force and amplify the binder's life essence whenever their profession level increases. And only by becoming one can the amplified life essence be identical to that of the binder, allowing it to be completely integrated into the binder's own being. Gao Yang looked at the nourishing aberration core coiled around his arm. As his intent flickered, the core immediately retracted all its tentacles and began to shrink continuously. Finally, the nourishing aberration core transformed into a scarlet blood spot only the size of a sesame seed, marking Gao Yang's right forearm. The nourishing aberration core possesses no combat capability, so in daily life, it does not need to occupy much of Gao Yang's body. A sesame-sized scarlet spot is more than enough. Only when Gao Yang increases his profession level will the true function of the nourishing aberration core be fully revealed. Having completed the binding of the nourishing aberration core, this meant that the resources Gao Yang had obtained in the Angry Sea world had been completely digested. Without pause, Gao Yang took out an ice blue, crystal clear, -1 pointed star-shaped crystal from his inventory. As the star-shaped crystal appeared in the bedroom, strands of azure halo radiated from within, making the bedroom appear as if it were set in a starry night. This was the heart of the ocean obtained from the Roselle Plain, a supreme treasure capable of purifying the user's energy and increasing the probability of advancing to the legendary rank. Gao Yang had obtained 3 hearts of the ocean in total. One of them he gifted to Lisa, which helped her achieve the legendary rank. Another was gifted by Gao Yang to the succubus Chorus. She was also his woman, and he would not favor one over the other. However, for a long time, Gao Yang had not had much contact with Chorus, knowing only that she was constantly engaged in life and death struggles in the bottomless abyss while participating in multiverse network adventures, striving to improve her own strength. And the last one was the one in Gao Yang's hand. This was the heart of the ocean that Gao Yang had reserved for himself. Although his furnace battle chi was already sufficiently powerful and pure, Gao Yang would naturally not pass up the opportunity to strive for perfection. Chapter 783. Near liquefied battle chi. Moreover, the energy purified through the heart of the ocean already tends toward the level of energy that can only be possessed after advancing to the legendary rank, which is the fundamental reason why the heart of the ocean can increase the success rate of a legendary breakthrough. If the promotion to legendary is divided into several aspects such as essence, chi, and spirit, then the role played by the heart of the ocean is to elevate the purity of the energy representing the chi aspect to a point just one step away from the legendary rank. In this way, when breaking through to the legendary rank, there is no need to expend excessive energy on the chi aspect, allowing one to focus solely on spirit and other aspects. Consequently, the success rate of breaking through to the legendary rank naturally increases. Looking at the heart of the ocean floating in his palm, Gao Yang slowly raised his hand. The heart of the ocean moved without wind, flying upward until it hovered above his head. Subsequently, strands of azure halo fell like tassels from the heart of the ocean, wrapping round Gao Yang, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. The fiery gold furnace battle chi slowly emerged from Gao Yang's skin, gradually making contact with the azure halo falling from the heart of the ocean. When the battle chi made contact with the azure halo, there was no rejection. Instead, they naturally blended together. The moment the battle chi and the azure energy merged, it integrated directly into the battle chi, causing Gao Yang's crimson gold battle chi to be tinged with a cold, frosty hue. The furnace battle chi continuously absorbed the energy within the heart of the ocean, which caused the frosty color in the crimson gold battle chi to become increasingly dense. When the entire heart of the ocean was completely absorbed by the furnace battle chi, the crimson gold battle chi had transformed into a white gold color with a metallic luster. Gao Yang exhaled slowly and began to circulate his furnace battle chi. In the Roselle Plain, he had learned the method of using the heart of the ocean from Luke. Absorbing the heart of the ocean was only the first step. The second step was to actively circulate one's own battle chi, allowing the energy of the heart of the ocean to fully participate in one's own energy cycle. Within this energy cycle, the energy of the heart of the ocean would gradually take effect, purifying the user's own energy system. This process would not take too long, and since Gao Yang had personally witnessed the scene when Lisa used the heart of the ocean, he had no confusion whatsoever about how to use it. As the furnace battle chi circulated, the battle chi burning on Gao Yang's skin slowly retracted into his body. During this process, the energy of the heart of the ocean also began to enter his body. Soon, the furnace battle chi was entirely retracted into Gao Yang's body and began to circulate within. When the battle chi officially began to circulate, a sense of icy cold erupted throughout Gao Yang's body. Gao Yang's brows furrowed slightly, but fortunately, this icy sensation only erupted for a moment before settling into calm. Battle chi circulated within his body, and strands of peculiar energy were slowly absorbed by his physique as the battle chi flowed. During this absorption process, Gao Yang could perceive that his battle chi seemed to have entered the depths of a 10,000-year-old glacier, where, amidst the endless cold, it began to be slowly compressed. The speed of this process was not fast, but it was extremely resolute. It was as if it would not rest until his battle chi had been thoroughly and completely compressed. Gao Yang sensed this for a moment, then slowly closed his eyes and silently circulated his battle chi. He had already completely absorbed the heart of the ocean. Now, he only needed to wait for his own battle chi to fully digest the energy of the heart of the ocean and complete the refinement of his power. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed, and Gao Yang opened his eyes. After an hour of absorption and digestion, the energy of the heart of the ocean had been completely consumed, and the battle chi within his body had undergone a very significant change as a result. Gao Yang carefully sensed his state, then summoned the comprehensive network panel and looked at the battle chi entry in his personal information. He saw that his total battle chi, which had previously broken through 110.0, had now been compressed to just over 100. The excess total of battle chi had not been consumed, rather, it had been refined away by the effects of the heart of the ocean. In other words, Gao Yang's current total of 100.0 battle chi possessed the same effect as the 110.0 total he had before using the heart of the ocean. This meant that the effectiveness of every single point of battle chi was stronger than before. Gao Yang did a quick calculation. The heart of the ocean had refined his battle chi by about 10%. This was a bit of a gap compared to the stated effects of the heart of the ocean. But Gao Yang could understand it. After all, the rank of his own battle chi was already very high. So being able to refine it by 10% was an unexpected joy for him. Gao Yang spread his hand, and crimson gold battle chi spread out from his palm according to his will. Looking at the battle chi in his hand, which was so dense it was nearly liquefied, a smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. There was no need to question the quality of battle chi in this state. It should be known that before this, Gao Yang could also use this kind of nearly liquefied battle chi to trade for higher and more violent bursts of power. But that required Gao Yang to perform a round of compression within his body to achieve it. Requiring compression meant that it consumed a certain amount of his physical strength and energy. Although it wasn't much, it was still a consumption. Now, it was better. The battle chi was directly in this nearly liquefied state. This meant that from now on, Gao Yang's attack power would be even more formidable, while his physical strength and energy could also be conserved. Furthermore, if necessary, he could still further compress his own battle chi to obtain even more violent bursts and power. To say nothing else, the power of the sword chi condensed from his battle chi alone would see a very obvious improvement. Gao Yang clenched his fist, and the battle chi instantly dissipated. Feeling the surging power within his body at this very moment, he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Up until this point, the foundation Gao Yang had prepared for himself had been completely exhausted, and his strength had also gained an extremely exaggerated increase during this process. Not to mention anything else, the rewards of extraordinary charisma and extraordinary perception alone had already significantly boosted his combat power. Not to mention Gao Yang's 3 attributes of strength, agility, and constitution, which had already reached 25 points, as well as his 3 attributes of intelligence, charisma, and perception, which had all broken through to the extraordinary level. As for the rest, such as the 9 arcane art and the eternal undying meditation technique, they would need time to be slowly improved. The practice of the 9 arcane art cannot be neglected in the slightest. Gao Yang muttered to himself. In the previous battle against the sea beast god, Gao Yang's body, under the blessing of size manipulation, could not have grown to 100 times its original size. But it was because of the support of the 9 arcane art that Gao Yang's body was able to break through the limitations of size manipulation and grow 100 times larger in one go. Although the 9 arcane art did not bring growth in attributes to Gao Yang, the effects it exerted in terms of physical toughness, recovery, shapeshifting, and so on were extremely outstanding. Once the realm of the 9 arcane art was improved, the benefits it brought would only be more exaggerated. However, for Gao Yang now, what he lacked was time to practice the 9 arcane art. Chapter 784. The legendary partner promotion quest begins. The threat of the pantheon still existed. The gaze of the gods had not moved away from Gao Yang, and in the unknown lands, there were several evil gods who held grudges against him. To say nothing else, Gao Yang was determined to completely kill the Pale Lord of the Sanglong world, because this not only involved his promise to Santis, who preferred to throw himself into the Old Ones, but also involved his unique specialty, immortal will. Gao Yang had a faint guess in his heart that when he fulfilled Santis's last wish and completely killed the Pale Lord, his unique specialty, immortal will, would receive a leap in improvement. These threats were urging him to move forward constantly, and his current strength was no longer enough to deal with these threats. Therefore, promoting to Legendary became Gao Yang's only choice, because only by breaking through to Legendary would the shackles of a mortal on his body be shattered, and only then would he have the qualifications to charge toward even greater power. However, looking at the battle chi he had just finished refining and the two extraordinary rewards he had just mastered, Gao Yang finally decided to settle down for a while. At the very least, he had to wait until he had completely adapted to his current physique and strength before he could start the Legendary Partner Promotion quest. This point was very important because the intensity of the Legendary Partner Promotion quest would inevitably be extremely dangerous and exaggerated. If he could not even fully master his own power, the outcome of rashly starting such a quest would likely be death. Thinking of this, Gao Yang did not reproach himself too much, but instead lay down to rest. Early the next morning, Gao Yang woke up with the morning light. After a quick breakfast, he told Milafina about his plans and then headed to the training grounds to begin his practice. From then on, practicing swordsmanship, meditation, battle chi, the 8-9 arcane art, digesting the combat techniques of the Tower Master of Sacrifice, and adapting to his own power filled Gao Yang's time every day to the brim. For Gao Yang, such practice was extremely fulfilling. In such training, he could feel himself making progress at every moment. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. On this day, Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the meditation jade in the center of the martial arts arena, his gaze fixed on the void before him. In front of him hovered a compass, emitting flashes of sword light. After a month of cultivation, Gao Yang had arrived at the third sword duel of the wondrous item, the sword-fighting compass. Just moments ago, this third duel had been completed, with the added insight from his catastrophe sword technique. Gao Yang had passed the third sword duel of the compass with ease. The sword-fighting compass, its energy fully restored, emitted a final burst of sword light before Gao Yang tucked it back into his inventory. This month of focused training had not only allowed Gao Yang to complete the third sword duel, but his 8-9 profound art had also advanced from the intermediate stage of the third level to the high stage. He only needed to train for a little while longer for his 8-9 profound art to break through to the fourth level. As for his battle aura and willpower, they were also growing steadily. However, from the combat experience of the sacrificial Tower Master, Gao Yang had managed to grasp a few more practical techniques. Gao Yang, what was that just now? As Gao Yang put away the sword-fighting compass, Milafina, who had been crouching nearby, asked with a hint of curiosity. Gao Yang looked at Milafina and explained simply, "A piece of equipment, mainly for improving my sword cultivation." "Oh, I see." Milafina's curiosity was satisfied, so she said no more, turning her attention back to focusing on sunbathing. Gao Yang watched Milafina, who was lazily lying down in the warm sunlight, and couldn't help but smile inwardly. Then, he spoke up. "Milafina, are you ready, Miao?" Milafina lifted her head to look at Gao Yang, her large cat eyes filled with visible confusion. "I mean, are you ready to start the promotion to legend?" Gao Yang explained with a smile. Milafina stood up, looked at Gao Yang with a mix of worry and anticipation, and said, "Gao Yang, do you mean we are going to start the Legendary Partner Promotion quest?" Gao Yang nodded solemnly and gave Milafina a firm look. This month had been enough for him to fully master his own state. If he dragged it out any longer, Gao Yang feared his will would grow accustomed to this stable state, leading to slackness and constant excuses to delay. "I am completely ready." Miao seeing this, Milafina immediately held her head high and chest out, letting out a high-pitched, excited meow. Looking at the energetic Milafina before him, a smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. The next moment, as he took a sharp, deep breath, his willpower and battle aura were pushed to their peak. As Gao Yang exerted his power without reservation, the world in his eyes began to shake violently, and massive waves surged within his sea of will. In that instant, A phantom barrier appeared in Gao Yang's field of vision. Looking at this phantom barrier, so close that it felt as if he could touch it with a mere reach, the blood in Gao Yang's body nearly boiled. Now, having fulfilled all his accumulations, according to common logic, he should have been able to complete the legendary promotion quest and ascend to legend. But just as his fingertips were about to touch that phantom barrier, a multiverse network notification appeared before his retinas. The appearance of this notification was like a celestial river stretching between him and the phantom barrier, making it impossible for Gao Yang to cross. The next moment, the phantom barrier vanished from Gao Yang's sight, replaced by one multiverse network notification after another. Multiverse network notification detected that all advanced requirements for the character's legendary promotion quest have been met. The character is about to begin the legendary promotion. Multiverse network notification detected that the character possesses a soul partner, Milifena. Influenced by the innate ability of the soul partner Milifena, you are required to undertake a legendary partner promotion quest of extremely high difficulty. Multiverse network notification currently detecting the comprehensive attributes of both parties to determine the legendary partner promotion quest. After this message appeared, the multiverse network notification ceased. Gao Yang and Milifena waited quietly in place, each looking at the notifications before them. After a full 2 minutes, a crimson multiverse network notification suddenly refreshed before them both. Multiverse network notification. Based on the comprehensive attributes of both parties, the legendary partner promotion quest has been triggered. This quest cannot be refused or cancelled and has been automatically accepted. Absol Blood War. Type a legendary partner promotion quest. Unique quest rewards. 1. Unlock the character's breakthrough limit for legend. 2. Remove the 40/60th character life level 40-point limit on the character's base strength, constitution, and agility growth. Increase bonuses related to base strength, constitution, and agility by 20%. 3. After breaking through to legend, the character may choose any one attribute to break through the transcendent limit 29 points to reach the legendary realm. 4. Increase auxiliary buffs from soul-linked partners by 100%. Quest requirements. 1. Travel to the Hellbound, the Blood War battlefield, no location limit, and survive for 3 days. 2. Slay 10 legendary tier existences, no race or faction limit. 3. Slay at least 1 high-tier devil, Bone Devil, Ice Devil, Pit Fiend. 4. Slay at least 1 high-tier demon, Marilith, Heller, Nalfeshni, and must hold the title of Duke. Warning: this quest has been accepted. In half an hour, the character will be forcibly teleported to the Blood War buffer zone. The character may also travel to the buffer zone on their own within the specified time and formally step onto the Blood War battlefield after the countdown ends. If the time limit is exceeded, the legendary partner promotion quest will be automatically judged as a failure, and the character will lose the qualification to promote to legend. Countdown 029. Looking at the crimson notification floating before his retinas, Gao Yang's expression changed abruptly, turning quite grim. As a multiverse network player, how could he not have heard of the Blood War? The Blood War is one of the most famous eternal wars in the multiverse, centered on the confrontation between the two great evil factions, devils and demons. The opposition between the two is not merely a difference in alignment, but a war for control over evil itself throughout the entire multiverse. The reason this war is called eternal is that it has no clear beginning or end. Neither side can completely annihilate the other, which leads to the perpetual nature of the Blood War. Now, Gao Yang and Milifena must forcibly step into this dangerous land where even legends or saints could easily fall before they have even achieved the rank of legend themselves. The location of this legendary partner promotion quest alone is enough to reveal the extreme difficulty of this mission. Traveling to the Blood War is merely the most basic prerequisite. On top of that, Gao Yang must also slay 10 legendary entities, including 1 high-ranking devil and 1 high-ranking demon. Chapter 785. Displaying strength and gathering information. This means that once Gao Yang and Milifena participate in the Blood War, their position will inevitably be on the opposing side of either devils or demons. This requires Gao Yang to constantly maintain a clear understanding of his own positioning amidst this eternal Blood War that engulfs the entire multiverse. Otherwise, If he is not careful for even a moment, he could die under the violent charge of demons or fall into a trap meticulously constructed by devils, ultimately having his soul stripped away. However, high risk also means high reward. While this legendary partner promotion quest requires Gao Yang to head to the Blood War, the rewards it brings are also extremely generous. As long as Gao Yang travels to the Blood War battlefield, survives for 3 days, and slays 10 legendary entities including a high-ranking devil and a high-ranking demon, the quest will be completed. The reward for this is that Gao Yang will be able to break through directly to the legendary rank. This is only the most basic reward. The true returns from this mission, which can be described as a brush with death, are the 2 subsequent quest rewards. Previously, Melifina had asked Gao Yang if he wanted to go further in the legendary realm. Gao Yang's answer to this was, the most important reward provided by the legendary partner promotion quest is that if he completes this mission, his personal upper limit will directly break through. As a human, the maximum growth limits for his strength, agility, and constitution will directly surpass the 60-point restriction, and the bonuses he receives from these 3 attributes will also increase by 20%. The former represents potential, while the latter is an immediate increase in combat power. This means that in future multiverse adventures, measured in units of millennia, Gao Yang will basically never touch the so-called limits of life. He will be able to continuously improve himself. As for the other reward, choosing any one attribute to break through the extraordinary limit and reach the legendary realm is equally important. This reward undoubtedly tells Gao Yang directly that after he breaks through to the legendary rank, his various attributes will not automatically jump into the legendary realm. They will still remain within the extraordinary realm. This means that after he breaks through to the legendary rank, if his attributes have no buffs, he will be unable to reach 30 points, the dividing line between legendary and extraordinary. But now, this reward given to Gao Yang allows him to directly raise 1 attribute to the legendary realm, which means that after he breaks through to the legendary rank, 1 of his attributes can directly rise to 30 points or even higher. This immediate reward will surely be like a timely rain for Gao Yang, who is in the midst of the Blood War. The legendary attributes brought by the legendary realm will inevitably be more powerful than extraordinary attribute bonuses. Possessing this level of reward might just help Gao Yang fight his way out of the Blood War or survive it. As for the final reward, which increases the auxiliary buffs received from his soul partner by 100%, it can also immediately enhance Gao Yang's combat power. Thoughts raced through Gao Yang's mind, but in reality, only a few short seconds had passed. When he finished thinking and looked at Melifina, he saw a cat elf who was still in a state of suspended thought due to being overly shocked. Watching Melifina's expression of disbelief, Gao Yang slowly exhaled the stagnant air from his chest. It seemed the sound of the airflow startled Melifina. As her body trembled slightly, and all the soft, glossy fur on her body suddenly stood on end, she looked up at Gao Yang, her golden cat eyes already brimming with tears. A trace of confusion appeared in Gao Yang's eyes, but it quickly turned into understanding. Yes, any extraordinary being would basically have this expression upon learning they had to go to the eternal Blood War, because they know that all that is left for them is to words "it's over." Before Gao Yang could offer comfort, he heard Melifina's sobbing, broken cry. "Miao Gao Yang, I'm sorry. I really didn't know my talent would raise the difficulty of the legendary promotion quest to this extent." Large tears rolled continuously from Melifina's eyes. She hung her little head, no longer daring to look at Gao Yang. "Gao Yang, we can't go to the Blood War. We will definitely die." Gao Yang looked at Melifina before him, sighed slowly, pulled her into his arms, stroked her little head, and said softly, "Don't blame yourself, Melifina. It was I who took the initiative to request a soul bond with you, and it was I who wanted to pursue a higher limit. This has nothing to do with you. Besides, even if it is the Blood War, so what? As long as we are careful and cautious, we won't necessarily die." Melifina raised her head, looked at Gao Yang cautiously, and sobbed intermittently. "But that is the Abyss Blood War. No one in our cat elf race has ever participated in it. No one cares what race or status you have." Gao Yang smiled and continued to comfort her. "Don't worry, and don't underestimate your partner. You should know that your partner has actually slain a true god. Melifina looked up at Gao Yang in disbelief. Gao Yang did not offer an explanation. He simply displayed the titles he had kept hidden until now before Melifina. The next moment, a blinding scarlet radiance, intermingled with golden light and a brilliant, dazzling blue glow, flooded into Melifina's eyes. God Slayer, Plane Destroyer, Plane Guardian, First Transcendent, Army-Breaking Killing Star, Heavenly Calamity Gao Yang. The 4 epic titles of God Slayer, Plane Destroyer, Army-Breaking Killing Star, and Heavenly Calamity all radiated a piercing scarlet light. Plane Guardian emitted a gentle golden glow, while the title First Transcendent was filled with a dazzling, brilliant blue radiance. These 6 titles hovered above Gao Yang's head, casting down strands of light that made him appear both godlike and demonic. Not only that, but Gao Yang also directly opened the viewing permissions for his detailed title information. Consequently, the specific information for God Slayer, located at the very front of the title list, appeared directly before Melifina's eyes. God Slayer type, epic title God Slaying. After reaching a cumulative total of 5 God kills, you will gain even more powerful God-slaying attributes. Current progress. Melifina stared at the Multiverse Network information floating before her. Her large eyes filled with confusion. In that instant, she found it somewhat impossible to comprehend the precise meaning expressed by those words. Despite them being familiar, my partner not only killed gods, but slaughtered 3 of them, and in a transcendent body at that. As this realization surfaced in Melifina's mind, her tears gradually ceased. She looked up at Gao Yang, then let out a surprised meow, and dove straight into his arms. Woo, I thought I was going to get you killed, Gao Yang. All right. I believe that with the assistance of our Lady Queen Melifina, our chances of survival won't be low. Gao Yang patted Melifina's back, smoothing down her bristled fur, and then said, there isn't much time left. Rather than being forcibly teleported into the Blood War battlefield, we need to head there proactively. Before that, we still need to learn about the Blood War and see if there are any battlefields with a slightly lower intensity. Melifina, could you help me go to the Kello fruit tree and pick some Kello fruits? Melifina nodded vigorously, and without waiting for Gao Yang to urge her, she quickly dashed toward the location of the Kello fruit tree. Gao Yang did not pause. He quickly opened his Multiverse Network panel with his consciousness and entered the Multiverse Forum. He needed to learn as much as possible about the Blood War within this half-hour window, as well as the best ways and methods to enter it. On the Multiverse Forum, following Gao Yang's precise search, a stream of posts regarding the Blood War appeared before him. Looking at those posts marked with eye-catching tags like proceed with caution, stay away, and don't seek death, Gao Yang paused for a moment before continuing to browse. Supported by his transcendent intelligence and transcendent agility, his cognitive processing speed became extremely important at this moment. He could browse through a post in basically 3 seconds and filter out the useful information within it. In just 10 minutes, Gao Yang had already browsed a large number of posts concerning this eternal war that had swept across the multiverse. Regarding the Abyss Blood War, Gao Yang had once come into contact with a little bit of information. The uppermost layer of the Infinite Abyss, Pezunia, also known as the Plane of Infinite Portals or the 1001 Chambers, and Pezunia had another, more famous name. One of the front lines of the Blood War, however. Gao Yang did not intend to enter the Blood War from there. Having browsed a large number of relevant posts, he had found a more suitable destination, Sigil, also known as the City of Doors, the Cage, or the Center of All Things. This City of Sigil was known as the most purely absolute neutral zone in the entire multiverse, and it was also a transit station for beings from different planes. In a post by a certain legendary bard, it was written, "It is here that planar travelers from every corner of the multiverse gather to exchange secrets, only to part ways without anyone being the wiser." Just like that, Sigil is the most important place in the universe and also the largest cage anyone has ever seen. If you want to experience the cruelty of the Blood War firsthand, then before you waste your precious life, you might as well take a trip to Sigil. Here, you will see demons strolling down the street, demons drinking with Asimar, and planar beings or celestial beings from countless planes. Through Sigil, Gao Yang could maximize his contact with the participants of the Blood War. Furthermore, in this cage, He could obtain the information he needed at the fastest speed, and then choose one side to join, thereby stepping onto the battlefield of the Blood War. There was no other way. The time left for his legendary partner promotion quest was running out. He had to find a path that would maximize his survival within this extremely short time, and then step into the Blood War in a relatively stable manner. Chapter 786 Connections and Arrival. Before heading to the absolute neutral zone of Sigil, Gao Yang needed a reliable and trustworthy person to act as a guide within the city. Gao Yang thought carefully, summoned his multiverse network list, and sent a message to Yuliarno and Yun Shengshan, whom he hadn't been in contact with for a long time, respectively. As of now, these two were the people Gao Yang could think of who were most capable of coming into contact with the Blood War. The former was backed by the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce, a massive commercial organization that spanned the multiverse, while the latter possessed connections and information sources that Gao Yang lacked. Thanks to their own immense strength. After sending the messages, Gao Yang began to continue learning information related to Sigil. The Master of Sigil was the Lady of Pain. As for the origin, power, and appearance of the Lady of Pain, no one knew. The reason the Lady of Pain was able to rule Sigil stemmed from her ability to block divine power from intervening in the city. Within Sigil, she was the sole ruler. At the same time, because of her protection, this city of doors was able to remain free from the interference of astral forces. If demons wished to run wild in Sigil, they would face an endless labyrinth, a maze created by the Lady of Pain that only she could undo. This power, so immense that even the gods could not intervene, was what made Sigil an absolutely neutral zone. There was no more information about the Lady of Pain, but this was enough. At the very least, Gao Yang now understood why Sigil was an absolutely neutral zone. While in Sigil, under normal circumstances, there was no need to worry about life-threatening dangers. However, a series of events stemming from this required Gao Yang's greater attention. This absolutely neutral city was filled with endless information, and the vast majority of this information and intelligence was related to the Blood War. But among these messages, discerning truth from falsehood was a very important skill. This was also why Gao Yang needed to find a suitable and reliable guide. While he was pondering, a message lit up from his comprehensive network friends. Gao Yang opened the comprehensive network panel and saw Yulianyu's reply. As for Yuan Shengshan, there was no reply yet. Yulianyu, esteemed Gao Yang, please don't mind me speaking out of turn, but the Blood War is no laughing matter. Even Sigil is within the Blood War's sphere of influence. If possible, it would be best if you didn't go there yourself. If possible, I wouldn't go there either, Gao Yang replied. After the message was sent, Yulianyu paused for a few seconds. Then a new reply appeared. Our Goblin and Gnome Merchant Guild has a branch on the edge of the Ladies' Ward in Sigil, but I imagine you already have some understanding of Sigil's situation. The one overseeing that branch is an executive vice president of our guild, a legendary goblin elder. However, I am not very familiar with them, as that elder's personality is unstable. So, if you need a place to stay, you can stay at the guild. There's no problem with that. But if you need advice regarding Sigil or the Blood War, I cannot help you with that for now. My apologies, esteemed Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at Yulianyu's reply. Although he felt a bit regretful, he still replied, "Thank you, Yulianyu, you're welcome. Esteemed Gao Yang, I will give you my branch president's credential. With this credential, you can stay at the guild in Sigil." Below Yulianyu's message was an attached email. Gao Yang opened it, and a metal card engraved with a gnome's head appeared before his eyes. Next to the head, the name Yulianyu Gates was written in goblin script. Gao Yang flipped his hand, and the metal card appeared in his grasp. After examining it, Gao Yang put it away. He glanced at the countdown. Only 17 minutes remained until the half-hour mark. There was no time to waste. Gao Yang's heart tightened, and he then looked towards the direction of the back mountain. Milafino was sprinting over, seemingly having gathered enough crow fruit. Well then, let's depart first. It would still take some time to reach Sigil. Gao Yang, I'm back. I've gathered so many crow fruit. Milafino rushed to Gao Yang's side and exclaimed loudly. Listening to Milafina's description, Gao Yang suddenly remembered that the cat elf before him was terrible at math. So, he directly asked her to take out all the crow fruit. Milafina didn't think much of it and dumped all the crow fruit from her backpack between herself and Gao Yang. Looking at the total of 120 crow fruit before him, also energy-rich, they glowed faintly. These crow fruit must have been the crow fruit tree's entire reserves. A sense of security welled up in Gao Yang's heart. These crow fruit should be enough for his consumption for the next 3 days. Gao Yang put 100 of the crow fruit into his own backpack and had Milafina put away the remaining 20. Then, Gao Yang looked at Milafina and quickly said, "There isn't much time left. We need to depart now, Milafina." "No problem, I'm ready." After Milafina finished speaking, she gathered a little strength, then jumped onto Gao Yang's shoulder and squatted down directly. She did not use her auxiliary abilities, simply sitting there quietly. Gao Yang looked towards the back mountain. The twin-headed ice dragon, Odlivier, was powerful enough and might be able to play a role in the blood war. As if sensing Gao Yang's thoughts, Odelivier's massive dragon had poked out from between the treetops and looked towards Gao Yang. "Forget it, bring it along," Gao Yang murmured, then waved at Odlivier. Seeing this, Odlivier immediately rushed out from the forest, landing lightly before Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at the four-eyed, clear, and foolish twin-headed ice dragon before him and said with an indifferent expression, "There's a high chance of death on the upcoming journey. Do you still want to go?" Odelivier's two heads tilted in opposite directions, and its two pairs of icy blue vertical pupils locked onto Gao Yang, as if saying, "Is that even a question?" Gao Yang looked at Odelivier's reaction and suddenly waved his hand. "Forget it. There's nothing more to say. Let's go," Odlivier snorted, extending an ice ladder to Gao Yang's feet. Gao Yang stepped onto the ice ladder and walked onto its sturdy back. Then, he tore open a teleportation scroll. A human-sized spatial vortex appeared before Odlivier. Odlivier straightened its body, let out a not-so-loud dragon roar, and stepped into it. Light flashed, and the man, dragon, and cat completely disappeared from the training ground. This spatial teleportation did not take long, in less than a minute. Gao Yang's vision had cleared. He was now standing on Odelivier's back, and Odlivier was standing on a silver-white metal floor. That's right. The destination of this teleportation was the Starry Sky Transfer Station Edifice. To travel to Sigil, going through Edifice was naturally the most convenient and fastest way. Countdown, 0:15. Gao Yang glanced at the countdown. 15 minutes remained. Without pausing, Gao Yang immediately retracted Audrival into the contract magic circle, then followed the signs toward the Sigil teleportation array. Because time was of the essence, he did not skimp on the travel fees, covering the distance in a few quick strides to reach a teleportation array and stepping onto it. Once the light flashed, he had already arrived at the base of the metal skyscraper housing the Sigil teleportation array. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. Just as Gao Yang was walking toward the building, the notification sound for a message from a Multiverse Network friend rang out. Gao Yang felt a jolt of energy and quickly opened his friend list, where he saw a reply from Yun Shengshan. "Gao Yang, you are heading to Sigil. Are you planning to participate in the Blood War?" "That is correct, Lord Shengshan. Due to a quest, I am compelled to participate in the Blood War," Gao Yang replied quickly. "Yun Shengshan, that is truly not ideal." Gao Yang, "So, I wanted to see if you have any reliable acquaintances in Sigil you could introduce to me, to recommend some battlefields where the intensity of the war is not quite as high." After the message was sent, Yun Shengshan's reply came quickly. "You have come to the right person. You can head to the ladies' ward in the center of Sigil and look for a lady named Trisuan. From her, you can obtain most of the information you desire. Furthermore, Trisuan is trustworthy. You do not need to worry about her deceiving you with false information. However, if you buy information from her, you will need to pay a sufficient price. Do you understand?" "Thank you very much, Lord Shengshan. May I ask how I can find this lady?" "My time is quite limited," Gao Yang said as he walked toward the building in front of him, communicating rapidly with Yun Shengshan. After Gao Yang spoke, Yun Shengshan replied immediately, "Forget it. I will contact her for you. You just need to head to the ladies' ward in Sigil. By the way, describe your current appearance to me briefly." "A human male, dressed in black, with a cat spirit with golden fur crouching on his shoulder. That should be easy enough to identify." Gao Yang replied quickly. After the message was sent, a full minute passed before Yun Shengshan replied again. After you arrive at the ladies' ward, enter the home of the wanderer and just find a table to sit at. Tursuan will be waiting for you there. Many thanks. Gao Yang replied quickly and mailed 10 vials of plain core solution to Yun Shengshan. If it were merely a simple consultation, Gao Yang would not have offered payment. That would be an insult to a legendary powerhouse like Yun Shengshan and the relationship between them. But at this moment, for Yun Shengshan to contact someone located in Sigil so quickly, he must have expended a favor or something else. If Gao Yang showed no appreciation, it would make him seem too ignorant of social graces. Although Yun Shengshan said nothing, he could not truly do nothing in return. Gao Yang figured Yun Shengshan would not be lacking in magic crystals or multiverse network disaster coins, but plain core solution, which could increase battle chi and restore energy and life essence without any side effects, was a small gift that Yun Shengshan would likely not refuse. Sure enough, Yun Shengshan accepted the plain core solution Gao Yang had sent and said, "This stuff is quite good. Gao Yang, I wish you success." Gao Yang sent a brief reply and walked into the building. Upon entering the building, under the guidance of the staff, Gao Yang arrived at the Sigil teleportation floor 1 minute later. After paying 10 fully charged magic crystals, Gao Yang stood on the teleportation array, following the staff's operation. The light of the teleportation array quickly flared to life. The next moment, Gao Yang and Milafina, who were on the array, vanished instantly. A violent sensation of teleportation emerged, but Gao Yang was no longer the person he once was. Even in this teleportation process, which could be described as being in a tumble dryer, he was still able to maintain a considerable degree of clarity. He was even able to check the countdown in the upper left corner of his multiverse network panel. Countdown 0:12. When the seconds of the countdown reached 0, the teleportation finally ceased. A light, tinged with blood red within an orange hue, fell from overhead. Gao Yang stood on a teleportation array and looked up at the sky. He saw that against a backdrop of deep black, a blood-red star hung silently above. It scattered radiance, providing ample light for this city of Sigil. Gao Yang quickly withdrew his gaze and stepped off the teleportation array. He looked at the human male in robes with a cold expression standing outside the array and asked, "How do I get to the home of the wanderer in the ladies' ward?" Facing Gao Yang's inquiry, the cold-faced mage did not respond at all, merely looking calmly at the teleportation array behind him. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, flicked his finger, and a magic crystal emitting a rich magical fluctuation was tossed into the cold-faced mage's arms. Faced with Gao Yang's sudden action, the cold-faced mage appeared somewhat flustered. A few seconds later, the cold-faced mage, now wearing a beaming smile, stood at the entrance of the teleportation hall, waving his hand incessantly at Gao Yang's retreating back with reluctance. Safe travels, my lord. Chapter 787. Arriving at the Blood War battlefield, in the ladies' ward at the center of Sigil, all kinds of planar creatures walked about. For the various creatures living in Sigil, the ladies' ward is undoubtedly the safest and most livable area. This is because it is closest to the Lady of Pain, which is also the reason why the vast majority of demons are unwilling to come here. As chaotic evil creatures, low to mid-tier demons find it difficult to restrain the violent desire for destruction that stems from their instincts. Only those mid to high-tier demons can briefly suppress the violent desire for destruction born of instinct, thereby staying in the ladies' ward for a short time. However, all demons will not stay in Sigil for more than a month. This is the maximum time limit for all demons to restrain their instinctive desires. The desire for destruction, originating from instinct, drives them to leave Sigil and head to the Blood War battlefield, which is filled with the flames of war and death, to vent the long-accumulated desire for destruction in their hearts. Of course, in this process, a large number of demons will be destroyed along with their own desire for destruction, dying at the hands of other beings. But for the concept of a demon, there is no difference between survival and death. Countdown 0:10. Gao Yang stepped out of the teleportation circle and, following the directions of the cold-faced mage from earlier, arrived at the northeast corner of the ladies' ward. He stood quietly, looking at the heavy wooden door left slightly ajar before him, while the hearty sounds of laughter and conversation from behind the door echoed in his ears. Another round, ha ha, to the great Lady Krieg. The friction between the heavy wood and metal produced a strange sound. Gao Yang pushed the door open and stepped into the Wanderer's Home Tavern. The warm, bright light seemed to grow hazy, veiled by the swirling steam of alcohol and hot food in the air. The crystalline droplets of liquor flying from clashing glasses. The orange-red flames rising and curling in the fireplace. The servers weaving through the patrons with the practiced ease of swimming fish. And the rectangular metal construct proprietor standing behind the bar, quietly wiping a glass. All these elements together compose this Wanderer's Home Tavern. This Wanderer's Home was founded by this very modern wanderer. It was hard to imagine that a metal construct, which adhered to absolute order and rules, and was fundamentally incapable of understanding emotions, would actually open a Wanderer's Tavern and sigil. The modern wanderer proprietor heard the noise, instinctively raised its face with its blurred features, and looked toward the entrance. What met its eyes was a sturdy young man with short black hair. Perched on the young man's shoulder was a cat sprite with golden fur all over its body, its eyes filled with curiosity, a combination of a human and a cat sprite. The modern wanderer proprietor stopped wiping the glass and curiously sized up Gao Yang. Modern wanderers were always filled with boundless curiosity. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why this modern had opened this tavern. The modern wanderer proprietor began to look forward to it, looking forward to conversing with this strange pair. However, it was soon disappointed. Under its gaze, a short human, barely 1.5 meters tall, walked up to the strange pair. After a brief, low-voiced exchange, the two walked over to a corner of the hall. Gao Yang sat down at a wooden table stained with a bit of grease and looked at the short male human opposite him. The other party looked him up and down, showing no intention of speaking first. The two stared at each other for a few seconds before Gao Yang spoke. Lord Yun Shengshan sent me here. He told me that there is a lady worthy of trust. Upon hearing Gao Yang speak, a smug smile appeared on the short human's face. He spread his hands and said casually, "Acquiring knowledge always requires a price. Your price is wealth, while my price is life. This is just a small trick to save my life. Don't mind it." Gao Yang nodded, indicating he understood. Then, he looked at the disguised figure opposite him and said, "I need to go to the Blood War battlefield and survive for 3 days. Money is not an issue. What a generous customer. Lord Shengshan really takes care of my business." A smile appeared on his face. "If it's just surviving for 3 days, that's not difficult. I need to head to the battlefield now. We have 8 minutes left." Gao Yang's brows twitched slightly, and he pushed a magic crystal toward her. Looking at the magic crystal before her, the smile on her face grew even brighter. The next instant, the magic crystal vanished from the tabletop. Her stood up and headed outside. Gao Yang rose silently and followed behind her. Stepping out of the Wanderer's Home Tavern, Tur and Gao Yang walked side by side toward the nearest portal. Tur spoke as they walked. "If you need to head to the Blood War battlefield right now, Adigor is definitely your best choice. You've come at just the right time. If you were a few days later, Adigor would likely have already headed to the Blood War. Adigor mainly operates in the Hive Ward, but I know he is at his storefront in the Market Ward today, preparing supplies for his trip." As Tur spoke, the two arrived before a portal. Tur took out 10 gold coins and inserted them into the bright metal pillar beside the portal, then beckoned to Gao Yang. Seeing this, Gao Yang immediately stepped into the portal with her. The next instant, Gao Yang and Tur stepped out from the other side of the portal. A noisy clamor immediately rushed into Gao Yang's ears. He narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying the bustling market before him. "Let's go, quickly." After Tur said this, she strode forward, blending into the flow of people. Gao Yang stepped forward, following closely behind her. Tur's speed was very fast. Although she was only walking, her speed was comparable to a motorcycle. It was practically flying just above the ground. In less than 2 minutes, she stopped in front of a secluded storefront on the street. Gao Yang summoned his system panel and glanced at the countdown. "Countdown, 07, let's go. We're here." After Tur said this, she was the first to push open the door and enter the not-so-large shop. Gao Yang followed right behind. Inside the shop, a muscular but short-statured man was sitting behind the counter, eating his food in a leisurely manner. "Still eating? Business is here." Tur walked up to Adigor in a few strides, reached out to knock on the table, and said quite arrogantly, Adagor frowned and glanced at the incredibly arrogant man before him. Mister, don't you know that interrupting someone's meal is a very unladylike and impolite thing to do? Tur didn't care at all. In her view, she had brought Adagor a big business deal. Not making him lick her shoes was already showing him enough respect. Seeing Tur's attitude, a bit of anger rose in Adagor's heart. He looked past her at Gao Yang, who was standing in the hall, and snorted coldly. Don't say it's you who came, even if the great lady herself came. Today this business. Before his words could finish, a fist-sized gemstone landed in Adagor's lap. Adagor's pupils shook violently. His short, thick hands tightly clutched the magic gemstone that had just fallen into his lap, and his expression changed instantly. Even if the great lady came to stop it, today's business must be done. Generous and wealthy, sir. I do not know what your requirements are, but humble Adagor will certainly satisfy them. Even if you were to ask me to cut off the head of the Blood War Commander-in-Chief right now, I, Adagor, would not hesitate for even a fraction of a second. Tivir looked at the magic gem in Adagor's arms with disbelief, her face filled with regret. If she had known Gao Yang was this generous, she would have definitely come herself. That was a magic gem. A magic gem worth 30,000 Sigil City gold coins. That was equivalent to her entire year's savings. By comparison, the magic crystal worth only 300 gold coins suddenly lost all its appeal. Take me to the Blood War battlefield. Any battlefield will do, but I need to stay there for 3 full days. Gao Yang looked at Adagor and continued, after 3 days, you will bring me back to Sigil City. Adagor nodded repeatedly, looking at Gao Yang, waiting for him to continue with his requests. After waiting for a few seconds, he tentatively asked, Sir, what about your other requirements? Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and said, Bring me back to Sigil City, and the transaction is concluded. Adagor looked at Gao Yang with some embarrassment, then explained, Well, sir, if that is all you require, you have given me far too much. Gao Yang glanced at the countdown and said impatiently, How much you earn is your business. My requirement is to head to the Blood War battlefield immediately. Can you do it? Adagor immediately leaped up from behind the desk, grabbed a warhammer hanging on the wall that was as tall as he was, and strode toward the door. Sir, please follow me. We are leaving at once. After saying this, Adagor took out a honeycomb-shaped stone and shouted into it, Hurry up. Gather at the central portal of the market district. You only have 3 minutes. Gao Yang nodded at Tivir, then turned and walked outside. Following behind Adagor, Melifina leaned close to Gao Yang's ear and asked in a low and easy voice, Gao Yang, are they really reliable? They should be fine. Gao Yang replied without hesitation. In reality, he only needed someone with a better understanding of the Blood War than himself to point the way. He did not need this person to be able to keep him in the Blood War for 3 days without injury or combat. He had a certain level of confidence in his own strength, as long as he did not encounter the true form of a deity or a siege by multiple legendary powerhouses. He basically did not need to worry about the risk of falling. However, he was about to step onto the Blood War battlefield, a place filled with triggered traps, hidden teleportation arrays, and the like. If he were to step into one carelessly, he could be teleported to the enemy's main camp or trapped and killed on the spot. Therefore, he needed a guide who knew the Blood War well enough. Countdown: 00:02. When only 2 minutes remained on the countdown, Gao Yang followed Adagor to the center of the market district. In this bustling market center, countless portals stood tall, and all kinds of creatures moved in and out of them. Under Adagor's lead, Gao Yang met a mercenary squad of 5, without any unnecessary chatter. Adagor first flashed a fawning smile at Gao Yang, then directed one of the mercenaries to deposit gold coins into the nearest portal. After a total of 40 gold coins were deposited, the mercenary stopped. Adagor looked at Gao Yang and said with a smile, Sir, we are heading to the Grey Waste. Although the Grey Waste is one of the main battlefields of the Blood War, we are taking a secret path, and I have acquaintances at the checkpoints along the way. So please rest assured regarding your safety. Gao Yang nodded without speaking. Seeing this, Adagor did not say anything more. With a wave of his hand, the mercenaries stepped into the portal first. In the blink of an eye, all 5 mercenaries had entered. Adagor then looked at Gao Yang and said, Sir, Would you like to go first, or shall I? Gao Yang looked at him and said casually, "You go ahead." Upon hearing this, Adagor stepped directly into the portal. Seeing this, Gao Yang followed closely behind and stepped into the portal as well. His vision shifted, and a gray, hazy sky appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. The air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur. Before he could make a move, a notification from the Multiverse Network appeared before him. Multiverse Network notification. The character has arrived at the Blood War battlefield. Current location, Grey Waste. The legendary companion promotion quest is officially activated. Looking at the notification, Milafina finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the blink of an eye, as a slight tremor occurred, faint roars accompanied by a breeze reached her ears, making her nervous and causing her fur to stand on end uncontrollably. Milafina let out a low growl and swiftly completed the link with Gao Yang. As Milafina completed the auxiliary buff link with Gao Yang, brilliant golden flames surged from her body, and inch-long golden rays shot from her eyes uncontrollably. "Now I feel like my whole body is filled with power." Milafina's fur stood up without the wind, and her body even floated up from Gao Yang's shoulder. After receiving Gao Yang's attribute buffs, Milafina's young heart began to swell continuously. Multiverse Network notification. Milafina has completed the soul link with you. When Milafina is linked with you, your various attributes will amplify Milafina's buff effects and healing effects. Current strength increase, 16%. Movement speed increase, 24%. Vitality recovery increase, 157%. This is a passive buff. Looking at the notification, Gao Yang was somewhat surprised, given the attribute gap between him and Milafina. To have such high buffs was a testament to the power of Milafina's buffs and the significant boost provided by the soul binding. Chapter 788. Adagor's understanding of the Blood War. Adagor glanced at the golden flames igniting on Milafina's body. His expression turned grave in an instant as he looked at Gao Yang and spoke rapidly. "Sir, if you do not wish to attract Batezu or Tanari demons, you must absolutely not do anything that draws attention to yourselves while on the Blood War battlefield. What I mean is, have your pet extinguish that damn golden flame right now, immediately." Before Gao Yang could speak, Milafina had already retorted, "HMPH. Those filthy things, we will kill every single one that comes. This cat fears nothing." At this moment, not a trace of her previous unease or worry could be seen. Her every word and action fully demonstrated what it meant to be conceited. However, despite her words, she still controlled the flames on her body, causing them to quickly retract into her core. It was evident that no matter how inflated her ego might be, she still maintained the necessary and rationality regarding the Blood War. Watching the light on Milafina's body quickly fade, Adagor and his mercenary squad felt their expressions soften slightly. Adagor turned around, identified their direction, and then silently began to lead the way, following his movements. His mercenary squad also moved with extreme tacit understanding, quickly spreading out into a formation they had practiced countless times. Each of them held a crystal filled with shadows in their hands. As they settled into their diamond-shaped formation, a layer of dim, gray shielding immediately enveloped the group. From the outside, the traces of Gao Yang and his companions quickly vanished, replaced by a pale gray that was indistinguishable from the gray earth itself. Adagor walked at the very front at the pace of a normal person, heading toward their predetermined destination while rambling on with his explanation. Gao Yang walked behind him, listening very carefully. This was the survival experience of a veteran who had spent years drifting through the Blood War battlefield. There was no reason for him not to take it seriously. In our line of work, the most important thing to note on the Blood War battlefield is that you must never attract attention. Although neither the Batezu nor the Tanari generally pay attention to anything other than each other, any unnecessary movement or behavior on this battlefield will draw the notice of the Tanari demons, because in their eyes, everything is a conspiracy by the Batezu. Therefore, if you want to live long enough on this Blood War battlefield, the first thing you must pay attention to is to conceal yourself as much as possible. A relaxed, confident smile appeared on Adagor's face. He looked at Gao Yang and said, not without a hint of showing off, "You are truly lucky to have found me. I have walked the Blood War for over 20 natural years. I can say that I have walked every corner of the Blood War more than once. With me here, you can rest assured. So, you mean that as long as one creates a large enough commotion, it will attract the attention of the Tanari demons, correct? Gao Yang asked in return. Of course, though I do not suggest doing so, unless someone wants to voluntarily add their name to that list of the dead. Adagor shrugged and then continued. This blood war has lasted for such a long time and is of such a massive scale that the most lasting impact an individual can hope to leave on the blood war is merely to become a small footnote in the chronicles of this war. Therefore, as long as you understand the basic rules of the blood war and add a tiny bit of caution, you will be able to be as comfortable as a fish in water, just like me. As Adagor spoke, he pinched his short, thick thumb and index finger together in front of his eyes, looking at Gao Yang through the gap that was barely wider than a strand of hair. Gao Yang was certain that the tiny bit Adagor spoke of was definitely the universe between the fingers, that he understood it was not a tiny bit, but a massive amount. Then, what are the basic rules of the blood war? Milafina, who was squatting on Gao Yang's shoulder, tilted her head to look at Adagor and asked with some curiosity. Adagor glanced at Milafina, then shifted his attention back to Gao Yang. After a long while, he sighed. Honestly, sir, when your pet cat asked that question, I even had the thought of selling you both to the Batezu. Because you are truly too naive, just like those simple, foolish, and pretentious prime material plane dwellers who come here for the first time. Well, in fact, you probably are those kinds of prime material plane dwellers. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, not feeling angry at Adagor's blunt words. Since the other party dared to say it to his face, it meant that they were trustworthy to a certain extent. Although this trust needed to be questioned at times, it did not prevent Gao Yang from obtaining the corresponding intelligence from him at this moment. Adagor sighed and said, all right, before understanding the rules of the blood war, the first question you need to understand is, what exactly is the blood war? Without waiting for Gao Yang or Milafina to answer, he continued on his own. The blood war is not just a struggle between two evil races, it is actually a war for control over evil itself. A struggle to define what true evil is. The Batezu devils are the representatives of law, while the Tanari demons are the spokespeople for chaos. This is exactly the two most important factions of the multiverse, law and chaos. The conflict between them is essentially a war to test whose faith is stronger, which will determine who can occupy the ruling position now and in the future. That is not hard to understand. Gao Yang nodded and said, then, next, you need to understand who is participating in the blood war. Adagor looked at Gao Yang and continued. The answer to this question is, everyone. The blood war is not just a war between Batezu devils and Tanari demons. As long as it is a living existence on the outer planes, it will definitely have a part to play in the various aspects of the blood war. For the lives on the outer planes and the prime material plane, good and evil are not important. Order and disorder are the keys to the blood war. Therefore, on the battlefield of the blood war, you can see Archons, Planetars, and Modrons from the lawful alignment of the upper planes fighting side by side with Batezu devils. You can also see Empyreans from the neutral alignment cooperating with Yugoloths, while Empyreans and Solar Angels of the chaotic alignment stand among the Tanari demons. These foreign reinforcements of different races all have their own specific agendas, which is why they are able to reach a cooperation to achieve their own goals. Thus, once you set foot on the battlefield of the blood war, the first thing you need to understand is your own alignment. Whether you are lawful or chaotic determines the enemies you must face and the potential temporary allies you might have in this blood war. In the blood war, no one cares about good or evil. You only need to be responsible for yourself. After Adagor finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Gao Yang again. Generally speaking, those who can communicate normally like us, regardless of their actions, can be classified into the lawful alignment. This gentleman does not look like he belongs to the chaotic alignment. Am I right? Gao Yang was non-committal. For him, he followed his own rules and order. Whether it was lawful or chaotic, he had his own definitions. Seeing Gao Yang nod, Adagor had no objections and simply summarized, all right. Having understood these 2 points, you have grasped the basic concepts of the blood war. It just so happens that we are not far from the river Styx. Later, we will use the river Styx to teleport to a lower plane, specifically one of the layers of Butter, to conduct a transaction with a devil officer. If this process goes smoothly, it will be over in about 3 days. If there are some complications, then it is hard to say. After Adagor finished speaking, he stopped talking to Gao Yang and focused on leading the way ahead. Do not be fooled by his leisurely stroll earlier. That was because they had just stepped out of the portal and were still in a relatively safe zone. As they continued to move forward, they began to enter this gray waste. And because the gray waste is located at the center of the entire lower plains, it is also the primary battlefield for the fighting between the Batezu and the Tanari. At the same time, because this place is considered the lowest point of all evil, meddlesome celestial beings often come here to vent their fury and carry out their great purges. Of course, these were experiences Adagor had summarized after spending years mingling here, so there was no need to be so generous as to tell everyone. The group walked under the shroud of shadows for nearly an hour, their expressions becoming increasingly stiff. Gao Yang could feel that in this gray waste, his vitality and emotions were like a barrel that had been punctured, beginning to leak out continuously. He knew this was the power of the gray waste, a lower plane itself. If one wanted to resist it, one would have to detonate their own emotions in the most intense way, or leave this plane, and the influence of the plane would quickly fade. Adagor, with a cold face, turned to look at the team behind him, his voice becoming indifferent and rough at this moment. In a little while, we will reach the river Styx. Once we arrive at the river Styx, everything must be under my command. If anyone does not follow orders, I will not hesitate to kick them out of the team. Believe me, you would not want to fall into the river Styx. The mercenary squad naturally had no objections, and Gao Yang and Milafina had no issues either. Adagor scanned the area once and continued to lead the way. Soon, a cold and chilling aura drifted from afar. Gao Yang looked ahead, his extraordinary perception allowing him to vaguely see the wandering souls wailing incessantly in the gray-white horizon. Before Gao Yang could withdraw his gaze, he suddenly turned to look in another direction, where violent energy fluctuations were constantly exploding. Gao Yang sensed it briefly and could perceive the tyrannical, chaotic, and evil aura contained within those energy fluctuations. This confirmed to him that the two powerful entities fighting each other in that direction were not beings of the good or lawful alignment, with energy fluctuations reaching them from such a distance. It meant that the strength of both entities was at the legendary level. Sensing Gao Yang's movement, Adagor's expression changed immediately, and he quickly whispered, "Do not be curious. Do not look too much. If you want to survive in the land of the blood war, minimizing your own presence is an extremely necessary lesson." Gao Yang was about to withdraw his gaze, but the next moment, two equally massive figures suddenly crashed into his field of vision. One was humanoid in shape, covered in ice armor, holding an ice trident in its hand, and wherever it passed, even the air was frozen. The other was a Merilith, with the upper body of a human female, the lower body of a thick snake tail, and 6 arms, all of which were holding long, crescent-like blades. Clearly, these were two high-level devils and demons of the legendary realm. They were on the edge of the river Styx, wantonly displaying their terrifying legendary level power, attempting to completely slaughter the other here. As for why they appeared here, there was no need for any doubt. In the blood war, such random banishments and teleportations happened frequently. The corners of Gao Yang's mouth curled up slightly. He looked at Adagor and said, "Wait for me for a moment. I have something to take care of." Adagor was stunned, his mind unable to react for a moment. "What? This is the river Styx? What are you going to do?" Chapter 789. Instant kill of a legendary ice devil. Gao Yang did not say much, just patted Milafina's little head, and then walked toward the area outside the shadow shroud. Wait! Adagor's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted twice, seeing that he could not make Gao Yang stop. A surge of anger rose in Adagor's heart. He shouted at Gao Yang's back, 5 minutes. I will only wait for you here for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the transaction will automatically end, and the deposit will not be refunded." Gao Yang waved his hand without speaking, just taking a step toward the shadow barrier in front of him. The next moment, he and the cat passed through the shadow barrier. Adagor saw this and could not help but curse under his breath. Damn it! If it weren't for the sake of those magic gems, I would never care whether you live or die. However, Gao Yang could no longer hear his cursing. Stepping out from the protection of the shadow barrier, the chilling sensation in the air suddenly intensified. Gao Yang could feel that his body was being affected by the gray wilderness plane, and even his body temperature was slowly dropping. However, as the crimson gold furnace battle chi ignited across his body, that chilling sensation began to dissipate rapidly. Get ready, Milafina. Wahahaha, I am completely ready, meow. As Milafina let out a wild, maniacal laugh, a brilliant golden phantom flame ignited on her body once again. Feeling the powerful amplification coming from Milafina, a brilliant golden light bloomed in the depths of Gao Yang's eyes. Having rested for so long and accumulated so much, he felt as if his bones would rust if he didn't move soon. The location where the Ice Devil and the Merilith were battling was still a considerable distance from where Gao Yang and the others were standing. Therefore, the appearance of Gao Yang and Milafina did not attract the attention of either combatant. But this was the blood war, in all things. A swift resolution was absolutely the best way to handle the situation. Thus, Gao Yang took a step forward, and his body suddenly appeared 10 meters away. A scarlet aura centered on Gao Yang began to surge toward the surroundings. As his second step landed, Gao Yang's body, accompanied by a flash of lightning, suddenly surged forward more than 5,000 meters. In just 2 steps, the distance between Gao Yang and the battlefield had been halved. Step. Gao Yang took 2 more consecutive steps, and the violent, chaotic energy shockwaves were already rushing toward him. His body crossed the remaining distance, appearing at the edge of the battlefield where the Ice Devil and the Merilith were fighting. A dense, murderous aura centered on Gao Yang spread recklessly in all directions. The first to bear the brunt were the Ice Devil and the Merilith, who were locked in a death struggle. A pair of icy blue vertical pupils and a pair of dark yellow ones locked onto Gao Yang's position simultaneously, their gazes pinning onto Gao Yang's body like sharp arrows. A human. The Merilith's 2 scimitars collided heavily with the Ice Devil's trident. Then, exerting sudden force, it pulled back to a safe distance and looked at Gao Yang with some surprise. Before its surprise could even fade, a trident radiating biting cold air had already pierced through space, thrusting toward the Merilith's head once again. Hiss! The Merilith let out a hiss, its 6 scimitars instantly crossing in front of its body, barely blocking the Ice Devil's sneak attack. It exerted force with all 6 arms, heavily pushing away the trident the Ice Devil had thrust forward. The moment the trident was pushed aside, a large silver sword descended upon it. The terrifying sword pressure, carrying materialized sword chi, slashed furiously toward the Merilith's head. There was no conversation, no pause. The moment Gao Yang appeared on the battlefield, he had attacked without the slightest hesitation. With Milafina's assistance, his strength had leaped to a new level. This sword was so fast that before the trident could be fully pushed away, it had already slashed down in front of the Amelith. The Merilith roared, and the sharp, piercing sound wave transformed into a cone, enveloping everything within 100-meter radius. At the same time, the arms under its ribs lifted abruptly, and the 2 lowest scimitars crossed in front of its body, blocking the sword edge Gao Yang had slashed down. Facing the Merilith's block, Gao Yang's expression did not change in the slightest. He simply increased the strength in the arm holding the sword by several notches. Blinding golden light bloomed in Gao Yang's eyes, and the eternal glory greatsword slashed down with violent sword chi. A cruel look appeared on the Merilith's feminine face. Its other 2 pairs of arms had already spread out, the 4 scimitars held in its hands flashing with a cold glint, like a demonic spider about to hunt, revealing fangs dripping with deadly poison. The attack speed, frequency, and power of a Merilith wielding 6 weapons were beyond what any ordinary being could imagine. It had even already envisioned the scene of this overconfident human being hacked to pieces by the scimitars in its hands. At the thought of that hot blood about to drench its cold body, the cruelty in the Merilith's eyes grew even more intense. Clang! A heavy impact exploded, and the Merilith's arms, which were holding the scimitars to block Gao Yang's strike, sank abruptly. The sudden collision of that unstoppable, terrifying force was like a heavy hammer, shattering all of the Merilith's plans instantly. Now, it had to face the problem of how to block this greatsword that was already upon its head. Ding ding dang dang. The Merilith reacted extremely quickly, its other forearms holding scimitars instantly slashing at the Eternal Glory greatsword. Its body staggered slightly from the immense force transmitted through its hands, but it did not force itself to stabilize. The thick snake tail beneath it lashed out, and its massive body left an S-shaped movement trajectory in the void, instantly flashing to the other side of Gao Yang. Its slightly numb arms pulled back again, and the 6 scimitars swung instantly at that moment. The blade light wove into a net of blades, instantly enveloping Gao Yang's not-so-large body. Blinding electric light emerged in the Merilith's vertical pupils. Gao Yang's body, accompanied by the electric light, instantly shuttled out of the blade net and appeared behind the Merilith once again, within the scarlet aura. Gao Yang thrust his sword straight forward, flesh was pierced, and the silver-white sword tip emerged from the Merilith's exposed chest. The battle chi and soul flames covering the blade instantly detonated inside the Merilith's body. The intense pain brought by the burning of its soul and flesh instantly overwhelmed the Merilith's will. Gao Yang exerted force with his arm, pulling the blade out. Just as he was about to deliver a finishing blow, a trident flashing with cold light appeared within Gao Yang's battle chi perception circle. The Ice Devil had appeared behind Gao Yang. This strike was clearly intended to pierce through both Gao Yang and the Merilith. Gao Yang's free left hand clenched abruptly, and the liquefied battle chi exploded in his palm, turning into a violent shockwave that surged crazily in all directions. Borrowing the force of this shockwave, Gao Yang's body slid to the side, barely dodging the trident that had thrust from behind. It was different. It was completely different now. Gao Yang's eyes were exceptionally bright. Had it been before his recent breakthrough, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to handle the siege of 2 legendary powerhouses with such ease. But now, not only could he effortlessly cope with the siege of 2 legendary powerhouses, he even had energy to spare. After exchanging only 2 or 3 blows, Gao Yang had already determined the extent of his strength's improvement. Having confirmed his increased power, Gao Yang's tactics shifted instantly. Crimson gold furnace battle chi ignited from his body, and a similarly brilliant radiance of will erupted. Gao Yang stepped into the void, his body twisting as he turned to face the ice demon behind him. Following that, Gao Yang swung his sword down with a light, airy motion. The sword was swung, yet no sword chi or fluctuations were emitted. But the next moment, the ice demon's expression changed drastically, because it suddenly sensed a sword mark appearing within its own body, and dense, destructive sword chi erupted directly from inside its frame. Icy blue cold energy surged, but it did not flow outward. Instead, it rushed into the interior of the ice demon's body. The power of this strike was not particularly strong. If this sword had been swung from outside the body, the ice demon would not even have bothered to defend against it. But when this sword appeared directly inside its fragile interior, its lethality increased exponentially. The ice demon did not know how this sword had so abruptly appeared within it, but it knew that the current situation meant it could no longer continue to fight. If it kept fighting, it was highly likely to die here. The ice demon pressed one hand against its chest, suppressing the rampaging sword chi within. It looked up at Gao Yang, its icy blue eyes flickering with undisguised greed. Or rather, any devil facing a soul as brilliant as Gao Yang's could not suppress the greed in its heart. Gao Yang frowned, and the killing intent in his heart suddenly flared. Lightning flashed, and Gao Yang's figure instantly vanished from the ice demon's field of vision. The ice demon's expression changed wildly. It knew in its heart that the look it had just given had caused dissatisfaction, or even fury, in this human who had appeared so suddenly, without the slightest hesitation. The ice armor on the ice demon's body shattered inch by inch, turning into near-tangible cold energy that enveloped its body and instantly expanded to a radius of 100 meters. Undoubtedly, to save its life, the ice demon had directly unleashed its own legendary domain. It did not expect its domain to block Gao Yang entirely, but as long as it could slightly hinder his advance, it would be able to escape from this place. The burning sensation transmitted simultaneously through its body and soul had already consumed a great deal of the ice demon's energy. It needed this buffer to completely suppress the burning sensation within, but the next moment, its expression changed drastically once again, because it sensed a ball of light, as scorching and domineering as a star, appearing directly behind it. The terrifying high temperature even forced its ice demon domain to slightly recede. Within this ball of light, A greatsword, also burning with crimson gold flames, crashed down. Catastrophe, super heavy slash. The ice demon had no time to make any defense. It could only pray that its body could withstand this sword. Clang, with a soft sound. The ice demon's body was suddenly severed by the sword. The wound was smooth, but in an instant dense. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared at the wound site and spread wildly toward both ends of its body. Previous super heavy slashes were moves that collided head-on with enemies, but the ice demon before him had not put up a defense, which allowed the true power of the super heavy slash to be unleashed. The heavy strike transformed into sword pressure, grinding inch by inch across the ice demon's body, pulverizing everything in its path into dust. Even more terrifying was that the soul burning and physical burning effects attached to this sword were amplified simultaneously due to the massive damage of the strike. The horrific burning sensation instantly drowned the ice demon's consciousness. Catastrophe, world extinction. Watching the body beginning to shatter before him, Gao Yang held Yongyao high and swung down without a moment's pause. Zhang. A slash mark appeared in the air, wherever the blade passed. Whether it was the legendary domain or space itself, everything was cleaved open under this sword. The precise and perfect sword mark swept diagonally across the ice demon, and endless destructive energy erupted within its body. The luster in the ice demon's eyes suddenly stalled. A sword mark appeared deep within its pupils, completely annihilating its consciousness. Having lost the suppression of the ice demon's consciousness, its body, which had been severed in two, exploded on the spot. Exploding along with it was the composure of the six-armed snake demon, which had just regained its senses. The six-armed snake demon was certain at the time its consciousness had been drowned by intense pain was definitely no more than a second. But in that less than a second, the opponent that had been fighting it fiercely and evenly had just been cleanly and neatly split apart before its eyes. Dead beyond any doubt. This sense of horror caused the six-armed snake demon's mindset to undergo a violent change. Without the slightest hesitation, it twisted its thick snake tail and turned to flee. Chapter 790. Catastrophe shattered domain. Good luck and bad luck. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The moment the six-armed snake demon turned, the dark red immortal execution sword domain had already spread wildly from where Gao Yang stood, and streaks of dark red sword chi darted out from Gao Yang's body like swimming fish. No matter how fast the six-armed snake demon was, it was not as fast as the expansion of a legendary domain. In an instant, the six-armed snake demon was enveloped within the immortal execution sword domain, trapped within the opponent's legendary domain. The six-armed snake demon's vertical pupils trembled wildly. The next moment, six curved blades danced frantically in its hands, and high-frequency blade light slashed toward its front. As it struck, space itself began to fluctuate. It was clearly attempting to use brute force to forcibly shatter the space here and escape Gao Yang's domain. Gao Yang watched the six-armed snake demon, which was standing in place and erupting with frantic attacks, and slowly shook his head. If the immortal execution sword domain, which had integrated the immortal execution formation map, could be broken so easily, wouldn't all his efforts have been in vain? Therefore, Gao Yang was in no rush to attack the six-armed snake demon, instead watching it with a calm and composed demeanor. After a round of outbursts, the six-armed snake demon's face revealed despair, because no matter how hard it exerted itself, there was not the slightest sign of the space before it being broken. After realizing the facts, the Merilith immediately turned to look at Gao Yang. Seeing it look over, Gao Yang raised an eyebrow slightly and spoke slowly. Shall we continue? The Merilith clashed its six scimitars together, sparks flying from the friction of the blades. Then, it twisted its thick, serpentine tail and took the initiative to charge toward Gao Yang, rooted in the cruelty, chaos, and destructive nature inherent to its life. The Merilith had no intention of surrendering. Instead, it launched a charge at Gao Yang, facing the charging Merilith. Gao Yang raised Yongyao and swung his sword down. Rumble. Within the Zhuxian sword domain, the pillar at the East Azure Dragon position shook, then transformed into a pale green sword aura that merged into Yongyao. Thunder and fire instantly spread across the great sword, and an aura of destruction erupted from within. The heavy sword pressure made the space inside the Zhuxian sword domain feel almost tangible. Gao Yang looked at the Merilith nearby. His battle chi was rapidly depleting, and at the same time, He whispered, "Natural disaster, shattered domain." As the words fell, the rapidly consumed battle chi merged into the surrounding space in an incomprehensible way, continuously strengthening the solidity of the area. This technique was something Gao Yang had realized from the combat experience of the Sacrifice Tower Master, and currently, it could only be performed within the Zhuxian sword domain. Once unleashed, the designated space would be reinforced into a solid slab, thereby achieving the effect of forcibly controlling the enemy. Of course, this was not just about the solidification and compression of space, but rather molding the designated space into a piece of glass. The target became one with the space here, and when this space was shattered, the target located within it would naturally shatter as well. This was the true meaning of natural disaster, shattered domain. A crackling sound emanated from around the monolith. It was the roar caused by it forcibly breaking through the nearly solidified space. But its movements grew slower and slower, the air on it becoming increasingly rigid until it was completely pressed into a solid slab. Its body was thoroughly frozen in midair, unable to move a single inch, and it could only watch helplessly as the greatsword covered in thunder and fire descended upon it. Natural disaster, heavenly abyss meteor fall. After the space around the monolith was completely solidified, Gao Yang arrived in front of it and swung his greatsword casually. A single diagonal slash cut the monolith's body into crack. The solidified space shattered instantly, and along with it, the massive body of the monolith crumbled. Countless cracking sounds rang out simultaneously, turning into a roar loud enough to tear the sky apart. The monolith's body disintegrated into countless fist-sized fragments along with the shattered space, its life force vanishing in an instant. In less than a minute of combat, 2 legendary tier high-level devils and demons had died under Gao Yang's sword just like that. System prompt: you have killed a high-level devil ice devil legendary. You have gained 1 point of legendary reputation. System prompt: you have killed a high-level devil ice devil legendary. You have gained 100 generally XP. Based on your relevant actions, you have gained an additional 5,000 legendary XP. System prompt: you have killed a high-level devil monolith legendary. System prompt: you have killed a high-level demon ice devil legendary. Your legendary partner promotion quest progress has increased. System prompt: you have killed a high-level devil monolith legendary. Your legendary partner promotion quest progress has increased. Gao Yang closed the system prompts and looked around. Discovering that the previous battle had not caused much impact on the area, he nodded in satisfaction. A flash of lightning streaked by, and his body vanished from the spot. In just 3 blinks, Gao Yang returned to the location where Adagor and the others were waiting. Good luck. Gao Yang looked at Milafina, who was squatting on his shoulder, and said with a smile. Milafina nodded upon hearing this. They had only just arrived at the Blood War battlefield, and they had already completed the 3rd and 4th items of the legendary partner promotion quest. This kind of luck could no longer be described as merely fortunate. Next, as long as we survive in the Blood War battlefield for 3 days and then kill a few more legendary powerhouses, we will have completed the quest. Milafina was very excited, her large eyes sparkling with longing. Then, she turned to look at Gao Yang and said with great satisfaction, as expected of the sole partner chosen by this queen, even before promoting to legendary, killing a legend is this easy. While the two were talking, the gray-white space in front of them slowly faded, revealing Adagor and the mercenary squad behind him. At this moment, all 6 of them were looking cautiously at the ground in front of Gao Yang. As transcendent level beings, both Adagor and his mercenary squad knew exactly what Gao Yang had just killed. Those were high-level Batezu devils and Tanari demons, and they were high-level combatants who had stepped into the legendary realm. Yet, such high-level combatants had been casually slaughtered by the human before them, as if they were chopping vegetables. They all kept their heads slightly lowered, focusing intently on Gao Yang's boots, but inside, they were screaming wildly. They could not understand why Gao Yang, who already possessed such terrifying combat power, did not go to make a name for himself in the Blood War, but instead remained so cautious. Gao Yang was already aware of their behavior.